Chapter 1, Car Accident and Meeting a Classmate. Huahai City, North District. This place is close to schools and industrial parks, and the large number of students and office workers makes snack takeaway extremely prosperous. Small shops are lined up on the crowded streets. A small rice bowl shop. Guchen sat in a chair and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar mobile phone interface. An advertisement occupied the entire interface. Today's special offer, all items are sold for $1. A luxurious villa in the center of Yuan community. One copy of 100% ownership of Bandai Plaza, annual rental income of 300 million yuan. Building A, Iua Plaza office building. One Pagani Fengsheng Yazi Global Limited Edition. Guchen was stunned. What the hell? $1? Are you kidding me? This story begins an hour ago. As a food delivery rider, he took a food delivery order and stopped at a traffic light while waiting for the red light. Suddenly, his customer left a message asking him to bring a bottle of happy water. He happened to see a small supermarket opposite, so he crossed the road and headed towards the supermarket. Just after taking a few steps, a white BMW suddenly emerged from the alley next to the supermarket. With a bang, he and his car were knocked to the ground, and he was completely stunned. Fortunately, the BMW was not going very fast, otherwise he would have been injured more than just a scratch. What's even more coincidental is that the owner of the BMW was his college classmate Lu Yu. The two had a good relationship, but later they gradually became estranged because of something. At that time, he was a prominent figure in the school. When organizing an activity, Lu Yu, the class monitor, helped him a lot, and the two became acquainted with each other. Later, he realized that Lu Yu seemed to have that kind of affection for him, which made him feel a little awkward to be with her, so he gradually distanced himself from her. I didn't expect that when we met again after a year, everything had changed. Seeing him being knocked to the ground, the car owner was obviously startled and quickly got out of the car and came to Guchen. Are you okay? Guchen? I saw a long-haired woman apologizing with a pale face, followed by a cry of surprise. It took Guchen a long time to recover. I heard someone calling my name. I looked up and a familiar fragrance hit my nose. Squad leader? Tried to call out. Is it really you? The woman breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then helped Guchen up. By the way, how are you? Are you okay? She looked at Guchen's body and the takeaway scattered on the ground and asked with a complicated expression. It's okay, it's okay. Guchen waved his hands and moved his limbs. He was basically fine. When the woman wanted to say something, a middle-aged man's voice came from the car. Are you okay, baby? A middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance walked down from the passenger seat. The woman stiffened when she heard this, and after glancing at Guchen without leaving any trace, she smiled and said, "Well, it's okay." Guchen looked at the intimate movements of the two and knew that their relationship was extraordinary. No wonder his college classmate who had just graduated was driving a BMW a year later. It was not that he looked down on his classmate, but he knew clearly about his family background, an ordinary family. But what does all this have to do with him? Who is this? He then looked at Lu Yu and asked. Baby? Do you know each other? The middle-aged man was also stunned when he heard Guchen's words. Then he looked at Guchen, and seeing Guchen's handsome face, even though he was a man, he felt jealous. But when he saw the takeaway uniform on Guchen, he relaxed and took Lu Yu's slender waist and said, "This is my college classmate, Guchen." Lu Yu knew what the middle-aged man meant and introduced him a little embarrassedly. Guchen, this is my boyfriend, Li Kuan. So you are my classmate. Hello, hello. Li Kuan was very enthusiastic when he heard that. After making sure that Guchen posed no threat to him, he no longer had any hostility. Hello? Guchen responded indifferently. Lu Yu quickly interrupted, Okay, Guchen, you should go to the hospital. Li Kuan followed Lu Yu's words and said, Yes, classmate Gu should go to the hospital first. No need. It's no big deal. Guchen refused. How can that be? After all, he is Yuer's classmate. Let me pay for all the medical expenses. Li Kuan took out a stack of $100 bills from his wallet generously. He had a natural sense of superiority over Guchen. After taking a look, Guchen shook his head and said that he still had work to do. He said hello to Lu Yu and left. Lu Yu looked at Guchen's back and remained silent for a long time. Okay, let's go. I'm telling you, if you dare to look for him privately, don't blame me. Li Koan didn't finish his words, but the meaning expressed in his eyes was very clear. Lu Yu was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I followed you, I haven't contacted any of my former classmates." "That's good." Li Koan was very satisfied when he heard this. At this time, Gu Chen's cell phone rang, interrupting his memories. Seeing the note "Mom," I picked up the phone directly. "Hello? Mom? Son? Have you had lunch yet?" A kind voice came from the other end of the phone. "I ate it. Are you and Dad okay?" Gu Chen held back his tears and asked quickly. "You don't have to worry about the family. Your father and I will take care of it. But you should take care of yourself when you are out there." When Gu Chen heard this, his heart ached. Gu Chen's family was wealthy when he was young, and his father was considered a prominent figure in his hometown. Until the year he graduated from college, his father's company went bankrupt, and everything in the family was confiscated to pay off debts. Fortunately, there was still an ancestral home left, otherwise they would have been displaced. But he also owes millions of debts, otherwise why would he deliver food? It's just to make money. This year, he did not have a single day off. He slept later than a dog and got up earlier than a chicken every day, just to complete more orders. "Yeah. I know, Mom. This month the company saw that my performance was very good, so they gave me another bonus. I'll transfer it to you later." Gu Chen said a few more words, then hung up the phone and looked at the passing vehicles outside. He shook his head, opened Alipay on his phone, looked at the 4-digit balance, and smiled bitterly. He left 1,000 yuan for himself and transferred yesterday's salary to his mother. Bite. It shows that the transfer was successful. I was dazed when looking at the message on the interface. I have millions of debts and I don't know when I will be able to pay them back. Life is really full of ups and downs. A year ago, he was still the rich second generation that everyone envied, but now. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Gu Chen shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the Taobao app on his phone suddenly started up. Gu Chen was startled. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar mobile phone interface, an advertisement occupied the entire interface. Today's special offer, all items are sold for $1. 1 Pagani Fengshen Yazi Global Limited Edition. Chapter 2, 1 Yuan Flash Sale? As a former rich second generation, he knew that the things shown above were things his family could not afford even during its heyday. He thought his phone was stuck and quickly backed out. Log in again, and then the interface jumps to the previous template again. Shit. Is my phone infected with a virus? Or is Taobao's security features so weak now? He couldn't help but complain. But it would be great if this were true. Looking at the words above, Gu Chen shook his head. If it was true, he wouldn't have to work so hard. But he still didn't dare click on it. As a college student, he knew many of these high-tech scams. Using an advertisement, you click on it and the program inside will automatically crack the information on your mobile phone, and all the money in your card will be stolen. Although there is not much money in his card, once it is stolen, then he will have nothing to do for the next month. So he wanted to exit directly, but his hand suddenly slipped and clicked directly on the 1 yuan flash sale. Suddenly, his mobile phone interface jumped, as if a red envelope was opened, and the gold coins kept spinning. Ugh! Holy shit! Gu Chen was startled and quickly tried to exit the software, but the phone interface seemed to be stuck, and no matter how he operated, it was useless. Even shutting down the machine won't work. Gu Chen was so anxious that he wanted to smash the phone directly, but after raising it, he couldn't do it. After all, the phone was much more expensive than his balance. Little did he know that this software was so powerful that he couldn't even shut down the computer. So he accepted his fate and could only look at the phone interface. After a few seconds, the gold coin completed its rotation. Congratulations to the user for choosing Building A of Yue Plaza office building. Looking at the message sent by the system, Gu Chen was stunned. Without paying attention to the news, he opened Alipay and looked at the balance in his account. Only 1 yuan was missing, and he finally put his mind at ease. Bite. Transaction completed. Today's event has been cancelled, please come back tomorrow. He reacted as 2 messages came in succession from his phone. Is it true? Isn't it a virus or a Trojan horse? Is there something wrong with the system? Gu Chen guessed. At this moment, he clearly felt that there seemed to be something extra on his chest. He looked down and saw that it was a tool bag. When I took it out, I saw it was a document. Only then did he quickly look through the previous messages, and it turned out to be congratulations on him winning an office building with a 1 yuan flash sale. He was stunned when he saw his name written on the property certificate. Is it true? Only then did Gu Chen realize that everything that happened before was true, and his phone was not infected with a virus. Rather, some unknown changes had occurred on his Taobao, which was like the golden finger in the novel to him. Looking at the words "today's special offer has ended, please come back tomorrow," he breathed a sigh of relief. All this seemed like a dream to him. He slapped his face several times before he realized that he was not dreaming. At this time, on the other side, the management floor of Yuan Plaza. Several employees were working. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, scaring several people. I saw a middle-aged man walking in quickly, breathing very rapidly, obviously jogging. Several employees quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Boss Ma." The middle-aged man nodded in response, and then said seriously, "I came here to inform you of something. Building A, the office building in the prime location of our plaza, has been sold." What? Several people looked at each other in surprise when they heard that. As employees of Yuan Plaza, they knew very well that the office building was not for sale and had always been in the hands of the group. In the past, there have been people who have offered to buy, but they were all rejected. "Mr. Ma? Do you know who bought it?" One of them asked boldly. The middle-aged man Ma shook his head and said, "I just received the notice. I only know a name and phone number. It's called Gu Chen. We must make a good impression on him, so I hurried over to inform you." Don't offend him then. He knew that the boss who was able to buy the group was not for sale and his background and status were extraordinary. Their group was not short of money, so how could they suddenly sell it now? If they wanted to sell it, they would have sold it a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? There is only one possibility: the buyer is not someone their group can afford to offend. Thinking of this, he became even more nervous. Several employees obviously understood this, but they had no idea what the buyer looked like. If they accidentally offended him, they would be in trouble. The middle-aged man pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "By the way, it seems that this month's rent will be paid in these few days. The boss should come over by then." Several people's eyes lit up when they heard this. That office building is in a good location and all 66 floors have been rented out long ago. Most of them are rented on an annual basis, but some are rented on a monthly basis. How about this? Let the export department send a message to the boss and ask him to come over tomorrow to collect the rent. The middle-aged man ordered, "Notify the security department to stay alert these few days and make sure nothing unexpected happens during the handover tomorrow. If you meet someone named Gu Chen, be sure to be polite and don't offend him." Everyone knew the importance of the matter and stopped talking nonsense. Yes. As a result, all the news about Gu Chen spread out, and the staff of the Yuan Plaza received the news one after another. Not only did the tenants of Building A receive the news, but Gu Chen also received a text message. "Dear Mr. Gu, hello, we are from the Yuan Plaza Management Department. The office building you purchased from us will be rented out tomorrow. Please be sure to come and contact us. Contact number 135. Gu Chen, who was still in a daze at this time, suddenly received such a text message. He stared at the text message on his phone for a long time without saying anything. If he didn't have the property certificate in his hand, he would definitely believe that this was a scam text message. Is it true? We'll know once we go there tomorrow. After Gu Chen lowered his head and murmured something, he stopped worrying about it. Just then, an order came in on his phone. "You have a delivery order, please deliver it as soon as possible." He put the tool bag in his hand on his electric car and continued to deliver. Time passed slowly as Gu Chen went from shop to shop and walked through the streets and alleys. Until night fell, Gu Chen also stopped. He asked for a day off from his job as the delivery supervisor and went back to rest. The next day, in a luxuriously decorated boutique room. On the bed in the master bedroom, a man and a woman were lying honestly with each other. It turned out to be Lu Yu, the college classmate who had bumped into Gu Chen before, and his boyfriend Li Kuan. At this time, a cell phone rang. "Hello, team leader Lu? What? How could this happen? No, okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 3 It's mine. Hang up the phone." Li Kuan's sparse eyebrows frowned together. He is the owner of a decoration company and is worth tens of millions. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked puzzledly as he looked at Li Kuan, who had a bad expression on his face. Just now, a sales team leader of Yue Plaza called me and said that the company building has changed its owner and asked me to move out as soon as possible. Li Kuan is over 40 years old this year. He went out to work in his early years. Because of his ruthlessness, he was noticed by a local tyrant. He married the tyrant's daughter and soon made a career. Logically speaking, he was successful in both love and career, but his wife was as strong as a gorilla, so he had no interest in her. So he kept a mistress outside, and he met Lu Yu in a club a year ago. In fact, with Lu Yu's conditions, there is no need for her to be someone else's mistress. However, her father was seriously ill and she urgently needed a large sum of money, so she was kept by Li Kuan. Ha! If you want to change it, why do you want us to move out? Lu Yu was puzzled. She knew very little about Li Kuan's company. Alas, with the strength of my company, we can't rent such a prime location at all. Li Kuan smiled bitterly when he heard it. Are you wondering why you rented it? Looking at Li Kuan's gaze, Lu Yu nodded. Because I bribed a team leader of the Yue Plaza and rented it privately at a price higher than the market rent. I didn't expect the boss to change suddenly. It's really strange. Li Kuan rubbed Lu Yu's black hair and still didn't understand. He had been studying in Huahai City for so long that he naturally knew a lot of gossip. As the representative building of the Yue Plaza, it is not for sale. Why is it sold now? How powerful does the person who can buy this Yue Plaza have to be? So that's how it is. But why do we have to rent there? Lu Yu suddenly realized and then asked another question. Because that place is a prime location, being able to work there best represents the company's strength, Li Kuan explained. A big reason why his decoration company's business is so good is the company's location. In this industry, what matters is the company's strength and reputation. The reason why several other decoration companies are slightly worse than mine is not because of their strength, but because my company's location is better than theirs and it is more famous, so customers naturally choose them more often. When an ordinary customer comes to your company and sees your company's image, he will indirectly have an impression of your company's strength. Okay, let's go to EU Plaza quickly. The mysterious buyer will go there today to hand over the formalities with them to see if they can continue to rent it. Li Kuan said to Lu Yu. Then the two of them quickly got up and ran towards EU Plaza. At the same time, in the small rental house, Gu Chen got up, put on some casual clothes, washed up, and went out to take a taxi to EU Plaza. If it were before, he would never have been willing to do such a luxurious thing as taking a taxi. Ever since something happened at home, he has been taking the bus for long distances and walking for short distances this year. But if what happened yesterday was true, then he would never have to live like this again. Thinking of this, he looked at the property certificate next to him and felt a surge of anticipation. It was already past the rush hour, and Gu Chen arrived at EU Plaza in half an hour. After paying and getting off the car, he saw the towering office building at a glance. From today on, it belonged to him. After expressing his feelings, he walked towards the management department of the square. But this place is huge, one of the large squares in Huahai City, and he got lost. Hello, may I ask how to get to the management department of your square? Gu Chen walked around, but couldn't find the way. There was no choice but to ask for help from the security guards in the square. May I ask what you are looking for from the management department? At this time, a security guard looked at Gu Chen with some curiosity. He had been working here for so long, and this was the first time someone asked him how to get to the management department. Oh, it's like this. Your management department sent me a message and asked me to come over. Gu Chen said truthfully. At this moment, the security guard was shocked when he heard this. It can't be such a coincidence. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? Then his expression changed and he asked with a respectful tone. Not bad. Gu Chen was surprised and nodded. When the security guard heard Gu Chen admit it, his eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. After giving Gu Chen an instruction, he picked up the intercom on his chest and started talking. Headquarters. Headquarters. I'm 07. I met Mr. Gu. After a rustling sound, a hurried voice suddenly came from the opposite side. Received, received. Please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. I will send someone over right away. Gu Chen naturally heard this and couldn't help but feel curious. What was going on? Why did the other party react so strongly when he heard his name? The other party did not let Gu Chen wait for long. After about a minute or two, Gu Chen saw several men in formal attire jogging towards him. Hello, you must be Mr. Gu Chen. I'm so sorry. I kept you waiting for so long. The voice came before the person arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man with an elite look. Looking at the slightly flattering middle-aged man in front of him, Gu Chen nodded, yes. It's me. You are. The middle-aged man quickly said, my name is Ma Fei, and I'm the general manager of this plaza. Mr. Gu, you can just call me Xiao Ma. Oh, hello, Manager Ma. I wonder if Mr. Gu has brought the property certificate so that we can communicate the information with you? Ma Fei asked in a flattering manner. Gu Chen smiled slightly when he heard this. I brought it, take a look. He then handed the tool bag from yesterday to Ma Fei, feeling a little nervous inside, fearing that it was fake. Yes, this is it. Ma Fei took it and looked at it for a while, then nodded and confirmed, Mr. Gu, do you think we should go to our management department first and complete the formalities? Good. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, and the last trace of uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared. When a few people were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. Mr. Ma? Hearing this, Ma Fei turned his head and frowned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized. Mr. Li? Yes, it's me. When the man named Mr. Li heard that Ma Fei remembered his name, he was overjoyed. Because Gu Chen was surrounded by Ma Fei and others in the center, he couldn't see the person who was speaking, but he felt that the voice was a little familiar. I wonder what Mr. Li wants to say. Ma Fei asked directly. He remembered that the man was called Li Kuan, and he had rented their building privately, but he also accepted bribes and never made it public. Boss Ma, I saw that this month's rent is coming soon, so I came here to pay the rent and meet the new owner. Li Kuan knew that Ma Fei had a high status, so he quickly told him his purpose. Chapter 4501-0000 Global Shopping Card. As soon as Li Kuan finished speaking, Ma Fei and others all looked at Gu Chen in the middle. At this time, Gu Chen also remembered the owner of this voice, Li Kuan. So their eyes met and they stared at each other for several seconds. Gu Chen? It's you. Li Kuan's face changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. Gu Chen nodded, feeling that the world was so small. Mr. Li? Do you know each other? At this time Ma Fei also reacted, looking at Li Kuan's expression and asked questioningly. Li Kuan's face changed after hearing this, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Yu next to him quickly reacted and nodded. Gu Chen, are you the new boss of the Yue Plaza office building? Compared to Li Kuan, Lu Yu was much more receptive. She knew that Gu Chen's family was rich when she was in college, but she didn't expect them to be so rich. Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. After hearing Gu Chen's admission, Li Kuan and Lu Yu fell silent for a while. Especially Li Kuan, when he thought of his proud sense of superiority yesterday, he suddenly wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. No wonder he looked so calm yesterday. Are you here to renew the lease? Gu Chen asked after hearing Li Kuan's words. Yes, Mr. Gu, this Mr. Li was a previous tenant of the house. Seeing that the two of them were silent for a while, Ma Fei hurriedly explained. Is that so? Since the squad leader is renewing the lease, let's charge it at 10% below the market price. Gu Chen thought about it, looked at Lu Yu and smiled. He didn't know that Li Kuan rented the house privately and at a price higher than the market price. Ma Fei smiled without saying a word about this decision. He looked at Li Kuan in surprise. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he happened to meet the new boss. Li Kuan was incredulous at first, then his eyes were complicated. He understood that Gu Chen said this not for his sake, but for Lu Yu who was next to him. Lu Yu's heart trembled when she heard this. She knew that Gu Chen was returning the favor and doing it for the sake of his classmate. At the same time, the last trace of affection for Gu Chen in her heart disappeared. Manager Ma, can I entrust these matters to you? Gu Chen turned and looked at Ma Fei. Yes, of course. Our plaza management department is happy to help with these small matters. Ma Fei was very happy to hear this. Gu Chen said this, obviously he believed them. Okay, squad leader, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you want to renew the lease, you can discuss it with Manager Ma and others. Gu Chen nodded to Lu Yu and said. Okay, thank you Mr. Gu. Yuan and I won't bother you for now. I don't know if Mr. Gu has time tonight. Yuan and I would like to treat you to a meal. What do you think? Lu Yu didn't say anything, but Li Koan next to him immediately smiled and spoke eagerly. As a company owner worth tens of millions, he is naturally very thick-skinned. He has managed to get to where he is today. He is not stupid at all, he knows when to admit defeat. No matter what happened before, the current Guchen was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Fortunately, he didn't pretend to be cool and slap Guchen in the face before. At the same time, he was secretly delighted that Lu Yu and Guchen were classmates, as this was a bridge that brought the two closer together. Didn't you see that Ma Fei, who couldn't even afford to offend him, was so humble in front of Guchen? No need, I have something to do tonight. Guchen knew what Li Koan was thinking, but he still refused. It's okay. Since Mr. Gu is very busy, Yuan and I won't disturb him. Li Koan was not dissatisfied at all when he was rejected, and hurriedly smiled. Lu Yu on the side said nothing. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Guchen nodded to Lu Yu, then walked away with Ma Fei. Looking at the backs of several people, Li Koan smiled apologetically until they were out of sight. He didn't expect that someone of such a high status would actually deliver food. The thoughts of rich people are really hard to understand. Yuan, what is the identity of this classmate of yours? Why didn't I hear you talk about it yesterday? He turned to Lu Yu and asked. Now he didn't dare to threaten Lu Yu. What happened today was really too shocking for him. I don't know either, I just know that his family is very rich. Lu Yu shook his head and said calmly. Very rich? Hearing Lu Yu say this, Li Koan had no doubts, but being able to afford this office building and having Ma Fei treat him like this is not something that can be achieved by just having money. Let's go. Baby, this time it's all thanks to you. Then he looked at Lu Yu, hugged her, and walked out happily. It's okay. Lu Yu didn't say anything. On the other side is the office of the general manager of the Yuan Plaza Management Department. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Now, Yuan Plaza office building A officially belongs to Mr. Gu. As Guchen signed his name on the docking document, the legal effect of the document officially came into effect, and Ma Fei congratulated him. Thank you, Manager Ma. From now on, I will let you manage the office building. I will only be responsible for collecting the money. Guchen also had a smile on his face at this moment, and he was in a very happy mood. Ha, no problem. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. Ma Fei was very happy to see that Guchen was so easy to talk to, and he agreed to his requests directly. After all, it was just a piece of cake. Afterwards, the few of them exchanged a few polite words, and seeing that Guchen was calm and composed, they were more certain that Guchen's identity was extraordinary. Coming out of the management department, Guchen felt light and airy. Because this month's rent has all been deposited into his card, and looking at the 6-digit number, everything seems unreal. More than 580,000. A full 580,000. Ma Fei also told him that this was only a small part of it, and many rents were paid annually. When he heard this, his heart was shaken a few times. From this moment on, his life trajectory will deviate from its original course, and all these changes are brought about by the mutated Taobao. Thinking of this, he had an idea and took out his mobile phone and opened Taobao. The familiar interface jumped over, and Guchen smiled knowingly. The above content has changed. Yesterday's 1 yuan flash sale has ended, and today's special group purchase is 9.9 yuan. Today's special offer, all items are 9.9 yuan. A set of top-floor duplex luxury house in Thompson Epine. A global shopping card with a credit limit of 5 million. A bottle of Han Emperor Mutai worth 30 million. A Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Sure enough, it was another new batch of goods. After what happened last night, Guchen was no longer upset. Then he did not hesitate and clicked the button above. Suddenly the phone interface froze again. After a few seconds, bite. The phone vibrated. Guchen opened it and took a look. Congratulations to this user for choosing a luxury duplex on the top floor of Thompson 1. Congratulations to this user for selecting a global shopping card with a credit limit of 5 million renminbi. Chapter 5, Spending 501,000 in one day. Two prompt sounds rang out in succession, causing Guchen to take a deep breath. The European Emperor is coming. Suddenly he was standing alone on the side of the road, looking at his phone and laughing. The 4 words Tangshan Epine are well known and we have heard them countless times. It is a luxury villa among luxury villas. It is said that the cheapest one costs more than 10 million. And his top-floor duplex mansion is definitely much more expensive than an ordinary suite. The most famous real estate project in Huahai City, Thompson 1. Located beside Binjiang Avenue, it covers an area of more than 20,000 square meters and has a total construction area of more than 115,000 square meters. It consists of 4 luxurious riverside residences and 11 high-end clubs. There are more than 40 floors on the highest floor. What Guchen didn't know was that the one he chose was the most luxurious and expensive one, commonly known as the King of Floors. In comparison, the other product seems more ordinary, but it is still an unimaginable number for most people. Then Guchen looked at his chest, waiting for the property certificate to appear, because it suddenly appeared in front of his chest yesterday. He had always been curious about how they got out, and now that he had the chance he naturally didn't want to miss it. Several minutes passed, and Guchen's eyes were almost sore, but he still didn't show up. Is it because I was watching all the time that he didn't show up? Then he raised his head, rubbed his stiff neck, and cursed himself for being so stupid. He deliberately avoided looking at his chest and waited for a few seconds, but there was still nothing in his arms. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? Just when he was in doubt, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, attracting his attention. The property certificate and shopping card have been placed in the user's backpack, please check them. Reminder, the shopping card password is the last 6 digits of the card number and will disappear after today, please use it as soon as possible. Guchen was stunned when he saw it, and he quickly took off the backpack on his back. When I opened it, I saw, as expected, the red property book and a shopping card. When I took out the property certificate, I saw my name in the column of owner. He rubbed his fingers gently, feeling a little excited inside. It was a sign of a successful man, owning a house and a car. Now he has a house, a mansion at that. As for the car, he believes it won't take long. Let's use up the shopping cart first. After all, it's only valid today. As a good man who is diligent and frugal, you must learn to be thrifty. 9 years of compulsory education taught him not to waste a penny. Then Guchen stopped a taxi. Master, Yuan Shopping City. After telling the location, Guchen fell into deep thought. It must be very difficult for an ordinary person to spend 5 million a day. But, am I an ordinary person? After thinking for a while, Guchen was full of energy. After all, he was once a rich second generation, and he was first-rate when it came to spending money. He has already figured out how to spend it. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddhas rely on gold. Clothes are his first choice, and he knows some luxury men's brands such as Brioni, Armani, Zegna, Ferragamo, Connery, Versace, etc. As a second-generation rich person, your background becomes very important at this time. However, it would be unrealistic to spend all 5 million just on these clothes. Then, the next thing is something representative of men. Watches and wallets are the best indicators of a man's success and are also the romance of his life. Thinking of watches, Guchen touched his wrist and remembered his first watch, which was given to him by his father on his 18th birthday. Patek Philippe, as the most famous brand in the watch industry, its advertisements have been criticized by countless people. No one can really own it, you are just keeping it for the next generation. Arrogant and overbearing. He fell in love with it because of this advertisement. It was just that his father gave him an entry-level watch, which he later sold. But this time, he can buy a piece for his collection. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. The taxi driver happened to see the scene. Little brother, are you going on a date with your girlfriend? The driver couldn't help but speak. He wanted to talk since Guchen got in the car, but Guchen didn't give him any chance. Now he finally found the opportunity. I think so. This little brother looks like a celebrity. He must be going to meet his girlfriend. Without waiting for Guchen to answer, he praised him again. Thank you, but I don't have a girlfriend. Guchen explained with a smile. It's okay. With your looks, are you worried that you won't be able to find a girlfriend? But Yuan Shopping City is a shopping paradise, most people can't afford to go there. The little brother is young, rich, talented, and handsome. The taxi driver was not embarrassed to see that he had said the wrong thing. Forehead. Hearing this, even Guchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment, master. Then he opened his cell phone and transferred another 500,000 yuan to his mother's card. He did not forget that his family still owed millions of dollars in debt. If this shopping card could not be exchanged for cash, he would have cleared the debt long ago. However, he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to pay off all his debts. With the mutated taobao, he had the confidence to do so. Just seconds after the transfer, his cell phone rang. Seeing the call from his mother, he was not surprised, he knew this would be the result. Swipe right to connect. Xiao Chen? I just received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Was it you who transferred it to me? Sure enough, before he could bring it to his ear, his mother's unique voice came over. It's me, Mom. It's really you? Xiao Chen, how come you have so much money? Hearing Gu Chen's agreement, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly panicked. I'm telling you. Xiao Chen, don't do anything stupid. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen quickly advised, Mom, listen to me first. Sure enough, the other end of the phone fell silent. Mom, didn't I tell you before? I'm a senior executive in a company and I often get exposed to a lot of news, so I use this news to speculate in stocks in my spare time. That's how I made so much money. At the same time, I also opened a company. So, don't worry, you and Dad, I make money in an honest way. I will be able to pay off the family debt soon. Gu Chen directly spoke out the words he had prepared long ago. I knew my son was the best. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Gu's mother did not have the slightest doubt. After all, Gu Chen had always been a reassuring person since he was a child. Gu Chen smiled when he heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He could also vaguely hear his mother talking about his father on the other end, and at the same time, he became more grateful to the mutated taobao. Well, you should take care of yourself and come back during the Chinese New Year. Yes. I will definitely come back during the Chinese New Year this year. Last year during the Chinese New Year, he did not go home in order to earn more money. Okay. Finally, Mother Gu said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Oh, I said, this little brother must be extraordinary, much better than that brat in my family, who only knows how to play games all day long. When the taxi driver saw Gu Chen hang up the phone, he immediately burst into praise. Everyone has his or her own field, and playing games is also a way out. Games are becoming more and more developed now. Maybe your son will be a professional player in the future. Gu Chen said with a smile. After all, everyone carries the fancy sedan. That's right. He told me the same thing. I thought he was just making excuses. Since this gentleman also said so, I won't talk about him anymore. The master said with a look of agreement upon hearing this. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned, and then he didn't know what to say. He secretly complained to himself, I just said that, and you took it seriously? However, sometimes you still have to take care of it. I wonder how old your son is. In order not to mislead the students, Gu Chen still interjected. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. My kid has already graduated from college, but he plays games at home every day and says he wants to be a professional player. The taxi driver said with regret. Master, there are age requirements for being a professional player. Generally, the younger the better. The older you are, the less. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen still gave some advice. What? Are you saying that my bastard is past his prime age? No, if that's the case, then if he still wants to dream that unrealistic dream, I'll confiscate his computer when I get back. The master's eyes widened and he immediately became angry. Looking at his master's appearance, he couldn't help but mourn silently for 2 seconds for the brother he had never met. Time passed as Gu Chen and the taxi driver communicated. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily on the side of the road. There was a small accident when I was giving the money. That is, the taxi driver said that Gu Chen had a good temper with him and helped him deal with his son's affairs. I will definitely not accept Gu Chen's money. Gu Chen was not willing to agree and insisted again and again that he must give it. The taxi driver finally accepted it, but insisted on a 20% discount. Gu Chen couldn't refuse, so he accepted his master's kindness with a smile. Yuan Shopping City is one of the top 10 shopping centers in Huahai City. Here are flagship stores of luxury brands from all over the world. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and it is also a check-in spot for the rich second generation and internet celebrities. It is also a large shopping mall integrating food, drink, entertainment, and fun. Gu Chen ate something casually around. He has never been picky about food, but he loves spicy food and cannot live without it. After a quick lunch, he headed straight to the mall. After all, time is limited and he doesn't want to waste it. This place is indeed a shopping paradise. It is very popular, handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere, and there are a lot of internet celebrities. After expressing his feelings, Gu Chen went directly to the clothing area. There are fewer people here, after all, most people can't afford it. At a glance, the flagship stores were deserted. Shopping guides in groups of 3 or 4 were leaning against the door chatting with each other. When they saw Gu Chen, their eyes lit up and then lost interest. As waiters in this industry, eyesight is the most important thing. They have already memorized all kinds of luxury goods. When they saw Gu Chen wearing cheap goods, they instantly lost interest. Although Gu Chen was very pleasing to the eye, they had seen him many times in their daily lives. Being able to work here, there will naturally be no such thing as looking down on others. Luxury goods are not only about selling brands, but also about selling services. But they didn't go up to greet Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't care and walked around by himself. Chapter 6 Armani Men's Wear. Xiao Ya. Where are you going? Sisterly, aren't there guests coming? I'll go and greet them. Xiaoya, you just got here, so your eyesight is not good enough. You can tell at a glance that guy can't afford it. He's wearing cheap clothes, and it's obvious that he's here just to show off. Do you think anyone else is looking for him? Standing in front of the Armani flagship store was a pair of young shopping guides with good figures. The prettier one among them, Xiaoya, shook her head when she heard this. That's fine. I have much more experience than you. I'd better do less thankless tasks. Sister Li said earnestly. But, didn't we say during training that we can't discriminate against any customer? Xiaoya hesitated when she heard this. We are not discriminating. If he had come in, we would have naturally welcomed him warmly. But now he hasn't come in, so it's not discrimination. Sister Li is experienced and understands Xiaoya's concerns, so she explained with a smile. But I haven't closed a single deal in this month, so I want to give it a try. Xiaoya shook her head after hearing this, and then stretched out her long legs and walked towards the person who was coming. Hey! Xiaoya! Forget it, you'll know when you come back. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Xiaoya, Sister Li stopped talking. In her opinion, Xiaoya would naturally come back with a depressed look on her face. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Xiaoya took a few quick steps to the strolling Gu Chen and asked with a smile on her face. Gu Chen didn't expect that someone would actually pay attention to him. He looked at the young and beautiful shopping guide in front of him and nodded. As expected, as a luxury goods shopping guide, appearance is definitely important. Do you have a men's section? Yes, this is the Armani flagship store, which caters exclusively to men. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She had not held out any hope at first, but when she heard Gu Chen's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart. Well then. Let's go check it out. He had heard of the Armani brand before. It is a world-renowned Italian luxury brand, most famous for its menswear. It has nearly 10 series, among which the Armani Haute Couture is the most famous. Sister Li, who was standing at the door, was stunned when she saw Xiaoya saying something to Gu Chen with a smile on her face as she walked towards her shop. Did I see it wrong? No, that guy must have been forcing himself because he saw Xiaoya was so pretty. Yes, that must be the case. Thinking of this, her jealous heart slowly calmed down and she smiled again. Welcome to Armani. No matter how much she despised Gu Chen in her heart, there was no sign of dissatisfaction on her face. Sister Li, I'll go in and serve this gentleman first. Xiaoya looked at Sister Li happily and said. Then he took Gu Chen inside. Sir, please come this way. Good. Gu Chen nodded and walked in calmly without any stage fright. The magnificent store is filled with all kinds of luxury goods. The various decorative lights above make the inside very bright. The wooden walls are hung with all kinds of fashionable clothing. I wonder what you would like to see, sir. Xiaoya smiled and asked enthusiastically. Take out your latest models this year. Gu Chen said lightly. Okay. Please go to the rest area and wait for a while. Xiaoya was very happy to hear what Gu Chen said. Maybe today she could break the record of 0 sales this month. Gu Chen went straight to the lounge area. As a high-end brand, it naturally has its own lounge area where guests can have a comfortable cup of afternoon tea. Sister Li at the door had been observing Gu Chen. In her opinion, Gu Chen had always been pretending, so she was extremely looking forward to Gu Chen's embarrassed expression when she had to pay. It didn't take long before Xiaoya slowly came over carrying some of the latest summer styles. So Gu Chen brought several pieces into the fitting room and tried them on one by one. As a luxury brand that focuses on men, Armani is impeccable in terms of aesthetics. After trying a few pieces, Gu Chen was very satisfied. Pack these sets for me. Okay. Xiaoya couldn't hide a smile on her face when she heard that. Not only did she get rid of the record of 0 sales, but her commission this month was nearly 1,000 yuan. By the way, give me a few more sets for home use. Then Gu Chen instructed Xiaoya again. Okay. Xiaoya turned around immediately after hearing that. After that, Gu Chen went around the entire store. He bought everything he liked without caring about the price at all. But at this moment, there was no smile on Xiaoya's face. Seeing Gu Chen asking people to take down and pack things from time to time, she was even more hesitant to speak. Yes, pack that for me too. Gu Chen was also in the mood for shopping at this time. He asked people to pack up everything that looked good, including spring, summer, autumn and winter. Various belts, wallets and leather shoes are matched with the 4 seasons. Gentlemen? At this time, Xiaoya finally couldn't help it and called out to the excited Gu Chen. At this moment, she looked at the pile of packaging boxes at the front desk, and her pretty face turned pale with fright. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel extremely regretful for not listening to Sister Li. No matter how slow she was, she could see that Gu Chen was definitely here to cause trouble. Although no one will bother him then, he will definitely be criticized. The huge commotion caused by Gu Chen had already attracted the attention of the entire store. Sister Li was also stunned. She did not expect Gu Chen to be so crazy. What's wrong? Looking at Gu Chen's handsome face, she wanted to throw the packaging bag in her hand at him and asked, "Why are you asking me what's wrong?" You. Gu Chen looked at Xiaoya's hesitant expression, looked around, and found that everyone in the store was looking at him. He understood instantly. Do you think I'm here to cause trouble? Gu Chen laughed. No. Xiaoya retorted immediately. Then he reacted and fell silent again. All right. Go settle the bill for me. Gu Chen said to Xiaoya with a smile. He still had some good feelings towards this shopping guide. At least she didn't look down on him openly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to the front desk. Gu Chen also stopped shopping at this time. He looked at the mountain of packaging boxes and felt that it was enough. Then he walked towards the cashier. But Xiaoya seemed stunned. How is it? How much? Gu Chen asked directly. Hello, sir. I am the manager of this store. Xiaoya didn't react, but a delicate middle-aged woman next to her spoke with a smile. Hello? Gu Chen nodded slightly. Do you have a membership card for this restaurant? No? Gu Chen knew what she meant and shook his head. I'm so sorry, sir. There are no gifts for this purchase. The store manager didn't show anything on his face when he heard this, but instead looked as if he felt sorry for Gu Chen. There has never been any discount in the luxury industry. It's okay. You should provide home delivery service here, right? Gu Chen said calmly. Nature. The store manager looked at Gu Chen with appreciation. Someone had reported to her before that someone was causing trouble in the store, so she hurried over. However, seeing Gu Chen like this, the contempt in his heart disappeared. This kind of indifference is not something that ordinary people can possess. All right. How much is the total? Swipe the card. Hearing him say this, except for the store manager who had no expression, everyone else including Xiaoya looked in disbelief. This is far from what they imagined. What are you still standing there for? The store manager saw that the cashier was still in a daze and immediately scolded him. Excuse me. The cashier quickly responded, Sir, your total consumption is 1,088,500 yuan. Swipe the card. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen was not surprised but a little disappointed when he heard this. Just erase the decimals. Just 1,080,000. The store manager suddenly spoke up at this time. The cashier took the card from Gu Chen and replied, Understood. Drop. The payment is immediately displayed as successful. Sir, your card. The cashier handed it back very respectfully at this time. Thank you, please help me deliver these to Thompson first class. Gu Chen thanked after taking it. Hiss. Now no one doubted Gu Chen anymore. Even the store manager's eyes were sparkling. Many women in the store looked at Guchen with shining eyes, like hungry wolves seeing a lamb. But they quickly looked away. With Guchen's conditions, they had no hope at all. He was young, rich, and good-looking, but they could not rely on him. But they seemed to remember something and turned to look at Xiaoya beside them with envy and jealousy. Because she had a keen eye for talent and did not look down on Guchen, so this time, she directly became the sales champion of this month and received a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. Xiaoya also reacted at this time, her face flushed, obviously excited. By the way, it will be delivered in 2 hours. Then Guchen mentioned that he hadn't gone to see the house yet, and it would be embarrassing if the access control said there was no one like him. Yes. Don't worry. The manager responded respectfully. She thought it would take more than 2 hours for Guchen to return home. Welcome to visit us next time. Then the store manager and everyone else shouted at the door. Guchen was really in high spirits at that scene, and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. The shopping guides in other stores naturally knew that Guchen must have spent a lot, and they were all very envious of Armani. Next he had to go look at watches. He remembered that Patek Philippe's mainland store was here, but not on this floor. He went directly to the top floor as instructed. Chapter 7, Guchen, the spender of money. There was nearly 4 million left on the shopping card, which he couldn't waste. He had always liked watches, so now was a good opportunity to buy them together. The saying poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches is not just a saying. As soon as you reach the top floor, you will see the Patek Philippe store. Guchen walked in directly, and as soon as he reached the door, the waitress came to greet him. Hello sir, welcome to Patek Philippe, how can I help you? The right smile makes people happy. Guchen was no exception. The fatigue brought by shopping just now immediately disappeared a little, and he also smiled and said, check the watch. Okay. This way please, sir? The waitress smiled even brighter when she heard this. I wonder if you have ever purchased it before. Have. Can you please tell me your name? It will be convenient for me to look it up. Originally, the waitress just asked casually, but she didn't expect Guchen to really have it, and she became even more energetic. Patek Philippe is different from other brands. Some watches here have many restrictions and cannot be bought just by having money. As a representative of the watch industry, it is even more difficult to get one. When several people buy the same watch, as their members, you naturally have the right of priority purchase. Guchen also knew these, so he smiled and said, Guchen. Okay. Please come over here and take a look first. The waitress said sweetly. Okay. Guchen had the same idea, so he readily agreed. Afterwards, Guchen came to the exhibition area alone, looking at the exquisitely shaped and dazzling watches. After admiring them for a long time, he remembered that his budget was only nearly 4 million, so he set his sights on the area below 4 million. 4 million may sound like a lot, but in fact, compared to these names, it is really nothing. Then he looked at them carefully and saw one that was very much in line with his aesthetic taste. Just at this moment the waitress came over. Mr. Gu, as a junior member of my store, how can I help you? Said respectfully to Guchen. Although it is only a junior membership, it is not something that ordinary people can have. Without tens of millions of assets, one cannot meet the requirements for Patek Philippe junior membership. Can you please take out this watch for me? Okay. After the waiter took out the watch, he handed it to Guchen and began to introduce it very professionally. This is a super complex function watch from the chronograph series. Model number is Cal 240 Luke LC, the movement diameter is 38 mm, the thickness is 6.81 mm, and the number of jewels is 45. Okay, that's it. You should have some in stock. Some. The waitress was stunned for a moment, as she had never seen such a generous customer. Then she reacted and answered happily. After all, this is her client. As long as the deal is done, her commission will be more than 100,000. Oh, and that one, pack it for me too. Guchen walked to another booth and spoke. Boom! Suddenly she was hit by a strong smell of money, and she felt dizzy while packing for Guchen. At this time, Guchen directly put it on his wrist. Suddenly, the mechanical touch and exquisite appearance made Guchen very satisfied. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. He had seen the price of this watch before, more than 2.8 million, and he would never even think about buying it in the past. Then he went straight to the front desk, looked at the waitress who had been waiting there, and smiled. Swiped the card. Then he handed over the shopping card. The front desk clerk took it and inserted it into the card machine. "Mr. Gu, could you please enter your password?" the lady at the front desk reminded. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen entered his password directly. Drop. With the sound of the card swipe machine, a receipt was directly printed out. The waitress who had received Gu Chen before was instantly ecstatic. This month's performance exceeded the target and the commission was nearly 200,000 yuan. "I finally had the money to buy the bag I had been coveting for a long time. Mr. Gu, please keep it." It was the front desk who reacted and handed the card and another watch to Gu Chen. At the same time, she was extremely envious of the waitress. "Thanks." Then Gu Chen nodded. "By the way, sir, we will give you 2 watch straps from the same series." At this time, the waitress also reacted and said excitedly. Gu Chen nodded, took the things, and turned to leave. The 2 waitresses looked at him with great interest. "This gentleman is so handsome. She's prettier than a celebrity? And she's rich. Are you feeling amorous, little girl? You too." The 2 joked with each other. But they knew clearly that after today, they might not have the chance to see Gu Chen again. As the largest live streaming platform on the entire internet, Huyu platform has first-class popularity and traffic. Xiaoqiao Lushui, a mid-level anchor on the Huyu platform. With nearly 200,000 fans, she is only slightly pretty. It is unlikely that she will become popular among internet celebrities with this appearance. This is indeed the case. She had been live streaming for more than a year, but she was always half dead until 3 months ago. By chance, she came into contact with like-minded people who advocated feminist ideas online. They were all feminist activists who criticized men from a female perspective and for the greater good. When she saw these remarks, she instantly felt that she had found her organization. They then used this banner to advocate for women's freedom to be single. Why is it that there isn't a single good man in this society? This society should be dominated by women and so on. It attracted a large number of online women who were poisoned by this ideology. As she gradually became famous on the internet, she worked harder. She is even more relentless in her criticism of men, so every time she does a live broadcast, more than half of her fans are women. The benefit this result brought her was that many women's products sent her private messages asking her to endorse and sell their products. She could collect commissions from this, which made her earn enough money. The last time she endorsed a certain underwear brand, after she promoted it a lot, the sales skyrocketed and she made a lot of money. A while ago, another brand asked her to be its spokesperson, which was in Yuan Mall. Today, she happened to come here to promote the brand. So, she turned on the live broadcast as soon as she arrived here. "Hello everyone, I am Xiaoqiao Lushui. I am now at the legendary check-in spot for internet celebrities, the famous luxury shopping paradise in Huahai City, Yuan Mall. If you want to know whether a man loves you or not, just let him bring you here and give it a try." Xiaoqiao Lushui spoke seriously to the live broadcast room. "Sister Qiao is awesome. Woo Sister Qiao is so right, those who spend money on you may not love you, but those who are reluctant to spend money on you definitely don't like you. Yes, when my husband comes back, I'll ask him to bring me here. Okay, now I'll take you to interview the passers-by here and see how they answer." Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, she felt very proud. "I have already set the pace myself, and now it's a good time to find a passerby to interview and improve my own personality." Using the perfume that she endorses as the theme is a perfect introduction, which not only completes the merchant's task, but also attracts popularity. However, the interview subject needs to be carefully selected. At this time, Gu Chen came out of the elevator. The small bridge and flowing water are eye-catching. This appearance is comparable to that of a celebrity. He is a perfect person to be interviewed. She knows her fans very well. They are just a bunch of losers with unrealistic fantasies. Although they talk about being single all day long, in fact, they are all hungrier than each other. When a handsome man like this appears in front of them, each one of them will be more attractive than the other. There is no doubt that it will definitely increase the popularity of her live broadcast room. Moreover, she can also hint to the handsome guy to follow her script. You can reap some benefits yourself. At this time, she could even see countless banknotes waving at her under the small bridge and flowing water. "Brothers and sisters, let Xiaoqiao lead everyone to interview our lucky audience today." Then he said something to the live broadcast room and quickly walked up to him. Chapter 8, A Man's Mouth is a Lie. As the anchor moved and the camera was aimed at Gu Chen, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. "Wow! What a handsome boy. Is this the lucky audience member the anchor mentioned? I love it. I want all the information about this little brother within 3 minutes. Host, please help me ask this little brother if he has a girlfriend. Tipping him is not a problem. The anchor finally did something good today. Hurry up, anchor. Otherwise, I will unfollow you. The entire screen was instantly filled with barrages of comments, and the host was instantly overjoyed. It seemed that the handsome guy's lethality was even greater than she had imagined. Okay, don't worry, the host will be there soon. As soon as Guchun walked out of the elevator, he immediately saw a young lady walking towards him. And seeing how she was holding the selfie stick, Guchun understood. This should be an outdoor anchor. Hello, little brother, I am a small anchor on the Huyu platform. Can I interview you? Xiaoqiao Lushui asked Guchen. Upon hearing this, Guchen did not refuse. This was not a difficult task for him. Then he nodded, okay. This answer did not surprise Xiaoqiao Lushui. Because as men, they generally will not refuse women's requests, as long as they are reasonable. People of the same sex repel each other, and most of those who reject someone are women. Looking at the gifts flying up on the barrage because of his interview with Guchen, Xiaoqiao Lushui was overjoyed and felt that the decision he made was extremely wise. Xiaoqiao Lushui asked, little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Guchen, no. Xiaoqiao Lushui said to the live broadcast room, did you hear that? This little brother doesn't have it? If anyone likes it, please act fast. Wow. Such a handsome guy doesn't have a girlfriend. This is unforgivable. I've decided. From now on, this guy is my husband. There was a fart upstairs. It was my husband. Is this Guan Yuan Mo? Sister Xiaoqiao, here I come. Stop it upstairs. Let me do it. Looking at the crazy screen licking in the live broadcast room, it was a pity that Guchen didn't see it all. Xiaoqiao Lushui, generally speaking, if a girl wants a bag, should a boy buy it for her? Guchen didn't even think about this question. Guchen, if the two are a couple and the price is acceptable, I think most boys will not refuse. Hearing this answer, Xiaoqiao Liushui's eyes lit up, and he continued, does that mean that little brother also agrees to buy it? She began to nitpick on the words and secretly set the pace. Guchen didn't think too much and nodded directly, yeah. Wow. This little brother is so considerate. It will be very happy to be this little brother's girlfriend. He's handsome, has a positive outlook, I'm a fan. Stop talking, I'm almost there, the position hasn't changed yet. As Guchen nodded, the live broadcast room almost got stuck, and all kinds of barrages flew up. Obviously, the women in the live broadcast room were very satisfied with Guchen's decision. This group of feminist losers took off immediately, and even their male idols agreed with their ideas. Very good. Xiaoqiao Lushui saw that Guchen had begun to follow her script, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned up. Brother, are you willing to spend 1 or several months' income to buy a bag for your girlfriend? She could already foresee that the young man would definitely say yes. After all, men all love to save face, not to mention doing it in front of so many women in the live broadcast room. It's just talk, everyone can do it, but I'm not asking him to really buy it. After interviewing countless people, she has long grasped the psychology of these passers-by. This is her script, which is always successful, and one thing leads to another. Taking advantage of this mentality, she rarely made mistakes during live broadcasts, so she was smiling when she was waiting for Guchen to answer. No. Well, my brother's girlfriend is so lucky, what? After listening to Guchen's words, Xiaoqiao Lushui praised him subconsciously, but suddenly realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped talking. Her eyes widened, thinking she had heard wrongly. Guchen repeated, I don't want to. The small bridge and flowing water are full of question marks. Bro, why don't you play by the rules? Or did you get the wrong script? Weren't you willing to do so before? Why did you change your mind now? Little brother, how should I respond to this? Are you still allowing people to bring goods? Good man, I never fail, but today I failed because of you. In an instant, the comments in the live broadcast room completely reversed. Humph. I misjudged you. As expected, men's words can deceive people. You can't even afford to buy a bag for your girlfriend, you deserve to be single. Bah! Scumbag! You have a face for nothing. I just got off the bus and turned around and got back on the bus when I heard this. It was all a barrage of insults, but of course there were people who criticized it and people who praised it. Brother, well done. That's all I can say. Yes, these people are really spoiled by them. It turns out that we have wronged our brothers. Seeing this, Xiaoqiao Liushui's eyelids twitched wildly. This young man was really a little difficult for her to deal with. My dear brother, weren't you in favor of this just now? Why are you unwilling now? The water under the bridge became faster and started to save the situation. When did I agree? Gu Chen rolled his eyes. Small bridge and flowing water. 666, Big Brother, you are indeed a role model for our generation. Some of the black fans in the live broadcast room became very angry and started to speak crazily after hearing the words. Little brother. Xiaoqiao Lushui felt like she was going crazy. She even thought that she didn't check the almanac before going out today. Well, I said before that the price is within my acceptable range, but I certainly don't want to spend a month or even several months' salary just to buy a bag. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoqiao Lushui was shocked. This. How should she respond to this? She can now prove that she had a live broadcast failure today. However, we have to save it no matter what. Just when he opened his mouth and wanted to speak, Gu Chen spoke again. Surely there's another reason? Hearing this, Xiaoqiao Lushui subconsciously asked, what's the reason? She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking, fearing that Gu Chen would say something vicious again. I want to see what kind of woman can make me spend tens of millions to buy a bag? Gu Chen said lightly. He calculated in his mind that with his office building earning nearly 100 million yuan in rent a year, he would have to pay at least several million yuan a month, and for several months that would definitely be tens of millions. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Chen opened his mouth, the small bridge and flowing water felt broken. I was speechless. At this time, the live broadcast room where Gu Chen's voice was heard was filled with barrages of comments. Fuck! A tycoon with a monthly income of tens of millions suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Sister Xiaoqiao, you met a rich second generation. Rich ass. This guy is definitely bragging. All his clothes are cheap goods. His watch is obviously a replica. How can he make tens of millions a month? 666, man, I admire your serious nonsense. Are all men nowadays so full of lies? Sure enough, in the end, we women have to bear it alone. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was filled with disbelief. Ahem, little brother, are you saying that your monthly income is over 10 million? Gu Chen nodded, almost. Make sure it's the bottom line. The rent alone is several million a month. Not to mention the variant Taba. He finally realized that he had met the legendary female boxing anchor. In this case, he doesn't mind being slapped in the face. Generally speaking, he wouldn't be so high profile. A 10 million guarantee? Brother, let's just forget about this. The more you talk, the more exaggerated it becomes. Looking at Xiaoqiao Liushui's expression, Gu Chen knew that she didn't believe it. However, he was too lazy to explain. At this moment, Xiaoqiao Liushui only felt that Gu Chen was a hypocritical man who told lies all the time, and it was really a waste of this appearance. Then he sarcastically said, then I wonder what kind of job does this little brother do? Delivery. Small bridge and flowing water. Hey, why don't you blow it anymore, little brother? Puff. It turns out that brother is the legendary all-powerful delivery boy. Yes. Maybe what the anchor said is true. How can you question our country's most mysterious team? You guys above are idiots. If what this guy said is true, I will stand upside down and eat shit. Here comes another one who's trying to get food and drinks for free. As the interview progressed, Xiaoqiao Lushui had not expected that her live broadcast room was so popular at this time. Any questions? At this time, Gu Chen was too lazy to argue with the other party, it was a pure waste of his time. Xiaoqiao Lushui didn't dare to ask any further after hearing that. Who knew what the young man in front of her would say? At the same time, she knew that her live broadcast room was so popular because of this young man. Then he shook his head and said, no more, little brother, this interview ends here, thank you for your cooperation. It's okay. Gu Chen smiled. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and he took it out from his trouser pocket. Coincidentally, the 2 notes in his pocket also fell out. Gu Chen didn't notice it. I pressed the open button and found it was just an advertisement. He then turned off the screen and walked away. This guy is really thick-skinned. What a boast! Are all little brothers like this nowadays? Alas! It turns out that only we women are the most reliable. Looking at the news on the screen, Xiao Lushui was excited at the moment. Although she was not allowed to wear it, her fame increased a lot. I received a lot of gifts at the beginning, and overall, it was not a loss. And just at this moment, when she lowered her head, she found a note dropped where Gu Chen had stood before. His eyes rolled and he said to the live studio, "Brothers and sisters, did you see this? This should be what the young man we just interviewed dropped. Let's take a look at what it is." As soon as she said this, the live broadcast room was attracted by her words. "This should be a consumption receipt. Then why are you so slow? Hurry up and pick it up and take a look. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's take a look at the daily consumption of this big shot who earns tens of millions a month, so that we can broaden our horizons." Today's hot search: a mysterious rich second generation earns tens of millions a month, but spends only $100 in the mall. Hurry up and open it, I can't wait to know what's inside. I'm keeping you in suspense and unfollowing you. Chapter 9: The Simple Life of the Boss. Seeing that all the comments on the live broadcast were asking people to open it and take a look, Xiao Lushui no longer hesitated. She bent down to pick up the note, and even unfolded it and placed it directly in front of the camera so that her fans could see the contents first. When everyone saw the amount on the bill, the entire live broadcast room fell silent instantly. Xiao Lushui looked at the quiet screen and was slightly curious. He glanced at it, was stunned for a moment, and then uttered the classic words that all Chinese people are familiar with: fuck. Then her words seemed to open some kind of mechanism. The entire screen was filled with the same voice: fuck. At this moment, Ziokai Eliashwi's live broadcast room ushered in her peak moment. That string of numbers is irresistible. How many zeros are there? The anchor then found the second receipt and moved it to the top. At this time, the live broadcast room was boiling again. This is another series of numbers. What a slap in the face, what a slap in the face. I thought he was just showing off, but I didn't expect he was really awesome. Boss, this is the real boss. More than 3 million. What did this guy buy? Didn't you read the words on it? Patek Philippe. Yes, that guy is wearing a Patek Philippe. I thought it was a replica. I didn't expect it to be real. Is anyone I interview a big shot? This is indeed a paradise for the rich. So jealous. I said that guy was no ordinary guy, but I didn't expect it to be true. I calculated, the two bills total over 5 million, which means they spent over 5 million today. At this time, the comments in the barrage immediately reversed. The reason why they ridiculed Gu Chen before was that they thought he was bragging. But now I realize that they have been telling the truth all along. The host's mouth twitched and he felt extremely regretful. She had noticed the watch on Gu Chen's hand a long time ago, but she thought it was a cheap product. Forgive her for not knowing what Patek Philippe was. She had only heard of it but had never seen it. She felt like she had missed an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. The expression on his face began to show some seriousness at this moment. Ha, look at the anchor, I regret it so much. The expression on that face could be made into an animated video. Ha ha ha, host, you missed a chance to marry into a wealthy family. And you didn't even ask for their contact information. You're really a role model for our generation. Xiao Lushui regretted even more after seeing the barrage. Ah. I just left the mall and came here right now. I want to find my little brother. Don't even think about it, I'm already at the mall. Only a handsome and rich hungry guy like this is worthy of me. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this, Xiao Lushui raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? Even if it's me who's going to be the next in line, it should be me. How can you, a bunch of clowns, have a chance to take on this task? She also turned around and ran away at this time. What a joke. How could she let such a handsome rich second-generation guy slip away from her hands? Besides, maybe he will just happen to like me? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to be a rich wife? What other products should I bring? What kind of live broadcast should I start? How much money can I make? Day. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor echoed in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Gu Chen didn't know about all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Just when I was about to calculate the spending on my shopping card, I reached out and touched it. Hey! Where's my bill? Lost it? It didn't matter anyway. He calculated and it seemed that there wasn't much money left in the shopping cart, and it seemed that he didn't need to buy anything. So I decided to leave. The anchor Xiao Lushui just happened to find Gu Chen at this time, but discovered that he seemed to be leaving. How could this be possible? Quickly chased after him. In the end, she was still a step too late. When she came out, she just saw Gu Chen getting into a taxi, and the live camera was facing this scene. 666, a big shot with a monthly income of tens of millions actually takes a taxi. Is this the simple and unpretentious life of a big shot? Sure enough, rich people are very low-key. Ah. I just arrived at the mall, why is the little brother gone? He wears a $1 million watch, spends millions a day, but takes a taxi that costs tens of dollars. Is this the daily life of the second-generation rich? My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch, and I said that the only difference between me and the rich is a taxi. Ha, the people upstairs are overthinking. At this time, people in the live broadcast room were talking and chatting. After all, apart from watching the show, they had no relationship with the rich man. Some people even posted this incident on a certain audio or video platform. A wealthy man suddenly appeared in Yuan Mall, spending 5 million a day, but he left in a taxi. It became a hot topic as soon as it was released, with nearly 1 million views and comments. Gu Chen accidentally became famous. Gu Chen returned to his rented house. This was rented by Gu Chen and several colleagues, but now that he has a house, he doesn't need to rent anymore, and it seems that he doesn't need to be a delivery man anymore. After all, I delivered food just to make more money, and now I don't need to work so hard. But it seems that I don't have anything to bring. I have already bought a lot of clothes, and there seems to be no shortage of furniture in Tangcheniping, so I can just pack my bags and move in. Therefore, after Gu Chen packed up his personal belongings, he only had one suitcase to complete the task. Looking at the place where he had lived for more than a year, Gu Chen found that he was still a little reluctant to leave. However, he is destined not to belong here, even without the mutated Taba. Open the phone's address book, find the delivery manager's phone number, and dial it directly. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello? Hello, Brother Zhang, it's me, Gu Chen. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Chen smiled. It's you. Why are you calling me? I heard that you took a day off today. Is there something wrong? Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then a heroic voice came out. Brother Zhang, I'm here to resign today. Gu Chen hesitated for a moment, then said happily. What Gu Chen didn't expect was that Manager Zhang didn't say anything to keep him after hearing what he said. It seems that you have overcome your difficulties. I have known for a long time that you are not an ordinary person and you will not stay here for long. A dragon stranded on the beach is still a dragon after all. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. Ha, Gu Chen, I agree with your resignation application, so I won't delay you any longer. But before you leave, how about we get together and see you off? Manager Zhang was silent for a moment, then spoke loudly, his tone full of emotion. Gu Chen was moved by what he heard. He had received a lot of help from the other party in the past year, so he agreed without thinking, no problem, but I'll treat you to this meal. He has a good relationship with several colleagues, so it would be nice for them to get together before leaving. Okay. Then it's settled. Let's do it tonight. We'll go to the old place after they get off work. Good. Gu Chen readily agreed. Gu Chen was very familiar with the old place that Manager Zhang mentioned, even though it was a food stall where they often had dinner together. Then the two talked a few more words and hung up the phone. He also sent a message to the WeChat group of colleagues with whom they ended up living. My buddy quit today, we'll be at the same place tonight. Click send. The group instantly became lively. Shit, today isn't April Fool's Day, Xiaoqinzi, your joke isn't funny. Hey man, Xiaoqinzi, what happened? This is the first time I see you asking for leave. Yes. Tell us if you have any difficulties, and we will definitely help if we can. Looking at the 3 messages that were replied in seconds, Gu Chen was deeply moved. Although they were all at the bottom of society, they were definitely not vague. It's okay. When I become rich, I will never forget you sons. It's touching, but you have to take advantage of others. Crawl for me, you son of a bitch. Xiaoqinzi, how do you talk to your daddy? That's right, I haven't seen you for a day, so you need to clean up? Several people replied instantly, but they also knew that Gu Chen was really leaving. They felt a little sad for a moment. After all, they had lived together for more than a year. Stop talking, I'll see you tonight. See you tonight. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Then he closed the door and walked downstairs. Gu Chen directly stopped a taxi and reported his location. Brother, Thompson First Class on Binjiang Road. Okay. The driver was probably in his 30s, quite young, and it was obvious that he was not one to sit idle. As soon as Gu Chen sat down, he immediately started to ask. Speaking of which, buddy, are you moving all these bags to a new place? Right. Gu Chen nodded. He discovered that all taxi drivers were very talkative. Don't tell me you got Thompson first grade? Yes. Gu Chen admitted it directly. The master was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. Dude, your joke is not funny at all. Gu Chen was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. In this world, why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? I have been awarded the 3 Good Students Award since I was a child, and I am the future successor of socialism. But I'm too lazy to explain. The topic ended and the car fell into silence for a while, with only the buzzing sound of the car engine. However, the taxi driver was obviously not a quiet person and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't speak for a while. Just then, when he was waiting for the traffic light, he glanced and happened to see the watch on Gu Chen's left wrist. His eyes immediately lit up and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Dude, you like watches too? Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at the watch on his wrist and nodded. Not bad. What a coincidence. I like watches, too. But your watch looks really nice. How much is it? I want to buy one too. The taxi driver continued to nag. Chapter 10. Are all the rich people nowadays so good at having fun? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled faintly and said, Brother, it's not that I despise you, but you really can't afford it. Of course, he wouldn't say that. It's not expensive, just over 2 million. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet, and the taxi driver looked at Gu Chen several times in succession. Then he slowly said, Brother, this is meaningless. I know many watches worth millions, but I have never seen this one. Gu Chen was too lazy to explain, and smiled slightly. It's just a joke, don't mind, I'll make a high imitation right now. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the taxi driver showed a long-lost smile, with an expression that said, I knew it. It's true. Man, I'm not exaggerating, there really is no watch I don't recognize. Gu Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he didn't want to break it. Oh? Master is so powerful? The taxi driver's face was filled with a proud smile. Of course. To be honest, I have 3 major hobbies in my life: women's watches and luxury cars. Even though I'm a taxi driver, I usually pay attention to a lot of information about watches. There is no watch that I can't recognize at a glance, whether it's a high-end imitation or the real thing, I can get it easily. Gu Chen could see that the taxi driver really liked to brag. In his eyes, he was just a younger brother, the younger of the younger brothers. Can you help me take a look? This is a gift from a friend of mine, and I don't know much about watches, so I don't know which brand it is a replica of. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he suppressed his smile and stretched out his wrist. The taxi driver took a look, was stunned, and then raised his eyebrows. This? It's a high-end replica of Seagull. Yes, anyone who knows watches knows this. The cheap ones cost 1 or 2,000, and the expensive ones cost tens of thousands. Oh, it's a Seagull. No wonder I've never seen one before. Brother, you are really knowledgeable. I admire you. It's okay, it's okay. You just need to learn more about it. Here I recommend a host who specializes in explaining watches. Your watch is too good looking. It must be a high-end imitation. The price should be around 500 or 600 yuan. That's about it. Gu Chen suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that you learned the watch-watching technique from the anchor. No wonder. The taxi driver thought that Gu Chen was convinced by him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Sure enough, he guessed right. He had observed Gu Chen's clothes before and they were all popular brands, so his financial situation should be average, and his friends were not much better. That's why he guessed 5 or 600. Then he felt dizzy and stretched out his left hand, revealing the watch on his wrist. Gu Chen glanced and knew what his master meant. Come on, buddy. It's rare to meet someone who likes watches. Look at mine, Longines. How is it? Not bad, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen cooperated with the master and said, Wow. Longines. I heard that any model costs tens of thousands. Haha, not bad. The taxi driver was very satisfied with Gu Chen's reaction. $15,000 to be exact. Gu Chen said enviously, "Brother is quite rich." Hearing this, the taxi driver was very proud. He liked the feeling of being praised. Fortunately, I don't have any hobbies and I can't afford a supercar, so I can only indulge in luxury watches. So, it took me 3 years to save enough money to buy it. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was very impressed and gave a thumbs up. It's really good for a person to have such perseverance. It's nothing, as long as you have a dream, you will definitely be able to afford it in the future. Gu Chen nodded seriously after hearing this, yes. But this dream is difficult to realize. Naturally, he is also somewhat concerned about the Longines brand, which is a very advanced mid-range brand. No. As long as you have a dream, you can do it. The taxi driver misunderstood what Gu Chen said. Yes, thank you. In fact, what Gu Chen wanted to say was that he was wearing a watch worth 2 million, and it would get better in the future, so why should he wear a watch worth tens of thousands? It's just that he kept these words to himself and didn't say them out loud, otherwise the other party would think he was showing off again. Later on the way, it was basically the taxi driver who talked, and Gu Chen listened, which was quite interesting. Gu Chen found it very interesting, he had experienced this before. When nothing happens at home, I usually drive myself or hire a driver. When something happens at home, I am reluctant to take a taxi. Soon, we arrived at Binjiang Road. Dude, where should I park? It's at Thompson First Class. Gu Chen looked at the taxi driver's puzzled eyes and explained, "That's right, buddy, just drive there." The taxi driver then didn't say anything else and drove to the destination as instructed. To be honest, he has never been here. Have you ever seen a resident of Thompson Epine come here by taxi? No wonder the taxi driver was suspicious. The taxi drove all the way to the gate of Thompson First Class and then stopped. Dude, we're here, but I can't get in there. Although I don't know why Gu Chen must come here, I still drove here as he said. The taxi driver looked at the luxury cars passing by, and the envy in his eyes turned into reality. Looking at the legendary mansion inside, my heart was filled with infinite yearning, and even my chattering mouth shut quietly. Gu Chen grinned when he heard this, and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you buddy, how much is it?" Hearing the sound, the taxi driver reacted. 30. Gu Chen, who had already scanned the code, paused, "So little? I remember I spent more than 100 last time I came here?" Hearing this, the taxi driver smiled and said, "Buddy, I think you're pretty good on this journey. Although you like to brag a little, it's rare to meet a like-minded watch lover. I won't charge you more, just a little gas money as a token of my appreciation." Hearing this, Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "How can this be possible? Come on, brother, let's put it this way." The taxi drivers he met these past 2 days either gave him the taxi for free or only charged him for the gas. He used to often hear that certain drivers took detours to make money. Are they all lies? Then the taxi driver said sternly, "I say yes, it's fine. I don't go to work and come out to pick up passengers just to be able to do whatever I want, buddy, you know." Gu Chen felt that what he said made sense. Ever since his Taobao mutated, his luck seemed to have really improved. Looking at the taxi driver's attitude, Gu Chen had no choice but to turn around. The taxi driver smiled with satisfaction after seeing it. "That's right. Buddy, if you need a taxi next time, you can find me." "Okay then, I'll leave first." "Thanks." Gu Chen smiled when he heard this, then opened the car door and took out the suitcase from the trunk, nodded to the taxi driver, and walked towards the gate of Thompson First Class. The driver was lying on the steering wheel with a look of satisfaction on his face. "Today I finally managed to put on all the things I've never put on before. The passengers I met before were either not interested or didn't understand. The watch he bought at great expense was rendered useless. But it was not easy to meet Gu Chen today." Then he turned his head and looked at Gu Chen walking directly towards Thompson Epine, and was stunned. What's going on? Does this guy really live here? The whole person instantly recovered from his lazy state, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Then, as he guessed, he saw Gu Chen carrying a school bag and dragging a box, talking to the guardroom at the Thompson First Gate. Looking at the guard's respectful look, he instantly understood that everything Gu Chen had said before was true. He really lived here, and the watch on his hand was really worth more than 2 million. Thinking of this, his face instantly turned red. If someone touched his face at this time, it would definitely be extremely hot. Oh my god. Did I get slapped in the face? Failed to show off and got fucked instead? Really? The whole person wanted to crawl into the hole. He remembered that the watch he saw on Gu Chen before was very similar to Patek Philippe. But he didn't believe at all that Gu Chen could afford it. Even if it was a replica, it would cost several thousand, so he immediately killed the idea. Unexpectedly. He simply took out his mobile phone, opened the official website of Patek Philippe, and started from the price, looking directly up from 2 million. He searched carefully one by one. He had seen Gu Chen's watch before and it was very beautiful, so the memory did not fade away for a while. Looking at the price above, his eyelids twitched wildly and he was very envious. He knew that he would never be able to own one in his lifetime. It's just 6 or 7 figures, just take a look. Suddenly, when I saw more than 2.9 million, a picture with a very handsome appearance came into view. His pupils suddenly contracted. Exactly the same. That's right, the picture of this watch is exactly the same as the one Gu Chen wore before. More than 2.9 million, not only did he not brag, he was even humble. Oh my god. Then he instantly looked at Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen happened to turn his head and look in his direction. He smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this expression, I thought of the scene with Gu Chen in the car before. The taxi driver didn't understand at this time. The other person was just watching his performance quietly without exposing it. His eyes flickered and he lowered his head to stare at the string of numbers on his phone in a daze. More than 2.9 million, and a house in Thompson first class. Damn, are all the rich people nowadays so good at having fun? The scene jumped to Gu Chen's side. Gu Chen went straight to the Thompson first class guard office and stopped. The security guard stopped Gu Chen politely, without any of the contemptuous and slapping attitude shown in the novel. There aren't so many people who look down on others in real life. Even if there are, they will definitely not appear here. After all, every household owner who lives there has a few poor relatives. Gu Chen directly stated his name and ID card, and the security guard politely asked him to wait a moment. When the security guard checked the homeowner's information on the computer, he was stunned. Chapter 11: A 500 million mansion. Thompson first class. Looking at the owner of the top-floor duplex in Thompson 1, it was the young man who got off the taxi. The security guard's expression changed from surprise to shock, and finally to disbelief. New owner. It turns out that this is the owner who bought the most luxurious home in Thompson 1. Although Tangchenipin is very famous, in fact, less than 1/3 of the houses there have been sold. Why? One word: expensive. Another reason is that the rich people who can afford it all buy villas, so who would buy a large apartment? The man in front of me, although very handsome, was dressed very ordinary. At first, the security guard thought that Gu Chen only had relatives and friends living here. I didn't expect that the price would be 500 million at once? You can't judge a book by its cover. Hello. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gu. I will collect your information and process your pass right away. The security guard was very respectful at this time. Okay, thanks. The security guard then saved the data for Gu Chen. Gu Chen was feeling a little bored while waiting, and when he turned around to look outside, he saw that the taxi driver had not left yet. He couldn't help but wonder, doesn't this guy have to go to work? At this moment, the old man was also looking here. He thought he was saying hello to him, so he smiled at his brother. By this time the security had just finished. Mr. Gu, sorry for the long wait. It's ready now. You can come and go freely from now on. Okay, thank you. By the way, there will be a delivery truck coming over to give me something. Please let it pass. Gu Chen remembered the clothes he had bought before and said to the security guard. Okay, I will inform Mr. Gu. Then Gu Chen walked directly inside. Looking at Gu Chen's back, the security guard sighed, I wonder which family this young master is from. He is really different. In his heart, he was extremely envious of Gu Chen. Although he worked as a security guard here and could come and go freely every day, nothing inside belonged to him. Entering Thompson 1, you will find a pleasing layout and top-notch gardens surrounded by mountains and water. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Even the big villa in his hometown could not compare to this place. After walking around for a while, Gu Chen enjoyed himself very much and then went straight into the hall. The magnificent and grand reception center is a must-go place for every owner when they return home. The dome ceiling, which is made of glass without steel, is directly under the blue sky and white clouds. Inside the hall, 2 rows of exquisite women in black business suits stood in line by the door. At the front was Xiao Yuan, the property manager of Thompson 1. At this moment, he was waiting here anxiously. He learned from the guard that the mysterious owner who bought their top-floor duplex mansion in Thompson 1 was about to come. They had no information about this mysterious buyer, but that didn't stop them from making a good impression. He looked at the door from time to time, and heard the security guard at the gate say that it was a very handsome young man, which made him extremely curious. At this time, Gu Chen walked in directly and was shocked when he saw the scene. Good boy. What's going on? He was obviously unaware of the commotion he had caused. When Xiao Yuan saw a handsome and unfamiliar young man walking in, he was shocked. Here he comes. Then he hurried to meet him. Mr. Gu, welcome to Thompson 1. The beautiful receptionist standing in 2 rows shouted in unison, welcome Mr. Gu to stay at Thompson Ipin. The enthusiastic service made Gu Chen realize instantly that it was to entertain him. It feels pretty good. Gu Chen's face was calm, but he was secretly very happy in his heart. It seems that the mutated Taba has already rationalized everything. Thanks. But he nodded politely. Thompson 1 has a total of 4 buildings, Building A and Building C are for sale, and Building B and Building D are for rent. Those who can live here are all well-known figures in the outside world. After all, ordinary people can't afford to live here. Big-name celebrities, business tycoons, children of wealthy families, and top wealthy people. It's all about connections. Property manager Xiao Yuan said with an honored expression, "It is our honor to serve Mr. Gu." Then he handed over a business card with both hands. Thompson Ipin will provide every owner with private butler service, available on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Gu Chen put away the business card and was taken away by the property manager himself. At this moment, the elevator on the sea floor suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman walked out on the floor. Looking at the scene in the hall, her eyes were filled with surprise and her seductive lips slightly opened. This was the scene she had seen the last time the developer of Thompson 1 came here. Miss Chu. At this time, a team leader saw the owner Chu Sini coming out and immediately stepped forward to greet her. Sister Rong, what are you doing? Chu Sini was puzzled. The king of our Thompson Ipin building was sold in full today. It's worth 500 million. So manager Xiao took the owner away. Look. He's so handsome and young. I wonder which family he is from. Sister Rong pointed at Gu Chen's leading back and said enviously. Is it the penthouse duplex? Chu Sini's face was full of surprise. Although her family is wealthy, it is a bit difficult for her to come up with 500 million in cash. You have to know that there are many rich people these days, but it is extremely rare to come up with 500 million at once. What's more, it's buying a house, so it would be fine if it was a villa. But buying a large flat? This shows that they are very powerful. It's like if you ask a millionaire to buy a car worth $800,000, he would definitely be reluctant to do so. Then Chu Sini looked towards Gu Chen's back, and just saw Gu Chen turning around to get into the elevator, and her brows immediately frowned. Eh? Suddenly a familiar feeling emerged in her heart. She always felt that this person was very familiar yet extremely strange. What is strange is that the circle in Huahai City is not that big. She had usually seen young men who could take out so much cash, but not like Gu Chen. What was familiar was that she always felt that she had seen Gu Chen before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, Sister Rong, do you know this person's name? Then he asked Sister Rong, who was standing beside him. His surname is Gu, and his name is Gu Chen. Sister Rong didn't say much, and this was not a secret. Gu Chen. Chu Sini's eyes lit up, and she finally understood why it looked so familiar. Gu Chen, a student of the Department of Economics and Management at Huahai University, was her alumnus. He entered the finals of a business negotiation event. She showed a talent for business at an early age. During her freshman year, she entered her own company to gain experience. She was known for her decisiveness, unconventionality, and wild imagination, and was invited by the school to be a judge for the event. It's funny to say that she had also heard some things about Gu Chen, a famous figure in the school. When he saw me again, he was shocked by how handsome he was. He was very bold in showing himself and trying to attract my attention. His performance at that time was also refreshing. At that time, I admired him quite a bit, not in the same way as men and women. After all, I have jumped out of the ivory tower of school and entered the society. It's just that I was so busy at that time that I gradually forgot about him. Later, she recalled that when she wanted to recruit him as her subordinate, he had already graduated and she had lost contact with him, which made her feel regretful. I didn't expect to meet you here. Why? Miss Chu, do you know Mr. Gu? Yeah. Chu Sini nodded. No wonder. Sister Rong showed an expression of understanding. She knew Chu Sini's identity, the eldest daughter of the Chu group. The people she knew must be extraordinary people. No wonder they could afford a mansion worth 500 million. By the way, Miss Chu is going out. There's a dinner party tonight. When Chu Sini said this, a wry smile suddenly appeared on her face, but it was so fleeting that Sister Rong didn't notice it. Is that so? Then we won't disturb Miss Chu. Sister Rong said enviously as she looked at Chu Sini. In her opinion, Chu Sini is simply a template for all women's lives. Chu Sini shook her head without explaining anything and walked outside. Bite. The elevator reaches the top floor. Mr. Gu, we're here. The property manager introduced. Then, under Yuan's operation, Guchen set up 3 palm print iMask access control systems, and Guchen finally saw his mansion. The bulletproof door is made of precious wood inlaid with intricate and exquisite handmade ornaments, and is decorated with dragon and phoenix patterns carved by masters, which is magnificent and majestic. There are many ways to unlock the gate, so there is no need for the property manager to help here. When Guchen owned this luxury house, the automatic artificial intelligence inside recorded Guchen's iris and fingerprints. Of course, for the safety of the owner, the key password can be unlocked. Then Guchen opened the door. The 20 square meter huge entrance hall is already very enviable. The property manager behind him was also coming in for the first time. He stared at it intently and was full of envy. Okay, Mr. Gu, if you need anything, you can call me. I'll be out first. Although he was extremely envious and wanted to stay a little longer, his reason told him that he had to leave. Yeah. Guchen nodded. After watching Yuan get on the elevator and leave, Guchen walked forward again. Entering the suite, an extremely large living room comes into view. The decoration is simple and luxurious, with a strong new modern style. The classic black and white sofa, matched with a variety of top-quality custom-made furniture, is perfectly integrated into the decoration style. How beautiful! Even though Guchen had seen the world, he was still slightly surprised at this moment. Then he inspected all the rooms. At this moment, there was only one word left in his mind: big. The top-floor duplex mansion of Tomsonipin is a large flat, divided into 2 floors. The lower floor is 600 square meters, the upper floor is 400 square meters, with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. It has everything, including large bedrooms, study, conference room, private swimming pool, private cinema, gym, wine cellar, and guest rooms. The most important thing is its location, the center of Huahai City, and it is the tallest building nearby. Guchen can have a 360-degree view of Huahai from here. Admiring all the sights of the bustling metropolis, it is said that the night view is the best place to view it. Then he went to the master bedroom and put the 2 property certificates and another watch in the backpack into the safe. After a short break, he received a call from the Armani delivery man. He then remembered that he had bought a lot of clothes in the morning, so he hurried downstairs and asked them to help him deliver them to his door, otherwise he would have to go back and forth several times. Looking at the delivery man's reserved figure, Guchen smiled. Thank you, brothers. You can look around as much as you want. The 2 Armani deliverymen were stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Guchen with great gratitude. It's not that they haven't seen the world, as they have delivered to many wealthy homes in the past. But I have never seen a house decorated so luxuriously. Even the villas cannot compare to it. After getting Guchen's permission, the 2 of them feasted their eyes to their heart's content. Half an hour later, they said goodbye to Guchen and left with satisfaction. Now they have a lot of material to show off and brag when they go back, and they feel even more flattered by the envious eyes of other colleagues. Guchen went to the community supermarket and bought some daily necessities. He was busy until the evening, when Guchen finally sat on the sofa on the balcony and admired the entire Huahai night view. The lights are bright and the tall buildings are standing in rows, like a giant steel beast. Looking at the Huangpu River flowing with wealth under his feet, the colorful neon lights flashing, and facing the evening breeze, Guchen's mind is completely empty at this moment. All the bitterness of this year disappeared, and was replaced by great enthusiasm. At this moment, the entire Huahai is under my feet. After watching for about 10 minutes, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 12I. Gu Chen. Unemployed vagrant. He came to his senses, took out his cell phone and saw that it was the takeaway manager. Broken. Only then did Gu Chen remember that he had an appointment in the evening. Hello? Brother Zhang? He picked up the phone immediately. He was too busy this afternoon. Where are you, kid? You're the only one missing. I'm so sorry, I just moved and forgot about it. It's my fault, Brother Zhang. You guys order first, I'll be right there. Okay then, be careful. Good. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. He hurried out of the house, and under the respectful gaze of the security guard, he hailed a taxi and drove away. The two security guards were the same two from noon. Looking at Gu Chen's skillful waving movements, they looked at each other and could see that the other was speechless. You are a billionaire, but you always take a taxi when you go out. You have a really weird personality and your habits are really unique. Gu Chen, who was anxious to keep the appointment, didn't know that in the eyes of the security guard, he had become a wealthy man with a special hobby. Fortunately, this place was not far from where he was gathering, otherwise, by the time he got there, everyone would have probably already eaten their fill. Half an hour later, Gu Chen scanned the code and got off the car. Looking at the very busy street, the fragrance was overwhelming. After being busy for an afternoon, Gu Chen's stomach rumbled. Then he walked skillfully to a dining table, looked at everyone with an apologetic smile, and after he punished himself with 3 cups in a row, everyone let him go. Afterwards, they started drinking and talked about all kinds of topics. Knowing that they and Gu Chen would be from 2 different worlds from now on, everyone was in high spirits. Gu Chen accepted everyone who came, and the farewell meal made them feel like they were parting forever. But Gu Chen did not forget to pay the bill, and they drank until nearly 10 o'clock before leaving. Only the takeaway manager and Gu Chen were still conscious. They breathed a sigh of relief after carrying several people into the car. Gu Chen. You can come to us for drinks later. Yes. Brother Zhang. Thank you for taking care of me this year. It's no big deal. I'll take them away first. Good. Gu Chen watched the taxi leave and suddenly sat down on a chair at the bus stop next to him. Although he could drink, he couldn't withstand the attacks of everyone. Although he won the drinking contest, he was also almost drunk. After resting for a while, he stood up unsteadily and walked forward. At this moment, at the door of a high-end private restaurant, a man and a woman were pulling each other, seemingly arguing about something. Cindy, think carefully. If you leave today, the cooperation between our 2 families will come to an end. One of the men in formal attire spoke in a threatening tone. The other one was Chu Cindy. Her beautiful eyes showed extreme anger. She didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. Fong Tianqi. Don't go too far. Her beautiful face turned pale with anger. What's wrong with that? I just wanted to invite you to a nightclub for a drink, but I didn't expect you to not give me any face. If that's the case, what's the point of our 2 companies cooperating? The man in formal attire looked nonchalant. Humph. Don't you know what you are thinking? Let me tell you, if you want to threaten me, Chu Cindy, with this, you are totally wrong. Chu Cindy regained her usual composure at this time, then turned and left. The man in formal attire's face darkened at this moment. When he saw Chu Cindy's seductive back, a flash of desire flashed across his eyes. Then followed. Underground parking lot. As soon as Chu Cindy got into the car, the man in formal attire chased after her. Cindy, don't be like this. I was rude just now. I apologize. I just wanted to buy you a drink. I don't mean anything else. But Chu Cindy didn't give him any chance and the car drove out without stopping. Cindy. Chu Cindy. He looked at the rear of the car and shouted twice in succession, and the sound echoed in the huge parking lot. Okay. You forced me to do this. Bitch. One day, I will smash your pride to pieces, said the man in formal attire viciously. Of course Chu Cindy didn't know all this, and even if she knew she wouldn't care. At this moment, she was also feeling annoyed. Although she knew that it was extremely difficult for a woman in the workplace, she did not give up. But she didn't expect that such a disgusting thing would happen. Her company is engaged in product research and development and processing. Some time ago, she worked hard to win a large international order. The other party asked her to complete it within 2 months. She agreed at once. After all, it was no pressure for her. Unexpectedly, when she met with various material suppliers to sign contracts today, the largest raw material supplier of their Chu group actually had a request, which was to have dinner with them in the evening. She thought about it and readily agreed, but she didn't expect it to be Fang Tianqi. She finally figured it out. It turned out that it was the other party who was causing trouble. After being in the business world for so long, she knows exactly what the other person is thinking. How could she accept this? At worst, she could just change her partner. After all, with the reputation of their Chu group, as long as the word got out, there would be plenty of suppliers coming to them. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, when she looked forward, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, which frightened her so much that she slammed the brakes to the bottom. Squeak! The screeching sound of brakes echoed on the road. Finally, the car stopped dozens of meters away from the figure. Ha! She relaxed for a moment, then became angry. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of death? He opened the car door and started cursing at the figure. Gu Chen's eyes were full of stars at this moment. Suddenly, he heard someone talking loudly behind him and turned around. He saw countless shadows flashing before his eyes, and then he fell down. He also faintly heard a pleasant female voice and then lost consciousness. Gu Chen? Hey, are you okay? When Gu Chen turned around, Xu Xini recognized Gu Chen. Seeing Gu Chen fall down again, she hurried to Gu Chen's side and smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. Seeing that Gu Chen was drunk, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you drink so much? He asked subconsciously. Obviously, Gu Chen couldn't answer it. Then she used all her strength to move Gu Chen to the car, intending to take him to the hotel. However, since neither of them brought their ID cards, they gave up. But she couldn't enter Gu Chen's house, so she had no choice but to take Gu Chen back home. The next day. Hiss. Where am I? Gu Chen rubbed his brows and said dizzily. He remembered that he seemed to be drinking with some former colleagues, but he didn't expect to get drunk in the end. He seemed to have met someone at the end, and then he didn't know what happened next. I looked around and it was obviously a guest room, but the style here was exactly the same as Thompson's. Did someone send me back yesterday? Then he got up and walked out of the room, and at a glance, everything was unfamiliar. Where is this? He was stunned for a moment. He thought he was in his own home. You're awake. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from his right. He turned his head and was stunned. I saw a woman with a great figure, about 1.7 meters tall. The oval face, phoenix eyes, and willow-shaped eyebrows are all gathered together. The whole face is exquisitely carved and perfectly and naturally integrated. She had long black hair that fell to her waist, was wearing home clothes, and was holding 2 bowls of porridge in her hands as she walked slowly towards him. She is like a fairy in a painting. What made him lose his mind was not anything else but the fact that he recognized this face. Xu Xini? What? Don't you recognize me? Xu Xini walked straight to the dining table next to her and looked at Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen's face turned red. No. You, why am I here? Xu Xini smiled and said, You really don't remember? Gu Chen shook his head, looking confused. Okay, let's eat breakfast first. We can talk while eating. Xu Xini pointed with her slender hand. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Chen sat directly opposite Xu Xini. Who did you drink with last night? You drank so much, but I didn't care about you. If I hadn't happened to pass by, you might be mining in a mine right now. Xu Xini rolled her eyes at Gu Chen and joked. Cough cough. Gu Chen was drinking porridge at this time. He suddenly heard Xu Xini say this and choked. Giggle. Xu Xini laughed without any image. Gu Chen did not expect that the legendary Xu Xini would have such a scene in private. After Gu Chen finished swallowing the porridge in his mouth, he thanked Xu Xini. Thank you for last night. If it weren't for the other party, he would have had to stay outdoors last night. It's okay. By the way, where do you work now? Or did you start your own company? Xu Xini then remembered something and asked. Chapter 13 Buy one get one free. Unemployed, just quit. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen rolled his eyes at Xu Xini and said, You're still running a company. Do you think they're all the same as you? How could he know that he was seen by Xu Xini when he checked in yesterday? Oh. Xu Xini seemed to be thinking about what she heard, then she lowered her head and drank the porridge in her hand seriously. She thought that Gu Chen was fired yesterday, so he went out to drink so much. Then the two of them fell into silence, with only the sound of drinking porridge left. Half an hour later, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. I didn't realize you were so rich, Chu Sini suddenly said. What? Gu Chen was stunned and looked up at Chu Sini's puzzled expression. You're still pretending. Thompson First Floor's King's house was purchased in full by a mysterious young man yesterday, but it caused a huge stir in Huahai City. Many people are very curious about the identity of this mysterious young man. I wonder if you know, classmate Gu. Chu Sini stared at Gu Chen with her big phoenix eyes and said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Chen was shocked. No way. Did she know? Then he met those piercing eyes and knew that the other party must know. Hey, how did you know that? Gu Chen was curious. Logically speaking, he didn't tell anyone about this matter, not to mention that the two of them hadn't been in touch for a long time. Could it be the Thompson Epine Property Management Office? That's not right. A household owner's information is kept strictly confidential. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Sini said calmly. Then why didn't I see you yesterday? Gu Chen tried hard to recall. He remembered that he had never met her. How could the great young Master Gu pay attention to a little unknown girl like me? Chu Sini pretended to be pitiful. Even she herself didn't realize that she revealed her true self when she saw Gu Chen again. Ahem, Chu, classmate Chu is joking. If even the eldest daughter of the Chu group and the IC general manager of Huahai City are unknown, then we are not as good as the ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen burst into laughter. Then the two chatted for a while until Chu Sini's phone rang. Excuse me, I have to take a call. She opened it and said to Gu Chen apologetically, then walked to the balcony in the distance. She can still distinguish between public and private. Gu Chen looked around the room boredly and found that the furniture and decoration everywhere were not as good as his own house, but this place was full of girlish style. The other side. Boss Chu, this is bad. Tian has suddenly said that the international situation is grim and raw materials are in short supply, so I'm afraid they can't supply us. Okay, I understand. Find the next one right away. We must not delay the order with Europe. Chu Sini was not surprised at all when she heard this, as she knew the other person's true face last night. Fang Tianqi, the prince of Tianhe Group, expected the other party to breach the contract. Yes. Mr. Chu, I will find the next one right away and I promise I won't be late. Okay. That's it. From now on, Tianhe will be put on the group's cooperation blacklist. At the same time, sue them for breach of contract. There was a flash of coldness in Chu Sini's eyes, and she was obviously disgusted by the Tianhe group. Did you finish the fight? Although Gu Chen didn't know what happened, he knew it was not a good thing when he saw that there was no smile on her face. Okay, thank you very much today. I'll leave first and treat you to dinner in 2 days. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Gu Chen didn't ask and then said goodbye. Well, that's a deal. Chu Sini smiled when she heard that. After returning home, Gu Chen took a shower immediately. Even he couldn't stand the smell of alcohol. Then I came to the living room, lay on the comfortable sofa and enjoyed myself. Oh right. I don't think I've opened Taobao today. I wonder what it's like today. After saying that, he opened Taobao with anticipation. It's still the familiar interface. Today's special. Big sale all over the place. Buy one, get one free. Eminia's luxurious high-end, handmade custom suits. 0.1% off at a bargain price. Patek Philippe 5003p 10% off, a loss-making price. Trade in Bugatti Veyron Devo. Looking at the three options above, he felt a toothache. Did I use up all my luck yesterday? Why are all these things happening today? But he also knew that he couldn't change it, so he could only make his choice honestly. Well, the first one is a total bust. I don't even have a job right now, why would I need a suit? I haven't worn many of the clothes I bought yesterday. The second one. Gu Chen looked at the second option and then at the one on his wrist. He suddenly felt that the one on his wrist was not so good. It was worth more than 20 million. He had only seen this watch on the official website, and even the store yesterday didn't have it. Pity. Looking at the word fold on the back, he knew that he had no chance of getting it. The third one. That goes without saying. How can I have a car? Maybe I had one before, but now. After choosing and choosing, it turns out that I can only choose the first one. The multiple choice questions directly became single choice questions. There's nothing I can do about it. It's my fault for being so poor. Then he had no choice but to choose the first one based on the principle of not wasting. Byte. Congratulations to this user for choosing a set of Zegna luxury high-end pure handmade custom suits. The original price was 220,000 yuan, and the current price is 2,200 yuan. It has been automatically deducted from the account. Congratulations to this user for acquiring 60% of the shares of Taiyu Group. Two prompt sounds rang out in succession, and Gu Chen was stunned. What is this? The gift is more expensive than the purchase? Then I was ecstatic. It was really a pleasant surprise. After he resigned yesterday, he was still thinking about what to do. He couldn't just find another job, right? That would be too cheap. Unexpectedly, he was offered a job by a company today. But it's still unclear what kind of company this is? Gu Chen muttered. At this moment, he glanced at the coffee table, where a set of unopened packing boxes and a 4A-sized document suddenly appeared. How come I didn't notice anything? He took paper 4A in his hand and saw that it was indeed a share transfer agreement. Until now, Gu Chen still feels that this mutated Taba has great powers, and can make the things he obtains appear in the world reasonably without any flaws. Then he put down the transfer agreement, opened the gift box, picked it up and opened it. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Founded in 1910, Zegna is famous at home and abroad for producing the best fabrics in the world, especially for its high-end custom suit business. Through continuous innovation by 4 generations of Zegna, from the selection of raw materials to the manufacture of products, they carefully balance the relationship between science and nature as well as craftsmanship and technology, and have achieved great success in the market. The suit is made of high-quality wool, cashmere and mohair fabrics, giving it a soft, comfortable and delicate feel. Yeah. It's worth it. It's better looking and more comfortable than any suit I've seen before. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Maybe I can wear it to the company. But first I need to find out what the Taiyu Group does. Then he opened his phone and started searching for the word Taiyu. Then a lot of news came out. The group ranked first among the top 10 raw material suppliers in Huahai Taiyu Group. The raw material harvest was poor this year, and the market value of Taiyu Group has shrunk by 20%. Take you to know the real Taiyu Group. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and clicked on the third link. Taiyu Group is one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in my country. It has been established for nearly 50 years and has a 5% international market share. The most mysterious thing is that no one knows the largest shareholder of the group. It is said that this group has a lot of backing and is controlled by the state, so its development in China has been smooth sailing. Its current market value is estimated at around 30 billion. The current headquarters is in the South District Industrial Park in Huahai City. Seeing this, Gu Chen took a breath. Doesn't that mean I'm already a billionaire now? Gu Chen estimated in his mind that he owned 60% of Taiyu Group's shares, which was equivalent to about 18 billion. Suddenly he didn't know what to say. While you are at home, wealth will come from heaven. Still extremely rich. Just when he was feeling happy, his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw an unfamiliar phone call. Could it be related to Taiyu? Thinking of this, he answered the call directly. Hello? Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came. Yes, I am, you are. Gu Chen had a clue in his mind, but he still expressed doubts. I am one of the directors of Taiyu Group. My name is Zhang Dongqiang. I am currently the general manager. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time. The rest of us shareholders would like to invite you to dinner and report on the group's work. The person on the other side immediately stated his request carefully. He couldn't figure out Gu Chen's personality and temperament, so he was a little nervous. As for how Gu Chen became the largest shareholder of their group, it was because their original mysterious shareholder suddenly sent them a notice saying that he had transferred his shares to a man named Gu Chen. The news was like a magnitude 9 earthquake to them, and the remaining shareholders held a meeting that night to discuss a solution to the problem. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find out any identity. Finally, the former chairman suddenly gave them a piece of advice: never offend Gu Chen. So they sent a representative to contact Gu Chen. Of course, all of this was arranged by the mutated Taba, and Gu Chen didn't know it either. Oh. Tomorrow. I'll go to the company and take a look. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. He also happened to go and see the company. Okay, then tomorrow I and all the shareholders will be waiting for the chairman's arrival. Jiang Dongxiang said respectfully after hearing this. As the group has absolute controlling rights, Gu Chen is naturally the undisputed chairman. Okay. See you tomorrow, President Jiang. See you tomorrow, I won't bother the chairman anymore. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone directly. Chairman? Interesting. He smiled and nodded, then lay at home for the whole day. On the other side, the general manager's office of Chu Group. Chu Xinyi sat in her own office chair with a very ugly look on her face. Standing in front of her was a woman of similar age and equally beautiful face. Chapter 14: The Crisis of Chu Group. Boss Chu, I just contacted all the top 10 raw material suppliers in Huahai City, but they all rejected us. The reason they gave was that the raw materials had been bought by Tianhe Group and it would take nearly a month to transport them from the place of origin. After listening to the assistant's report, Chu Xinyi's face turned very ugly, and he slammed the document in his hand onto the wooden table. How despicable. Boss Chu, what should we do now? With what Tianhe has done, the materials we have can only last for 3 days before we have to stop working. The assistant asked worriedly. If this had happened in the past, she would not have worried at all. At most she could have waited for other suppliers to deliver the goods. But before that, their group received a large order from abroad, with a profit of 30%. If this order is completed, their Chu Group will move to a higher level, and their status and reputation in the country will be greatly improved. Therefore, the Tianhe Group has taken advantage of the Chu family's weaknesses and is therefore fearless. What about other small suppliers in Huahai City? Chu Xinyi quickly calmed down and asked the assistant. Boss Chu, I also asked, this group of people is simply taking advantage of the situation. The price they offer is far higher than the market price. When the assistant said this, his face looked unhappy and he was very angry. Now the whole Huahai City knows that their Chu Group has received a large order, so they all want to fish in troubled waters. Hearing this, Chu Xinyi's eyes flashed coldly. Promise them that after this, I will settle accounts with them. Yes. But the raw materials for small companies like these are just a drop in the bucket. The assistant nodded in agreement, but was still worried. I'll figure out the rest. I only have one request, and that is that you can't stop working. Chu Xinyi rubbed her eyebrows at this time. Yes. The assistant couldn't bear to see Chu Xinyi's haggard face. She knew that Mr. Chu was young and the pressure he carried was something that even a man might not be able to bear. By the way, Mr. Chu, there is another group that has sufficient raw materials. The assistant suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Chu Xinyi. Chu Xinyi opened her eyes instantly, stared at the assistant, and motioned for her to continue. Taiyu Group. Although Tianhe Group used its connections to buy up all of Huahai City's raw materials, Taiyu Group is not only in Huahai, it is a nationwide supplier. As long as we convince them, our predicament will be solved. It is impossible for Tianhe Group to acquire all of Taiyu Group's raw materials. They don't have that much face, and they don't have that much financial resources. The assistant said excitedly. Yes. Chu Xinyi's eyes also lit up. She was so anxious before that she didn't think of this. Then she found the phone number of Taiyu Group's customer service department and dialed it. The assistant was also waiting quietly with hope. Hello? This is Taiyu Group's customer service department. How can I help you? The phone beeped for 2 seconds before being connected, and a pleasant, standard voice came out. Hello, I'm the general manager of Chu Group. I'd like to talk to your general manager Jiang? Chu Xinyi said directly without any nonsense. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? No. After Chu Xinyi answered, there was an awkward pause of several seconds on the other end of the phone. Then a voice of apology was heard. I'm sorry, Miss Chu, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Then can you help me convey it? Please. Chu Xinyi became anxious when she heard this. This was her only way to break the impasse. I'm sorry, Miss Chu, I may not be able to help you here. Then there was a busy tone as the phone was hung up. Chu Xinyi was also embarrassed. She didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful to her. Mr. Chu, maybe the other party thinks you are a liar. The assistant knew what Chu Sini was thinking when he saw her expression and immediately advised her. I'm fine. Even if they know, so what? They are a large national company, but what about our Chu group? I'm afraid they don't take it seriously yet. Chu Sini shook her head and smiled bitterly. She knew that their Chu group did not hold enough weight in other people's eyes, otherwise she would have directly called the general manager. No, this is the only solution for our Chu corporation. I will go to their group headquarters to meet with President Jiang in person tomorrow. Chu Sini's eyes were firm. The next morning, Gu Chen got up early, put on the custom-made suit he was rewarded with yesterday, and came to the mirror. I was very satisfied with the perfect fit. Taba had already arranged everything. Set off. Then Gu Chen walked out the door and hailed a taxi. Watching the scenery outside the window quickly recede. Maybe I should buy a car. Naturally, he also noticed the look of the security guard at the door. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, more than a year of delivery experience made him calm. The rewards of these days made him lose himself. First it was an office building, then an apartment in Tangchenipin, and then he became the chairman of a billion-dollar company, which made him forget the fact that he was a poor man. Although these assets combined can make him a billionaire, assets are assets and cash is cash, and the two are not the same concept. Sometimes he even thought about selling the office building, but as soon as this idea came to his mind, he strangled it to death. Of course, he was not in a hurry. He believed that he would be rich soon. The car had already stopped quietly on the road while his thoughts were flying away. An hour passed and the car had not traveled 5 kilometers. Master, is there such a traffic jam every day? Gu Chen looked at the speed comparable to that of an ant and asked the taxi driver curiously. Yeah. It's rush hour now. This stretch of road is the most congested. It was even congested for a whole day. I was also carrying a passenger at the time. He didn't have the same mentality as you, he was very anxious, and in the end he even got off the car and ran. The driver said with a smile. He even looked at Gu Chen with an expression of approval in his eyes. Don't be sad or anxious, great things can be expected. All right. Gu Chen didn't think so much about it. After all, he didn't need to rush. Which boss have you ever seen who was not late? Afterwards, the driver was opened up by Gu Chen, and he talked about everything from traffic jam to national affairs, which was even more talkative than the news broadcast. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only say a few perfunctory words. Gu Chen has been taking Didi for travel these days. He has discovered that all the taxi drivers are talented and speak nicely. Emergency report. A serious rear-end collision has occurred on Binjiang Road. Passengers who need to pass this road, please take a detour. The sound of traffic conditions came from the car radio. Little brother. We can't leave now. It may take at least 4 or 5 hours to deal with it. The driver said to Gu Chen immediately after hearing this. Is that so? Gu Chen also frowned when he heard this. Little brother, if you are in a hurry, you can get off here. There is a subway entrance not far ahead. The driver said kindly to Gu Chen. Although Gu Chen was not in a hurry, he didn't want to waste a few hours here. Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll get off here. How much is it? Well, let's give the starting price of 15. Then Gu Chen scanned the payment code, transferred it, and walked down. On the way, Gu Chen saw many white-collar workers in suits, who also got off the bus and walked towards the subway entrance not far away. He found it very interesting. At this time, a young man in a suit and tie came down in front of Gu Chen. The man was pulling his tie like a dog on a leash. Puff. Gu Chen laughed immediately. Ha! Buddy, are you going to work too? When this gentleman saw Gu Chen, his eyes lit up and he greeted him in a familiar manner. Well. But what you are doing? Gu Chen nodded and then asked. Hey. I'm going to work. Yesterday my mother insisted on taking me to buy a suit. It's not much, just about $10,000. I didn't expect that. I still feel so awkward. I said that I don't like wearing suits, but my mother insisted that I wear it. The man raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said nonchalantly. Especially when he mentioned tens of thousands of yuan, he glanced at Gu Chen. Forehead. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Have I encountered Versailles literature? Then he looked at the man in front of him. Dude, your suit looks pretty handsome. It probably cost a few thousand. Seeing that Guchen didn't say anything, he looked at Guchen's suit a few more times and said with a knowledgeable look. Yeah. Almost. Guchen responded in agreement. He didn't say much to this guy. After all, people won't believe you if you tell the truth. So it's better not to tell them, lest they think you are just showing off. Hey, man, let me tell you, a suit can best reflect a man's charm and status. I'm not exaggerating, look at me like this, when I get on the subway, the girls who know what's going on will definitely look at me differently. This guy is very smug at this moment. Forehead. Guchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. What did he think he could say from this gentleman's mouth? By the way, buddy, where are you going? Maybe we can go together. I'll let you see the charm of a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars. South District Industrial Park. Guchen did not hide it. What a coincidence. Man, we are really destined to meet. I am going there too. By the way, my name is Hukai. What's yours? Guchen. Let's go. Brothers, let's go together. Then the two of them walked towards the subway entrance together. Chapter 15. Embarrassed Hukai. Many companies are located in the Huahai City South District Industrial Park, so the municipal government built a subway line for it last year and named it Line 6. At this time, the subway express train heading to the industrial park was packed with white-collar workers in suits. Guchen and the new acquaintance Hukai finally squeezed in. Brother, stop pushing. Make room. Move aside. Guchen followed Hukai and heard Hukai's loud voice from time to time. When they reached the middle of the carriage, they breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect there would be so many people on the subway. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the subway. Hukai said regretfully. Guchen nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, it's too late. At this time, Hukai no longer had the idea of showing off his suit. There was no conversation along the way, until the next stop when the carriage became much emptier. At this time, two elderly people came up and instantly attracted the attention of the entire car. The two old men looked to be in their 60s and were actually wearing nice suits. Generally, elderly people of this age spend their remaining years at home enjoying their retirement and playing with their grandchildren. The two people in front of them seemed to be still busy with work, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, the two of them didn't care about the eyes of the crowd and lowered their heads to whisper from time to time. Hukai was also keeping an eye on the two old men in suits. Suddenly, he noticed that they were looking at him from time to time. His eyes lit up. Could it be that he discovered my suit worth tens of thousands? Thinking of this, he instantly became energetic. Although he stood with Guchen, he automatically ignored Guchen. Brother, did you notice that those two old men noticed that my suit was extraordinary? Hukai came up and whispered to Guchen, unable to hide the pride and excitement on his face. Forehead. Guchen also glanced over and found that the two old men were also looking at them and even nodded to Guchen. Dude, did you see that? They even said hello to me? Hukai was even happier seeing this. What do you think, buddy? I told you a good suit can definitely make you more charming. Even an old man can't resist it. Forehead. Guchen was speechless when he heard this, and even wanted to laugh. He could tell from the beginning that the suits of the two old men were not cheap and were definitely much more expensive than the one Hukai was wearing. So how could anyone like the suit Hukai was wearing, but he didn't expose him either? So, you recognized the suit I was wearing? Guchen guessed in his heart. Guchen. They are coming over. At this time, Guchen heard Hukai's exclamation, looked up, and sure enough, they were walking towards him. Then he looked at Hukai's excited expression, and suddenly a playful idea flashed through his mind. He was very much looking forward to seeing Hukai's expression when the other party came over. Hukai spoke first. Hello, two old gentlemen. Well. Hello, young man. One of the older men looked at Hukai and responded with a smile. Then he walked past Hukai and walked towards Guchen. The old man is after the things on my body, Hukai said excitedly. However, when he saw the two old gentlemen, they walked directly towards Guchen without even looking at him, and stopped talking before they finished. Swish! The three of them looked at Hukai instantly. Oh? What did this brother say? The old man who had greeted Hukai before asked curiously. Ahem, nothing? Hukai was embarrassed. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and wanted to pick his feet. "Hey young man, is the suit you are wearing custom made by Zegna?" The other old man's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen an extremely beautiful woman. "Old sir, you have good eyesight." Guchen thought to himself, as expected, and then replied with a smile. "Hiss. It's true. I ordered a set a long time ago, but it hasn't been completed yet. I didn't expect that this young man is really extraordinary." When the old man heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. "You are too kind, old man." He really didn't know that he had to pre-order this suit. "No, young man, you know that a suit like yours is hard to come by in this circle. There are only so many places for the Zegna brand every year," the old man said excitedly. "What are you talking about?" Hukai's mind went blank at this moment. But he still understood that the suit on Guchen was very famous and very expensive. Thinking of this, he looked at Guchen with extremely complicated eyes. "I thought it was bronze, but it turned out to be king." He could no longer hear what was said between Guchen and the two old men. At this moment he felt like a clown. While chatting with the two of them, Guchen glanced at Hukai and laughed inwardly when he saw his expression. "Okay little brother, we're here, we'll talk later." At this time, they arrived at a station. The two old men chatted happily with Guchen and even exchanged contact information with Guchen. "Okay. Mr. Liang, Mr. Lei, goodbye," Guchen said politely. Bro, how much is this suit of yours?" At this time, Hukai saw the two old men leaving, came to Guchen, and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Guchen glanced at Hukai calmly. "Not expensive. 2,200 yuan. Hukai said in disbelief. "No, buddy, you are so boring now. Just now those two old men were so adoring of your suit. How could it be worth only over 2,000 yuan? Okay. More than 30,000. Guchen casually said a number. More than 30,000 is not expensive. Why do those two people respect it so much? Hukai was surprised at first, and then he doubted maybe they just like this one of mine. 2. Hukai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It is true that money cannot buy happiness. Afterwards, the two of them lived in peace. But Hukai always felt that something was wrong. It was not until they reached the subway terminal, Industrial Park Station, and heard the English announcement that they reacted. "Wait, man." Seeing Guchen walking out, he quickly chased after him. Guchen looked at him in confusion. "Brother, was the price you mentioned before in US dollars?" Hukai looked at Guchen and asked nervously. Guchen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. "Isn't it that it's been such a long time since my friend asked you now?" But he nodded anyway. Hiss. It's true. Hukai's expression suddenly changed constantly. When Guchen said hello and left, Hukai was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Wouldn't more than 30,000 US dollars converted into RMB be 200,000? Hiss. 200,000 for a suit? Oh my god. What kind of family is this? I am still pretending in front of others? Thinking of this, he felt embarrassed again, and stared at Guchen's departing back, stunned for a while. I think Guchen is really weird. He is so rich but still takes a taxi to work, and even squeezes into the subway with him? It's really strange. Then he walked towards his company. After leaving the platform, Guchen followed the navigation on his phone and arrived at the tallest building. Looking at those magnificent characters, he felt excited. Taya Group. This is my company. Then he calmed down and walked towards the hall. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? The receptionist in the lobby asked politely. Guchen did not answer her, but looked around. The clear and reflective marble and the luxurious and gorgeous crystal chandeliers all demonstrate the strength of the group. Sir? Who are you looking for? Seeing that Guchen did not answer her, but looked around at the surrounding environment with a satisfied nod on his face, she felt extremely strange, but also a little proud and funny. She is proud to be a member of Taiyu Group, and she feels proud when she sees others' satisfaction and envy towards her company. What is funny is that the young man in front of you might have thought you were here to inspect your own company. Excuse me. I'm looking for your Jiangdong Chang Jiangzong. Guchen then reacted, apologized to the front desk, and then told the purpose of his visit. Forehead. The lady at the front desk froze. Does this gentleman have an appointment? Gu Chen nodded. Thinking about the conversation with Zhang Dongxian last night, he also made an appointment. Then please tell me your name, sir. I can check it out. Then the receptionist smiled even more brightly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded and said his name. Okay, wait a moment. The front desk then checked the visitor record of their company's general manager today on the computer. Then her face turned strange. She glanced at Gu Chen and found that he was still calm and composed. She thought she had missed him, so she checked again. As a result, there was no one named Gu Chen on today's visit list. Mr. Gu? Are you mistaken? I don't have any record of your appointment here? The receptionist said with a smile. As a multi-billion-dollar group, Taiyu Group's front desk service quality is first class. Forehead? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and the sincere look of the lady at the front desk did not seem to lie to him. Excuse me, let me make a phone call to ask. Gu Chen also felt his face slightly red, and after saying something, he walked aside and made a phone call. The lady at the front desk did not laugh, but in her heart, she had already regarded Gu Chen as a speculator who wanted to trick him into meeting Mr. Jiang. She had been working at the reception desk for so long that she naturally knew that many people wanted to see their general manager. Gu Chen walked to the side, took out his phone and made the call from yesterday. The call was connected within 2 seconds. Obviously keeping an eye on his phone. Hello? Director Gu? Where are you? The person on the other side was even more anxious than Gu Chen. Before Gu Chen could speak, Zhang Dongxian's voice came out immediately. Mr. Jiang. I'm at the lobby, but I haven't made an appointment yet, so I can't get in. Gu Chen joked after hearing this. Ah. Sorry. Mr. Gu, it's my fault, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'll call the front desk right away. No. I'll come down in person. The person on the other side was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's words, and then apologized. Fine. Then Gu Chen heard the sound of running. He shook his head and hung up the phone. Chapter 16 Helpless Chu Cine. Gu Chen hung up the phone and was about to talk to the receptionist when a middle-aged man walked in. Minister Du. The lady at the front desk quickly called out. Yeah. Xiaoru, you've become beautiful again. The middle-aged man nodded and said something fancy to the receptionist. The receptionist didn't say anything due to his status as a gentleman. Gu Chen on the side frowned. He heard the receptionist call the middle-aged man head, which meant he was also from Taiyu Group. However, when he looked at the time on his wrist, it was obviously past 10 o'clock, which was well past working hours. As a manager, he was the first to be late? He also flirted with employees? Gu Chen's face looked a little ugly. At this time, Minister Du seemed to have seen Gu Chen as well and was stunned. This is? Then he looked at the front desk hoping to give him an explanation. Minister Du, this Mr. Gu is here to see President Jiang. The receptionist looked at Gu Chen and explained. Oh? You're here to see Mr. Jiang. Xiaoru, what did you do? How could you let Mr. Jiang's guest stand here? When Minister Du heard that Gu Chen was here to see President Jiang, his expression immediately changed. The speed is fast enough to match Trump's face changing. Minister Du, I just checked and there is no appointment record for Mr. Gu with Mr. Jiang. Xiaoru at the front desk said in a low voice in grievance. What? Minister Du was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned as dark as an African. He immediately understood that in the past many people wanted to see their President Jiang, but they didn't have an appointment, so they came to the group lobby to try their luck. Obviously he regarded Gu Chen as such a person. Snort. I couldn't help but snort coldly. Then he glared at the receptionist to hide his embarrassment. He ignored Gu Chen and walked inside. He cursed Gu Chen in his heart. At this time, the elevator reached the 15th floor and stopped. When he opened it, he was stunned. I saw a group of people headed by Zhang Dongxian waiting at the elevator door. Several ministers and directors of the group were there. Mr. Jiang. Minister Du, it's just right that you're here. Come on, I'll introduce someone to you. Zhang Dongxian nodded and said. Although Minister Du didn't know what was going on, he still followed them obediently. Seeing that there was a minister who had a good relationship with him nearby, he immediately asked, Lao Lu, what's going on? I don't know. President Jiang suddenly asked us to come over to greet someone. The man named Lao Lu shook his head. All right. Minister Du nodded in disappointment. Bite. The elevator had reached the first floor at this time, and Jiang Dongqiang walked out first. Seeing that there was only the receptionist and a strange young handsome man in the hall, I immediately realized that the strange young man was the largest shareholder of the group and the future chairman. Immediately greeted him warmly. Well. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Gu Chen also smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake it. It's really better to meet in person than to hear about him. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so young and handsome. President Zhang praised him without asking for anything in return. This shocked the senior executives who followed behind. Gu. Director Gu? Everyone looked at each other, as if they had heard an incredible secret. Minister Du in the back turned pale at this moment. He didn't expect that the young man actually knew their CEO Zhang, and it seemed that he was. Thinking of this, his face turned even paler. Director Gu, let me introduce you to the group's management team. Then President Zhang glanced at the people behind him and said to Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen nodded. Director Gu, this is the group's financial director Lu Yu. This is the RD department. President Zhang introduced Minister Du to Gu Chen one by one. When he introduced the last one, Minister Du, he looked at his evasive eyes and pale face with curiosity. Minister Du, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Minister Du looked even more distressed upon hearing this, but he didn't know how to answer. Fine. He saw that Gu Chen didn't say anything and obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, everyone should be curious about the person in front of me? President Zhang then looked at everyone and said with a smile, this is Gu Chen, the largest shareholder of our group and also the chairman of the group. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. Even though they had guessed it in their minds before, they were still surprised when they heard President Zhang say it with their own ears. You have to know that these senior executives have been in the group for several years or even longer, but have never met the chairman of the group. They even thought that the group has no chairman. Hello, chairman. Then after a few seconds, everyone shouted in unison. After working in the workplace for a long time, everyone has become a shrewd person. They know that this signal may mean that the chairman will personally be in charge of the entire group in the future. If not now, when? Well. Hello. Gu Chen smiled and interacted with everyone. Okay, everyone go back to work. From now on, the chairman will personally preside over the work. Jiang Dongqiang saw Gu Chen nodded at this time, so he stood up and spoke to everyone. Okay. Everyone understood and left one by one, nodding respectfully to Gu Chen as they left. Mr. Jiang, how many years has Minister Du been working? Looking at Minister Du's back, Gu Chen suddenly asked. Minister Du. He is a veteran of our group. He has been here for nearly 10 years. Although Mr. Jiang didn't know what Gu Chen meant, he still said it honestly. I just saw him openly molesting an employee here, and he was late for work. Gu Chen glanced at Jiang Dongqiang and said calmly, of course I don't want you to deal with it, I just want to tell you that I don't want the same thing to happen again in the future. Okay. Director Gu, I will take care of this matter. Jiang Dongqiang nodded after hearing this. Let's cancel his year-end bonus for the next 3 years. Gu Chen seemed to have thought of something and added. He knew that no matter how big the group was, there would definitely be many such things happening inside it, but since he had discovered it, he would naturally not allow it. Clear. Jiang Dongqiang naturally had no objection. Then he took Gu Chen to his office, where 3 other shareholders were waiting. Everything that happened in the hall was seen carefully by the receptionist, and her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. She didn't expect that Gu Chen was actually the chairman of their group, and she just heard with her own ears that Minister Du was going to be punished, which made her even happier. She was afraid that Minister Du would never bother her again in the future. At this time, it was the general manager's office on the 15th floor of Taiyu Group. 5 men sat on the sofa, casually. An older man complimented Gu Chen. Director Gu is really young and promising. Yes. I believe that our Taiyu will be more prosperous in the hands of Director Gu. Several people nearby echoed the sentiment. No, the group still needs you seniors to take the helm. Gu Chen was naturally not a rookie in the workplace. He had seen a lot of these polite words in his father's company since he was a child, so his words were flawless at this moment. Then the few of them introduced themselves to each other. The whole office was filled with laughter. At this time, a red luxury car stopped steadily in front of the Taiyu Group building. When the security guard saw a luxury car coming, he immediately looked over with curiosity. I saw a peerless beauty who looked like a fairy from heaven walking down from the driver's seat. The 1.7-meter tall figure walked towards the hall in crystal high heels. Hello? What can I do for you? At this time, the receptionist was still thinking about Gu Chen's figure with a crazy look on her face. Suddenly, she heard a crisp sound of footsteps and immediately came back to her senses. She saw a beauty that made her jealous, but she still did not forget her duties. Hello? I want to talk to your CEO Jian? A pleasant and soft voice was heard. Excuse me, ma'am, do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked with a professional smile. No. The woman hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't let you in without a reservation. Is that so? Beauty, can you help me? I really need help from your CEO Jiang. When the woman heard the front desk clerk refuse, she became anxious. Ma'am, I'm really sorry, you don't have a reservation, so I don't have the right to let you in. The receptionist shook her head and refused. My name is Chu Sini, and I'm the general manager of the Chu Group. I want to discuss a cooperation with your CEO Jiang. It turns out that this woman is Chu Sini, the icy beauty of Huahai City. At this moment, the receptionist was shocked when he heard Chu Sini reveal her name, and then showed an excited expression. Chu Sini is the idol of many women. As a woman, she is not inferior to any man. The front desk clerk is one of them, but she still remains rational. The Group S system is the system. I'm really sorry, Miss Chu. If you need to see Mr. Jiang for anything, you can make an appointment with the customer service department. The receptionist looked apologetic. Is that so? Chu Sini looked at the expression on the front desk clerk's face and immediately revealed a look of disappointment. She knew the responsibilities of the front desk clerk, so she didn't blame them. But she was still very disappointed in her heart. If she could have made an appointment with Mr. Jiang, she wouldn't have come to the door of someone else's group to try her luck. Miss Chu, do you really want to see Mr. Jiang? The receptionist felt a little reluctant when she saw Chu Sini like this. Chu Sini suddenly heard the receptionist say this, and immediately looked at the receptionist with expectant eyes. Miss Chu, I can't help you either. Even if I let you in, you won't be able to see Mr. Jiang. But I can call Mr. Zhang's assistant. As for whether Mr. Jiang is willing to see you, I don't know. Seeing Chu Sini's expectant eyes, the receptionist suddenly felt embarrassed. It's okay. Thank you. Chu Sini hurriedly thanked him. She was very grateful to the receptionist. Hello? This is the lobby front desk. The receptionist then picked up the landline and dialed. Speak. A capable voice came from the other side. I have a visitor who wants to see Mr. Jiang. I wonder if Assistant Yen can help convey the message. The receptionist was very nervous, as she knew she was overstepping her authority. However, when she saw the expectant look in her idol Chu Sini's eyes, she gritted her teeth and told her what happened, then held her breath and listened to the other party's answer. Chapter 17 I have another plan, do you know what I mean? Chu Sini was also very nervous at this time, she knew this was her last chance. Time passed by minute, and there was silence on the other end of the phone. Chu Sini gradually fell into despair at this moment. Su Ru, do you know that you are violating the rules? You must know that President Jiang is not seeing guests today, right? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. The receptionist turned pale with fright. She remembered that the chairman of their group came to inspect today. She had also met the unnaturally young chairman. The front desk didn't know what to say at this point. Chu Sini looked at the front desk with an apologetic look on her face. She knew that this was because of her family. However, the chairman praised you a lot before. Just when the front desk clerk didn't know what to do, another voice came from the other end of the phone. The receptionist was stunned. What did she hear? Chu Sini was stunned, she also heard the other party's voice. Before coming, she already knew something about Taiyu Group. The head of Taiyu Group is Mr. Jiang Dongxiang. The mysterious chairman of their group seemed to have never appeared, so much so that the outside world believed that Taiyu Group had no chairman at all. So, I'll help you this time, but whether President Jiang will meet me or not is not something I can predict. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed. Thank you, Assistant Yen. The receptionist was overjoyed and immediately thanked him. Although she didn't know why Gu Chen praised her, she was still very happy to hear that Assistant Yan was willing to help. Then she looked at Chu Sini with a satisfied expression. Although Chu Sini was confused, she was still very happy to hear this. After all, she had another chance. Who wants to see Mr. Jiang? Chu Sini, general manager of Chu Group. It's her. Assistant Yan was stunned when she heard this, and immediately understood the other party's intention, but she didn't think that President Jiang would agree to cooperate with her. As the assistant to the general manager, she naturally knew a lot of inside information. Assistant Yan then hung up the phone and went to the general manager's office. He faintly heard the voices of a pleasant conversation inside. He pursed his lips and knocked on the door. Boom boom. Hearing the sound inside, everyone turned around to look, and President Jiang frowned at this time. Enter. Chairman, President Jiang, and several directors, I'm sorry to bother you. I just received a call from the front desk downstairs in the hall, saying that someone wants to see President Jiang. Assistant Yan reported truthfully. Huh? Didn't I say it? I won't see any guests today. Mr. Jiang was stunned when he heard that, and then said unhappily. He looked at the assistant who had been with him for several years, wanting to hear her explanation. He believed that she would not be such a person who did not know the timing. I told you, but the front desk clerk at the lobby insisted that the guest was here in cooperation with Mr. Jiang. After Assistant Yan finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Chen. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chen had praised the front desk before, why would she take such a big risk? Oh. Now Gu Chen became interested. He had known the front desk before, and her personality was not so tough at all. Why would she be so tough this time? Who wants to see me? Mr. Jiang frowned when he heard this. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chen had praised the front desk before, he would have cursed out loud. It's Chu Sini, the general manager of the Chu Group. Assistant Yan said the name without hesitation. It's her. The four people in the office were all stunned, but their thoughts were different. Tell her that we at Taiyu can't help her with the crisis of the Chu Group. President Zhang understood instantly after hearing this, shook his head and said to Assistant Yan. Yes. Assistant Yan already knew this would be the result, and he turned around and walked outside. Etc. Suddenly, Gu Chen's voice was heard in the office. He didn't expect to meet Chu Sini here, and it sounded like she was in trouble. Mr. Gu, what's wrong? Mr. Jiang asked curiously. Assistant Yan also stopped and looked at Gu Chen. Let's meet her. Chu Sini is my schoolmate. Gu Chen said directly. What? This news surprised everyone else present. I didn't expect that Director Gu was also a top student. It was Mr. Jiang who reacted first and flattered him again. Yes. I didn't expect that our Director Gu is a student of Huahai University. He is really talented and intelligent. Yes, since he is Mr. Gu's schoolmate, let's meet him. Several other shareholders cooperated. Yes. I'll do it right away. Assistant Yan didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, and then he retreated. Boss Jiang, you just said that even you can't help her. What's the matter? Even our Taiyu can't do anything? Gu Chen was a little curious at this time. Director Gu, this is a long story. It's not that we are powerless. It's like this. This matter has to start with the Chu family. Then President Jiang told Gu Chen the whole story. So that is how it is. Gu Chen suddenly realized, and then he remembered the call Chu Sini received yesterday morning, which was probably related to this. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gu, we didn't know that he was your schoolmate before. At this time, Mr. Jiang apologized. It's okay. The interests of the group are the most important thing. You are doing the right thing. He knows that business is all about profit. However, he also wanted to help Chu Sini, after all, she saved him once last night. But there will be no help without any reward. On the other side, in the lobby. At this moment, Chu Sini watched the time pass by little, and she no longer had any expectations in her heart. In fact, she knew that the chance of the other party helping her was close to zero, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she didn't want to give up. Unless a miracle happens, the Chu family might not be able to survive this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad. The receptionist next to her didn't know how to comfort Chu Sini. She also didn't expect that her idol was actually under a lot of pressure. At this time, her cell phone rang. It immediately attracted the attention of both of them. Hello? How's Assistant Yen? The receptionist asked hurriedly. Okay, ask Miss Chu to come to the 15th floor. I'll be waiting for her at the elevator. Assistant Yen said in a gentle tone. Ah. Really? The front desk clerk was very happy to hear this. Chu Sini naturally heard it as well. Although she knew that it was unlikely that Mr. Jiang would agree to help, she still wanted to try it herself. Okay. Thank you, Assistant Yen. The receptionist immediately thanked. Then he asked Chu Sini to go to the 15th floor. Ms. Chu, it all depends on you from now on. I hope you can get what you want. The receptionist said with blessing. Thank you, Suru. Chu Sini was extremely grateful. If it weren't for the other party, she would definitely not have gotten this opportunity. Then she got on the elevator with a nervous heart, and soon she reached the 15th floor. The elevator door opened, and an exquisite woman in a professional suit appeared in front of Chu Sini. Looking at the ID card on her chest, she knew that she was Assistant Yen who was on the phone. Thank you, Assistant Yen. Chu Sini was the first to express her gratitude. Generally, people of the same sex are not willing to give in to each other, but today, after seeing Chu Sini, Assistant Yen became jealous of her looks and skin. No need to thank me, let's go. The chairman and Mr. Jiang are waiting. Then he turned and walked away. Chu Sini hurried to follow. At the same time, I became more curious about the chairman of their group. Boom boom. The two stopped outside the general manager's office. Come in. I only heard the sound of someone entering the room. Please come in, Miss Chu. Assistant Yen said. Thanks. Chu Sini thanked him and walked in. The 5 men inside appeared in her eyes. She had seen Jiang Dongqiang before, but she looked at the remaining 4 and didn't recognize them. It wasn't until she saw the last figure that she was shocked. Gu Chen? Why are you here? He shouted suddenly. What? I can't be here? Gu Chen said with a smile. Miss Chu, this is the chairman of our group? Where else could he be if not here? At this time, President Jiang glanced at Chu Sini, his eyes still filled with amazement. He would have such thoughts every time he saw Chu Sini. At this time, he somewhat understood Gu Chen's thoughts. Their chairman is also young and handsome. Isn't this a perfect match for Chu Sini? What? You are the chairman of Taiyu? At this moment, Chu Sini's pretty cherry mouth opened wide, her face full of disbelief. That's right. Gu Chen nodded directly. He felt extremely comfortable when he saw Chu Sini's expression. After hearing Gu Chen's personal admission, she still found it a little hard to believe. It's like a friend of yours suddenly tells you that he is actually Jack Maya's son, then you know how he feels. By the way, why are you here? Gu Chen asked with a smile. Oh. By the way. Mr. Jiang, the purpose of my visit this time is... After hearing Gu Chen's question, Chu Sini finally put her thoughts aside and spoke to President Jiang, but before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by President Jiang. Boss Chu, I know why you're here, but I can't do anything about it. All of our Taiyu raw materials have long been bought up by Tianhe, and they were bought at a price 30% higher than the market price. So there's nothing we can do. Once he entered the working state, Mr. Jiang would directly address the other party by their position. I'm really sorry. If President Chu had told me before that he knew our chairman, I would definitely have cooperated with you. President Jiang looked regretful. Chu Sini's face darkened when she heard this. Although she knew this would be the result, hearing it with her own ears was another matter. She wanted to look for Gu Chen again, but when the words came to her lips, she stopped. Her pride prevented her from asking others for help, and when facing Gu Chen, she always had a special feeling and didn't want to be weak in front of him. Student Chu. At this time, Gu Chen suddenly spoke. Although I am the chairman of the group, you also know that I can't harm the interests of the group, so I can't do anything about this matter. Hearing this, Chu Sini was stunned, then nodded, but her heart was filled with sadness. Although she expressed her understanding, women have always been emotional animals. However, I have another plan here. Are you interested in learning about it? Chapter 18 High. Really high. Chu Sini looked up at Gu Chen after hearing this, with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. President Jiang and the other 3 directors were also looking at Gu Chen. They had never thought that Gu Chen had another plan before. What do you think of our Tae Woo? Gu Chen did not tell his plan, but asked this question. Although Chu Sini didn't know what Gu Chen meant, she thought about it and replied seriously. As one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in my country, Taiyu Group also has a certain position in the international market. It is a group with very good development prospects. That's right. But this is both its advantage and disadvantage. Gu Chen looked at everyone's puzzled eyes, only Chu Sini seemed to be thinking about something. Gu Chen continued, since we at Taiyu have such a large market share, why can't we take advantage of this advantage ourselves? For example, we have our own processing plant and our own products. Following Gu Chen's voice, the eyes of several people in the office suddenly lit up, but President Jiang and others dimmed again. Mr. Gu, we actually thought about it before, but failed, said Mr. Jiang. Gu Chen smiled, I know. It's just that our group doesn't have mature technology and a complete processing industry. Is that right? Before coming, he had already grasped a lot of information about Taiyu Group. Mr. Jiang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gu Chen actually knew the reason. Although the other 3 shareholders did not participate in management, they also had very sharp eyes. They did not expect that Gu Chen knew it on the first day he arrived. Suddenly, I became more confident in Gu Chen Management Group. Yes, Director Gu, since you know this, do you have a solution? You know, once their group solves this difficulty, it will develop rapidly, and the group's assets will double. As a shareholder, his net worth will also increase. Nature. At this time, Gu Chen was looking at Chu Sini. He believed that Chu Sini had guessed his plan. Chu Sini's inner thoughts were extremely confused at this moment. As smart as she was, she naturally saw that Gu Chen's purpose was to acquire her Chu group. She naturally agreed with this idea. After all, their Chu family was still too small. Although we have the technology, we don't have the foundation. This incident is an example of this. Without the raw materials, it was instantly reduced to its prototype. But she still felt a little reluctant, because her father and she owned all the shares of the company, which meant that the entire company belonged to their Chu family. So, she didn't want their Chu group to disappear just like that. And she didn't know what her father, the current head of the Chu group, thought. How is classmate Chu? Gu Chen looked at Chu Sini's constantly changing expression and knew that she was also moved. After all, her business acumen was very strong. I need to think about it. Chu Sini was at a loss at this time. Boss Gu, what are you talking about? At this time, Jiang was always confused. He didn't know the riddle the two were solving. The other 3 shareholders don't know either. Mr. Jiang, our group lacks technology, products, industrial chain, and rich experience. Mr. Chu has them all, right? Gu Chen said with a smile. Boom! Gu Chen's words immediately enlightened Mr. Jiang. Yes. We in Taiyu don't have it, but Chu's does. And Chu's is in trouble right now, it's the best time for us to acquire them. When Mr. Jiang thought of this, he became very excited. I didn't expect their Director Gu to be so powerful. Before, he thought that Director Gu was unable to resist the temptation of beauty, but he didn't expect that Director Gu wanted to acquire the family and take advantage of the situation. High. Really high. At this moment, President Zhang's admiration for Gu Chen was like a surging river. For the benefit of the group, he even gave up beauty. He could never reach this level. Boss Chu? How is it? You know, our Taiyu can just fill in the gaps of your Chu corporation. President Jiang looked at Chu Sini's hesitation and immediately tried to persuade her. At this time, the general manager's office was quiet. Gu Chen sat there quietly, sitting on the fishing platform, while Mr. Jiang and the other 4 shareholders were hesitant to speak to Chu Sini. Mr. Gu, Mr. Jiang, I wonder what your conditions are. Chu Sini suddenly asked. Everyone was delighted to hear this, which showed that her heart was beginning to loosen. Mr. Chu, please tell me your request first. At this time, Mr. Jiang saw that Gu Chen did not speak, so he spoke. I want to buy a share. Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen, then looked at President Jiang and said firmly. After these words were spoken, President Jiang and the others fell silent. It was obvious that this request was beyond their expectations. Mr. Chu, you should know that our Taiyu has a market value of 10 billion, while your Chu group has a market value of at most 1 billion. I'm afraid. Mr. Jiang frowned slightly. I know. But our Chu's technology is very mature. You should know the value of our Chus. It is definitely what you Taiyu needs. Chu Sini responded neither arrogantly nor humbly. After all, it was a conflict of interests at this time. This. Mr. Jiang certainly knows what is most important now. Of course, it is technology. If the Chu family had not faced this dilemma, they might not have been able to take over Taiyu. But they didn't want to give up their shares, so they could only look to Gu Chen for help. Gu Chen saw everyone looking at him and said, "I wonder how many shares Mr. Chu wants." 15%. Impossible. Gu Chen refused calmly. "Mr. Chu, although what you said makes sense, you should know that we at Taiyu don't necessarily want your Chu family." Gu Chen refused directly. What a joke. 15% of the shares, that's a lot of money, worth 2 or 3 Chu groups. Yes, Mr. Chu, you are not kidding, right? President Jiang also seconded the suggestion at this time. Then how much did you say? Chu Sini was not angry when she heard this. 5%. Director Gu, you should be aware of the technology in our Chu family's hands. When Chu Sini heard Gu Chen's words, her face changed, and she stared at Gu Chen for 4 or 5 seconds before speaking. She didn't expect Gu Chen to chop so hard. Finally, after some negotiations, the two reached an agreement. Chu Group was wholly merged into Taiyu Group, accounting for 10%, and Gu Chen and other 4 shareholders gave 2% to Chu Group. However, Chu's will give 250 million to Gu Chen's 5 shareholders. Of course, this is just a verbal agreement, and the details will depend on whether our respective lawyers print out the contract. Okay. Even if Mr. Chu joins our Taiyu family today, how about we get together in the evening? Mr. Jiang suggested with a smile. Can. I agree. Gu Chen and Chu Sini looked at each other and then smiled. I think we should wait until tomorrow to officially sign the contract before making an appointment. How about that? Gu Chen suggested. All right. Then they unified. Chu Sini didn't expect that. She originally came here to seek cooperation, but she didn't expect that things are unpredictable and she ended up joining Taiyu. She knew that all this was because of Gu Chen. If it weren't for Gu Chen, he probably wouldn't have been able to meet President Jiang today. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful to Gu Chen. Gu Chen naturally noticed her gaze and nodded with a smile, causing her face to blush. After that, they chatted for a long time before leaving. The next day, in a luxury box at the Sheraton Hotel. The two sides are clearly divided. One side was led by Gu Chen, while the other side was a middle-aged man over 50 years old, with a stunning beauty sitting next to him, who was Chu Sini. I didn't expect that the extremely mysterious chairman of Taiyu Group is so young. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chen with surprise. No, Mr. Chu is the one I admire. Gu Chen was being polite. After both parties introduced themselves, they took out the contract and signed it after it was verified by a lawyer. At this point, the Chu family became the second largest shareholder of Taiyu Group, holding 10% of the shares. The largest shareholder was naturally Gu Chen, holding 58% of the shares, and Mr. Jiang and the other 4 each held 8% of the shares. And Gu Chen and others also had an additional 50 million in their accounts. Gu Chen took the time to take a look and was immediately overjoyed, causing Chu Sini next to him to look at him sideways. This position was naturally arranged by President Jiang. This is the first gathering of all shareholders of Taiyu Group. I propose that we all have a toast. President Jiang saw that the contract had been signed and said with a smile. Good. Gu Chen and others stood up, picked up the wine glasses on the table, touched them lightly, and drank them all. Everyone, I have already retired, so the group's affairs will rely on you. After some toasts, Chu Tianchang, former chairman of the Chu Group and current director of the Taiyu Group, suddenly stood up and said. Gu Chen and others had known about this situation for a long time and were no exception. After that, they all left and had their own seats. Except for Gu Chen, they did not expect that the chairman of a 10 billion yuan group would be so poor that he could not even afford a car. What is this? There was a large group of people before, but now only Gu Chen was left standing at the door in a messy manner. Just as I was about to take a taxi, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Chen? Chapter 19 Master. Do you believe in love? Suddenly he heard someone calling his name, turned around and felt a familiar feeling. A young man in a suit just walked out of the door and happened to see Gu Chen's back, which looked a little familiar. When he was trying to remember who it was, he saw Gu Chen's profile as he turned around, and couldn't help but blurt out. I didn't expect that person to actually turn around. It's really you? Gu Chen. Seeing that the appearance matched the one in his memory, he was delighted and hurried to Gu Chen's side. Ding Rui? Gu Chen also recognized the other party at this time. Why are you here? Ding Rui took 2 steps forward. It was obvious that the other party was not happy to meet Gu Chen here. Just finished dinner? You? It's hard to put it into words. By the way, are you free? Let's have a couple of drinks. Ding Rui smiled bitterly when he heard that. Then Gu Chen followed Ding Rui to a barbecue stall. You didn't even come to the graduation photo shoot, and you also left the class group. Everyone was wondering if something had happened to you. Ding Rui nagging. The two chatted while the food was being served. Something happened at that time. But fortunately, it has been resolved. Gu Chen said with a smile. The person in front of him was his college classmate, with whom he had a good relationship. After not seeing each other for a year, he found that the classmate who was full of vigor and vitality back then had long since lost his edge. He understood very well. Something had happened in his family this year, and he had seen the ups and downs of life and society while delivering food. By the way, I just heard you say that something seemed to have happened? Gu Chen asked curiously. Ding Rui drank a glass of beer and said slowly, Xiakai still remembers it. Gu Chen nodded. Xiakai is also their classmate and the monitor of their class. The natives of Huahai have always looked down on outsiders. I heard that your family runs a company. I just invited him here for dinner today. He is a piece of shit. Ding Rui said angrily. Then Gu Chen heard what happened. It turns out that Ding Rui also works in a certain company, doing product processing. But it's not as good as the Chu family. Because Tianhe Group had previously acquired most of the raw materials in Huahai City. The impact of this is not limited to Chus, but all companies related to processing are in a difficult situation. So their company sent Ding Rui to contact various raw material suppliers. But Ding Rui has only been out for a short time, so how could he have so many connections? Later, after some inquiries, he found out that their squad leader Xiakai's family had some connection with Tianhe Group, so he invited Xiakai here to dinner and wanted him to help. After all, we had a good relationship in school before. He didn't say it in the end, but Gu Chen guessed it. It must be Xiakai who didn't help. Oh. I just realized after I got out that society is much more complicated than school. Ding Rui drank a few glasses of wine inside. Gu Chen nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. If Taba had not changed a few days ago, he would probably be worse off than Ding Rui. After all, he was still in huge debt. No more talking. I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's have a drink together today. Ding Rui waved his hand and picked up the beer. Good. Then the two talked about many interesting things that happened in college. Then Ding Rui seemed to remember something and said to Gu Chen, by the way, Shinzi. There will be a class reunion in the class group in the next 2 days. It was initiated by Xiakai's grandson. Do you want to go? A class reunion? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this and recalled the scenes in college. He was still a celebrity in the school and had a good relationship with other students in the class. After something happened at home, he left directly without even attending the graduation photos. His diploma was sent to him by express delivery. Let's go. It's been a year since we last met. Yes. Although it was initiated by Xiakai, everyone is very interested and wants to participate. If everyone knew you were coming, they would definitely go crazy. Ding Rui was in a much better mood at this time. This is true. Gu Chen was the school hunk in their school. He was very generous and would often treat the whole class to milk tea and other things. All the girls in the class had a good impression of Gu Chen. As for the boys, Gu Chen is good at playing basketball, so naturally they have a very good relationship. Call me when the time comes. Gu Chen agreed. Okay. I have to give them a surprise. By the way, what are you going to do with your job? I don't know. Let's go to a few more tomorrow. I don't believe that all the raw materials in Huahai City have been acquired by Tianhe Group. Ding Rui said after thinking about it. By the way, you can try going to Taiyu. There must be raw materials there. Gu Chen knew the situation. The raw materials in Huahai City were indeed acquired by Tianhe Group. Eh? Chunzi. Are you kidding me? Taiyu Group is a national giant. How could they look down upon a small company like us? Gu Chen smiled and said, I know a manager of Taiyu Group. You can contact him when the time comes. Huh? Didn't Chunzi see that? You actually know the head of a big group? Ding Rui was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's words, then he opened his eyes wide and looked at Gu Chen for a few times. We met by chance. Gu Chen said lightly. He did not say that he was the chairman of Taiyu Group. After all, this would be suspected of being pretentious. Ding Rui said happily, You are amazing, Chunzi. If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have needed to ask Xiekai's grandson for help. After all, Gu Chen's words really put his mind at ease. You still have to thank them, otherwise you would have met me? That's right. Ha ha. After that, the two of them drank a lot more, and Gu Chen stopped drinking. He didn't forget the previous lesson. Okay. Drink later. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Yeah. That's it. If I complete my mission, I will definitely buy you a drink. Ding Rui stood up and wanted to pay the bill. I've been married. Then the two parted at the intersection. Chunzi. Thank you. Ding Rui said sincerely while sitting in the taxi. It's nothing. I'll report home safe and sound. After all, it was just a matter of a phone call for him. Watching the car go away, a breeze blew, making Gu Chen sober up a little. Thinking back to Ding Rui, he couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at the time on his wrist. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so he planned to leave. So he stood at the intersection and waited, but there was no taxi. It turned out that it was a great luck to meet that taxi before. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. It seems like I really need to buy a vehicle. It's really inconvenient. Now he is rich, with the 50 million transferred from the Chu Group. Thinking of this, he quickly transferred 10 million yuan to his family. If others knew that the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group actually owed money and didn't pay it back, it would be a huge joke. It will probably become a trending topic. The chairman of a certain group is worth tens of billions, but he owes millions of dollars and refuses to pay it back, becoming a debtor. He will probably become famous instantly then. And sent a text message to my mother to reassure her. After waiting for a long time without any news, he knew that his family must have gone to bed by now. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not claimed today's special items yet. He was very disappointed that he only received a bottle of red wine last night. Ding! Congratulations to this user for buying a supercar Aston Martin 177 in 1 second. Suddenly a piece of news came, instantly blinding his eyes. Oh my god! Is this true? Gu Chen couldn't help but swear. He really got a car in seconds. No matter how much he expected before, he couldn't choose it. Unexpectedly, he really got it in seconds today. But he seemed unable to drive, which made him very depressed, because he had been drinking. At this moment, he suddenly felt something extra in his pocket, and he knew it must be the key. When I took it out and looked at it, it was so cool, like a scaled-down version of a supercar, with smooth lines. It was the perfect embodiment of technology. Couldn't you have shown up earlier? At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a message. Dear Mr. Gu. Your supercar is parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Seeing this, Gu Chen resisted the urge to go over and take a look. After all, it would be even more depressing if he could see it but not be able to drive. Of course, he could also hire a designated driver, but he didn't want to be the first person to break into his supercar. So I still have to take a taxi back and wait until tomorrow to pick up the car. At this time, a taxi happened to come and Gu Chen quickly stopped it. However, there seemed to be a passenger in the car. Gu Chen was very disappointed. He thought he had to continue waiting, but the car stopped in front of him. Where are you going, handsome? Over there on Bingjiang Road. It's just right. I happened to pass by there. Shall we go? Handsome guy. The taxi driver smiled when he heard this. Gu Chen hesitated for a second and then opened the passenger door. It's very difficult to get a taxi in this damn place. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Looking back, I saw a drunk girl sitting in the back seat leaning against the window. Hey, I don't know what happened, I ended up drinking so much. Seeing Gu Chen's gaze, the taxi driver explained with a smile. Gu Chen said nothing, and the taxi driver also stopped talking, because he also smelled the alcohol on Gu Chen's shine, but it was very little. The car drove in silence as they looked at the colorful neon lights outside the window, shining in the pitch-black night. Looks exceptionally beautiful. At this time, a voice sounded. Master, do you believe in love? Suddenly, a voice like a mountain kingfisher sounded from the back seat of the car. Gu Chen didn't expect that the girl behind him had such a pleasant voice. Chapter 20, Brother, are you going to see the sports car too? Gu Chen looked through the rearview mirror inside the car. Although she couldn't see clearly, she vaguely felt that this car friend she met by chance was very good looking. I don't know whether it's love or not, I just know I vomited 300 yuan on the bus. The taxi driver's words instantly made the solemn atmosphere at the scene disappear without a trace. Gu Chen couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He thought that this driver was quite fashionable and actually knew internet jokes. After a few seconds, the young lady in the back seat probably didn't expect the taxi driver to answer like this. She paused in sadness, then continued, Isn't it 200? Now that love has gone up in price, won't my price go up as well? The taxi driver's humorous voice immediately made Gu Chen burst into laughter. Poof! Ha ha! Gu Chen didn't expect the two of them to be so funny. Moreover, Gu Chen saw through the rearview mirror that the young lady in the back seat was also smiling. Excuse me. Gu Chen then quickly apologized. After all, laughing in front of someone was already very bad, not to mention that the other person was heartbroken. Hey little girl, I see you are not that old, and your life has just begun. It's not worth it to fight for these things. Then the taxi driver started to act like an emotional master, and Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. It seems that this taxi driver also has a story. Time passed by like this, and Gu Chen looked back from time to time and found that the young lady in the back seat was in a much better mood at this time. He had to admire this big brother. In the end, he didn't even realize he had arrived home. If the taxi driver hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known. Here we are, handsome. The taxi driver reminded. How much? 30. It's on our way, so I'll charge you less. Good. Then Gu Chen scanned the code and got off the car. He nodded to the girl in the back seat and got out of the car and walked away. The young lady in the back seat only saw Gu Chen's appearance at this time and was stunned. She didn't expect this boy to be so handsome, and her pretty face turned red. Because she thought about what happened to her in the car before, which was seen by this handsome young man. It's really social death. Girl, let me tell you. You will always meet someone better in this world. Just like this handsome guy, you should have just asked for his WeChat ID. The taxi driver continued. Gu Chen didn't know all this. He went home, took a shower and went straight to bed. The next morning, in a large bedroom, Gu Chen was having a sweet dream. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang with a pleasant ringtone. Hello? Hey. Xiaochen, are you still sleeping? Are you going to rest today? The voice from the other end of the phone immediately woke Gu Chen up. Ahem, Mom, is that you? Yes, I'm taking a day off today. That's good, I thought you were not feeling well. No, Mom, you know I'm in good health. That's good? But you also transferred the money from last night? Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me it was a bonus from your company. Before Gu Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and he knew that it might not be easy to fool him this time. Actually, I opened a company. Since my company has great market potential, many people wanted to invest in it, so I sold some shares yesterday. Then Gu Chen rubbed his eyes. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone didn't believe it. It's not like Mrs. Gu is completely clueless. What kind of shares can be sold for 10 million? Really, Mom? I can show you the company contract. Knowing that Guma didn't believe it, Gu Chen quickly found the pictures he had taken yesterday and sent them to Guma. After that, Gu Chen heard two gasps coming from the other end of the phone. Obviously he was shocked. How is it? Mom, I didn't lie to you. Not bad. My Xiaochen is really amazing. Mother Gu believed it immediately. That's it. Gu Chen got up at this time, washed up, made a phone call, and chatted with his family. However, Gu Chen was pouring water at that time and did not hear the laughter coming from the phone. Since your company has gone bankrupt, don't think about anything else and just enjoy your life. But what? Do you still want to drag your son into this? Alright. It's decided. Gu Chen did not hear the conversation between Gu's father and Gu's mother at this time. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. After breakfast, I was going out to drive the car back from yesterday. The other side. In a small rental house, a woman with a delicate face was lying on the bed, talking on the phone. Xiaoyan, is it a big deal? Isn't it just a breakup? With your looks, are you afraid you won't be able to find someone else? Don't think too much. I just got some news. There's a limited edition sports car parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Not many anchors know about this news yet, so you can just go and start a live broadcast to attract some popularity. I heard an anxious voice from the other end of the phone. Real? The woman named Xiaoyan showed a hint of curiosity on her pale face. If Gu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the woman who shared a car with her last night. The woman's name was Yen Chang, and she was an outdoor anchor on the Huyu platform. The person on the other end of the phone was from the same union as her and had a very good relationship with her. Of course. This was told to me by a fan in person. If it weren't for your low popularity this month, I would have wanted to go myself. Hehe, Enin, you're so nice. I won't be polite this time. I'll treat you to a meal after I get your salary at the end of the month. Yen Cheng said immediately. That's good, let's do this for now. Yes. Thank you, Enin. Who asked me to have a sister like you? Then the two chatted for a few words and hung up. The smile on Yen Cheng's face disappeared, but he quickly recovered. There was nothing he could do, he had to eat. She quickly dressed up and headed towards the location of the sports car. While riding in the car, she turned on the live broadcast directly. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Today I will show you a benefit. Yen Cheng spoke sweetly to the live camera as usual. Today's anchor is so special and so good looking. Wow! Why is the live broadcast so early today? What benefits could it be? JPG evil smile. After so many days, the anchor finally figured it out? JPG looking forward to it. The upstairs isn't normal, but I like it. For a while, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, and various barrages appeared one after another. Seeing this, Yen Cheng pretended to be angry. What are you all thinking? Am I, Yen Cheng, such a person? She knows that people come to her live broadcast room to see her face. In the past, several wealthy people had spent a lot of money to treat her to a meal. But everyone knows what this means these days, so Yen Cheng refused without even thinking. In the end, all the big brothers in the live broadcast room knew that Yen Cheng was not that kind of person, so they all left. However, this made netizens feel that the host was even more special, and he gained many loyal fans. This time I got the news that there is a limited edition supercar parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Then he told the truth. No way. Is this true? Go. Let us have a closer look. Why is the anchor so well informed today? A barrage of comments flashed across the live broadcast room, instantly attracting everyone's interest. After that, Yen Cheng kept chatting with his fans while heading towards his destination. An hour later, we arrived at the Sheraton Hotel. As she was about to go to the parking lot, a very handsome young man suddenly came up to her. But why does she feel so familiar? The person who came was Gu Chen. He naturally noticed Yen Cheng, but he did not recognize her. After all, the light was very dim last night. Gu Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Her beauty was eye-catching no matter where she was. Especially the beautiful lady holding a selfie stick in her hand, she was obviously the anchor. Gu Chen, who had met the anchor before, naturally kept his distance from him. So I planned to stay away. Yen Cheng naturally didn't know what Gu Chen was thinking. At this moment, she saw Gu Chen's back, and a thunderbolt flashed through her mind, and she remembered it instantly. It's him! The handsome guy she carpooled with last night. Since her camera was facing outward, she naturally captured Gu Chen's back. So her live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Wow! I caught a wild little brother. He looks very handsome from behind. Sister Qingqing, I strongly recommend you to go and flirt with that little brother. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood. Please ask the anchor to chat up the guy in front. Suddenly, the lecherous girls, fujoshis, and otaku girls who had been lurking in the anchor room all spoke up. There were even several rockets and various gifs appearing in the live broadcast room. Yansheng looked at it and had no choice but to comply with the fans' request. She did outdoor live broadcasts, and for the sake of live broadcast effects she naturally chatted up many passers-by and was already familiar with the process. It was just that Gu Chen seemed to know about her embarrassment yesterday, which made her face slightly red. Hello, little brother. I'm a broadcaster. Can I interview you? He trotted over to catch up with Gu Chen and asked generously. He looked a little nervous. Gu Chen looked over and saw a blush on that innocent face, probably from running just now. But he didn't want to be interviewed anymore, and he frowned. When he was about to refuse, he saw the other party's pleading eyes and his heart softened immediately. Can. After all, it's just a piece of cake for me. Thanks. Basic courtesy is essential. My name is Yin Chang, and I'm a small anchor on the Huyu platform. Yin Chang's breath suddenly smelled like orchid, and the fragrance gradually penetrated Gu Chen's nose. Then he turned the live camera towards Gu Chen. In an instant, a handsome young face appeared in front of everyone. Hi. So handsome. Wow. It turns out that people with good-looking backs are also good-looking. This can't be a script. Any guy I meet randomly would be like this? Blind guess the host is already drooling. The truth is revealed upstairs. Ha ha. Could it be that the little brother is also going to drive a sports car? Sure enough, good-looking boys like sports cars. Little brother, are you here to see the sports car, too? Seeing that Gu Chen did not recognize him, Yan Xing felt relieved, but an inexplicable emotion emerged again. Chapter 21, Magic Car 5 Ling Hongguang. What car? Gu Chen was stunned. At this moment, he had no idea about the commotion his car had caused. You do not know? This time it was Yan Xing's turn to be stunned. What should I know? There is a limited edition supercar Aston Martin 177 parked in the parking lot of the Himalaya Hotel. Yan Xing reacted and explained with a smile. Hearing the host's words, a strange look flashed across Gu Chen's eyes. It turns out he came to see my car. After a long while, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Little brother, what are you doing in the parking lot? Yan Xing asked curiously. To pick up the car? Otherwise, why would I go to the parking lot? Gu Chen glanced at him and replied indifferently. Gu Chen's words immediately made Yan Xing feel a little embarrassed. After all, this question was indeed a bit stupid. Are you going to the parking lot to pick up your car or for something else? In order to hide her embarrassment, Yan Xing turned her bright eyes and changed the subject. Brother, you have a car at such a young age? Then she realized that she remembered that Gu Chen took a taxi from here last night. Since you have a car, why bother taking a taxi? Didn't you take a taxi last night? Why didn't you drive? Yan Shang was impulsive and asked directly the doubts in his heart. Ha? How did you know? This time, Gu Chen stopped and asked Yan Xing curiously. I. Upon hearing this, Yan Xing's face turned red and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, my performance last night was really too embarrassing. What's going on? Looking at the little brother's expression, it seems to be true? Could it be? Could it be possible that the anchor had been following him? What a big melon. I have already anticipated tomorrow's hot search. A certain anchor is so greedy for beauty that he stalked her? Suddenly, the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited, and countless lurkers started to speak enthusiastically. For a time, her live broadcast room was extremely popular. You're not the one who got drunk last night. Gu Chen reacted at this time. No wonder he felt a little familiar. However, he was interrupted by Yan Sheng before he could finish. It's me. Yan Sheng's face suddenly turned red and she interrupted Gu Chen's words. All right. Gu Chen couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and connected it to the lovelorn girl who asked the taxi driver drunkenly last night. Just laugh out loud. Last night? Drunk? Forgive my wrong idea. You are not alone. It's over. I didn't expect that even the anchor would. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was like a swarm of locusts, so dense and swarming that everyone was frightened. Oh, what are you thinking? I was drunk last night and happened to meet this guy and share a car with him, so we just happened to get to know each other. Yan Sheng also realized at this time that he was still live streaming, and immediately reacted and explained. If the fans were allowed to continue talking, she would really be unable to explain herself. At this time, the barrage of comments decreased a little, which made her feel relieved, and she quickly changed the subject. Brother, you haven't answered yet? But she still felt embarrassed when she looked at Gu Chen. I drank last night, too. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this little brother is not only handsome, but also has a positive outlook. Love it. Sisters, draw your swords. Come on. Let's start the guessing game. Guess what car the little brother is driving. Gu Chen's words immediately won him countless fans. Buick? Chevrolet? Touareg? Wuling Hongguang? Hyundai? Volkswagen? BMW? Mercedes-Benz? Audi? Puff. Yan Sheng saw the comments on the barrage and successfully made her laugh. Wuling Hongguang? Are you here to make fun of me? And most of the cars listed in the live broadcast room are Wuling Hongguang. The entire live broadcast room went awry in an instant. It is indeed a famous car. Touareg, I guess? Yan Sheng himself also joined the guessing game with great interest. She didn't think that the young man in front would drive a Wuling Hongguang. Currently, the cars with the largest ownership are Buick and Volkswagen. Touareg is a newly emerging brand that focuses on affordable prices and has very reliable safety performance. Then the two of them walked into the parking lot one after the other. We're here. We'll take you to watch this visual feast up close, Yan Sheng said excitedly. At this time, the popularity of her live broadcast room reached hundreds of thousands, and they were naturally attracted by her title. Nowadays, even good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. How can you attract audiences without a good gimmick? The title of her live broadcast is Coordinates in Huahai. Take you to see limited edition luxury sports cars. Let you experience a visual feast. This is indeed Huahai's famous 5-star hotel, and there is no shortage of luxury cars in the parking lot. Suddenly, the corner ahead was surrounded by a crowd, and there were 4 security guards inside maintaining order. They were all specially transferred here by the lobby manager. After all, tens of millions of top-of-the-line sports cars suddenly appeared in their hotel. If something unexpected happened, they would be in big trouble. Everyone, please don't crowd. Only take pictures. No touching. For security guards were maintaining order, but they didn't expect that the car owner was so willful and parked his sports car here? This is not a private parking lot. What if it gets scratched? However, they were also very surprised and envious. They never expected that one day they would be able to see this luxury car up close. At this time, a group of people gathered together, taking photos and checking in. It would be nice to post them on WeChat moments to show off, right? The two of them walked through the crowd excitedly. What catches your eye is a sports car full of technology. Silver paint and streamlined body. Jet tail wing, with 4 center-mounted exhaust pipes made of titanium alloy. The bright lights from the parking lot overhead fell on it, giving it a faint halo. It was so beautiful that the live broadcast room was instantly boiling. 666. The host is not lying to me. It's really a limited edition sports car. So cool. This is what being a man should be like. Aston Martin 177, limited to 77 units worldwide. The original price was over 40 million. It was sold in China for a whopping 50 million. And there was no demand for it. I never thought that one day I would be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes. No more words. Here comes the rocket. Conscientious anchor, shoot a rocket, go up and touch it, and tell me how it feels? The popularity of Yan Sheng's live broadcast room immediately soared, and soon reached 400,000 or 500,000. And it was still rising. Various gifts are flying all over the screen, and a few rockets that were rarely seen in the past have also appeared. Wow! This is the first time I've received so many gifts. Yan Sheng was stunned. She didn't expect it to cause such a stir. You can imagine the excitement inside. Gu Chen on the side just smiled and said nothing. Yan Sheng also reacted quickly and her pretty face turned red. Then, for the live broadcast effect, she continued to talk to Gu Chen. Brother, how is it? This car is the dream of you boys, right? It's okay. It's easier to drive than ordinary cars. Gu Chen responded calmly without changing his expression. Yan Sheng didn't know what to say, so he rolled his eyes and continued, "You make it sound like you've driven it before." The two talked for several minutes, all the while circling the sports car. Ling Yanqing was very satisfied. Looking at the luxury car in front of him, Yan Sheng wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare to, for fear that he would accidentally damage it and not be able to pay for it. He looked hesitant, and Gu Chen next to him shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to step forward, someone called him back. Hey! Didn't I tell you? You can only look but not touch. This is a luxury car worth tens of millions, don't damage it. One of the security guards reminded Gu Chen. Hearing the security guard's words, the people around subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the sports car from afar, and were shocked. They thought the car would cost at most a few million. They didn't expect it would cost tens of millions. If it was damaged a little, they would be bankrupt and couldn't afford to pay for it. But I am also very curious about which rich man can afford this car. Even in Huahai, this sports car is top-notch. Yes. Bro! Don't damage it. At this time Yan Sheng also hurried over and pulled Gu Chen. In her opinion, it was normal for Gu Chen to be excited when he saw the sports car. Which boy would not be moved when he saw it? By the way, little brother, where is your car parked? Aren't you here to pick up the car? Come on. Let's go and see your car. Then, in order to persuade Gu Chen, Yan Sheng quickly changed the subject. Gu Chen didn't want to pretend at first, but seeing this, he had no choice but to do so. Weren't you watching? Gu Chen smiled, then took out the key and pressed it lightly. Ding ding. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a car engine was heard, and the headlights suddenly lit up, emitting a strange light. All the people present were frightened and they all stepped back. The car door is open? Could it be that the owner of the car has arrived? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the doors on both sides of the car slowly rose up like butterfly wings, revealing the luxurious interior decoration. Countless people stared with wide eyes. Yan Sheng was stunned for a moment, pointed at the sports car, looked at Gu Chen in disbelief, and became incoherent for a moment. The same thing happened in the live broadcast room, just like a violent stone falling into the water. First, the screen was full of question marks. It turns out that the rich man has always been with us. This little brother is too low-key. What the hell? I seriously doubt this is a script. No wonder the young man was so calm and indifferent the whole time. It turned out to be his car. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Are the current super rich so good at playing? Then countless barrages of comments appeared one after another. Yan Sheng didn't come back to his senses for a long time. For an ordinary person like her, this car would be a lifetime luxury for her. If she could become famous and a pillar of the platform in the future, that would be another matter. Do you want to come up and touch it? At this time, Gu Chen asked Yan Sheng, who was stunned beside him. Can I? Yan Sheng bit her plump lower lip lightly, not yet recovering from the shock. Chapter 22. Why did he close the car door? Certainly. Gu Chen nodded and walked straight forward. This time the security guard did not stop him, but looked at Gu Chen carefully. It's over. The anchor has fallen and is about to become the plaything of the super rich. The experienced netizens in the live broadcast room can guess what will happen next. Get in the car, race, eat, go to the hotel, check in, all in one go. This is the simple and unpretentious way rich people pick up girls. Yan Sheng walked up to the silver supercar and touched it amid everyone's envious gazes. It feels cool, smooth and silky to the touch, an emotionless gold-eating beast. After seeing Yan Sheng finish touching, Gu Chen also walked into the car. The extremely comfortable leather seats fit the back curve of the owner perfectly, making the owner and the car body blend into one. The luxurious central control design uses cutting-edge technology. TSK, so comfortable. If watches and wallets are men's romance, then supercars are men's dreams. On the passenger seat, there was a document bag containing all the documentation for the car. Ignoring cause and effect, the mutated Taba can rationalize all the irrationalities. As for driving skills? As a former rich second generation, the biggest joke is that he can't drive a sports car. At this time, Yan Sheng, who was touching the watch, was still immersed in the wonderful feeling. I thought to myself, what if the little brother asks me to get in the car? Should I get in or not? It's extremely confusing. Even though nothing will happen if she goes up there, she is on a live broadcast. But she was a little unwilling to give up, as this might be the closest chance she would ever get to sit in a supercar in her life. Her pretty, blushing face was full of confusion. But Guchen had already made the decision for her. Just close the car door. Bang! Yan Xing came back to his senses instantly. What's going on? Looking at the closed car door, he was stunned. He closed the door? The script is wrong? Could it be that this wealthy man doesn't like our anchor? Could it be that this rich man is a straight man? 666, the super rich only care about the car, and women will affect the speed of the sports car. Whether in the live broadcast room or on the scene, everyone was confused by Gu Chen's operation. No one expected that he would just leave the host who came with him aside. He even scolded Gu Chen for wasting such an expensive sports car and such a beautiful young lady, but he didn't cherish them at all. Just touch it, really just touch it. Is this the legendary Xior? Yan Sheng was also confused at this time. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? She even seriously doubted her appearance. You have to know that there are many people chasing after her out there, and there are even some big guys who spend a lot of money to treat her to dinner and offer to support her at a high price. For a moment she was doubting herself, wondering if there was something wrong with her charm. All of this has nothing to do with Gu Chen in the car. After he adjusted to the environment, he rolled down the window and nodded to Yan Sheng, who was standing beside him in a daze. He stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom, boom. The unique roar of a supercar's engine caused the people around to consciously make way for it. They don't even dare to commit fraud. After all, they are afraid that the car will be scratched, and the medical expenses paid by others will not be enough to cover the cost of repairs. The airflow rushed from the rear of the car, and the friction between the wheels and the ground raised clouds of dust. In an instant, it was like a running cheetah, running wildly on the road. After a few seconds, it disappeared from everyone's sight. After paying the parking fee, I walked away under the envious and respectful gaze of the toll collector. The unique sound of the sports car attracted the attention of pedestrians on both sides of the road. There was a vacuum of dozens of meters in front and behind Gu Chen, and other cars stayed far away. There were even some female drivers who made the men next to them so terrified that they simply asked them to pull over. Gu Chen in the car recalled the expression of the beautiful anchor and suddenly laughed. I'm so sorry. I have something else to do. It's not that I don't understand romance. I'll treat you to a meal next time we meet. Gu Chen thought to himself. Today he also has to go to the company to deal with the merger and matters regarding Chu Sini's position. Plus, he had an inexplicable affection for Chu Sini and really didn't want to get involved. He stepped on the accelerator and the sports car flew towards Taiyu Group like a sword out of its sheath. The people in the parking lot saw that the sports car had left and there was no more excitement to watch, so they quickly dispersed. But before leaving, everyone looked at Yan Sheng with a pitiful expression. Ling Yanqing's face turned red, and under the teasing of the viewers in the live broadcast room, he left the sad place. But she didn't blame Gu Chen. After all, he had just met her and was not that familiar with her. No one would invite her to sit up there. She even wanted to thank him. This live broadcast was an unprecedented success, with the highest popularity reaching more than 3 million. Even when Gu Chen revealed his identity, the gifts kept coming. Her popularity skyrocketed dozens of times, and she now has more than 500,000 fans. The only thing that made her regretful was that she didn't even ask for the contact information of such a handsome and rich boy. Next to the Taiyu Group building. At this time, two men were looking at the building and talking. The older man looked at the younger man and said anxiously, Xiao Ding. Is your classmate reliable? Don't let him become a laughing stock. Manager, don't worry. My classmate is my best friend, and his family is very rich. It's not that difficult for him to get to know a supervisor. The young man patted his chest and said. It was Ding Rui who had been drinking with Gu Chen last night, and the other person was the manager of their company's purchasing department. Then I haven't heard you say that before? The manager was still a little unconvinced. After all, Taiyu is a large group, far beyond the reach of their company. I just met him yesterday, and I just heard what he said yesterday. Okay. I hope your classmate didn't lie to you. The company's raw materials can't hold up. If this works, you'll have done a great job. Don't worry, manager. Then the two of them walked towards Taiyu building. Excuse me, gentlemen, who are you looking for? In the lobby, the receptionist looked at Ding Rui and his friend with a smile. Hello? Are we looking for Manager Qin Wei from the materials department? Ding Rui said with a smile. He was also a little nervous inside. As a small company, he felt a little guilty when facing the big group. Manager Qin? The lady at the front desk nodded and dialed the group's internal number. The phone beeped twice and then was connected. Hello, this is the group front desk. I have two guests here to see Manager Qin. After a few seconds, she smiled and hung up the phone. Hello, Manager Qin will send someone over right away. Please wait in the waiting area over there. The lady at the front desk looked at the two nervous people, smiled professionally, and then pointed at them. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. When Ding Rui heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. The manager and he sat on the reception sofa opposite. It seems that your classmate didn't lie to you. You didn't even tell them your name, but they came to see you. The manager was relieved at this time. Of course. Ding Rui was also a little surprised, but very happy. Not long after, a young man in work clothes came over and said to Ding Rui and the others, "You were the ones who called just now, right?" Ding Rui quickly stood up and nodded. Which of you two is Mr. Ding Rui waiting? Me. Ding Rui was slightly stunned. Hello Mr. Ding, I was sent by our supervisor Qin Wei. Our supervisor couldn't spare time, so he asked me to apologize to you and arranged for me to receive you too. The young man smiled slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Rui and the manager were stunned. Neither of them expected this outcome. It's okay. We are sorry for disturbing you. Then the manager reacted and waved his hands hurriedly. Are you kidding? What kind of status does that person have? Although they didn't know why he was so polite, the two of them didn't dare to be rude. Yes. The same is true for Ding Rui. He couldn't understand all this and could only attribute it to Gu Chen. It seems that Gu Chen is more powerful than he thought. You two don't have to do this. The supervisor has instructed that if you two gentlemen need any help, you can just ask directly, as long as it does not violate the interests of the group, said the young man with a smile. He learned from Manager Qin that this was an order from the newly appointed chairman of their group. Then Ding Rui and the other two told us their request for coming here. After saying this, he looked at the young man anxiously. Don't worry. How much do you two need? As long as you sign the contract, we can arrange the delivery immediately. The young man had an expression that was not worth mentioning. This was no problem at all for him. Not to mention that it was the chairman's order. Then the manager still couldn't believe it. Was it solved so easily? Then he shook his head, thinking that if the problem had been solved earlier, he wouldn't have to run around. After he consulted the company's boss, he was told that he had full authority to handle the matter. So he followed the young man around and spent more than half an hour to finish the contract. As long as the manager takes it back and stamps it with their company's official seal, it will become effective. Walk out of the hall. Manager Lu, Mr. Ding, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. The young man also seemed very happy. He was not happy because he promoted the completion of the order, but because as long as he did the job well, he would leave a good impression in the eyes of the chairman. Team Leader Li, it's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you very much this time. The manager was also in a good mood. He knew that all this was because of the classmate Ding Rui mentioned. Then the young man sent the two to the intersection and was about to say goodbye. A loud roar of a car was heard. It instantly attracted everyone's attention and everyone looked from afar. A handsome sports car slowly drove over. Chapter 23. Want to lose? Impossible. A sports car drove past in front of Ding Rui and the other two people with envy and amazement. As a man, how can you not envy sports cars? Suddenly they found a sports car driving directly into the underground parking lot of Taiyu Group. Team Leader Li, this person seems to be from your group? He actually drives a sports car to work? At this time, Ding Rui asked the young man with a hint of envy. But the young man himself was also very confused. It seems like no one in their group has ever driven a sports car to work? He was quite sure. After all, if someone knew about such a famous thing, it would have spread widely a long time ago. Ha! Isn't this from your group? Seeing the young man's expression, it was obvious that he knew nothing about this sports car. Ding Rui couldn't help but ask curiously. The young man shook his head, then reacted and a name appeared in his mind. I know. It should be our chairman. The young man guessed after looking at Ding Rui. Chairman of your group? Hearing the young man's words, Ding Rui and the manager spoke in unison. Obviously they also knew that the chairman of Taiyu Group had never shown up, and it was the general manager Jiang Dongxiang who managed the group's affairs. Yes, it's the chairman. The young man was a little surprised to see that Ding Rui knew nothing about this, because this was the order of their chairman. But he didn't say anything more. After all, the chairman had told him to keep it confidential. Then they chatted for a few minutes and then separated. Looking at the young man's back, Ding Rui and the other man were silent for a while. Ding Rui. It seems that the identity of your classmate is far from as simple as you said. Manager Lu sighed. Ding Rui also nodded. He was not stupid. Looking at the young man's attitude towards him, he knew that what Gu Chen said was definitely not as simple as just knowing a supervisor. At this time, Gu Chen drove his sports car and parked it in the underground parking lot. He didn't notice Ding Rui on the side of the road at all. Now everyone in the Taiyu Group knows that they have a chairman in office. Gu Chen arrived at his office without any obstruction along the way. The spacious office looks extremely luxurious. The Chinese and Western style decoration is pleasing to the eye at first glance, and it is obvious that it was designed by a famous artist. Meeting room, reception room, office. The lounge was divided into single rooms, and what surprised him even more was that there was an open-air balcony outside. The entire office was spotless. It was obvious that even without the chairman, the place was kept clean. After looking around, he sat directly on his own office chair, which made Gu Chen very satisfied. Mr. Jiang and Chu Sini, who received the news later, came here. Chairman! Everyone shouted in unison. Yeah. Sit down. Gu Chen nodded. Chairman, I think Miss Chu is more suitable for the position of general manager than me, so I want to give my position to her. President Jiang said impatiently as soon as he sat down. When these words came out, not only Gu Chen was surprised, but even Chu Sini next to him couldn't believe it. This. Chairman, no, I just came to the group and I'm not familiar with anything. I'm far from qualified for this position, and the employees below will definitely not accept it. Don't worry, Miss Chu. I will always cooperate with you to complete the handover. Your talents are known to everyone in Huahai, so don't be so modest. President Jiang looked serious. He knew that there would definitely be a change in position after Chu Sini came, so it would be better for him to quit. After all, he knew that he was really not suitable to be the general manager, otherwise the strength of the group would have increased several times. Okay. I've already made plans for this matter. You don't have to argue anymore. Gu Chen directly interrupted their conversation. I plan to create another position. The executive president will be in charge of all the affairs of the group. Except for the strategic direction of the group that needs to be reported to me, everything else will be managed by the executive president. Seeing the two people looking at him, Gu Chen said lightly. Then Chairman, you. President Jiang was puzzled when he heard this. Of course I won't stay in the group forever. And you, as the general manager, don't need to give up your position, but your authority is definitely not as good as that of the executive president, and the general manager's main business is still internal affairs, and assisting the president in external affairs. Gu Chen arranged it directly. Upon hearing this, President Jiang nodded to show his understanding. I now appoint Chu Sini as the executive president, in charge of all matters of the group. President Jiang, your position remains unchanged. I will notify everyone soon. Yes. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Jiang Dongxiang and Chu Sini looked at each other, and then they went downstairs to arrange things. Gu Chen himself was also free of worries and was looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window very comfortably. Ding ding. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from Ding Rui. Thank you, Chenzi. I'll treat you to a drink in the next 2 days. By the way, tomorrow's party will be at Huatian Hotel at 6 p.m. Don't be late. Also, I've told the classmates that you're going, and everyone is very happy. After reading it, Gu Chen smiled and shook his head. Got it. I'll be there on time. After that, he opened Taobao directly, but had not yet claimed today's event. After a few seconds. Congratulations to this user for winning the cashback event. As long as the user spends money on the Tigerfish platform today, he will receive 100 times the rebate. The maximum amount is 1 million. Looking at the message above, Guchen was stunned. What the hell? Cashback? 100 times? So good? Guchen became more energetic. You know, although he now has several properties, his cash is very scarce, only more than 40 million. So I am very interested in this. But the maximum amount is only 1 million? That's a pity. Seeing this, Guchen felt a little regretful. After all, such opportunities are rare. Then I started watching Tigerfish videos. Watching the videos of sexy dances, Guchen was immediately immersed in them, watching them for more than an hour. It made him completely forget his original intention. Suddenly he saw someone from the same city. I clicked on it and was stunned. The protagonist is actually myself? It turned out to be the video of Guchen picking up the car before. Then I became interested and opened the comments. Is this little brother a devil? It was so funny to see the hostess' confused expression at the end. All I can say is, well done. Someone, bring me the high voltage wire so I can play the dong phong pa for him. Seeing this, Guchen smiled immediately. These days, the comments are still funny. He also saw the host's final expression, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly I saw her profile picture and clicked on it, and saw that she was live streaming. This made Guchen remember what his purpose was. Then he directly transferred 1 million yuan from the card into it. It turns out that spending money is so fun. Then I opened the live broadcast of the previous anchor. It's all about making money anyway, so where isn't it? After all, I felt a little embarrassed towards her in the morning. When I went in, I saw it was the same anchor Yin Chang, who looked even more charming and beautiful under the camera. But it looks like a PK. The other party is a host of a dance channel, named Xiao Wumei, who looks extremely sexy. Especially when she danced, her slender waist twisted, even Guchen's blood boiled. Who among those watching the live broadcast doesn't like this? At this time, Yan Xing saw that the opponent's health bar directly submerged his own health bar. No more. Yan Xing smiled bitterly. Although she is 100 times prettier than the other person, she can't dance such a revealing dance. There was no doubt that she was doomed to lose this battle, and as for the Union, she had no expectations at all. When she came out of the parking lot earlier, her popularity was so high that it shocked the Union, so they asked her to PK. After all, this is related to money. She had no choice but to obey, so she could only connect to the microphone for PK. For a while, all kinds of small gifts came in continuously, and she won several games in a row. Now she has been matched with an anchor who is similar to her fans, but the other person is in the dance zone, and she wins more than she loses in PK. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the rocket. Thanks to Xiao Wu's patron saint for the 3 super hot gifts. Thanks to Big Brother Bang for the plane. As soon as the dance ended, various gift effects appeared in the other party's live broadcast room, and the hostess' voice of thanks rang out one after another. On the other hand, Yan Cheng's side was in a very miserable situation. Although the number of people was no less than that of the other side, the gifts were a bit terrible. There are quite a lot of free gifts, and the tips are all just a few dollars. Occasionally there would be a few airplanes and sports cars, which were completely on a different level compared to the other side. Ling Yanqing was very embarrassed. PK enters countdown of 30 seconds. Hey guys, do you have any gifts to give? This anchor is so pathetic. Yan Qing complained to the live broadcast room. Host, just accept your fate. Yes. Unless you learn from the host on the other side, I promise. You will definitely be no worse than her. They are all freeloaders. It's a pity that the anchor didn't keep that rich guy. Otherwise, this PK wouldn't be worth mentioning. Right. It's a pity that the anchor doesn't even have her WeChat. Yan Chang looked at the comments and his face turned pale with anger. She was about to lose, but her fans were still rubbing salt into her wounds. However, there are naturally rich people among so many people. Although they said that, they still started giving out gifts. Several rocket special effects appeared in the live broadcast room, occasionally mixed with airplanes and sports cars. However, it is still far behind the other side. Yan Chang also gave up directly. Gu Chen also found it very interesting. He didn't expect that the live broadcast could be so interesting. Looking at Yin Qing's disappointed expression, I couldn't help but smile. Want to lose? Impossible? Chapter 24 Charity Reward. Dare to come? The gift list opens. The most expensive one is Super Hot, which costs 3,000 yuan each. Then there are the rockets, 2,000 yuan each. 1,000 for the plane. Sports car 500. Immediately, Gu Chen directly clicked on Xiaohua. Directly send 10. Suddenly, a super hot special effect appeared in Yin Qing's live broadcast room, instantly overtaking the opponent. Fuck. Which rich guy made the move? 10 super fire rounds right at the start? Anchor, you've made it. A super rich man has descended on your live studio. Suddenly, the comments rained down, and everyone was shocked by Gu Chen's actions. Thanks for Chen Tufiang's 10 super fire shots. Yin Qing was also surprised, and then he was very happy. Suddenly, things started to brighten up. I thought I was going to lose this live broadcast, but unexpectedly, a big shot showed up. Ha ha. We've overtaken. It turns out that there has always been a wealthy person in Qingqing's live broadcast room, he was just lurking. Now Yin Qing has changed the name of the live broadcast room back to her own name, Yin Qingqing Live Broadcast Room. When the opponent saw that he was overtaken, he suddenly panicked. He thought he had won the game, but suddenly a rich man appeared. My fellow brothers, let's cheer together. Xiao Wu doesn't want to lose. He immediately started to act pitiful in front of the live broadcast room. As a result, the men in Xiao Wu's live broadcast room were like chicken blood, and all kinds of gifts were flooding the screen again. There are many wealthy people who even spend a huge amount of money just to save face. Directly surpassed Yin Qing's live broadcast room. With just 10 seconds left, the gap widened again. It's over, the other party is exerting force. Is the dusty boss still here? Boss, hurry up. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and then a series of prompt sounds sounded in the room. Dust is flying, I gave 20 rewards to anchor Yin Qingqing's live broadcast room, it's super hot. Suddenly, this prompt sound rang throughout the platform. It has attracted countless newcomers and fans. What? 20 rounds of super fire? 60,000 yuan? Is this true? Which rich guy is this? Is this the super popular free series? Isn't this a shill? Or is the union just making money? For a time, the popularity skyrocketed, and Yin Qing's live broadcast room attracted countless popularity. Soon, 10 seconds were up, the opponent's health bar was gone, and Yin Qing won. The host Xiao Wu on the other side was stunned. She thought she had won, but she didn't expect the opponent to steal the tower, which made her extremely upset. If it comes down to her strength, she is confident that she can win. Not only the anchor himself, but also the big brothers on the list in the live broadcast room think so. One more. It was you who stole the tower just now. It doesn't count. Let's fight with real weapons if you dare. Rubbish anchor. Not only does he have no talent, but he also does things so dirty. Immediately, everyone ran to Yin Qing's live broadcast room and began to make sarcastic remarks. Before Yin Qing could react, he saw a lot of abusive comments on the barrage. TSK. Can't you just accept defeat? If you lose, you lose. What do you mean by stealing the tower? If you have the guts, why don't you just do more? Stealing the tower? All your health bars are gone. That is. Before Yin Qing could say anything, fans in the live broadcast room started to defend him. The argument became heated for a while. Since this was Yin Qing's home court, he naturally had no pressure in scolding the other side. Gu Chen did not say anything, but just smiled disdainfully. That guy who posted super hot videos, I know you are still in the live broadcast room, do you have the guts to play another round? Let's fight with real swords and guns? Whoever loses will apologize? Yes. Do you have the guts to play one more round? What's the point of relying on stealing the tower at the end? The big brother on the opposite side of the list saw that he couldn't win the fans' criticism, so he directly issued a challenge to Gu Chen. How ridiculous. You ask me to play again? Gu Chen didn't waste any words and just sprayed. Humph. If you're scared, just say so. Why pretend to be rich if you don't have money? That's right. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight? What excuses are you making? After seeing what Gu Chen said, the person on the other side got angry. Want to play? Sure. Where can we go to the charity live broadcast room to play? Dare you? Gu Chen replied. Beat. Walk? Who's afraid of whom? For a while, Yan Cheng's live broadcast room was full of gunpowder, attracting too many spectators. Dust is flying and mighty. That's it. Go to the charity if you have the guts. Wow. Is this the boss? He has really positive values. Love it. No wonder the boss is so rich, just look at your attitude. I can only say that you deserve to be so rich. That's right. If you have money, do more charity. Why are you showing off here and making a presence? The live broadcast room was full of praise for Gu Chen's words, and they all supported Gu Chen. On the other side, there was a live broadcast room with very few people. It's called the Charity Live Broadcast Room for Poverty Alleviation Donations in Mountainous Areas. The host of the broadcast is a volunteer teacher who was teaching in the deep mountains of central China. He saw the poverty here, and even the place where the children study is extremely shabby. The local government is also unable to allocate funds because there are so many places like this everywhere. So he had to find a way out on his own. By chance, he came across live streaming and started it. He thought that as long as he started the live broadcast, people from all walks of life would actively donate after knowing the situation here. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. As a result, no one was interested, which made him very disappointed. Look, there are only a few people in the live broadcast room. After Gu Chen said this in Yan Cheng's live broadcast room, he searched for the charity live broadcast room in the search bar. Many live broadcasts popped up directly. After searching for a while, he saw a live broadcast room called Charity Donations for Poverty Alleviation in Mountainous Areas. This is the one that caught my eye. Aren't you dissatisfied? If you have the guts, come here and fight for real money. Gu Chen sent the link directly to Yan Cheng's live broadcast room, and then typed a line of words. The boss is actually serious. Let's go and take a look. Does the other side dare? For a time, Yan Cheng's live broadcast room was very popular. The big brothers on the opposite side are now in a dilemma. They thought it was just an excuse from Gu Chen, but they actually took it seriously. However, after seeing so many comments, they gritted their teeth and went straight there. They had looked at Gu Chen's account level before, and it was just the most basic level. It was obvious that he was a novice who had just started playing. How much money could he have? So they were relieved. Live broadcast room on poverty in the mountains. At this time, the popularity skyrocketed. The person doing the live broadcast was a young man, and no one knew what happened. It was not until he saw many comments that he understood the whole story. Thank you all for coming to the live broadcast room. The host said quickly. Dust is flying, I gave 10 rewards to the Anchor Dashin Pinion's live broadcast room. It's so popular. Go and watch. Gu Chen didn't waste any words and fired 10 super hot shots directly, which instantly resounded throughout the platform. Hello, host. Thank you, Brother Chen Tu Fei Yang, for your support. On behalf of the students here, I would like to thank you very much for your support. Don't worry. I will use all the money you give me for poverty alleviation. Everyone is welcome to supervise me. The anchor immediately looked grateful. This is the biggest, most numerous, and most expensive gift he has received since he started live streaming. Are there still such poor places now? When you grow up, sand tends to get into your eyes easily. I'm not as rich as the big boss, so I can only do my best. Here's the sports car. All the viewers who were attracted to the show were moved by the host, and all kinds of gifts filled the screen. Such a big commotion at this time naturally attracted the attention of the platform. The staff didn't dare to make a decision and could only report it. After attracting the attention of a powerful supervisor, he made the final decision. This is a good opportunity to promote the positive energy of our platform. We will do our best to lift the traffic restrictions on this live broadcast room. In addition, we will not take a cent from any gift rewards for this live broadcast room. All of it will be used for charity activities. After receiving the order from above, the staff below immediately started to act. The live broadcast link of the Dashin Poverty Live Broadcast Room appeared prominently on the platform's homepage. The staff even delivered a gift directly inside. The staff of Tigerfish gave a super hot reward to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Suddenly, the platform prompt sounded, instantly attracting the attention of many netizens. Hello, Anchor, I am a staff member of the official platform. According to the decision from above, the platform will not charge any commission for all the gifts given to this live broadcast room in the future. All of them will be used for charity. At the same time, we will send someone to check the whereabouts of all the financial resources. It immediately caused an uproar, and no one expected that it would attract the attention of the platform. Thank you for the support of the official platform. On behalf of all the students here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. The host was also stunned, and then ecstatic. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the authorities. Wow! I didn't expect the platform to be so warm-hearted. You are worthy of being the boss of the platform. Great! I've decided to only watch Tigerfish live from now on. Boss Chen Feiyang is really amazing. His one move attracted the attention of the platform. That's right. Your boss is still your boss. For a moment, all the comments were positive, and the supervisor who was observing secretly was very satisfied. Opposite side. Where are your people? Did they run away? At this time, Guchen did not forget those people before. Brother Wang, I gave 10 rewards to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room, which was super popular. Xiaowu's patron saint gave 10 super hot tips to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room. Xiaowu's top brother gave 10 rewards to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room, which was super popular. As soon as Guchen finished speaking, several voices rang out in succession. The live broadcast room was extremely exciting. The showdown between the local tyrants has begun. Guchen smiled when he saw the scene. Very good. Dust is flying. I gave 50 tips to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room, it's so popular. Dust is flying. I gave 50 tips to the anchor Opinion's live broadcast room, it's so popular. Without saying much, he took action directly, shocking everyone instantly. FFF. He's such a rich guy. At this moment, my dog eyes are blinded. 100 rounds of superfire, 300,000? Just gone like that? I can't understand how rich people think. Not only the viewers in the live broadcast room were scared, but also the few people and the rich people who came before were scared. They didn't expect that Guchen was so rich. It had only been a short time, but he had already spent 300,000? Although they claim to be rich, they still feel very painful to spend so much at once. Where are the people? At this time, Guchen saw that they were not moving, and immediately taunted, "You won't run away, will you?" Chapter 25, Complete a small goal in 1 hour. As soon as these words came out, the faces of those who had been against Guchen before turned red, and after a discussion, they immediately started fighting. So each of the 3 of them fired 30 super fire rounds. It directly increased the popularity of the live broadcast. That's it? Guchen glanced at it, then sent 2 words with disdain, and directly rewarded 450 shot super hots in one breath. Another 600,000. Several people shut up instantly. They knew they had hit a wall. The person's strength was many times stronger than theirs. So they didn't dare to show up again and left in shame. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned instantly. They didn't expect Guchen to be so domineering and directly spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. So everyone waited for a while, and when they saw that the people from before had not appeared, they knew that they would not dare to come again. But there was no ridicule. After all, they knew that Guchen must be extremely powerful, and they didn't even blink when they saw him. Boss is mighty. Boss is so domineering. Big Boss is awesome. Suddenly, all the same words appeared in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Brother Dust Flying, for sending so many superfires. I thank you on behalf of the children. The host also reacted at this time and thanked Guchen. It's okay. I hope you can do what you say. Guchen said generously. Anyway, he has a credit limit of 1 million, so it doesn't matter where he spends it. He might as well donate it to charity, which can do good deeds and avoid waste. Please rest assured, Big Brother. I will broadcast the financial usage live throughout the process. Big Brother is welcome to investigate. The host was very humble and very grateful to Guchen. He knew that if it weren't for Guchen, he probably wouldn't be able to continue. Afterwards, Guchen chatted for a few words and then left. Although Guchen is gone, the popularity of this live broadcast room is still very high. The previous super hot attraction attracted too much popularity. Wow! I didn't expect the boss's thought level is so high. How can you be so rich if you are not tall? I may not be as rich as Dust Flying Boss, but I still have a rocket. Great! I didn't expect there is such a place. I'll do my best to help. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw Gu Chen's previous lavish spending, they were immediately thrilled and gave him rewards, hoping that it would be of some help to the children in the poor mountainous areas. Gu Chen's story has attracted widespread attention. He is rich and kind-hearted, and has become an idol for many people. There were also many anchors who, after learning that Gu Chen had given more than 1 million in tips within just 1 hour, suddenly had red eyes and found Gu Chen's account to send private messages, wanting to cling to the thighs of the rich man. All this has nothing to do with Gu Chen. At this time, a message came on his mobile phone. Congratulations to this user for completing the activity. The total consumption is 1.03 million. The cashback of 100 million has been transferred to the user's bank card, please check it. Seeing this, Gu Chen was excited. He got 100 million. Dear Mr. Gu, your account received a transfer today. The current balance is 138,974,300 yuan and 6 cents. Then there was news about his bank card account. Ha! I completed a small goal in just 1 hour. Gu Chen's mouth suddenly opened wide with a smile. Boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on his office door. Come in. The person who came was Chu Sini. Why are you here? Gu Chen was slightly stunned. This should be Chu Sini's busiest time. I'm here to report to the director. Chu Sini gave Gu Chen a complicated look. Looking at all this, she felt like it was a dream. Her old classmate suddenly became her boss. Can't you just make the decision on anything? Gu Chen said indifferently. It's about Tianhe Group. Chu Sini gritted her teeth. Obviously, he is still very angry about what Tianhe Group had done before. Forehead? Gu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, if it weren't for that person, he wouldn't have been able to acquire the Chu Group. I just talked to General Manager Jiang about the situation. Our Taiyu is many times more famous than Tianhe Group internationally, so I want to target Tianhe Group in terms of raw materials. Without waiting for Gu Chen to say anything, she continued, after my investigation, those international raw material producing areas obviously trust us Taiyu more. In addition, our Taiyu is currently undergoing transformation and needs a large amount of raw materials. We can also seize market share and expand our influence. Then he looked at Gu Chen expectantly. Forehead. Gu Chen smiled bitterly, then thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Before, their group didn't need many raw materials, so they didn't care. But now, since we need to transform, we naturally need a lot of raw materials. However, he believed that squeezing out Tianhe Group was definitely part of the reason. Okay. You take full responsibility for this matter. Gu Chen simply delegated his authority and let her handle the matter. Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Chu Sini was very happy to hear that, and then she walked out in her high heels. Things get done naturally without any delay. This girl. Gu Chen shook his head, and then went about his business. Many documents require his personal signature to be valid. Time passed slowly and it was soon time to get off work. As the boss of the group, how can I take the lead in working overtime? So Gu Chen left the group very punctually. Everyone else also left work. It has to be said that the working environment of a large group is quite humane. As long as you finish your work, you can leave work on time, and you will also receive overtime pay for overtime work. Gu Chen drove his supercar directly out of the parking lot. Wow! A supercar. Whose car is this? It's so cool. I've never heard of anyone driving a sports car to work. Not even Mr. Jiang. Could it be? Chairman. The staff who had just walked out of the building suddenly saw a sports car coming out of the underground parking lot and started talking about it. She was immediately filled with envy, and the female employee looked moved. Chairman Gu Chen is young, handsome, and worth billions. He is truly the male god in their hearts. After returning home, Gu Chen felt very bored, so he started his journey to conquer the canyon. Open pesticide and enter the game interface. Looking at the long-lost scene, Gu Chen felt nostalgic. He hadn't played for a year, and he dropped directly from the king rank to platinum. Without thinking twice, I opened the ranking directly. So he started a winning streak and won the MVP every time. With the strength of a king, can't he kill people at will in a platinum game? At this time, he looked at the time on his wrist and it was already past midnight. I didn't expect to play for so long. He rubbed his neck and exited the game. Just have fun, there is no need to play all the time. After thinking about it, I realized that today's activities had been refreshed, so I opened Taba. After all, he has been in great form tonight, so maybe he will have some luck and win a better product. Congratulations to this user for winning the 1 Yuan exchange for a Huatian hotel. Looking at the news above, Guchen was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. I think I discovered a secret? Do I have to play a few games before the lottery? Huatian Hotel, a famous 5-star hotel in Huahai City, is several levels higher than Sheraton. The guests we receive are all business tycoons or international bigwigs. These are invisible resources. Tomorrow happens to be a class reunion, just in time. Guchen then thought, isn't the class reunion held at the Huatian Hotel? Thinking of this, he smiled knowingly. He obviously didn't like to show off, but this mutated Taba always wanted him to do so. Life is so helpless. There was no conversation that night, and Guchen woke up early. After taking care of his personal hygiene, he drove straight to Huatian Hotel. According to the navigation, an hour later, the sports car stopped safely in front of the hotel. Looking at the luxurious and grand hotel, Guchen was very satisfied. It was indeed a top 5-star hotel. Just walk down and into the lobby. The magnificent and grand lobby greets you. The decoration inside is unique, and the rows of bookshelves are filled with many works of art and classical books. The modern and luxurious lobby reveals a touch of elegance and grace, giving people a sense of noble quality. Guchen couldn't help but nodded. The hardware facilities were impeccable. Hello sir, are you booking a room or? The sweet voice of the front desk customer service came over. Hello, I'm waiting for someone. Guchen nodded, thinking that the service was indeed good. Okay, sir, you can go to the special leisure area over there to wait for someone. The receptionist did not show any dissatisfaction but instead gave considerate suggestions. Okay, thanks. Guchen then walked to the comfortable sofa opposite, took out his cell phone and made a call. This phone number was sent to him by Taba last night. This should be the phone number of the person in charge of the hotel. The phone rang a few times and then was connected. Then a deep male voice came over. Hello? How are you? May I ask who is? Guchen. As soon as these words came out, Guchen clearly heard the pause on the other side. My name is Yuan. I'm so sorry. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to come so early. Please wait a moment. I'm still in Ning City. I'll be there soon. The person on the other side was slightly stunned, then quickly spoke. Gone? This last name is quite interesting. But what are you doing in Ning City? Shouldn't you be working? Thinking of this, Guchen frowned slightly. Mr. Gu? Give me 30 minutes, I'll be there right away. I'm so sorry. Hearing that Guchen didn't say anything, he thought he was dissatisfied, and suddenly became anxious, and he quickly apologized. Not only did he not have any complaints about Guchen buying his hotel, he was also full of gratitude. A person who can afford to open a hotel naturally has more than just this ability. He also opened another company. However, his company's capital chain has been tight recently, causing it to file for bankruptcy. It can be said that within a month, he will face bankruptcy or imprisonment. Selling a 5-star hotel is not an easy matter. It requires a large amount of cash, which is not something that ordinary people can come up with. Chapter 26 Acquisition of a 5-star hotel. In addition, someone made a noise and no one dared to take over his hotel. Or the price is pushed down extremely low. Just when he was in despair, the person who called himself Guchen suddenly appeared on the other end of the phone. They wanted to buy his hotel at an overpriced price, so that he could directly fill the gap in his capital chain and revive his company. This move was like timely help to him and indirectly saved his life. How could he not be grateful in this situation? Yeah. It's okay. Just take your time, no need to rush. Guchen naturally didn't know the other party's identity and thought he was just the manager of the hotel. He wanted to see what this person would say next. After hanging up the phone, Guchen sat in the lobby and waited. Mainly looking at the environment and facilities. I have to say, it is really good, both the software and hardware facilities are first class. Suddenly he saw a woman in uniform walking towards him, and was stunned when he heard the receptionist call her manager Lu. She's the manager? Then what is Gone Yuan? Gu Chen was confused. Seeing the other party leaving in the elevator, Gu Chen hurried to the front desk. Was that person just now your manager? Gu Chen couldn't help but speak. Yes. That was the general manager of our hotel. Why, sir, do you also think our manager is pretty? Hearing this, the receptionist raised her head and looked at Gu Chen with a smile and said. She directly misunderstood and thought that Gu Chen was someone who liked their manager. Forehead? Gu Chen was stunned. Beautiful? He really didn't notice it. I have a piece of advice for you, sir. Just give up. Our manager has never treated any member of the opposite sex any differently. Seeing Gu Chen's expression, she thought he was embarrassed because she had exposed him, so she immediately advised. She said so much to Gu Chen because she saw how handsome he was. By the way, has the person you are waiting for arrived, sir? No. He said it would take another half an hour. Gu Chen shook his head and then sat back on the sofa. Less than 30 minutes had passed, just 25 minutes. Gone Yuan ran in, sweating profusely. Although Gu Chen told him not to be anxious, he was not anxious. So he rushed to the hotel in a hurry. Ning City is a city not far from Huahai City, and it usually only takes half an hour to get there. Boss gone? At this moment, the front desk clerk suddenly tensed up and shouted nervously. Hearing the voice, Gu Chen turned around and saw a well-maintained middle-aged man walked in. Are you Mr. Gu Chen? After looking around, Gone Yuan saw that only Gu Chen was sitting in the rest area, so he hurried over and asked tentatively. Although Gu Chen looks very young, capable people never care about age. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen looked at the dusty Gone Yuan and said with a smile, Boss gone? Seeing the other person nod, Gu Chen realized that the other person was the owner of the hotel. I'm really sorry to have kept Mr. Gu waiting for so long, Gone Yuan apologized. The posture is very low. This made Gu Chen feel a little strange, as he didn't know about these things. I just bought his hotel, why is he so nice to me? Could it be that he is attracted by my beauty? Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but shudder and felt a chill. Boss Gu, go check out our hotel now. If there weren't problems with my company, I really wouldn't sell it. Then Gone Yuan began to introduce the hotel to Gu Chen. Good. Gu Chen nodded. Come to the front desk. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you to this person who will be your boss from now on, Mr. Gu Chen. Gone Yuan pointed at Gu Chen and said. Hello, Mr. Gu. The receptionist was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the good-looking young man was her boss. She started to stutter. Yeah. Hello. Gu Chen greeted with a smile. He still has a good impression of this front desk. Of course, it's not the kind between men and women, but the kind that is appreciated in the workplace. By the way, where is Manager Lu Yinglu? Then Gone Yuan asked the front desk. Manager Lu just went upstairs. The front desk clerk answered truthfully. Although Gone Yuan will no longer be their boss, he is still very nice to them. Notify CEO Lu, everyone should hold a meeting in the conference room. After saying something to the front desk, he looked at Gu Chen and said, Mr. Gu. Please. Good. Gu Chen took the lead without hesitation. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of Huatian Hotel. More than 100 people filled the entire conference room. The seats in the front row were gradually occupied by management. The leader was Manager Lu Ying, who had met Gu Chen once. Everyone who came in cast their eyes towards the top of the conference room. Suddenly the main door opened and two figures walked in. The first person to come in was not Gone Yuan, whom they were familiar with, but a young man. They were collectively confused. Who is this young man? Why is he walking ahead of the boss? What right does he have to sit in the boss's position? Only Lu Ying knew the truth, and she looked at her new boss with a little curiosity. Although they were all very curious, no one asked and the entire conference room fell into silence. After a while, Gone Yuan felt a little sad when looking at the familiar faces. After all, they were all old people who had followed him for many years. Ahem. He drew everyone's attention and continued, Everyone, the purpose of today's meeting is to inform everyone of one thing. I have sold the Huatian Hotel to Mr. Gu Chen next to me. In other words, from today on, Mr. Gu is your new boss. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes widened. They had no news at all before, it happened so suddenly. I have no idea why Yuan wants to sell his booming hotel. You've all met the new boss. Seeing everyone's reactions, Yuan was also sighing. Hello, Mr. Gu. But they reacted quickly. Gu Chen nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down. Then they looked at Gu Chen curiously and found that the new boss was not only young, but also extremely handsome. To be able to buy such a big hotel, one must be very rich. This is simply the template for the male protagonist in urban romance novels. Compared to the previous Yuan and Mr. Gu Chen is simply perfect. Except for a few people, most of them have no feelings for Yuan. This isn't heartless, it's just the most basic idea. After all, for them, it's just a job, just a change of boss. The impact is not significant. Therefore, Gu Chen's appearance added a lot of points to his impression. Then Yuan left the stage to Gu Chen. He has said everything he needed to say. Next, Huatian Hotel will belong to Gu Chen. Everyone. I won't beat around the bush. Everything will remain the same as before. The reward system will not be affected in any way. After all, I have just taken over this hotel and I don't know you all that well. So over the next period of time, I will carefully observe your work attitude. For those with a good work attitude, not only will your salary not be affected, but it will actually increase. Gu Chen looked around and said slowly. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the salary and reward system remains unchanged, even if the sky falls, it will have nothing to do with him. All right. That's all I have to say for now. Let's adjourn the meeting. The management will stay and introduce the hotel to me. Afterwards, more than 100 people dispersed, leaving only about 10 people to continue the meeting. The huge conference room seemed a little empty at this moment. At this time, a woman in her 30s who was sitting closest to Gu Chen stood up. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Luing, the general manager of the hotel. I will introduce everything about the hotel to you in detail. Luing didn't know that Gu Chen had seen her before, and she said respectfully with a professional smile. Gu Chen nodded after hearing this. After all, he had just taken over and had only a vague idea about the place, so he needed to understand the situation in detail. As the general manager of the hotel, it would be great for me to introduce it to him. Then Luing began to speak. From the hotel's operating model to various tasks, every detail was explained in great detail. Gu Chen was extremely surprised when he heard this. He did not expect that Lu Ying's ability was so good that she could remember everything in the hotel, big and small, very clearly. Lu Ying always has her own opinions on the hotel's future development direction, the problems it faces and the solutions it will provide. Even Gu Chen was secretly surprised. After all, he couldn't think of a better way than hers. You have to know that Gu Chen is not ignorant. How can a graduate from a prestigious university get his reputation in vain? Seeing that Gu Chen's eyes stayed on Lu Ying's face, Yuan came up and whispered in Gu Chen's ear. Lu Ying, 31 years old, is a top student who graduated from the business school of Stan University. She is very capable and usually manages this hotel. What's going on? Mr. Gu has an idea? The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. He looked at Yuan speechlessly and shook his head. This old man is so frivolous. No wonder he was like this at the hotel lobby front desk before. It turns out that this is where the problem lies. Boss Gu, if you have any ideas about her, it might be a little difficult. It's impossible to use your status to suppress her. After all, she's very capable. She'll be wanted wherever she wants to go. She's usually not pretentious. Anyway, I can't do anything about it. It depends on your methods. Yuan thought that Gu Chen was embarrassed. Gu Chen simply didn't bother to look at Yuan. At first, he thought that people who could afford to open a big hotel must be very serious, but he didn't expect. He suppressed his inner thoughts and listened carefully to Lu Ying's introduction. It then became a normal meeting with everyone expressing their opinions. No matter who raises questions and plans about the hotel, Lu Ying can always come up with a good idea. After listening to this, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. He couldn't think of a better way than this. He couldn't help but feel very happy, because he knew that Lu Ying's abilities far exceeded hotel management. Let him get a bargain. Time passes by little by little. Various problems are also being solved. The sky outside was gradually getting darker. Chapter 27. The classmates speak so nicely. Because of the meeting, Gu Chen's phone was turned to silent mode. So he didn't notice that his phone was receiving messages one after another. Ding Rui, Gu Chen, the time is almost up, when will you come over? Ding Rui, Gu Chen, I'm here, where are you? Ding Rui, Gu Chen? Where are you? Is everyone here and waiting for you? Of course, the news did not come entirely from Ding Rui. Ocean University Management Class Gathering Group. Class Secretary Xia Kai, Gu Chen, you are the only one missing. Are you missing again? Wang Feng, Gu Chen, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I heard Ding Rui say that you would come, and everyone was very happy. You won't not come again, right? Tang Lin, we are classmates, you are not going to stand us up, are you? Ding Rui had pulled Gu Chen into this group before. So for a while, all the comments were about Gu Chen. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had arrived at the entrance of Huatian Hotel. Looking at the familiar faces, the students enthusiastically reminisced about the past, as if they were back on campus again. A total of nearly 20 students came, and the others were not in Huahai and could not come. Ding Rui looked at his phone from time to time and found that Gu Chen still hadn't replied to the message. At this time, the organizer of the party, Class Secretary Xia Kai, walked over slowly. When one of them saw Xia Kai, he quickly waved. Brother Kai, here. So everyone greeted him enthusiastically. They are no longer the ignorant people they were in school. Knowing that Xia Kai's family runs a company, he might need help someday. Only Ding Rui snorted coldly when he saw him. Xia Kai said nothing about everyone trying to curry favor with him. It's been a long time since we last met. Xia Kai was very happy. After looking around, he didn't find Gu Chen and frowned. Where is brother Gu? Didn't he say he would come today? He asked Ding Rui, who was standing aside. Yeah, I just happened to see Gu Chen a few days ago, and he said he would come over too. Ding Rui looked at the other students who were also looking at him, and explained. Then let's wait. I haven't seen Gu Chen for a long time, this time is just right. He also has a good relationship with Gu Chen. But Gu Chen is much more popular than him in school. Now looking at his classmates' attitude towards him, he couldn't help feeling comfortable. No one was dissatisfied when they heard this. Then two more figures walked over. Squad leader? You're finally here. I don't know who was quick-eyed and shouted immediately. When everyone heard this, they looked and saw a pair of figures walking out from the underground parking lot. It was their class monitor Lu Yu and a middle-aged man. Hello everyone. Lu Yu greeted happily. Hello, squad leader. Then they noticed the middle-aged man next to Lu Yu and couldn't help but feel curious. If Gu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was Li Cohen from before. Ahem. Hello, classmates. I'm Lu Yu's boyfriend, Li Cohen. Li Cohen spoke enthusiastically to everyone at this time. He originally didn't plan to come, but when he heard that Gu Chen would come, he immediately changed his mind. After all, this was an opportunity to get to know Gu Chen up close. Finally, after knowing the location of the party, I became even more enthusiastic. I didn't expect that the classmates in Lu Yu's class were not simple people. Huatian Hotel can't be booked just by having money. Just like him, although he is worth tens of millions, he is still not qualified in front of Huatian. Everyone's faces changed slightly for a moment. They didn't expect that their former squad leader would find a boyfriend who was old enough to be their father. This must be Xia Kai. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Li Cohen naturally noticed everyone's gaze, but he didn't care. He recognized the center of the crowd at a glance, Xia Kai. He knew that it was this person who booked a private room in Huatian Hotel, and his identity must be extraordinary. Well, congratulations to the squad leader for finding a caring uncle. Xia Kai noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, and immediately congratulated him. I wonder what Mr. Li does for a living. Seeing that no one spoke, Xia Kai continued to ask. I can't compare with my classmates. I run a small business and barely make ends meet. Li Cohen smiled. Everyone's eyes stayed on Lu Yu, wondering why he was looking for such an old man. Lu Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. At the end of the year, I can make 1 or 2 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed, and they finally understood that the monitor wanted to find someone twice her age. There is contempt, disgust, confusion, disappointment, envy, and so on. Ha, if Mr. Lee is just making a living, then we are begging. Siakai made a joke. Then everyone became active again. Okay, since Guchen hasn't come yet, let's go in and wait. It's not good to stand at the door. Siakai suggested. The other students echoed, yes. Maybe Guchen will be here soon. Seeing this, Ding Rui didn't say anything else. After all, it is impossible for everyone to wait here just for Guchen. Who knows what he is doing? He doesn't even answer messages or phone calls. But Siakai, you are really amazing. You actually managed to book a private room. That's right. I heard that it's very difficult to book a private room here. I never thought that I would be able to eat here one day. You are worthy of being my brother Kai. In one word, I surrender. Everyone praised Siakai as they walked. It's nothing. Uncle Gon gave me face because of my dad's relationship. Siakai pretended to be low-key. He thought that his words could show his face, but he didn't expect that no one knew the owner of Huatian Hotel, which made him very depressed. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of Huatian Hotel seems to be surnamed Gon. I didn't expect that classmate Xia's family has such extensive connections. Li Kuan, who was following behind, was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect that Siakai actually knew Gon Yuan. Others may not know Gon Yuan, but he knows him very well that he is a famous entrepreneur in Huahai City. Does Mr. Li know him too? Siakai's eyes lit up when he heard that. Of course, equipment needs someone to support it, otherwise it would be meaningless. Student Xia, you are joking. He is a big boss, how can people like us know him? Li Kuan said self-deprecatingly. Wow. I didn't expect our class secretary to be so prestigious that he even knows the 5-star boss. Brother Kai is worthy of being Brother Kai. Hearing the praises from his classmates, Siakai felt elated. What the classmates said was so nice. However, he still pretended to be low-key and said, No, it's just my father's connections. How could I have such ability? In fact, all of this is just exaggeration by Siakai. His father knew Gon Yuan, but he had only met him a few times at some events and meetings, and it was just his father's wishful thinking to get to know him. This time he just found a hotel manager to book a room. Just this point, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Walking into the lobby, everyone was instantly surprised by the luxurious decoration of the hotel. Siakai was no exception. Although he had been here many times, he was still extremely surprised. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? At this time, a good-looking waiter came over with a smile and asked. Yes. Thank you, Kai. Siakai nodded and gave his name. After checking the computer in the lobby, the waiter smiled and led the way. Okay, Mr. Xia, please follow me. Then everyone followed and looked around. This decoration? It's really too pretty. It's worthy of being a 5-star hotel. After tonight, I'll have more material to post on WeChat moments. Are we like Granny Lu entering a garden, looking like we have never seen the world? Ha ha. I don't know if we look alike, but you definitely look alike. Puff. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the same was true for Lu Yu and Ding Rui, who were at the back. Although he did not participate in the topic, there was still an expression of surprise on his face. However, Ding Rui was also cursing in his heart at this time. Damn! This place is so luxurious, the consumption must be very expensive. Even if the rich dog owner pays half, there will still be a lot left. I don't know if this little money is enough. Ding Rui didn't pay attention to the front and suddenly bumped into someone. Hey! Who is it? Why don't you leave? He couldn't help but touch his nose painfully and said. Looking around, it was Lu Yu's boyfriend Li Kuan. But the other person didn't reply to him, but looked straight to the right. He followed his gaze and was immediately stunned. Gu Chen? Why didn't you inform me when he came? You made me worry for nothing. He complained that he didn't know the person next to Gu Chen. But Li Kuan was different. He was extremely shocked but felt it was natural. Gon Yuan. The owner of Huatian Hotel was right next to Gu Chen, talking and laughing. It was incredible no matter how you looked at it. However, it seemed very normal when I thought about the fact that Gu Chen owned an office building in a Yue Plaza which was not for sale. The other side. After the meeting in the conference room, Gan Yuan also said goodbye, so Gu Chen saw him off. Boss Gu, I feel relieved to leave the hotel to you. Gan Yuan was being polite, saying that this young man was not only very rich, but also very capable. No, thank you for all the trouble, Mr. Gan. You are welcome to stay here in the future. Gu Chen smiled slightly and said modestly. Lu Ying, who was following behind them, lowered her head and said nothing. Although she is extremely talented and has a cold personality, it doesn't mean that she has no emotional intelligence. In this situation, she just needs to be a transparent person in the conversation between the big guys. Good. I will definitely come in the future. If you need any help, please just ask, I will do my best and will never refuse. Then Gan Yuan said seriously. Gu Chen could tell that these were Gan Yuan's true words, not just some polite remark. Although he didn't know why Gan Yuan said that, he still said with a smile. Okay. Then I'll definitely have to trouble Mr. Gan. You're welcome. If you need anything, call Mr. Gu. The three of them walked all the way to the hall. Okay. Mr. Gu. That's it. I'm leaving first. Gan Yuan stopped and said to Gu Chen. Chapter 28, Shocked Students with 10,000 Points. Gu Chen nodded and said, Well. Mr. Gan, take care. Lu Ying, who had been silent for a long time, also opened her red lips and said, Boss Gan, take care. The current owner of this hotel is Mr. Gu. I am no longer your Mr. Gan. Gan Yuan said with a smile. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled sadly and said, Take care, Mr. Gan. After all, she felt very comfortable working under Gan Yuan. She was talented, but she also needed a stage to display her talents. After Mr. Gan handed the hotel over to her, he gave her great authority, so she respected Gan Yuan from the bottom of her heart. Gan Yuan nodded with emotion, then looked around with a complicated look and left without looking back. Then Gu Chen took a glance and suddenly found Li Kuan. Why is he here? I was slightly surprised, and then I saw Ding Rui and Lu Yu, and many familiar faces in front of me, and I suddenly remembered them. It seems like today is their class reunion. He said a few words under Lu Ying's curious gaze and then walked away. Looking at Ding Rui's gaze, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and took out his cell phone to check. Sure enough, there were many missed calls and unread plus 99 messages. Gu Chen, when did you come? At this time, Ding Rui's loud voice instantly resounded throughout the hall, causing the students in the front to turn around and see Gu Chen, who had an extraordinary temperament, and they were suddenly excited. Gu Chen. When did you arrive? It's really not easy to see you. It's been a long time since we last met. Our school hunk is still as stunning as ever. Where have you been this year, Gu Chen? Why didn't you come when we took graduation photos? All of a sudden, all the students asked 100,000 questions and surrounded Gu Chen to ask. It's so much more sincere and lively than when Xia Kai did it before. Long time no see. Gu Chen responded with a smile. Xia Kai, who was at the front, saw that Gu Chen was so popular, and his eyes suddenly changed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen would steal his limelight as soon as he appeared on the stage, and he was very jealous. But he soon smiled again. Brother Gu. You are so mean. You disappeared for a whole year. If Ding Rui hadn't said so, we probably wouldn't have seen you again. He immediately pretended to be very familiar with the subject. Long time no see, Xia Kai. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Xia Kai said, Okay, let's go to the private room first. We can talk later if we have anything to say. Yes. Let's go eat first. We can talk later if we have anything to say. At this time, a classmate next to Xia Kai echoed. Gu Chen, do you know? Xia Kai helped us a lot. If it weren't for him, how could we have the opportunity to come here for dinner? Another classmate also praised Xia Kai Dao. Xia Kai looked at the two of them with great satisfaction and approval. Although he is not as famous as Gu Chen, he has brought benefits to his classmates now, which is something Gu Chen cannot compare to. Besides, now we are in society, not in school. The way he behaved in school was not suitable for society, so he was confident tonight that he could divert everyone's enthusiasm to himself. Isn't the purpose of a class reunion to enjoy being admired by classmates? As for Gu Chen? Although he knew that Gu Chen's family was quite rich, in his opinion, it was not important at all at this moment. As a native of Huahai, he always looked down on any outsider, even if he was not as rich as the other party. Oh? Well, I really have to thank Kai a lot. Gu Chen was well aware of the little thoughts of several people, but he didn't care. Only Li Kuan shook his head in disdain, the scene just now still playing in his mind. Hello, classmate Gu. At this time, he hurried to Gu Chen to show his presence. Yeah. Hello? Gu Chen nodded, and then nodded to Lu Yu. At this time, everyone had reached the second floor. The waiter leading the way in front became nervous after seeing Gu Chen, and was stopped by Gu Chen's eyes when he was about to say hello. So he treated everyone more enthusiastically. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the intercom on her chest. After taking it, he listened to a few words and then returned to normal. So she turned around and went to a more luxurious box at the end of the second floor, just as she was about to enter the box. The classmates thought it was arranged by Xia Kai and followed him without any surprise. Only Xia Kai's face changed. He didn't know what was going on. But he knew that this was not what he had arranged. Are you kidding? Even his father couldn't book this room just like that, let alone him? But when he saw the expressions of his classmates, he remained silent. After all, who else would know about this besides him? So I enjoyed the flattery from my classmates. Only Li Kuan seemed to be thinking about something. He glanced at Gu Chen, who had no expression on his face, and instantly understood. All of this was arranged by Gu Chen. The decoration in the room is more luxurious and extravagant than the lobby. The extremely dazzling chandelier decorations and the literati ink paintings on the walls instantly create a sense of layering. The luxurious solid rosewood table is matched with the rockery and flowing water on the table. The light shining in from the window forms a pleasing pattern through special principles. Combined with other decorations in the room, the whole house feels like traveling through a restaurant from thousands of years ago. Everyone was stunned. Everyone, please sit wherever you want. Don't be polite. At this time, Xia Kai reacted and acted like the host. Everyone was still a little reserved. Gu Chen looked around, pulled a chair and sat down, and Ding Rui followed closely behind him. Li Kuan pulled Lu Yu to sit on the other side of Gu Chen. Seeing this, everyone sat down. I didn't expect that you, Xia Kai, are so influential that you could actually book a room here. Yes. Brother Kai is still Brother Kai. Awesome. As soon as they sat down, the students became excited and praised Xia Kai one after another. Xia Kai's mouth corners were stretched to the back of his head due to his smile. Keep a low profile. Xia Kai waved his hands, looking nonchalant. Gu Chen on the opposite side was stunned when he saw this, and then he thought of nothing to say. Since Xia Kai likes to show off, let him do it. By the way, Gu Chen, we haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you seem to have disappeared in this year? Xia Kai looked up and saw Gu Chen's expression. He couldn't help feeling unhappy and asked with a turn of his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the students looked at Gu Chen. Yeah. Brother Chen, what happened to you? You even quit the class group? Tell it out, maybe everyone can help you. Everyone started talking at once. Gu Chen was slightly moved by the words, but with so many questions, he didn't know which one to answer. Okay, everyone, let's eat first. I think you must be hungry at this time, right? Let's eat and chat at the same time. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and had no objection. After all, by now, they were almost all hungry. Some of them, in particular, knew they would have a big dinner in the evening, and have not eaten anything since noon. Then Gu Chen pressed the service bell, very familiar with the process. Seeing all the classmates chatting happily with Gu Chen, Xia Kai couldn't help feeling depressed. Who organized the party? Who arranged the box? After a few minutes, the door of the room slammed open. I saw an exquisite woman in formal clothes coming over first, holding an exquisite menu in her hand. For a moment, all the boys in the room stared with their eyes wide open, even Xia Kai was stunned. Are the waiters here so pretty? The girls were jealous of the woman's appearance. Welcome to Huatian Hotel, I hope everyone will feel at home. The woman spoke happily, her voice as sweet as the song of a yellow oriole. At the same time, he handed over the menu in his hand. It was General Manager Lu Ying who had recently separated from Gu Chen. If everyone knew that the person serving them was the general manager of a 5-star hotel, they would be very surprised. It would never be her turn to do this kind of work. But today was the first meal her boss came over for, so she did it herself. At this time, Siakai seemed to have found an opportunity and directly picked up the menu to order. After all, this is where he was able to surpass Gu-chun in popularity. But as soon as he glanced at the menu, he was stunned. I almost couldn't hold the menu in my hand. Siakai, what's wrong with you? His strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of people around him. It's okay, it's okay. Siakai reacted quickly, his face expressionless, but his heart was bleeding. Why? Because when he organized the event, he said that he would pay half of the expenses. Originally, he thought this was a good opportunity to show off. Even if he tried hard, how much could he eat? But unexpectedly, for some reason he got the wrong room in the box. He didn't think about it before, but now he regrets it very much. He knew that the prices of dishes in different private rooms were different. But now, he could only grit his teeth and click on it. Looking at Siakai's expression, Gu-chun laughed. This is the result of pretending to be a big shot. Then Siakai ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to the classmate next to him. Fuck! So expensive! The students who saw the price couldn't help but exclaim. Several students nearby also hurried over to take a look. They all uttered exclamations one after another. After all, most of them come from ordinary families and are young people who have just graduated. How much of the world can they have seen? If Siakai hadn't said before that he would pay half of the expenses, they would not have been willing to gather here. I thought it wouldn't be much if so many people shared the cost in half. But now it seems that this is not enough. Luing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this. Is this expensive? You should know that the price of this private room is not even included. If you know, even if you order all the menu items, it is not half as expensive as the private room. But he was a young man after all, so he gritted his teeth and started ordering food. At worst, I'll just eat instant noodles for the next month. When he gave the menu to Gu-chen, he saw that everyone had only ordered a lot of low-priced dishes, so he shook his head and smiled. He just waved his hand and ordered several dishes without even looking at the prices. Ding Rui, who was watching from the side, had his eyelids twitching wildly. All right. That's all. If it's not enough, order more. He closed the menu and handed it to Luing, who smiled and left the room. After a while, the door of the room was opened again, and the person who came in was not Luing, but a young man. When Siakai saw it, he was immediately delighted. Brother Zhang. It's you. Chapter 29, Boss, are you still missing any accessories? The young man was slightly stunned with a respectful look on his face, and then he exclaimed. His name is Zhang Yuan. He is the lobby manager of Huatian Hotel and usually serves the VIP boxes. He received a notice that there were guests dining in the landscaping stone box, so he came over to serve, but he unexpectedly met someone he knew. Siakai? Why are you here? He immediately reacted and asked in disbelief. You know, before, Siakai just asked him to help book an ordinary box, but now he is in the VIP room. It's unbelievable. Didn't Brother Zhang arrange this for me? Siakai was stunned and asked with a smile. Me? When Zhang Yuan heard this, he looked at her as if to say, are you kidding me? No. This is not something I can arrange. Then he reacted and shook his head. What? Not you? When Siakai saw Zhang Yuan deny it, he was stunned. Who is that? The other students also realized that it was not Siakai who arranged for them to have dinner here, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Koing showed an expression of as expected, and said, everyone should thank Gu-chen more. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at Gu-chen. Seeing that Gu-chen did not object and looked calm and composed was unbelievable. Gu-chen is really you? Brother Chen? You're hiding it too well. That's right. If you hadn't told us, we would have almost thought it was arranged by Siakai. Upon hearing this, Gu-chen smiled bitterly. I was about to say something. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu? Zhang Yuan also recognized Gu-chen and immediately called out respectfully. At the same time he knew why they were in the VIP room. It's nothing else, it's just the boss. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, everyone became even more confused and didn't understand what he meant. Brother Zhang, what's going on? Siakai asked at this time. I felt vaguely uneasy. Mr. Gu is the new boss of our hotel. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Chen when he heard this, and found that Gu Chen did not react at all. Then he smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Kai was stunned on the spot, with an expression that was very interesting. The other students were the same, their mouths opened wide, looking incredulous. What did they hear? Gu Chen is his boss? Huatian Hotel belongs to Gu Chen? Thinking of this, I took a breath. This is outrageous. Especially Xia Kai, his face was flushed red and hot like a monkey's butt. He believed in Zhang Yuan's words without a doubt. Thinking of his previous actions, I suddenly wanted to find a place to hide. Want to know where Huatian Hotel is? This is a famous 5-star hotel in Huahai City. How much is it worth? It's simply unimaginable. The most important thing is, anyone who can afford to open a 5-star hotel must have great power. You can't afford it just because you have money. Gu Chen has such great energy? He had been classmates for so long but he never noticed it. Otherwise, how could he be so proud? Even want to show off in front of others. Fuck. Gu Chen, you are not honest. I didn't expect you to be so rich. It's so hard for us to hide it. After a long time, Ding Rui was the first to react and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. At the same time, I also figured out what happened when he went to Taiyu Group before. Since they could afford to open a big hotel, it wouldn't be difficult for me to help him solve the problem. That's awesome. I always thought the richest person in our class was Xia Kai, but I didn't expect it was you, Brother Chen. That's right. This is a 5-star hotel. I really didn't realize it. So, we are having dinner at your house now? Gu Chen, what does your family do? At school, we thought you were rich enough, but we didn't expect you to be so small and yet so rich. Boss, that's awesome. The students also came to their senses. Only Xia Kai looked pale and had a complicated expression. Now he was inferior to Gu Chen in every way. Fortunately, he did not offend Gu Chen, otherwise his father would probably break his legs. Okay. No matter how rich I am still your classmate. Gu Chen looked at the expressions of his classmates. Although he was envious and shocked, there was nothing else, which made him feel a little relieved. By the way, does everyone need a drink? Hey! I'm going to beat you down today. Ding Rui said loudly. At once, many people echoed this. Manager Zhang, go and arrange it. Just put it on my account. Gu Chen secretly cursed himself for being too talkative. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape tonight. Okay. Mr. Gu, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Yuan was delighted when he heard this. He was very happy that Gu Chen remembered him, so he retreated respectfully. Mr. Gu is so generous. Brother Chen is awesome. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? Yes. We are professional in pendants. Hearing that Gu Chen was treating everyone, many students started to show off. Hearing this, Gu Chen laughed and scolded angrily, "Go away. Even if you are not disgusting, I still find it disgusting." For a while, the room was filled with laughter and everyone was reminiscing about their past school days. After a while, various dishes were slowly served, and various aromas filled the air, instantly tempting everyone's taste buds. Generally speaking, the serving time of food in 5-star hotels is not fast. After all, many things are prepared on site, so reservations have always been made in advance. But the boss is here, so how dare they slack off? Later, Zhang Yuan walked in again, holding 2 bottles of foreign liquor in his hands. Please enjoy your meal. After expertly opening the bottle, he placed it on the table and left the room. Everyone, you're welcome. Let's get started. Gu Chen was also a little hungry at this time, and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to pick up the food. Afterwards, everyone started to eat with relish. Praise while eating. It is worthy of being a 5-star hotel, the taste is really amazing. Gu Chen also nodded secretly. Not bad, he is worthy of being the chef of his own hotel. Looking at the wine in front of him, he didn't recognize it, so he picked up a bottle at random and started pouring it into the glass. Ouch! How can I let Mr. Gu pour the wine himself? I'm so sorry. Ding Rui on the side pretended to be shocked. Although he said sorry, he felt very embarrassed in his actions. Gu Chen rolled his eyes at this, but he was also very happy, because it showed that everyone was not alienated because of his identity. Smelling the strong aroma of wine wafting from the cup, even girls want to drink some. After all, this wine doesn't look cheap. Lee Cohen next to him picked up the wineglass, shook it gently a few times, put it to his nose and took a deep sniff, revealing an intoxicated expression. "Mr. Lee, you look so professional, do you know this wine?" The classmates started to make a fuss when they saw it. "What a coincidence! I just happen to know this wine. I was lucky enough to drink it once." Lee Cohen was not nervous after hearing this. He finally understood that this Gu Chen was really powerful. As long as he left a good impression in his eyes, he could make a fortune by just saying a few words. "The glass in my hand is Romane Conti, and the bottle on the table is Macallan M. Lily Crystal," Lee Cohen said calmly. After these words were spoken, even Gu Chen was a little curious. He didn't expect that the other person actually knew the names of these two bottles. Hiss. This price. A curious classmate happened to check it on his mobile phone and was immediately shocked by the price. Ding Rui was also very curious. He took a look at the price and immediately gasped. Are all the evil capitalists so rich? They are so corrupt. The classmates were also a little embarrassed at this time. After all, although Gu Chen didn't care about so much money, they couldn't help but care. It's okay. It's just 2 bottles of wine. Everyone, help yourself. Gu Chen didn't care at all. He had more expensive wines at home, let alone this one. Everyone felt relieved after hearing what Gu Chen said, and they all started looking for Gu Chen to drink. No one will be able to beat Gu Chen financially in this lifetime, they can only beat him at the drinking table. The excuse is to thank Gu Chen for his warm hospitality. So Gu Chen was in trouble. He used various excuses one after another and drank until he was dizzy. In the end, even Siakai came over to have a drink with him. Gu Chen didn't say anything, just clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. After some drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. Most of the girls were fine, at most they just blushed a little. After all, they just took a sip and didn't drink anymore. So they can take a taxi and leave by themselves. As for the boys who drank too much, they were allowed to rest directly in the hotel. The hotel did not have much else but rooms. As for the others, they all took a taxi back. Only 5 people were left: Gu Chen, Ding Rui, Siakai, Lu Yu and Li Kuan. Student Gu, Lu Yu, and I will leave first. At this time, Li Kuan spoke first. Okay. Goodbye, squad leader. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this and said to Lu Yu with a smile. Goodbye. Lu Yu nodded, and then walked towards the underground parking lot. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, the 3 of them were silent for a while. All right. Let's go now, everyone. We'll meet again later. Gu Chen stood at the door and felt the cold wind, feeling a little headache. Yeah. Bye. Goodbye. Gu Chen didn't care about the 2 of them, he just called a designated driver and drove away. Did you finish the last thing? Siakai hesitated for a while and said, I can help you. No need. It's already been done. Ding Rui left the hotel without looking back. The few of them had a good relationship during college, but they didn't expect that the relationship would disappear as soon as they entered society. The red wine tasted okay at first, but as time went on, it became stronger. Half an hour later, the car drove smoothly into Tomsonipine. After the designated driver left, Gu Chen lay in the car for a while before slowly coming out. Mr. Gu? At this moment, a voice came from behind him and he turned around to look. Boss Chu? Why did you drink so much again? Chu Sini had just returned from working overtime at the company and happened to run into Gu Chen, who had just returned. Class reunion. Gu Chen held his forehead and replied uncomfortably. Why did you come back at this time? Chu Sini quickly took 2 steps forward to support Gu Chen, who asked comfortably. You also said, if you, the chairman, hadn't intervened, would I have come back now? Chu Sini rolled her eyes at Gu Chen. But I was in a very happy mood. Because she finally finished collecting information on Tianhe Group today and was just waiting to deliver a fatal blow tomorrow. However, such an important matter still needs to be reported to Gu Chen. Chapter 30, Sex is a Knife That Scrapes Bones. Forehead? Gu Chen was stunned. It's so late, Mr. Chu should go to bed early. After saying that, he broke free from the support and got directly into the elevator of Building A. Without even looking back, Chu Sini was left disheveled in the wind. It was not until the elevator door closed that Chu Sini stomped her feet and turned to leave. After returning home, Gu Chen took a quick shower with all his strength, then fell asleep on the bed. The real magic of sleeping is to fall asleep in 3 seconds. The next day, the bright and quiet morning was broken by the ringing of the phone. However, the first ring did not wake up Gu Chen, who was sleeping. It was not until the third time that Gu Chen's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. Hiss! Suddenly, a dizzy feeling came from deep in my head. The aftereffects of drunkenness broke out. Gu Chen leaned directly on the back of the bed, rubbed his temple, and then took the phone. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Gu is still sleeping so late? Gu Chen heard the voice and glanced at the note. Chu Sini. Is there anything Mr. Chu needs? Open the door. Gu Chen was stunned, not knowing what it meant. I'm outside your house. Chu Sini explained. Gu Chen finally understood, and quickly got up, put on his clothes and went to the gate. It's really not easy to come here. I saw a beautiful lady saying with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Hey, I made you some hangover porridge. Chu Sini picked up the packing box in her hand. How do you know I've been drinking? Gu Chen was puzzled. You don't remember last night? Chu Sini blinked her beautiful contact lenses. Last night Gu Chen recalled that after the group disbanded last night, he remembered that he met someone last night, and then they chatted for a few words and then left. Come in and sit down. Gu Chen then went to wash up. By the way, is there anything you want to ask? Sitting at the luxurious dining table, Gu Chen drank the delicious porridge and said with enjoyment. What? Can't you bring breakfast to my boss if you have nothing to do? Chu Sini rolled her eyes. Okay, of course, but now that the delivery has been made, you should go to work. Be careful or your salary will be deducted for being late. Gu Chen shrugged. Okay. Actually, I'm here to report my work to Mr. Gu. Chu Sini's tone paused, and then she stared at Gu Chen for a few seconds before looking away. I have already completed all negotiations with the raw material suppliers for the international market. As long as the official documents are issued, we can proceed. You are solely responsible for this matter. Gu Chen said directly. Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Gu. Chu Sini was delighted when she heard that, and immediately stood up and left without any hesitation. Gu Chen was stunned. Oh, woman! Fickle creatures! Etc. Chu Sini stopped walking upon hearing this and looked back in confusion. From now on, all activities of the group will be held in Huatian Hotel. Are you kidding? How could Gu Chen let go of such an opportunity to make money? In just 2 days, a welcoming ceremony will be held within their Taiyu group to improve the employee relations and cooperation between the Chu group and Taiyu. Chu Sini didn't understand what Gu Chen meant. After all, their Taiyu group had always cooperated with other big hotels. Why did they suddenly change a hotel? Then he started drinking slowly. He ignored Chu Sini's curious look. He took out his cell phone and started looking at it. This watching lasted for more than half an hour. Lust is a knife that scrapes your bones. This saying is absolutely true. Gu Chen quickly retreated. It turned out that he had just opened his phone to watch videos. He was watching the host dancing and posing in the video. Unexpectedly, he was addicted to it and watched it for half an hour. Wash the dishes quickly. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it turned out to be the hotel's general manager Lu Ying. Hello? Manager Lu, is there anything I can do for you? Bosku, I'm sorry to bother you so early. I have something to report to you. It's like this, the general manager of Tiancheng Entertainment just called me and said that he wants to book our hotel for a day on September 30th, Lu Ying reported. Is that so? Manager Lu, it's up to you to decide. Gu Chen thought about it and let Lu Ying decide for herself. Mr. Gu said this. They said they were only willing to book our Chinese restaurant, but our hotel's Chinese restaurant has already been booked. Lu Ying continued. Since it's already been booked, ask them to change it. I said, but they offered double the price just to book a Chinese restaurant. Oh? Is there anything different about Chinese restaurants? Gu Chen became interested. The Chinese restaurant in our hotel is built according to the style of an ancient imperial palace. It is not only magnificent but also represents nobility. At the same time, the chefs in the Chinese restaurant are all former imperial chefs, and they have truly restored the life in the ancient imperial palace. Our Huatian is also famous throughout the country because of the Chinese restaurant. I heard from Mr. Gon that he had received that person before. Luing explained. So that's how it is. Gu Chen nodded, not expecting that he had gotten such a great bargain. Since others have already made the reservation, we can't break the appointment. Gu Chen thought about it and said with heartache, "This is all money." He felt a large sum of money slipping away from his hands. "Okay. I'll reply right away." Luing understood what Gu Chen meant as soon as she heard it. By the way, who made the reservation at the Chinese restaurant? Gu Chen asked more out of curiosity. It was booked by the general manager of the Huahai branch of the Yue group. The other party paused for a few seconds, probably looking for information. Is it them? Gu Chen was stunned. He was somewhat familiar with the Yu group. After all, he also had one of their office buildings. But that was all for him, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. After that, Gu Chen stayed at home for 2 days, during which time he selected some daily necessities. In the blink of an eye, it is September 30th. Tomorrow is the long National Day holiday that everyone is eagerly waiting for. Gu Chen also decided to hold an internal group gathering on this day and then take a day off. It is worth mentioning that Tianqing Entertainment expressed understanding after realizing that it could not acquire the Chinese restaurant even if it paid double the price. As for revenge? Are you kidding me? Do you have the courage? They ended up booking another hall. Although it is not as famous as the Chinese restaurant, the decoration inside is also extremely gorgeous. Huatian Hotel has a total of 5 halls, all of which are booked, which shows how booming its business is. As the chairman of the board, Gu Chen naturally changed into formal attire. After all, he still had to give a speech. After dressing up, she walked out of the room, took the elevator directly to the lobby, walked through the garden, and headed to the underground parking lot. She heard a loud noise ahead. I couldn't help but feel curious. You know, the people who live here are either rich or noble, so why would they lower their status like a noisy vegetable market? What's going on? Then Gu Chen waved his hand and asked a property staff member. It's Mr. Gu. The property management apologized when they saw it was Gu Chen. I'm so sorry. We will definitely evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Why are there so many people there? Alas. I heard that Lu Bin, the popular star who rents in Building D, is going out to attend a conference. The property staff snorted coldly, without any respect for the owner. I don't know who spread the news, but his crazy fans came over to block the door after they found out. The popular young actor Lu Bin also lives in Thompson Hotel. However, he couldn't afford to buy a house, so he could only rent one. He couldn't even afford to rent in Building B, so he could only rent in Building D. Is there anything else? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this harming his idol? These idiots really don't have any brains. This is a place where many big guys gather, not a place for young and handsome guys to run wild. Sure enough, I heard from the property staff that he had received many letters of complaint today. I guess this young hunk will be blacklisted here from now on. Alright. I want to see how stupid these brainless fans are. He then said goodbye to the property management, walked to the underground parking lot, and drove out his supercar. Before I was ready to start the car, there were several knocks on the car window. Boss Chu? You haven't left yet? I rolled down the window and saw it was Chu Sinny. Yeah. Do you want to give me a ride? Don't you have a car? The car broke down. Gu Chen looked at the car keys in Chu Sinny's hand and wanted to say something, but when he saw Chu Sinny's murderous eyes, he shut his mouth tactfully and opened the car door. Chu Sinny sat up happily. Then the car started and the sports car drove out of the parking lot with a roar. When we arrived at the gate, we were really blocked. What happened? Chu Sinny, who was sitting in the passenger seat, obviously had no idea what was going on. Some crazy fans of a young idol came to see their idol and blocked the door. Gu Chen said lightly. What? At this time, several security guards and a property manager were communicating with the fans, but it seemed to have little effect. Go away, you damned gatekeeper. We want to see our idol. Bin Bin loves you. We will always support you. Looking forward to your new work, I love you. There were probably dozens of these crazy fans, holding cheering signs and cheering sticks, and they surrounded the door tightly. At this time, the property manager Xiao Yuan ran over panting with a grim look on his face. He had just been scolded by the board of directors, who asked him to resolve the matter quickly and restore traffic. "Manager, how about notifying Mr. Liu to come over?" The property manager, who had been on duty and trying to persuade them, quickly ran over and said to Xiao Yuan. He didn't dare to drive these people away. After all, if one of them fell to the ground, he would be in trouble. This has happened before. In the end, the other idol stepped in to build up his own persona as a fan protector and scolded the security guard, and the property management there had no choice but to fire the security guard. Chapter 31. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm telling you. I've already informed them, but they ignored me. Xiao Yuan had called before the incident happened, but the other party ignored him and there was nothing he could do. You can't just break in. The impact that would be caused would be something he would never be able to bear, not to mention that he is a public figure. At this moment, just when they had no idea where to start, a loud roar was heard. Attracted everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? So loud? It's a supercar. Only a supercar can make such a special sound. Could it be that Binbin is here? Ah. Yes, it's Binbin driving a sports car. So exciting. After a few seconds, the crazy fans standing outside the door suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were beating on the door, wanting to welcome their idol. And in their sight, a silver luxury supercar was driving towards them. Whose car is this? A property manager next to Xiao Yuan asked in confusion. It's Mr. Gu's. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. He had a very deep impression of Gu Chen. Then he quickly trotted to the front of the sports car. Mr. Gu. Hasn't it been resolved yet? Sorry, Mr. Gu, for taking up your time. It's our fault. Xiao Yuan immediately apologized. No, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Chen listened to the abuse in front of him, his face turned pale. Are all fans nowadays so uneducated? When he opens his mouth, he's a security guard. When he closes his mouth, he's a gatekeeper. To have fans like this, the star's upbringing can't be much better. It is also a crime for idols to indulge their fans. As a member of the public, he has the obligation to properly guide his words, actions, and behavior. At this time, the fans outside the door took a closer look at Gu Chen in the car and found that he was not the idol they were familiar with, and immediately started shouting again. No, Binbin. You made me so excited for nothing, what the hell? Yes. What's going on with the property management here? Where's Binbin? This little brother is so handsome. Is he Binbin's friend? I don't know any Binbin. I'm not his friend. I'm going out now, please get out of the way. Gu Chen shouted twice and honked the horn at the same time. How do you talk like that? You don't even recognize our Binbin. Several hot-tempered fans pointed at Gu Chen and cursed. Ha! Is your Binbin famous? Why should I know him? Is he worthy? Gu Chen did not expect that this group of brainless fans could actually ask such stupid questions, which made him speechless. Don't talk to idiots, it will lower your IQ. Then Gu Chen started the engine directly. Boom boom boom. The roar of the supercar sounded instantly, suppressing the opponent's momentum. As the supercar started up, the door of Thompson First Class slowly opened, but these crazy fans did not dare to act rashly. You dare to hit someone? Hey! The owner of your Thompson Epine is about to hit someone, and you guys are not going to do anything about it? For a moment they didn't dare to do anything and could only shout. Humph! Why don't you get out of the way? Can you afford to pay for scratching Mr. Gu's car? The property manager felt relieved when he saw this scene. One scratch can bankrupt you. Hurry up and leave. You have seriously disturbed the order. If you don't leave, we will call the police. He's had enough of these irrational fans. The same thing happened to the security guards present at the time. Humph! Just look at your service attitude. We, Binbin, don't feel safe living here. Yes, our Binbin will complain about you. Just you wait. Even though this group of fans are irrational, they still have some brains. They know that the price of this car is extraordinary at first glance, and maybe it's really that expensive. So they moved to both sides and made way for the passage. Afterwards, Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Mr. Gu still has a solution. Xiao Yuan looked at the rear of the car and sighed. Not long after, another sound of a sports car was heard. Xiao Yuan looked and saw that it was the culprit Lu Bin. Suddenly, his expression turned unhappy. Mr. Liu, please persuade your fans to stop disrupting the order. Lubin did not answer Xiao Yuan, but glanced at the direction where Gu Chen left with a gloomy face, secretly cursing the other party for ruining his good deeds. On the way. How come there are still fans like this now? I always thought those rumors on the internet were all fake, but I didn't expect that reality is even worse than what is on the internet. Chu Sini on the side at this time. That Lubin is not a good person either. It's obvious that he did it on purpose. He is trying to create a topic, but he is also stupid. He actually dared to cause trouble here. He will regret it. At this time, notices were posted at several gates of Huatian Hotel announcing the suspension of business for the day. Gu Chen soon arrived at one of the gates. The security guard at the door had already memorized their boss's license plate number. Chu Sini was very puzzled by the fact that he was released directly with a respectful expression. This security guard seems to know you? Chu Sini asked puzzledly. Have you ever seen a company where employees don't know their boss? Gu Chen didn't want to hide it and replied calmly. What? Chu Sini immediately turned her head to look at Gu Chen's sharp profile, her rosy and plump lips wide open with a surprised expression. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, then handsomely reversed the car into the underground parking lot. Huatian is yours? Only then did Chu Sini come back to her senses, and quickly grabbed Gu Chen, who was about to get off the car, and asked. Don't you already know everything? Why are you still asking? Gu Chen looked at the pretty face in front of him and laughed, and at the same time he enjoyed it very much in his heart. I remember the previous boss's surname wasn't gone? Is your father's surname gone? Do you take your mother's surname? Chu Sini was stunned and asked what was in her mind. What are you thinking about? Gu Chen rubbed her hair unhappily. My father's last name is Gu. I took my father's last name. As for Mr. Gong you mentioned, he was indeed the boss of Huatian before, but he sold it to me. Gu Chen explained. Otherwise, this girl might have some crazy thoughts. You, who are you? How can you be so rich? Chu Sini slapped Gu Chen's hand away and asked curiously. Okay. Since you asked this, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a rich second generation. I'm the only heir to a hidden family. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was silent for a while, pretending to be solemn, and then talked nonsense seriously. Chu Sini, who was full of expectations, was confused, with black lines floating over her head. She couldn't help but raise her pink fist to hit Gu Chen. Asshole! Why don't you say that you are the reincarnated immortal emperor? Gu Chen laughed loudly and got out of the car directly, dodging the fist. After arguing for a while, the two men resumed their status. Following the signs, I walked into the lobby, where the scene had already been set up by the hotel staff. A festive and grand feeling comes over you. Along the way, the staff respectfully called out Mr. Gu. Chu Sini's eyes were filled with tears after hearing this. Only then did I believe that Gu Chen was really the owner of Huatian Hotel. No wonder she was asked to choose Huatian in the future. There is still half an hour before the party, but the place is already bustling with people. Director Gu. President Chu. In the hall, everyone quickly made way for a passage and shouted in unison. Looking at the two of them walking together, everyone was thoughtful. It seems that they can't offend Chu Sini anymore. After all, she will be the chairman's wife in the future. Although Chu Sini is now the president of the group, many old people are not afraid of her because of their status, but now they have to consider it. Hello everyone. Today's theme is eating, drinking and having fun. There is no such thing as Director Gu or President Chu. Walking to the podium, Gu Chen picked up the microphone on the stage and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of loud shouts from below. Then Gu Chen handed the stage over to others. Some people went up to sing, some showed their talents, and all kinds of hobbies directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Gu Chen, who was sitting in the front row, was very happy to see this. He didn't expect that there were so many talented people in the group. At this moment, he saw the host's malicious eyes and was suddenly startled. In a flash, he figured out the meaning. He immediately left his seat to pee. It's certainly comfortable to watch a show from the audience, but what about performing on stage? Forget it. I went to the bathroom and washed my face, thinking to myself that it was a close call. I almost made a fool of myself. But I want to go back now. Who knows if he will be called on stage again? So he started to tour the hotel. After all, he had never had a proper tour of it. Mr. Gu? Just then, when he was about to leave after walking around 2 halls, a voice called him. Gu Chen turned around and found that it was someone he was familiar with. Manager Ma? Gu Chen tried to call out. It's really Mr. Gu. A middle-aged man hurried over, looking delighted. Gu Chen looked and saw that it was Manager Ma, whom he had dealt with before. At that time, he had helped him a lot in Yue Plaza. Hello? Well, Mr. Gu is also here for the company party? Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. Then the two of them started chatting with each other. Gu Chen was bored, while Manager Ma took the initiative to show his goodwill. The two of them started chatting, each with their own thoughts. Is Mr. Gu free? Our general manager Lu was very curious about Mr. Gu. Then Manager Ma suddenly asked. Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu is the general manager of our Huahai City. He is very interested in Mr. Gu buying our Yue Plaza office building. Manager Ma explained. When Gu Chen heard this, he knew what the other party meant. When he was about to speak, his cell phone rang. Chapter 32 No One Can Help. Gu Chen took it out and saw that it was the hotel's general manager Lu Ying. He then looked apologetic and walked aside to answer the phone. Hello? Boss Gu, something bad has happened. There was an anxious voice on the other end of the line. What's wrong with Manager Lu? What happened? Gu Chen frowned. There were many fans outside the hotel, claiming to be fans of Lu Bin and wanting to see their idol, which seriously disrupted the order. After hearing Lu Ying's words, Gu Chen's face changed. It's Lu Bin again. Why is Lu Bin in our hotel? Gu Chen puzzled. It seems to be an artist under Tiancheng Entertainment. Didn't they book our entire hall today? I don't know where these fans got the news from, and they all came over to see their idols. Lu Ying continued to explain. Then asked Tiancheng to send someone to solve the problem. We sent someone, but the situation has become even more troublesome. I called the general manager of Tiancheng Entertainment before, and they sent Lu Bin to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, after Lu Bin left, he suddenly said that the security guards of our hotel actually beat up his fans, and kept clamoring for an explanation from our hotel. Lu Ying also had a bad tone at this time. Did the security guard take action? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect things to develop like this. No. I asked the security guard, and others can also testify for him that the security guard only used his hands to stop the fans from attacking him. He definitely did not use any physical force. Lu Ying knew what Gu Chen meant and promised directly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen naturally believed what his security guard said, not to mention that he didn't believe what Lu Bin said at all. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this matter was a plot by Lu Bin. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. What did Tiancheng say? They said they would persuade Lu Bin about this matter. At the same time, they also hope that we can speak out with them that it is a misunderstanding. Lu Ying also said with a bad look on her face at this time. What a misunderstanding. Gu Chen was furious when he heard this. I'll be there right away. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone and couldn't help laughing in anger. Did something happen to Mr. Gu? Seeing that Gu Chen hung up the phone with a bad look on his face, Manager Ma couldn't help but ask. If you need any help, Mr. Gu, please feel free to tell us. Our EU still has some say here. Manager Ma patted his chest and said when he heard this. Thank you, Manager Ma. Gu Chen thanked him after hearing this. I wonder if Manager Ma has heard of Tiancheng Entertainment? Tiancheng Entertainment? Manager Ma was stunned when he heard this, then nodded and said, Tiancheng Entertainment is an entertainment company in Huahai City that creates idols. What? Did they offend Mr. Gu? No, it's just that one of their artists asked me to give him an explanation. Gu Chen had a gloomy face at this time. He then briefly told Manager Ma what had happened. Manager Ma was stunned after hearing this. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind. That is, Huatian Hotel actually belongs to Gu Chen. Then, without caring about Manager Ma's reaction, he walked straight towards the door. Manager Ma reacted quickly, and looking at Gu Chen's back, he was more certain that Gu Chen was not simple. There are even 5-star hotels, so how strong is the power behind Gu Chen? Thinking of this, Manager Ma was full of respect. Suddenly I thought, isn't this a good opportunity? So he took out his cell phone and called his boss, General Manager Lu. "Mr. Lu, it's me. I just met Mr. Gu Qin." "Yes. He is also in Huatian, and Huatian is also his." "Really?" Manager Ma quickly reported. He told the other party what Gu Qin had told him before. He knew that their general manager Lu had a very good relationship with the CEO of Tiancheng. "Is that so? Where are you?" "Come with me to meet Mr. Gu." "Okay. Mr. Lu, I'll be right there." Manager Ma was delighted. Gu Chen naturally didn't know all this. By this time he had already rushed outside and spotted it at a glance because many people had gathered there. "Boss Gu." Seeing Gu Chen coming over, the surrounding security guards shouted respectfully, "Boss Gu." At this time, Lu Ying also discovered Gu Chen and came to Gu Chen. "Well, how is the situation now? The other party has been asking us to fire the security guard." Lu Ying's face turned unhappy when she heard that. If the security guard was fired, wouldn't that mean that their hotel couldn't even keep an eye on the security? When Gu Chen heard this, he looked over and saw a man with outstanding appearance, who was blaming the security guard while comforting the fans. "Didn't Tiancheng Entertainment send anyone over?" "They just sent an agent over, but it doesn't seem to be any use. It seems like they're planning to just let it go," Gu Chen said coldly. "I have even less favorable impression of Tiancheng Entertainment. Manager Lu, how long do you want to wait?" At this time, Lu Bin glanced at Lu Ying and began to force her. He was delighted as he watched more and more people begin to gather and several reporters start to show up to take pictures. After all, the longer the time, the higher his traffic exposure will be, and the better it will be for him. "You are Lu Bin, right?" Gu Chen stood up at this time and said lightly. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bin took a closer look at Gu Chen and found that Gu Chen was more handsome than him, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. "I'm the owner of this hotel." "Oh? You are the owner of the hotel?" A flash of jealousy flashed across Lu Bin's eyes. Why did the other person own a 5-star hotel at such a young age? At the same time, a trace of fear flashed through my heart. After all, he also knew that anyone who could afford to open a 5-star hotel could not be a simple person. He thought the matter was easy to resolve. After all, it was just a matter of firing a security guard, something he had done before. Those hotels wanted to keep the peace, so they fired the security guard, causing his reputation to soar. So he tasted the sweetness and wanted to do it again to create topics and keep the heat going. But unexpectedly, he miscalculated this time. Not only did they not fire the security guard, but even the boss came out in person. But now, he is in a difficult situation and has no choice but to persevere. After all, he still has the aura of a star. Gu Chen stepped forward. "Yes, I heard that our security guard beat someone up?" "That's right. I hope your hotel won't protect the perpetrators." "Oh? Is that so? Did you call the police?" "Our hotel has always been law-abiding. Beating someone is against the law. How can our hotel cover up for him?" Gu Chen said directly. "Mr. Gu hasn't yet." Lu Ying cooperated at this time. "Then why are you still standing there? It's been so long since the incident, why don't you call the police? The truth will come out once the police arrive." Gu Chen scolded. Lu Bin on the opposite side was dumbfounded. How so? Why not play by the rules? He thought the other party would choose to fire the security guard to preserve the hotel's reputation. After all, the most important thing about running a hotel is its reputation. But he didn't know that at the level of a 5-star hotel, reputation alone could not shake the hotel at all. So he panicked, and when he saw that Gu Chen didn't seem to be joking, his face suddenly turned pale as if he had put on foundation. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he couldn't, so he could only look at his agent beside him for help. "Manager Lu, there's no need to bother the police with this matter. We can just solve it privately." The agent was in a dilemma when he saw this. He had originally disagreed with Lu Bin's behavior, but other people didn't listen to him. Now that something happened, they remembered him. But he couldn't just ignore it. "Humph. What were you doing earlier? Let's wait until the police arrive before we discuss this matter." Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention. He'll be in big trouble just for disturbing public order. The agent had no choice but to call the general manager to report. Something happened to the general manager. The other party's boss came over and said he wanted to call the police. What? I'm almost there. Please hold on. Then he hung up the phone. The agent laughed bitterly and asked, "How can I keep calm?" "Manager Lu, please wait a moment. Our general manager is on the way." There was no other way, he could only explain. He didn't know Gu Chen, so he could only speak to Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at Gu Chen. "I'll take care of anything that happens." Gu Chen glanced at the bewildered Lu Bin and said lightly. He had felt that Lu Bin was disgusting since his time at Thomson Yiping, and that he would do anything to gain popularity. Now it has rubbed against his head, which is embarrassing. Lu Ying understood what was said and knew that her boss was angry. She must handle the matter according to the law and hold him accountable. Lu Bin also understood, and his face suddenly became long. At this time, the scene had fallen into a quiet atmosphere, and the group of fans also shut up under Gu Chen's toughness. At this time, several people came running from a distance. Gu Chen looked around and only recognized Manager Ma. "General Manager." The agent quickly came to a middle-aged man with a big belly, whispered something, and then explained the matter in detail, glancing at Gu Chen from time to time. "Mr. Gu. This is the general manager of our Huahai EUA group branch. Lu Xianglong." Manager Ma quickly introduced. "Hello, Mr. Gu. You are really a young and promising person. I have heard of Mr. Gu for a long time, but I finally met him in person today." A man in his 30s next to Manager Ma said with a smile on his face. "Hello." Gu Chen replied with a smile. "This must be Mr. Gu. I am the general manager of Tiancheng Entertainment. I am so sorry. I have caused Mr. Gu a lot of trouble. We will definitely give him an explanation for this matter." At this time, the general manager of Tiancheng came to Gu Chen and quickly apologized. "No need. I believe the police will give me an explanation." Gu Chen put away his smile and said lightly. The other party's breath stagnated when he heard the words, and looking at Gu Chen's expression, he couldn't help but look at Lu Xianglong. Chapter 33: The outcome of the incident. Ahem. Mr. Gu. I wonder if you could give me a favor and let us solve this privately. Don't worry. I will make sure they give Mr. Gu an explanation. Lu Xianglong coughed awkwardly. There was no way. He originally came here to help Gu Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't need it at all. As a result, he now has to help the other party plead for mercy. After all, he is a good friend of the boss of Tiancheng Entertainment. If Gu Chen really gets serious, his buddy will probably be in trouble. How many people in the entertainment industry have clean bottoms these days? Of course we have to give Mr. Lu face. But they have seriously damaged the reputation of our hotel. They have caused immeasurable losses to our hotel. It is difficult for me to handle this matter. Gu Chen looked embarrassed. Tiancheng's general manager's mouth twitched immediately. What loss do you have? You really just open your mouth and say it. But this time they were indeed at fault. Yes. It's all our fault. Don't worry, we will definitely compensate your hotel for the losses caused. General Manager Tiancheng said quickly. Now his main hope is that Gu Chen will let Lu Bin go. Once the police take Lu Bin away, Lu Bin will be ruined. All the effort the company put into Lu Bin was in vain. Humph. We asked you to come here to handle it before, but what happened? You even wanted to use our hotel's reputation to your advantage. Gu Chen had no intention of paying attention to this extremely stupid general manager. The latter was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Gu Chen would react so strongly and not care about the hotel's reputation at all. He directly chose to call the police. How could he play this game? Boss Lu, it's not that I don't give you face. They've gone too far this time. Then Gu Chen said something to Lu Xianglong. When Lu Xianglong wanted to say something else, an alarm sounded. Lu Bin's face changed instantly, and Lu Xianglong also shut his mouth. He didn't dare to offend Gu Chen. Who called the police? Several police officers got out of the police car. It's me. Lu Ying quickly stood up and told the story again. Come with us, please. The police officer frowned when he heard this, and it was obvious that this case was very difficult for him. On one side, he is a major taxpayer, and on the other side, he is a public figure. If one of them fails to handle the situation properly, he will be the one to take the blame. So the police cars came quickly and left quickly. Several people involved were taken away. Only Gu Chen, Lu Shanglong of EU and the general manager of Tianshang were left. At this time, General Manager Tianshang had an ugly expression on his face. When he was about to say something, his cell phone rang. He opened it and his face suddenly changed, then he picked up the phone. "Hey, boss." "What?" "Okay. I get it." Then he just kept nodding, his expression changing constantly, and finally hung up the phone. "Mr. Gu, this was our Tianxing's fault. We will definitely compensate you for the loss. At the same time, our boss asked me to apologize to you. Regarding the Lubin incident, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." The general manager took a deep breath, came to Gu Chen, and said respectfully, Upon hearing this, Gu Chen and Lu Shanglong were stunned. "I hope so." Gu Chen then nodded. Although he didn't know why the other party's attitude softened suddenly, he was not afraid at all. After that, he said something to Lu Shanglong and left. "What did your boss say?" Lu Shanglong asked curiously. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief, because he was afraid that his good friend would be tough. "Boss Lu," the boss said that many people have called to put pressure on him to resolve this matter quickly. The general manager smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "What?" Lu Shanglong was stunned when he heard this, and glanced at Gu Chen who had disappeared, and remained silent for a long time. He didn't expect Gu Chen to act so quickly. He had told his good friend before that Gu Chen had a strong background, but he didn't expect that he was more powerful than he imagined. How could they know that Gu Chen did nothing? All of these are the hidden connections of five-star hotels. In addition, many important figures living in Thompson 1 also began to call because they had not concealed the previous door-blocking incident from Lu Bin. All this is due to coincidences caused by many accidents, and were misunderstood by them. I thought it was Gu Chen who took action. Gu Chen naturally didn't know this, he had already returned to the party hall. As soon as she sat down, Zhu Sini looked over curiously. "Where have you been? It took you so long to come back." "Something happened in the hotel. Go and deal with it." Gu Chen did not hide it. After all, such a big thing could not be concealed. "What is it?" Zhu Sini became interested. "That's the celebrity who blocked the door at Thompson Epine before, remember?" Zhu Sini nodded when she heard that. This incident left a deep impression on her. "It was him who said at the hotel entrance that my hotel security guard beat someone up and asked me to give him an explanation." "Ah?" Zhu Sini was surprised. "They tried to take advantage of me, so I called the police and got back to me," Gu Chen said lightly. Zhu Sini was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Gu Chen's eyes and burst out laughing. How did she think Gu Chen would handle it? She didn't expect it to be handled like this. Then Gu Chen started watching the show seriously, and his displeasure was immediately diluted by the laughter. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening, the party ended, and everyone naturally went home. At this time, only Gu Chen and Zhu Sini were left. "Boss Gu." The hotel assistant hurried to Gu Chen's side. "Is Manager Lu back?" "Not yet." Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. "It's so late and it hasn't he been dealt with yet?" So he called directly. After a few seconds, the call was connected. "Hey! Aren't you done yet?" "No, Lu Bin has been insisting that our security guards beat people. But the camera didn't capture it clearly because there were so many people, so the situation has been deadlocked here," Lu Ying explained. She was also a little tired at this time. Is that so? No medical examination?" Gu Chen didn't expect this result, and his face darkened. After checking, the fan did have injuries on his body. But we are not sure whether he hit himself or our security guards. "All right. You should go back early too. Leave this matter to the lawyer." Gu Chen shook his head and remembered Tian Sheng's words before. "Is this the explanation for me?" "Okay." Lu Ying agreed. After all, she has no effect here. "It seems that things are not over yet?" Zhu Sini said on the side. "Well, no more talking, let me send you back." Gu Chen didn't want to say anything more. Good. So the two of them went back together. He had originally planned to go there for some fun during the National Day holiday, but now he is not in the mood to do so. In the golden autumn of October, with the autumn wind blowing, workers are welcoming the day they look forward to the most. Gu Chen also got up early, and when he was about to go to the hotel, his phone rang. Hello? Manager Lu. Mr. Gu, Happy National Day. Happy National Day. Gu Chen replied with a smile. The National Day is a busy period for the catering and hotel industries, so how could there be a holiday? Gu Chen used to hate those companies that didn't take holidays, but he never expected that one day he would become one of them. Finally, I became the person I hate the most. What's the matter with you calling so early? Yes. Mr. Gu, there has been new progress in the Lu Bin incident. Lu Ying said happily. Just now the police sent a message saying that Lu Bin's fan suddenly admitted that he had received money from Lu Bin to slander our hotel, and he also provided evidence. What? Gu Chen was stunned and even stopped the movements of his hands. I also found it unbelievable when I first heard it, but there's something even more shocking. Someone secretly reported Lu Bin's previous crimes and provided a lot of evidence. So, Lu Bin is done for now, and he can't escape jail time. Lu Ying told everything she knew in one breath. Is someone trying to trick him? Gu Chen noticed something was wrong at the first moment. Yes. Didn't you, Mr. Gu, ask someone to do it? Lu Ying asked. Gu Chen. He quickly guessed someone in his heart. After that, Gu Chen chatted for a few words and hung up the phone, preparing to go out. Then the phone rang again. When I took it out, I saw it was a phone number from an unfamiliar number. He thought about it and answered the call. Mr. Gu? Who are you? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Zhou Hao, the boss of Tiancheng Entertainment. I wonder what Mr. Zhou wants to talk to me about. Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched, and he asked with a smile. I'm here to apologize. I'm very sorry for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry for causing trouble for Mr. Gu. In the other office, a handsome man spoke on the phone. He didn't expect that Mr. Gu, whom he had never met, could speak so precisely. So you were also responsible for Lu Bin's incident? Although Gu Chen's tone was doubtful, he was very sure. Not bad. I wonder if Mr. Gu is satisfied with this result. Zhou Hao was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Chen could have guessed it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu Chen also understood what the explanation last night meant. Not bad. Gu Chen had nothing to be happy about. After all, Lu Bin was nothing in his eyes. You can't possibly care about the life or death of an ant. As for everything that happened to Lu Bin, he can only say that it was all his own fault and he deserved it. I wonder when Mr. Gu will have time. I want to apologize to Mr. Gu in person? Zhou Hao was stunned when he heard this. He thought Gu Chen would be very happy. No need to apologize. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Gu Chen refused directly. Are you kidding? I don't even know you? You just want to have dinner with me? It's okay. Zhou Hao's face froze. He didn't expect Gu Chen to refuse so straightforwardly. Chapter 34. Do you still remember that you have a brother like me? Okay then. Mr. Zhou, please contact me when you have time. After saying that, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from the phone, Zhou Hao shook his head. He didn't dare to get angry. At this time, Gu Chen had no interest in going out, so he turned around and lay down on the comfortable sofa. Thinking about where to go during the National Day holiday? After all, he hasn't relaxed for a long time. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Gu Chen, who didn't know what to do, picked it up and saw that it was a message from the class group. Where are you going to play during the National Day holiday? Boss Gu Chen. Gu Chen thought about it, and then replied, lie dead at home. Then he saw a row of words praising himself, shook his head immediately, exited the chat interface and opened Taobao. These days, all he selected were daily necessities. Things like clothes, fine wine, and the latest electronic gadgets are of no importance to him given his current net worth. Do I really have to play games before to win good stuff? It's no wonder that Gu Chen thought so. After all, when he drew the Zhenghua Tianda Hotel before, he played games for a while first. Congratulations to this user for winning a law firm. Suddenly a text message came. Law firm? Gu Chen was stunned. Can this be smoked? But why do I need this thing? Go to court? Then he shook his head, quite disappointed. Looks like he really needs to play a couple of games next time he draws a prize. Take out the share certificate and look at the name of the law firm. Songhai Law Firm. Legal representative, Gu Chun, 100% shareholding. Address, number 217, Furong Road, South District, Huahai City. Seeing this, Gu Chen nodded. Go take a look when you have time. Then he put the share certificates in the safe in his bedroom. Looking at the share certificates inside, he felt satisfied. I wonder when I'll be able to fill my safe. Then he closed the safety door, checked it and thought about it expectantly. Gu Chun, who was immersed in beautiful fantasies, was pulled back by the ringing of his cell phone. What's going on today? Aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Why do I have more calls than usual? After muttering something, Gu Chun still opened his phone and his expression changed instantly. Wow, even Chuanpu was not as fast as him. Hello, Mom? Is Xiaochen having a holiday on National Day? Mother Gu's kind voice came through the phone. Mom, didn't I tell you? I own my own company now, so whether I go to work or not is up to me. That's right. Mother Gu thought it made sense. Then the two of them started chatting about the daily topics of their family. At the last moment, Mother Gu suddenly remembered her purpose. Ah, look at me, I have a bad memory when I get old. I almost forgot the purpose of calling. Mother Gu slapped her forehead. Mom, is there anything wrong with you? Gu Chen asked. Yes. Your cousin Shishir from your aunt's family is also in Huahai, but she encountered some problems. I was thinking, don't you have a company in Huahai? Maybe you can help? So I called you. Hearing this, Gu Chen recalled how his aunt was very kind to him when he was a child. When something happened at home, his aunt lent him her savings without saying a word. Suddenly, a warm feeling passed through his heart. What happened to Shishir? Why didn't Auntie tell me? Gu Chen asked. Oh. How could your aunt bother you if she knew the situation at home? If I hadn't heard about it from others, I wouldn't have known about it. Mother Gu was nagging. Okay. I'll call Shishir later and ask her what's wrong. Okay. I won't bother you anymore, Xiaochen. You must do your best. Don't worry, Mom. I know. Then he hung up the phone. This little girl. She knew I was in Huahai but she didn't even call me. I flipped to the address book and called my cousin directly. The call was connected after more than 10 seconds. Hello, cousin? A soft and sticky voice of Jiangnan whisper came over. You still remember that you have a cousin like me? Gu Chen was immediately dissatisfied, and his voice was high-pitched. Why didn't you call me when something happened? The other party was silent for a while and couldn't explain it. Forget it, I'll come find you. Tell you face to face. Where are you? After listening for a while, Gu Chen said directly. I am here. Wait. I'll be right there. Gu Chen replied and hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys on the table and hurried over. The classes in any city are contradictory, where there are rich and poor. The international metropolis of Huahai is no exception. An old city area full of illegal buildings. It looks messy. Gu Chen, who came here, frowned. Although the place he lived before was not much better than here, he was a boy, so it was no big deal. But his cousin lives here, which makes him a little worried. Hey, I'm here. Gu Chen took out his cell phone and said. I'll be right down. Then Gu Chen heard hurried footsteps and shook his head. Gu Chen, who was waiting for his cousin, began to look around. Since it is the National Day, there are still quite a lot of people living here, coming and going, making it very lively. Elder brother? At this moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him and turned around. A woman wearing ordinary home clothes, although without any decoration, looks pure and lovely. It was Gu Chen's cousin Su Shishir. When did you come to Huahai? Why didn't you call me? Gu Chen also laughed for the first time in a long time, then he frowned and asked angrily. It came early this year. Su Shishir was also very happy and hugged Gu Chen like a child. Okay. Let's go check out where you live first. Gu Chen rubbed the cousin in front of him lovingly. Good. The worry in Su Shishir's eyes also faded a little. Then he took Gu Chen to a staircase. Since it was an old house, there was naturally no elevator. The two siblings talked to each other along the way. Gu Chen also understood the basic situation of his cousin. Su Shishir, a graduate from a first-class university, majored in accounting. She is currently doing an internship at a company recommended by her school. However, due to her lack of experience, she was tricked by the company into signing an employment contract. Since it was arranged by the school, she didn't pay much attention to it and directly signed a 10-year contract as an intern. This means that she will have to work in that company for the next 10 years, and she is not even a formal employee. Are you a pig? What's wrong with the school? Even if I give you a contract, you have to read it carefully. After hearing the whole story, Gu Chen cursed. Su Shishir felt aggrieved and didn't say anything. How could she know that the outside world was so complicated? By the way, when the school was looking for jobs for you, did you have any? Gu Chen thought about it and continued to ask. The teacher didn't mention signing a contract. He just told me to do an internship for 1 semester and then come back. Su Shishir thought for a moment and explained. So your teacher doesn't know about the contract? Gu Chen asked. I have no idea. Then how did you find out? I felt that the atmosphere of that company was not good, so I wanted to resign. Unexpectedly, the other party told me that I could leave, but I had to pay a penalty. Su Shishir answered honestly. Now Gu Chen didn't know what to say. Have you told your school teacher? The teacher said it was none of his business. It was my own fault for not having a brain and not even reading the contract before signing it. The teacher in your school should also bear a great responsibility for this matter. Gu Chen analyzed with a frown. Su Shishir didn't say anything. She did say it, but no one paid attention to her because she was a nobody and her words carried no weight. There was a chance that she wouldn't even be given her diploma, so she would have to figure out a solution on her own. So the two of them fell silent, with only the sound of footsteps. We're here. At this time Su Shishir stopped, took out the key and opened the security door. Gu Chen walked in directly, only to find that there was another world inside. Although the room is old-fashioned, it is clean, tidy and decorated very warmly. The house is not big, but it has 3 bedrooms and a living room. From previous conversations, I learned that my cousin shared a house with 2 roommates who were also her best friends at school. But they don't have the same troubles as their cousin. Gu Chen sat directly on the sofa and nodded as he looked at the tidy table. Girls do tend to be more clean. How about living here? Gu Chen looked at Su Shishir on the side and asked. Fine. Su Shishir nodded and said with a smile. At this time, the door of a room opposite opened. Shishir, where have you been? The two looked over and saw a woman in pajamas with hazy eyes, who looked like she hadn't woken up yet, standing at the door and asking. Ah! Suddenly I heard her scream and the door closed instantly. Su Shishir seemed a little embarrassed. She didn't expect her best friend to come out at this time. Brother, Xiaoyu doesn't know you will come. He explained to Gu Chen. Yeah. Gu Chen smiled and nodded. What's wrong? What happened to Xiaoyu? Ah. I saw the door of another room also opened, and a woman in pajamas walked out. She must have heard the previous shouting, but after a few seconds she also shouted and closed the door instantly. Gu Chen touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 35. Is this really my car? After about a few minutes, the doors of the 2 rooms opened one after another. But at this time, the 2 of them were dressed neatly and walked out with an embarrassed look on their faces. At the same time, looking at Gu Chen's handsome face, she couldn't help but look at Su Shishir and Gu Chen at each other. As far as they can remember, their best friend Su Shishir had never brought friends of the opposite sex to them. For a moment, they all signaled to Su Shishir with their eyes. But I was very crazy inside. Ah! Why does Shishir find such a handsome boyfriend? Don't think too much, let me introduce you, this is my brother Gu Chen. They had lived together for 3 or 4 years, so they knew what their 2 best friends were thinking. They glared at them and explained. Brother, these are my roommates Zhang Xiaoyu and Wu Si. Hello? Gu Chen nodded and greeted with a smile. Hello, brother. The 2 men's eyes lit up and they shouted in unison. Afterwards, they talked for a while and talked about Su Shishir. They were both filled with righteous indignation and wanted to stand up for their best friend, but they were from ordinary families and could not get any help. Brother, don't worry. We have found a lawyer for Shishir. Yes, That's right, brother. We must cancel that contract. The two of them called each other brother, as if they were very familiar with the process. When a woman gets angry, there is no place for a man. Are you kidding? If you meet a handsome brother and don't seize the opportunity, won't you be struck by lightning? Su Shishir knew the two men's intentions very well. She was clearly mesmerized by her brother's looks. Bah! Shame on you. I treat you as my best friends, but you want to be my sister-in-law. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Lawyer? Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this just right? Which lawyer did you find? Gu Chen asked directly. Ahem. We are looking for a trainee lawyer? After hearing what Gu Chen said, the three of them looked at each other, all feeling embarrassed. In the end, they asked Xiao Yu to speak it out. Gu Chen frowned repeatedly after hearing this. Even if he doesn't know much about this industry, he knows the importance of a lawyer. Then he indicated what Su Shishir meant. Brother, we have looked for other lawyers before, but either the legal fees were too high or they refused to accept our lawsuit. Su Shishir explained that she was almost worried to death during this period. Afterwards, Gu Chen learned the details. It turned out that the lawyers refused after learning about Su Shishir's situation. After all, the other party is a listed company and a first-class university. It is not worth offending them for a small case. In addition, some lawyers are very careful about their reputation and will not take any cases that they are not sure of. What about famous lawyers? Their fees are too high and they won't take on small cases. They had no connections, so they could only hire a trainee lawyer. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Gu Chen's frown finally relaxed. All right. I'll take care of the lawyer's matter, just come with me later with the documents. Su Shishir was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be able to help him solve the problem. If it were in the past, there shouldn't be a problem, after all, his family runs a company. Now, it's good enough that people can take care of themselves. That's why she didn't bother Gu Chen. Go pack up the documents. I'll make a call first. Gu Chen didn't care about Su Shishir's expression and walked to the balcony outside. As soon as Gu Chen left, Xiao Yu and Xiaoyi, two of her best friends, came to Su Shishir in an instant. Shishir, why haven't I heard that you have a brother before? Yes. Tell the truth. Does your brother have a girlfriend? I wonder what kind of girls your brother likes. Shishir, you don't mind if we get closer, right? The two of them were chattering. Don't even think about it. There's no chance. Su Shishir rolled her eyes, then got up and went back to her room to prepare some materials. Gu Chen looked down at the earth, listening to the hustle and bustle outside, paused, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. I dialed the phone number Taba gave me last night. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello? Hello? I am Gu Chen. Hearing the standard and formal opening from the other side, Gu Chen directly introduced himself. Hello, boss. My name is Bai Yensong, and I am currently the director of Tsunhai office. After hearing Gu Chen's words, the other side paused for a few seconds, and then said respectfully. Before that, he received a call from his previous boss, saying that a big shot had bought the firm and asked him to work hard and seize the opportunity. He was a little surprised at first. After all, the previous boss was also very capable. Even he said he was a big shot, so it must be correct. But in the end he became a little nervous. After all, he didn't know what kind of person the new boss was. Logically speaking, as a well-known lawyer in China and also well-known internationally, he should not have anything to worry about. However, he has been working in Tsunhai law firm since his debut. Decades have passed and he is reluctant to leave here. In addition, Tsunhai firm is at the top level in the country. For him, who regards his career as his life and also wants to become famous internationally, only such a large firm can satisfy his needs. That's why he cares about Gu Chen's thoughts. Hello, Director Bai. Is the office closed for the holiday? Gu Chen also seemed very polite. Most of the lawyers are on vacation, but there are still lawyers on duty in the firm. Although he didn't know what Gu Chen meant, Bai Yensong still said it honestly. Is that so? I will go to the law firm later and would like you to help me find a lawyer. I have a lawsuit and I want to find a lawyer to fight it. Gu Chen spoke directly. Professional things should be done by professionals. I'm at the office right now. Please call me when your boss arrives. Bai Yinsong became interested when he heard Gu Chen's words and spoke quickly. For him, the only way to become an internationally renowned lawyer is to continue winning cases and increasing his influence. But are those cases with huge impact not found everywhere? Even if there is, they have a fixed team of lawyers, so no matter how capable he is, it will not be his turn. That's why he was so excited when he heard Gu Chen's words. In his impression, a lawsuit for someone like Gu Chen must be a big deal, which made him fall into a misconception. Okay. See you later. Gu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the director would still be in the office even during holidays. He was really dedicated. Good. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. When she returned to the living room, Su Shishir had already prepared all the relevant information. Looking at the looks the three people gave him. Let's go. Gu Chen was smiling. As for his cousin's two best friends, based on his many years of experience in the love field, he knew that they had a good relationship with his cousin and they cared about her sincerely. It made him feel very relieved. Brother, can you take us with you? Yeah. We want to go see it too, can we? Seeing that Gu Chen had no intention of asking them to go together, the two girlfriends immediately acted coquettishly. Maybe next time. My car can't accommodate everyone. I'll treat you to a meal after Shishir's work is done, okay? Hearing this, Gu Chen thought about it and explained. All right. Upon hearing this, the two could only nod in agreement. Then he left home. This place is quite far from where you work. Yeah, the three of us have to take the bus for nearly an hour to get to the company. Hearing Gu Chen's question, Su Shishir nodded and said. I don't think it's safe here at night. Wait a few days and move in with me. Where do you live, bro? Hearing this, Su Shishir glanced at Gu Chen who was walking in front of her. She could only see his handsome back but not his face. Binjiang Road is more convenient, safer, and closer than where you are. Forget it, I won't bother you anymore, I'll just live with them both. Su Shishir felt warm inside and was a little moved, but she finally refused. Do you have money to pay the rent now? Hearing the rejection, Gu Chen turned around and asked. No. Su Shishir blushed and replied embarrassedly. Now she is still involved in lawsuits, how can she pay the rent? This month, her two sisters helped her pay for it. That's it, what? You still want others to pay for you all the time? Su Shishir shook her head when she heard that. Of course she didn't want to. Although her two best friends wouldn't say anything, she herself didn't want to do that. That's it. Once you've dealt with this matter and found a new job, you can move out and I won't object. This. Su Shishir was still a little hesitant. Okay, it's settled. If you say anything else I'll call your mom. Gu Chen made a decision directly. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir could only agree. Then the two of them talked about some of their past experiences. Brother, are you saying that you have already started a company? Su Shishir was shocked to hear that Gu Chen's current job was actually the boss of a company. Good. Gu Chen nodded. Su Shishir knew that her brother had never lied since he was a child, so she naturally believed what he said. But she was still very surprised and looked at this different brother from time to time. Gu Chen didn't stop until he reached the roadside. Brother, where's your car? Seeing that there was only a handsome sports car next to it, even if she didn't recognize the logo, she knew that the car was very expensive. Isn't this it? Gu Chen said with a smile. Then, under Su Shishir's incredulous gaze, he took out the key, and immediately the sports car next to him honked twice. This you. Su Shishir could never have imagined that this was really Gu Chen's car, and she was stunned for a moment. Then the door of the sports car slowly rose. Get in the car. Gu Chen smiled and patted Su Shishir on the shoulder. Ah. Oh. Su Shishir didn't react until she got in the car and the car drove for some distance. Chapter 36 Shanghai Law Firm, by Yinsong. Brother, what kind of company do you run? It's a comprehensive company that processes raw materials. Gu Chen responded, and then he stepped on the accelerator directly. A strong push came from the seat, which scared Su Shishir. Although she didn't know the size of the company, it must be quite big if it could afford a sports car. At the same time, she was full of confidence about her breach of contract case. An hour later, Gu Chen arrived at the destination directly according to the navigation. Looking at the solemn and majestic gate, Gu Chen nodded secretly. Ah! Is this Sunhai law firm? Su Shishir exclaimed. Ha! Have you been here? Gu Chen glanced sideways. No. But haven't we been looking for a lawyer these days? So we know this company well. It's one of the top 5 law firms in the country. I heard that the lawyers who can get in are the best of the best and rarely lose a case. There's also a very famous lawyer, Bai Yensong, who is in charge. It's really amazing. Su Shishir became excited. It's not that she didn't think about asking this lawyer for help, but the lawyer simply didn't take her case seriously. Oh? That's great. You are sure to win the lawsuit this time. Gu Chen said with a smile. He was very interested in Bai Yensong. He didn't expect that the person who had called him before was so famous. Yes. But they won't take such a small case like mine. Su Shishir nodded, then became deflated again. Don't worry. I'm here. Then the two of them walked straight in. Which lawyer are you looking for? As you walk into the lobby, you're greeted by a solemn, sacred, and serious atmosphere, and there's also a customer service receptionist. Hello, I'm looking for attorney Bai Yensong. This time he learned his lesson and called people before coming. Forehead? Upon hearing this, not only the customer service but also Su Shishir next to them was stunned. I'm sorry, sir. Director Bai has stopped accepting orders a long time ago. However, we still have many other lawyers in our firm who are also very capable. The customer service quickly apologized and explained. I know, I've already called him. I see. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the customer service didn't quite believe it, but didn't say anything. Excuse me, how do I get to Lawyer Bai's office? Gu Chen then continued to ask. The one on the far right on the 3rd floor is Director Bai's office. The customer service still showed Gu Chen the way. Okay, thanks. After Gu Chen thanked him, he took Su Shishir to the elevator. Brother! You don't really know Lawyer Bai. In the elevator, Su Shishir asked quickly. I don't know her. He really didn't know her. After all, he had never even met her. Ah! Hearing Gu Chen's words, Su Shishir was stunned. She had seen Gu Chen's confident look before, and thought he really knew her, but she didn't expect. What's wrong with not knowing him? Don't worry, he will definitely help you. Gu Chen knew what he was thinking. He smiled and was very confident. Forehead. At this point, she had no choice but to believe what Gu Chen said. The elevator arrived with a ding. Looking at the 3 words Bai Yensong written on the sign outside, Gu Chen knocked on the door directly. Come in. All I heard was standard Mandarin. Gu Chen motioned Su Shishir to follow him and walked in. The interior was decorated very simply, yet grandly. Who are you? Bai Yensong was looking at some documents at his desk. He came to his senses when he heard a knock on the door. He looked over and saw a man and a woman walking in. He adjusted his glasses and asked. Hello, Director Bai, I'm Gu Chen. Gu Chen took a look and found that the other party was full of temperament. Upon hearing this, Bai Yensong stood up immediately. Sorry, boss, I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Fine. Gu Chen waved his hand. Bai Yensong then took the 2 of them to the reception area and made 2 cups of tea. He also thought that Gu Chen was so young. As for Su Shishir who was following, she was dumbfounded. She never dreamed that the famous lawyer would call her brother boss. I wonder what case the boss is talking about. After telling Gu Chen the general situation of the firm, he couldn't wait to ask Gu Chen about the case. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen patted Su Shishir, who was still in a daze. Ah. Oh. Sorry. Su Shishir reacted quickly, and then at Gu Chen's signal, she handed the information to Bai Yensong. Bai Yensong was stunned for a moment, then took it and started watching. But as he looked on, his expression became very strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Gu Chen and Su Shishir were very nervous. Time passed by minute, and the sound in the entire office could be heard. There was only the rustling of pages turning. Finally, Bai Yensong took a rough look at the entire case before slowly raising his head and looking at Gu Chen and the others with a complicated expression. Gu Chen and Su Shishir were a little nervous. Director Bai, how is it? Are you sure? Gu Chen asked. Su Shishir also looked at Bai Yensong with anticipation and nervousness. Bai Yensong was silent for a moment before organizing his words and saying, "Boss, this case." Bai Yensong really didn't know what to say. He had always thought that Gu Chen had brought a big case for him to show his skills, but he was unexpectedly dumbfounded. Such a simple case requires the intervention of a top domestic lawyer like him? Is this a joke? How would he save face if this got out? But refuse it? This is the first case that the boss has given him. Director Bai, is this case very troublesome? Seeing that the other party had not spoken, Gu Chen frowned and asked. No. Boss, let me put it this way. Any lawyer in our firm can win this case. Bai Yensong was startled and then told the whole story. Gu Chen and the other person were both stunned. That's right. Boss, this case is actually not complicated. The only problem is that the other party is a listed company, and the pressure brought by a first-class university is huge. But in our office, none of these are problems, so. Gu Chen took over and confirmed, so the possibility of us winning this case is very high? Yes. Bai Yensong nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Su Shishir was very happy. The problem that had troubled her for a long time finally showed a flaw. Well, then please ask Director Bai to help introduce a lawyer. Gu Chen's brows relaxed at this time and said to Bai Yensong. Don't worry, boss. Bai Yensong agreed immediately. Then he made a phone call. Come to my office. Then he hung up the phone. This is my apprentice. Although he has only been out for a short time, he is well known in the legal community. Please rest assured, boss. There will be no problem handing this case over to him. Hearing Bai Yensong's assurance, Gu Chen was also very relieved. He naturally had no problem with Bai Yensong not taking action, after all, he was a famous lawyer. It would be a bit of a waste of talent to use it to handle this lawsuit. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Suddenly, a man in his 30s, dressed in formal clothes and with a serious look, walked in. Master, you're looking for me? He was slightly surprised to see there were two other guests inside, but then he reacted. Yeah. Xiao Mo is here, sit down. Bai Yensong looked at his beloved disciple coming over and suddenly a smile came from the bottom of his heart. Let me introduce you to our firm's new boss. Seeing the other party sit down as he was told, Bai Yensong began to introduce, this Mr. Gu Chen is our boss. The young man was slightly shocked, but his strong psychological strength helped him to recover quickly. He quickly stood up and said, Hello, boss. I'm Lin Mo. Hello. Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Why are you called here this time? There is a lawsuit that requires your help. Bai Yensong then handed the documents on the table directly to Lin Mo. The latter nodded slightly, took the document and looked at it carefully. So the three of them drank tea and waited for each other's reaction. Lin Mo's expression was exactly the same as Bai Yensong's before, but Gu Chen finally understood that this expression was not because the case was difficult, but because he felt it was too simple. Sure enough, Lin Mo's words verified his guess. Boss, master, we have a very good chance of winning this case. The school is primarily responsible. Lin Mo directly expressed his decision. That's right. So you will be the one handling this case. Bai Yensong agreed with a smile, and then gave the order directly. Ah. This. Lin Mo looked a little incredulous when he heard this. You want me to handle such a simple case? All right. This is the first case that the boss has assigned to our firm. We must do our best. Bai Yensong knew what his disciple was thinking, so he made the decision directly. After all, if this matter is done well, it will directly catch the boss's eye, so he will naturally leave such a good thing to his apprentice. Yes. Please rest assured, boss. Lin Mo was filled with thoughts, and instantly understood what his master meant, and agreed directly. Okay. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen was also very happy, and then Lin Mo took Su Shishir to the side and asked for detailed information. Although the possibility of winning this case is as high as 90%, his cautious character and responsible attitude make him give his all to every case. This is why he has become a little famous in the legal profession at the age of 30. Chapter 37. It turns out that the clown is me. More than 2 hours passed. Okay. Now you can rest assured. After walking to the door and saying goodbye to Bai Yensong with a smile, Guchen asked Su Shishir, who looked relaxed. Yeah. Thank you very much, brother. Lawyer Lin said that we will wait until the court session. Su Shishir blinked her big eyes and her little mouth smiled like a crescent moon. That's good. Let's go eat now. You must be hungry after being busy for so long. Guchen nodded and suggested. Aha. Then the two of them got into the car, and Guchen took his cousin to have a good meal. He then made an appointment with a moving company. After all, his sports car couldn't accommodate so many things. This gave Guchen the idea of buying another car, as he was not short of money now. Guchen couldn't understand why a girl had so many things. Looking at the packed carriage, I couldn't help but shake my head. Watching Su Shishir and her two best friends bid farewell reluctantly, Guchen stood together with the movers. Dude, your girlfriend is pretty, isn't she? A young man said to Guchen with a smile. I'm her brother. Guchen glanced. I understand. Unexpectedly, the young man tried hard to wink and smile at Guchen when he heard it. Guchen was too lazy to explain. After seeing Su Shishir coming, the young man also shut his mouth. Just follow my car. Guchen said something to the movers and walked outside. Because the road here is quite narrow, Guchen did not drive the car in. Okay. The young man looked around and saw that there were no cars, only many electric cars. He thought that Guchen was driving an electric car, and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of Guchen. A loser who doesn't even have a car actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. Afterwards, Guchen and Su Shishir walked in front, and a small truck followed slowly from behind. After a few minutes, they had already left the crowded intersection of the residential area. The young man behind was stunned when he saw Guchen get into the sports car on the side of the road. Before they entered, they had already discovered this valuable and domineering supercar. But I didn't expect it to be Guchen's. I understood it instantly. He was obviously a rich second generation and came here to pick up girls. Guchen was completely unaware of the young man's psychological changes. After driving directly into Thompson Epine, Su Shishir became even more curious about what her cousin did to be able to buy a house here. As for the young man at the back, he was deeply shocked and felt a little regretful. If his words had offended Guchen before, he could have been doomed to eternal damnation with just a few words from him. It was just that he overestimated himself. Guchen didn't say a word to him until they had loaded all their things into the elevator. He was both happy and disappointed. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Brother! You live here? Walking into the room, Su Shishir was deeply fascinated by the luxurious and comfortable environment inside. Nonsense! How else could you have walked here? Guchen smiled and sat directly on the fluffy sofa. Just find a room for yourself. I'm the only one living here. Then he looked at the dazed Su Shishir and said lazily. So Su Shishir excitedly visited all the rooms, and finally chose the bedroom on the second floor opposite Guchen. After that, in the next 2 days, Guchen took Su Shishir to relax, and of course he did not forget to treat her two best friends to dinner. After knowing that Guchen is not only handsome, but also very rich. After taking them to visit the legendary Thompson Epine, the two girls instantly extinguished their desire to have Guchen be their boyfriends. This was something Guchen had not expected, and he also looked up to the two of them. October 5th. The National Day holiday is over, people go to work and school. Everything is back to normal. Today is also the day when Su Shishir's contract case goes to court. Originally, Guchen was planning to go with her. However, today's group meeting was also very important. With Su Shishir's understanding, Guchen went to the company. Fortunately, Su Shishir had two close friends with her. Inside the high-level meeting room of Taiyu Group. At this moment, the place is already filled with various high-level officials, and the lowest position is at the supervisor level. But there was a chorus of boos inside. It's because the top position is empty and the boss of their group has not arrived yet. The door to the conference room slammed open. Excuse me, everyone. There's a traffic jam on the road. Guchen explained casually and sat in the front row. Seeing Guchen coming, Shu sitting next to him stood up and opened the PTT, and began to introduce the future direction and specific matters of the group to General Manager Jiang. The meeting lasted for nearly an hour in total, and Guchen was extremely satisfied. After all, the group could develop steadily without taking up his time, which was the life that every boss wanted. At present, our group has completed the running in, and all kinds of processing machines are in place. However, Tianhe Group is unwilling to let us take over all the market share, so they filed a lawsuit against our group for market monopoly in the Huahai City High People's Court. Finally, Xu Sini asked the last question with a gloomy face. This was something Gu Chen had not expected. Not only Gu Chen, but other senior leaders were also talking in low voices. For a moment, the entire conference room looked like a noisy vegetable market. Silence. Gu Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. Sure enough, everyone in the meeting room shut up instantly. Please tell me more details, Mr. Chu. Gu Chen motioned Xu Sini to continue. Our domestic laws are different from international laws, so Tianhe Group took advantage of this to sue us. If we don't solve this problem, we won't be able to sell any of our raw materials. Xu Sini said lightly. I just want the final result. Gu Chen said directly. As long as we hold on to our words and refuse to admit it, that's all that's needed. But we can't drag it out any longer, otherwise international suppliers will think that our group is not sincere and will terminate cooperation with us, or even completely lose trust in us. Gu Chen revealed the truth in one sentence. Yes. Xu Sini nodded. So, we need to get out of this quagmire as soon as possible. Mr. Chu, do you have a solution? Gu Chen continued to ask. Yes. As long as we win the next lawsuit, Tianhe Group will end up losing more than it gains. When Xu Sini heard Gu Chen ask this, she immediately became excited and said affirmatively. Okay. Then get ready for a lawsuit. However, after this, I will attack Tianhe with all my strength. I will bankrupt them. Yes. All of a sudden, the other executives responded in unison, and their eyes changed when they looked at Gu Chen. I didn't expect that the boss looked very kind at ordinary times, but he would be so decisive and murderous if he was provoked. Okay. Dismiss. President Chu and President Jiang, please stay. Suddenly, there were only 3 people left in the huge conference room. By the way, is there any problem with our group's legal team? Gu Chen thought about it and decided to ask. Our group's legal team is from a medium-sized law firm, but this time I heard that Tianhe Group spent a huge amount of money to invite the ace lawyer from Mingyue Law Firm, one of the top 5 law firms. President Jiang replied with a heavy face. Does that mean our chances of winning may be greatly reduced? Gu Chen didn't expect it to be like this. That's right. But please rest assured, Chairman, we are also looking for other lawyers. President Jiang thought Gu Chen was dissatisfied and hurried to explain. When does the court session begin? The day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Mr. Jiang without saying anything. Chairman. We have also found many lawyers from the big 5 law firms during this period, but most of them are not as well known as the other party. Xu Sini said something. Isn't Sunhai Law Firm in Huahai? Why didn't you go to look for it? Gu Chen asked. We looked for them, but their top lawyers all have other cases on hand and are too busy to work, Mr. Jiang explained. What about attorney Bai Yensong? I heard that he is fine. Chairman. Don't you know? Attorney Bai Yensong no longer accepts domestic cases, and we have no way to contact him. President Jiang was surprised that Gu Chen actually knew all this. Okay. Leave the lawyer to me. Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Yensong to have such a high status. Then he turned on his cell phone in front of the 2 of them and called Bai Yensong. Hello? Boss? Well, Director Bai, do you have time? Gu Chen didn't waste any words and asked directly. When Xu Sini and Jiang Dongxiang heard Director Bai's words, they looked at each other and had a vague guess in their hearts. Ha ha. The boss asked me if I have time, then I definitely have time. Even if I don't, I have to have time. Bai Yensong also made a joke when he heard this. That's great. My company has a lawsuit that needs your personal attention. I wonder if Director Bai is interested. The other party is an ace lawyer. The boss still has a company? Since the boss has spoken, it is of course my duty. Bai Yensong didn't expect that Gu Chen had a company, but when he thought that Lian Sunhai was his, he no longer had any doubts. Okay. I'll ask someone from my company to come and meet you later. Good. Then he hung up the phone. Chairman, that was just Bai. Seeing Gu Chen hanging up the phone with a smile, Mr. Jiang asked curiously. Yes. That was the lawyer Bai Yensong. Hiss. Although the 2 had some guesses in their hearts, they couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Gu Chen's words in person. I didn't expect that Gu Chen had such great power that he could even speak to the famous and renowned lawyers. Alright. You guys go there with the information later. Good. Then the two of them retreated. Chapter 38. Your brother can't have only one car. Looking at their backs, I wonder how surprised you would be if you knew that the entire Shanghai law firm belongs to me? Gu Chen thought in his heart. Then he returned to his office, where there were many documents waiting for his signature to take effect. I worked hard until noon. After signing the last document, Gu Chen stretched out lazily in relaxation. At this time, when he was about to call his cousin to ask how things were going, the other party called him first. How is it? Gu Chen asked directly. Brother. The lawsuit failed. Woo woo. Then he heard a soft voice coming over, and Gu Chen knew the other person's name as soon as he heard it. It was Xiaoyi, one of his cousin's two best friends. That's enough. You still want to lie to me? Gu Chen rolled his eyes. He. I knew I couldn't hide it from my brother. We won. The court ruled that the contract was invalid and also compensated Shishir financially for the time she spent. Suddenly, someone over there started laughing and making a noise, and Xiaoyi spoke out directly. Normal. Gu Chen was thinking of the same ending. Thank you, brother. In the end, the phone was given to Su Shishir, and she thanked him happily. Before, this contract was like a mountain pressing down on her, but now, this mountain has disappeared. I'm your brother. What are you thanking me for? Where are you? I'm coming to find you. No, brother, work is important. Su Shishir was naturally very happy to hear that Gu Chen was coming to see them, but she knew that Gu Chen should be working at this time, so she didn't want to disturb him. I've already finished my work. You know I'm the boss, you can leave whenever you want. Gu Chen laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir told them their location. Gu Chen went directly down to the underground parking lot. He drove his latest car, Koenigsegg Gemera. Gu Chen instantly fell in love with it. I didn't expect that the evolving Taba is becoming more and more humane. It knows what a person needs and gives him what he needs. This sports car has always been the king of the top sports car world. It was configured by the company's CEO Christian Vaughn with 4 seats, 2 scissor doors and an incredibly powerful hybrid powertrain. It is considered to be the wildest 4-seater sports car in the world. The luxurious style of decoration dominates the interior of the car. The seats are made from a hollow carbon fiber monocoque, the side view mirrors are replaced by cameras, and both the front and rear seats have digital touchscreens to control the air conditioning and entertainment system. This supercar can not only carry 4 people, but also has enough space for luggage, which is simply perfect. As the car started, the distinctive sound of a sports car instantly rang out in the empty parking lot. As a globally limited edition sports car, it has always been super cool. He attracted many people's attention along the way. On the other side, Su Shishir and others who had just left the court were saying goodbye to Lawyer Lin. Okay, Miss Su. Since I've won the case, I'll go back first. If you have anything, you can call me. Lawyer Lin said to Su Shishir and others. Yes. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. Su Shishir thanked him gratefully. Fine. Lawyer Lin waved his hand and left. He knew that his boss would come over soon, so there was no need for him to send anyone back. If it weren't for Gu Chen, how could he have taken on such a simple case? Shishir, congratulations on resolving the contract issue. Yes. I wonder what your plans are next. The two best friends also spoke to Su Shishir very happily. I don't know. Anyway, I want to thank you. Su Shishir shook her head. Isn't your brother starting a company? Can you go to your brother's company? Xiao Yu thought about it and suggested. Forget it. I don't want to trouble my brother anymore. Also, I don't want him to abuse his power for personal gain. I'd better find it myself. Su Shishir refused directly. 2. The two nodded upon hearing this. At this time, the person from the company where Su Shishir had worked before came out. Looking at the happy Su Shishir, he suddenly became gloomy. But he didn't say anything here. He just snorted coldly and left. The few of them ignored him and continued chattering. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distance. Everyone looked and found it was a cool supercar. Shishir, could it be that your brother is here? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something and asked directly. No. It's not like you haven't seen my brother's car before. Su Shishir took one look and shook her head. Your brother can't have only one car, right? The few of them stopped talking and just watched the sports car approach from afar and slowly stop by the roadside. Slowly lower the window. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Guchen looked at the envious eyes of the crowd, as if nothing had happened, and smiled at the stunned Su Shishir and the other two. Ah! It's really my brother. Xiaoyu was the first to react and quickly pulled the two over. Guchen opened the car door directly and found that there were 3 seats inside, so he quickly got in the car. Walk away. Leaving behind the envious crowd. Especially the company that had previously cheated Su Shishir, they all understood what was going on after seeing her get into a sports car. It turns out that she is hooking up with a rich second-generation guy. No wonder she is so confident. Others were also very envious and jealous of Guchen. You can just pick up girls if you want, why did you pick up 3 of them? How can we live? These days, it's really a drought where people die of drought, and a flood where people die of flood. On the other side, inside the car, Su Shishir and the other two were so excited that they couldn't calm down. They looked here and touched there. Brother! When did you buy this car? It's so comfortable. Xiaoyu said with stars in her eyes. Hearing this, Su Shishir also looked over. He had always thought that Guchen only had the sports car he had before? Of course it was yesterday. Guchen replied with a smile. Well, I won it in yesterday's lottery, so it can be considered as something I bought yesterday. Wow! So rich! The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Guchen really enjoyed the flattery from the people around him. This is what is meant by beautiful women and luxury cars. By the way, I'll take you guys out for a big dinner today. Then Guchen drove the sports car around the outer ring for a few laps. Ah! Thank you, brother. Hee. I can save money on another meal. Hearing this, the 3 of them were naturally very happy. In their eyes, Guchen had become synonymous with the super rich. It's okay. You guys helped Shishir a lot before, so as her brother, I naturally have to help her back. Su Shishir felt very warm inside, and the 2 of them were very envious of Su Shishir for having such a brother. By the way, are you 3 all majoring in the same major? Guchen then changed the subject. No. The 3 of us have different majors. Shishir is studying accounting, Xiaoyu is studying marketing, and I am studying economic management. Xiaoyu explained with a smile. Great. You can come work for me when you quit your job. Guchen gave them a promise. After all, after spending the past few days together, he found that these 2 people were rare talents. Moreover, they graduated from first-class universities, so their abilities were beyond doubt. What's more, I know everything about him. Really? Brother! Brother is so nice. The 2 were very happy to hear what Guchen said. Although they have no intention of leaving their jobs at the moment. However, I will only give you one chance. Whether you can get in depends on your ability. Guchen continued. Don't worry, brother. We are sure we can pass the test. The 2 said confidently. That's good. Shishir, have you found a job? Then Guchen asked Shishir, who was sitting in the passenger seat. No. Su Shishir shook her head. Just as Guchen expected. Okay. Go to my company and give it a try tomorrow. Don't refuse yet. I'm just giving you a chance. If you're not qualified, I won't force you. Su Shishir hesitated for a moment and then agreed. She was also very curious about what kind of company her brother ran. He was so rich, could it be? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Guchen worriedly. If that was really the case, what should she do? For a moment she was lost in tangled thoughts. If Guchen knew that his sister imagined herself as a criminal boss, he would probably vomit blood. Afterwards, Guchen took a few people to Huatian Hotel to let them taste the flavor of a 5-star hotel. It doesn't cost money anyway. Brother! Why don't we go to another place? Yeah. The food here is too expensive and not tasty. I saw the sports car parked steadily beside the flower bed in front of Huatian's main gate. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu advised. They thought Gu Chen was going to take them to a small restaurant, so they agreed so readily, but when they saw this place, they were filled with panic. After all, they never thought of taking advantage of Gu Chen. Yes. Brother, let's go to another one. This place is too expensive. Su Shishir also advised. It's okay. It's free to eat here. Gu Chen said with a smile. Let's go. Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Seeing that several people were still hesitating, Gu Chen made a little joke. At this time, the three people slowly got out of the car. He changed from his usual bold and enthusiastic self to become shy, which made Gu Chen laugh secretly. Gu Chen had his own ideas for bringing them here. He wanted to take this opportunity to slowly reveal his wealth in Huahai City to Su Shishir, and through her to his parents. Then after I explain it to myself, I believe my parents will be much more receptive. Hello, Mr. Gu. The door was opened by the receptionist, and Gu Chen walked straight in. The three people behind were like Granny Lu strolling around the garden, looking around, and were all shocked by the magnificent hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. At this time, the lobby manager rushed over after hearing the news and said eagerly. Well, are there any boxes? Gu Chen looked at the people coming in and out, and found that it was lunchtime, so he asked. Have. The lobby manager quickly replied. Of course there must be one. Of course there must be one. You have to have it even if you don't have it. This way please. Afterwards, the lobby manager also took on the role of guide waiter. Chapter 39 News from the Future. How's business lately? Walking on the road, Gu Chen asked. Boss Gu. During this National Day holiday, the hotel is fully booked every day, and business is surprisingly good. When the lobby manager heard this, his eyes almost popped out of his mouth with laughter, and he quickly said. Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that the hotel's business was not destroyed by that traffic star. In fact, he didn't know that the popular star not only did not damage the reputation of the hotel, but instead brought a lot of popularity. Otherwise, how could the hotel be so popular? At this moment, Su Shishir and the other two were like three docile kittens, as well behaved as they could be. He followed Gu Chen obediently and listened to their conversation. They were shocked when they heard this and felt that the hotel manager was very respectful to Gu Chen. Even if Gu Chen was the boss of a company, you are also the manager of a 5-star hotel. Why are you so unambitious? If the hotel manager knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh. Ambition? Can that thing be eaten? By the way, where is Manager Lu? After going up to the second floor, Gu Chen seemed to remember something and asked. Manager Lu is in the office. Is President Gu looking for her? When the lobby manager heard what Gu Chen said, his admiration for him was like a torrent of water. He saw Gu Chen bringing 3 girls to eat and wanted Manager Lu to come over, and he didn't know what to say. It's like bringing the mistress home for dinner and asking the original wife to come and drink with him. It's really audacious. He is the manager of the hotel, so naturally he is on the side of Manager Luing. No, just asking. Gu Chen shook his head. He just asked casually. We're here. Mr. Gu. At this time, the lobby manager opened the door of the box and invited him in respectfully. Gu Chen didn't say anything polite and walked in first. With the manager's smile, Su Shishir and the other two nodded and walked in. Okay, I'll call you if anything happens. Gu Chen looked at the reserved expressions of the 3 people and spoke directly to the manager. Okay. If you have anything to say, please tell me directly. The manager then politely retreated and closed the door of the box. Brother, why is he so polite to you? As soon as the door was closed, Shui asked directly. Elder brother? Hearing the faint sound from inside, the lobby manager's mouth twitched. The boss is quite playful. Then he retreated. Of course. Because this is also my property. If he doesn't show respect to me, who else should he show respect to? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. What? The 3 of them suddenly stared at each other, staring at Gu Chen. Brother, how rich are you? Even this place belongs to you? Now Su Shishir couldn't sit still anymore and asked immediately. I'm not very rich. A friend sold it to me at a low price. Gu Chen waved his hand, as if it was just a trivial matter. Okay. Let's order. Just order whatever you want, it's free anyway. Seeing that the three people wanted to ask more questions, Gu Chen interrupted them directly. Only then did the three of them divert their attention. Scan the QR code on your mobile phone to order food, simple and convenient. Looking at the names of dishes they had never heard of before, they all started arguing and discussing them. Looking at this scene, Gu Chen shook his head speechlessly. Fortunately, the three of them ordered their dishes quickly. When they took the order and looked at it, they were immediately surprised because the dishes they ordered were all very cheap. He was smart and quickly understood what was going on, and then he added 2 more dishes. Several people ate with relish. The meal took nearly 3 hours. Then Gu Chen sent them back home. Then I returned to Thompson Epine. There were only Gu Chen and Su Shishir along the way. Gu Chen saw Su Shishir hesitated from the corner of his eye and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Brother, how come you are so rich now? What are you doing?" Su Shishir asked. "Didn't I tell you? The company's business is mainly the supply of raw materials. Now it is transforming into processing and direct production of products." Gu Chen explained. "What about that hotel? Why? I, your brother, can't invest in other businesses even though I've made money." Only then did Gu Chen come to his senses. It turned out that this girl was worried that I would do something bad. Looking at Gu Chen's sunny face, Su Shishir really believed what Gu Chen said. After returning home, Gu Chen went straight to the bedroom bathroom to take a shower. Only Su Shishir was left sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly. Until she heard a knock on the door. After coming to his senses, he quickly walked to the entrance and opened the door. "Gu Chen, you hid well." Xu Xini and Jiang Dongxiang, who had just returned from Shanghai office, were as expected shocked by Gu Chen. I didn't expect that the famous firm actually belonged to Gu Chen. No wonder he was very familiar with it. So after finishing discussing the day after tomorrow, the two of them rushed to the company without stopping. As a result, Gu Chen had already left the company, leaving the two of them with nothing more than their shock to themselves. But Xu Xini went home as soon as she got off work and came directly to the door of Gu Chen's house. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door was a sweet-looking woman, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Xu Xini's mind went blank in an instant. Why is there a woman in his family? His face suddenly turned extremely pale, which scared Su Shishir, who opened the door. "Sister, are you okay? Elder sister?" Xu Xini felt even more hurt when she heard Su Shishir's words. "Am I that old? And sister? It's okay. May I ask who you are?" Xu Xini quickly realized that she was too emotional for a moment and didn't think much about it. Now she came to her senses and asked with a scrutinizing look. "My name is Su Shishir, I'm Gu Chen's cousin. Sister, are you here to look for my brother?" Women's minds are always very sensitive. She immediately noticed Xu Xini's gaze. Combined with her previous performance, she guessed the other person's identity at once. Cousin?" Xu Xini instantly rose from Silicon Valley to the clouds, and her highly alert heart instantly turned into a smile, as if spring had come. Afterwards, the two of them sat on the sofa in the living room and instantly became friends. They started by talking about Gu Chen, and then moved on to various clothes, cosmetics, and so on. It was really a pity that they had met each other too late. It was not until Gu Chen came out of the shower that he heard laughter coming from the living room. He couldn't help but be curious and went downstairs to take a look. "Why are you here?" Gu Chen was very surprised. "What? You don't welcome me?" Upon hearing this, Xu Xini replied with resentment. "Ahem. No way. I'm just curious. Is this the first time you two have met? When did you become so close?" Gu Chen laughed dryly twice, and then he couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the intimacy between the two. "We hit it off right away. Brother, Sister Chu and I get along very well." The two smiled at each other and said in unison. Gu Chen shook his head speechlessly. He really couldn't understand what they were thinking. He took a can of Coke from the refrigerator, drank it directly, and asked, "Do you want any?" The two of them shook their heads, and Gu Chen sat down on another sofa. "By the way, Shishir will go to the company to apply for a job tomorrow. Since you two know each other, you will be in charge of the arrangements. However, all the necessary steps must be followed." "Yes, it's okay. Shishir just told me everything." Xu Xini nodded. Afterwards, they said a few words and Gu Chen went upstairs. Closing the door of the room and looking at the lights of thousands of houses outside the window, Guchen seemed very peaceful at the moment. Then he lay on the bed and opened Taobao. He was dazed when looking at the familiar interface. This was the thing that changed his life. It made him very curious about what kind of existence this was. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't understand it, so I gave up. Then draw today's special items. Byte. Congratulations to this user for obtaining a piece of news information from the future. 2 notifications popped up on the phone instantly. Future news? Wow. So awesome? Even Guchen, who had a strong endurance, exclaimed. Then I clicked on it and saw that it was a demolition plan for the suburban areas south of Huahai City. The official plan is to build a new Grade 3 hospital there, and the district government will also be relocated there. At that time, educational resources will also be moved there, and it will become the new district center of Huahai City. House prices will surely skyrocket by then, and whoever knows the news first will have a dominant position in this game. The notification will be issued and bidding will be conducted in the next week. Seeing this, Guchen was excited, and then felt regretful. Because he didn't have any real estate company, even if he bought a lot of land, he could only sell it. Although that would allow him to make a lot of money, the real big money would still go to the real estate companies. It's a pity that Dad's company went bankrupt, otherwise I could have helped Dad's career soar to the top. Guchen felt quite regretful when he thought of this. Before his family went bankrupt, they owned a real estate company. It is also one of the best in the local area. But he didn't expect that he would end up bankrupt. He had thought that someone wanted to punish his father. At that time, he didn't know much about his company, and his father didn't say much, so he thought his father took too big a step, which led to a shortage of capital chain. The project was left unfinished and the company was directly ruled by the court to be insolvent and filed for bankruptcy. Shake your head and stop thinking about it. Let us buy the land first. Don't be too greedy, just go to sleep. Then he put down his phone and closed his eyes. Only the lights outside reflected into the room, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The next day. After breakfast, when Guchen wanted to send Su Shishir to the company first, Chu Sini came over and said that they should go together. Guchen shrugged, wishing it were so. After all, he still had important things to do today. But before leaving, he asked how much cash the group had now, and he wanted all of it, except for those from other shareholders. After all, he didn't want to drag the group into this matter, as it would be difficult to explain when the time came to settle the accounts. Although Chu Sini was curious about why Guchen needed so much money, she still told him. Currently, the group still has about 1.8 billion in liquid funds. Based on a 58% stake, he has almost 1.04 billion. Chapter 40 Bank Loans. So he called the finance department directly and got his share. There was no hesitation on the other side, and a few minutes later, he received a notification of the arrival of the money. Adding what he should have had before, the total was almost 1.2 billion. It sounds like a lot, but in the real estate industry, it is just a small ripple. Guchen is still self-aware of this. So there is a next plan. Guchen's mind was very clear. That is to use the equity in your hands to apply for a loan from the bank. If you want to play big. He believed that the mutated Taobao would not deceive him. However, he had no idea how to do it. So he took out his cell phone and called lawyer Lin Molan, who had helped his cousin with the lawsuit yesterday. Guchen was very satisfied with his performance. Hello, lawyer Lin, it's me. Boss, what can I do for you? Yes. I have something to ask you. Where are you now? Guchen said with a smile. I'm in the office. Although he didn't know why Guchen asked him to do so, he still told it honestly. Okay. See you later. Guchen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After thinking about it, I decided to drive the newly purchased Koenigsegg. It's more exciting. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard, Guchen left with a smile. Another new security guard nearby had a puzzled look on his face. Fifth brother, who was that owner just now? Why are you so respectful to him? That person is Mr. Guchen, the first owner of our Tengchenipin. The best building in the community was bought by Mr. Gu. And Mr. Gu is also a very noble person. He spoke for our security guards before. In short, just be respectful to him when you meet him in the future. Said the fifth brother with a respectful and envious look. Understood. The newcomers are also very envious. Gu Chen had something on his mind, so he drove straight to the door of the office without any distractions. "Which lawyer are you looking for, sir?" As soon as I entered the hall, I heard a familiar voice. Except for the two lawyers by Yen Song and Lin Mo, no one else knows Gu Chen's identity. "I'm looking for lawyer Lin Molan. Lawyer Lin is on the second floor." The customer service replied with a smile. "His job here is to give directions and ask questions." "Okay, thanks." Gu Chen thanked him and walked straight up. Boom boom. Gu Chen quickly found Lin Mo's office. As one of the top 5 law firms in the country, isn't it standard for each lawyer to have a separate office? "Come in." Lin Mo's voice rang out. Gu Chen pushed the door open and went in. "Boss?" Lin Mo took a look and immediately stood up, a little nervous. "Well, I came here today because I want to hire lawyer Lin as my exclusive lawyer for a few days." Gu Chen said straight to the point. "No problem. Please tell me what's the matter, boss?" Lin Mo agreed without thinking. Lawyers are supposed to make money, so if someone wants to hire him as their exclusive lawyer, he would be more than happy to do so. After all, the fees for an exclusive lawyer are very high. What's more, the person involved is his own boss. Good. Gu Chen was very satisfied with Lin Mo. So he told them what he was going to do. After hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned. He didn't expect that this man, who was younger than him, actually owned a multi-billion-dollar group, a 5-star hotel, and an office building. What shocked him even more was that he wanted to mortgage all these shares to the bank for a loan. This was really crazy. "Boss, I want to ask, are you short of money recently?" Lin Mo tried hard to suppress his shock, swallowed and said. Gu Chen nodded first, then shook his head. Lin Mo didn't understand what he meant. "I want to buy a piece of land next," Gu Chen said directly. "Anyway, he will be the one to handle the land purchase procedures when the time comes." "Forehead?" Lin Mo was stunned again. What kind of land would cost billions to buy? With his professional knowledge, he could quickly figure out that based on the shares in Gu Chen's hands, they would be very popular in any bank, and there would be no problem in borrowing billions. "I plan to let you handle this matter for me. Lawyer Lin, do you have any questions now?" Gu Chen nodded. After all, anyone would think he was crazy if he did this. "There is none left." Lin Mo shook his head, but then his heart was filled with curiosity. "Can I ask why the boss is so?" I couldn't help but ask. "To make money, of course." Gu Chen had already thought of a reason. Lin Mo paused, then said that there was no problem. "Now I have to report to the teacher. Director Bai." Lin Mo was silent for a while and said. Then the two of them walked towards Bai Yensong's office. "Boss, I never thought that you are actually the mysterious chairman of the famous Taiyu Group." As soon as he entered, Bai Yensong was filled with emotion. After Taiyu Group announced its acquisition of Chu Group, it caused a huge stir in the raw materials sector. A series of actions that followed showed that Taiyu is currently undergoing transformation, and with the help of the Chu family, its future is bright and its market value is rising in an unstoppable manner. It soared directly to nearly 50 billion. The result was that Gu Chen's shares almost doubled. If Tianhe hadn't sued him later, its growth would have continued. "You're welcome," Gu Chen replied with a smile. Gu Chen naturally didn't know all this. "By the way, Xiaomo, are you here?" Afterwards, the two exchanged a few polite words and then asked Lin Mo, who was standing beside them. "I want to invest in some property recently, so I hired lawyer Lin to be my exclusive lawyer for a few days." "Is that so?" "Since the boss thinks highly of you, Xiaomo, you can just stay with the boss during this period of time." Bai Yensong instantly understood what he meant and said with relief, "Yes." Then the two of them walked out. Back to the car. "Just go to the bank. I've already made an appointment. You can take a look at my property ownership certificate and stuff like that first," Gu Chen said to lawyer Lin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Then he started the car. Lawyer Lin naturally never thought that one day he would be able to ride in a supercar, and that his boss would be his personal driver. Even though he did not like to show off his looks, his face was filled with excitement. But he soon calmed down, blushed and cursed himself for being useless, and then he carefully read the information given to him by his boss. The two of them said nothing along the way and went straight to a certain line. "As soon as you enter, you will be greeted by the bank president himself. He made the reservation directly through Taiyu Group, otherwise no one would care about him, a little-known young man. Because Gu Chen rose to prominence so quickly, people in the upper class had already heard of the name Gu Chen, but they just didn't recognize him. Hello, I didn't expect that Mr. Gu was the chairman of the mysterious Taiyu Group. Mr. Gu is really young and promising. The president thought that lawyer Lin was the chairman of Taiyu Group, and as soon as he came in, he greeted Lin Mo warmly. Although Lin Mo was only in his 30s, his formal suit and indescribable temperament made him look extraordinary. Gu Chen was wearing casual clothes. Although his temperament is also very outstanding, he looks like just a second-generation rich boy. Ahem. Sorry, you got the wrong person. This is my boss. Lin Mo was silent for a second in embarrassment. Forehead. The president's smiling face froze instantly, and he was even more embarrassed than Lin Mo. But he was such a man that his face could be eaten as a meal. I'm so sorry. Look at me. I was so happy that I even mistook him for someone else. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Director Gu to be so famous at such a young age. He's so much better than us old guys. His expression suddenly became brighter, and he looked like he could bring the dead back to life, which made Gu Chen and the other man twitch their lips. Yes. Yes. Following behind was a group of lackeys who agreed with him. These days, having money is really the boss. It really allowed Gu Chen to enjoy the privilege of being a wealthy class. Looking at the long line, Gu Chen went upstairs directly amid the envious expressions of the people in the group. I wonder what Director Gu meant by asking for cooperation on the phone. The president served a cup of tea that he had treasured for a long time and asked directly. I want to ask your bank for a loan. How much can you lend me? Gu Chen raised the water glass, smelled it, and then took a sip before asking calmly. I wonder how much Mr. Gu wants to borrow. Hearing this, the president was immediately delighted. Isn't the main profit purpose of their banks to lend money? So they just want to lend out all the money they have, the more the better. However much you lend, I'll borrow. Gu Chen's tone was very light, but he suppressed the president's momentum in an instant. Ahem, as far as I know, Taiyu Group doesn't seem to be short of money right now. Although it's involved in a lawsuit now, smart people know that it's just an ant on an elephant. The president was no longer in a hurry and just said with a smile. It has to be said that to become the president of a branch, one must have top-notch intelligence and information. Old fox. Gu Chen cursed in his heart. Of course I borrowed the money personally. It has nothing to do with Taiyu. Oh? Now it was the president's turn to be surprised. This is the title to my shares. You can take a look at it. How much can I borrow? Gu Chen didn't bother talking nonsense and said directly. Then he signaled Lin Mo to hand the document to the president. The latter took it and took a look at it, and immediately became excited. Good job. Chapter 41:200100000000. The president thought that even as the chairman of Taiyu Group, his shares would be at most 20%. After all, the chairman of a group worth over 10 billion yuan does not own many shares. This, Director Gu actually has absolute control? The president could understand some documents and said in surprise. Good. Gu Chen nodded. I really didn't expect this. Director Gu was such a pleasant surprise. The president immediately flattered him and continued, how much does Director Gu want to borrow? This time he was much more excited than before. He was not worried that Gu Chen would not be able to repay the money. He even hoped that Gu Chen would not repay the money, so that the things Gu Chen mortgaged would belong to their bank. Although I don't know what this young Director Gu is doing. After all, given the current situation, the rise of Taiyu Group is certain, and the current Taiyu Group shares are of course very valuable, not to mention the absolute control of the group. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say that. 20 billion. As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell silent. The bank president almost choked to death. Lawyer Lin did the same, and his mouth twitched. Boss Gu, you are joking. I can't decide on such a large number. How about this? I can provide 5 billion yuan to Boss Gu. What do you think? The president then stated his bottom line, which was the maximum amount within his authority. Make a deal. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. Then it was time for Lawyer Lin to play a big role. He read the contract carefully several times, pointed out several hidden clauses that were unfavorable to Gu Chen, and in the end there was no problem at all. Gu Chun then slowly signed his name. The contract then becomes effective and has legal effect. It's a pleasure to work with you, Director Gu. It's a pleasure to work with you, President. The two reached out and shook hands. Gu Chen then said goodbye. Today he had appointments with not just one bank, but all 4 major banks. So the whole day was spent repeating the above process. At night, Gu Chen came out of the last bank, and the fatigue on his face still couldn't resist his excitement. The 20 billion yuan of funds will all be received within today and tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work today, Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen looked at Lin Mo, who was also tired, and said apologetically. Fine. Lin Mo shook his head. He had done things that were more tiring than this when he was helping his client win the lawsuit. Let's send Lawyer Lin home today, and have a good rest tomorrow. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Good. So Gu Chen dragged his tired body and forced himself to send Lawyer Lin home first, and then returned to his own home. I couldn't even eat dinner and fell asleep. I don't have time to take care of my cousin Su Shirshi's affairs. The next day, he slept until he woke up naturally, and then went to the field investigation without stopping. He spent the whole day observing the place. After comparing it with the map, he already had a general idea in his mind. So I dragged my tired body back home. Alas! It seems that my physical fitness still needs to be improved. Looking at his numb feet, Gu Chen had always thought that his body was in good condition, but he didn't expect that he would become like this after just 2 days of running. I came back earlier today than yesterday, but my cousin Su Shirshir hasn't come back yet. As I thought of this, there was a sudden noise at the gate. Brother? What have you been doing these past 2 days? I haven't seen you all day. It was indeed Su Shirshir. She was so happy that she was suddenly startled by Gu Chen lying on the sofa, and then she asked curiously. Of course there is something wrong. By the way, how are you? Not bad. I passed the interview unanimously yesterday, but brother, your company is too big. Speaking of this, Su Shirshir still had a hint of excitement on her face. Of course. But brother, you have only graduated for a year, how come you have become the chairman of such a large group? Hearing this, Gu Chen was not panicked at all. I was already the chairman of the group when I was in college, but I never showed up. He spoke out the speech he had prepared long ago. No wonder, I heard that the chairman of Taiyu Group is very mysterious. Su Shirshir suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. By the way, brother, my mother now knows that I work in your company, but I didn't dare tell her how big your company is. Then Su Shirshir thought of something, stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. It's okay. You can tell your aunt and the others slowly. Gu Chen was shocked, and his plan slowly began to work. Su Shirshir nodded upon hearing this. After that, the two chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms. Gu Chen opened Taobao skillfully. The items he won in the draws over the past 2 days were either custom-made clothes or high-end liquor. To his great disappointment, Gu Chen was actually hoping to win a real estate company so that he could maximize his profits, but that was not something he could decide. Congratulations to this user for winning a bottle of Future Potion, a body enhancer. The phone notification sounded instantly. Gu Chen opened his eyes wide. What? Future Potion? Body strengthener? Black technology? Suddenly many questions occupied Gu Chen's mind. Why are these days all about the future? Is this software so powerful? But no one was destined to answer him. With a glance, he saw a test tube suddenly appear on his bedside table. The potion inside was blue-green and emitted fluorescent light. Can this thing strengthen the body? Looking at the test tube, Gu Chen was a little unconvinced. I always feel that this potion is a deadly poison. So he hesitated for a moment, looking at the glowing potion, his heart was filled with fear. If he died, wouldn't he be at a great loss? However, thinking that this was a product of the system, and the waves of soreness in his body came over him, Gu Chen gritted his teeth, opened the cork directly, closed his eyes and drank it all in one gulp. He firmly believed that Taobao would not harm him. Sure enough, as the potion went down my throat, it was not as unpalatable as I had imagined. Instead, it had a light fruity flavor. Then Gu Chen couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. However, the potion flowed into Gu Chen's heart, and then was transported to other limbs, bones, and various blood vessels and organs, changing his body, strengthening his various tissues and cells. Early the next morning, Gu Chen suddenly woke up. His first feeling was comfort, indescribable comfort, and warmth all over his body. The aches and pains from yesterday have long since disappeared, and my eyes, which were slightly nearsighted before, have now become unusually clear. Is that potion real? I didn't expect it to be so effective. Gu Chen was delighted, but then felt a little regretful. There is only one. If he can produce it, then. I can't imagine it. The richest man in the world? Haha, he was probably locked up in some research institute and being tortured and studied. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. He still understands this principle. Then he washed up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. As soon as it was done, Su Shishir came out. Brother? Why do I feel like you're different today? Looking at Gu Chen's figure, Su Shishir was stunned, and then said uncertainly. What's different? Unable to put it into words, Su Shishir shook her head. All right. I'm getting more handsome every day. I was just too tired yesterday. Have breakfast. Will I take you to the company later? No, I'm with Sister Cinny. After Su Shishir sat down, she took a sip of porridge and spoke unclearly. All right. I didn't realize you guys have only known each other for a few days, but you act like you've been friends for a long time. After hearing this, Gu Chen no longer insisted. After breakfast, Gu Chen called Lawyer Lin. Then Gu Chen set off for the Land and Resources Bureau. After detailed consideration, he planned to demolish the urban-rural fringe areas in the southern part of the city based on future information. Most of the land there was wasteland, with some residential buildings. He was just an individual, so he naturally didn't consider house demolition, so what was left was the wasteland. There just happened to be a large piece of wasteland that met his requirements perfectly, so his target this time was that piece of land. After meeting Lawyer Lin, Gu Chen told Lawyer Lin his request. Boss? I remember it was very remote. Why did you buy such a large piece of land there? After hearing what Gu Chen said, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, the boss was crazy. He suppressed his shock and asked. Of course I want to invest in a piece of land. Isn't the real estate industry very profitable now? Gu Chen said with a smile. But the conditions for investment are not met there. It's so far from the city, no matter how much we develop it, we can't get anywhere. Lawyer Lin still couldn't understand. Not only him, but also Gu Chen, if he had no news about the future, he would not understand why the authorities would choose to build a new district there. Why not? Gu Chen smiled and asked back, Huahai City has limited resources now. In order to achieve sustainable development and expand the regional economic influence, outward expansion is inevitable. The place I bought is sparsely populated. Although it is very remote, once it is noticed by the authorities, it will be like a phoenix flying up the tree. After hearing Gu Chen's eloquent talk, Lawyer Lin once again looked at Gu Chen. Before, he thought that Gu Chen must have benefited from his father's inheritance to have so many assets, but now it seems that he is also very capable. What are you looking at? Gu Chen saw that Lawyer Lin was suddenly looking at him straight, and he got goosebumps all of a sudden. Why do people always like to look at me? I'm sorry. I just feel that the boss is different today than before. Lin Mo said embarrassedly. Of course. Gu Chen affirmed. I admired the bottle of potion last night even more. Afterwards, Lawyer Lin prepared the contract according to Gu Chen's requirements. Chapter 42 Land in Hand. There was no conversation along the way, and we soon arrived at the Bureau of Land and Resources. Afterwards, Lawyer Lin took Gu Chen to a section chief's office with ease. As a lawyer who deals with the government all year round, how could he not have acquaintances? Hey, Lawyer Lin? What a rare visitor. What brings you here today? In a small office, a middle-aged man was sitting leisurely on a chair. Suddenly he saw a figure at the door and immediately greeted him with a smile. Ha ha. Of course it was a gust of wealth that brought me to you. Lawyer Lin also greeted with a smile at this time. Oh? Then I have to thank you very much. The section chief shook hands with Lawyer Lin. Seeing Gu Chen behind him, he asked, Who is this? This is the fortune wind I told you about. Lawyer Lin said, My boss, the chairman of Taiyu Group, Gu Chen. Hello, Chief Xiang. Gu Chen took the lead and stretched out his hand and said with a smile. He immediately noticed the small tag on the other person's chest, which he definitely wouldn't have seen before. Hello. Mr. Gu. You are really young and promising. People who are in the officialdom naturally speak to people in a human way and shook hands with Gu Chun with a smile. Sit, sit, sit. Then he asked the two to sit down, poured them a cup of tea, and started talking. I wonder which piece of land Mr. Gu wants to buy. He asked the section chief with a smile. There is nothing else to do here except buying land. That's right, Chief Xiang, I came to you directly with the boss, please give me a better deal. Lawyer Lin said with a smile. Nature. He agreed to the section chief's request immediately, appearing very happy. Our boss wants to buy the land south of the city, which is located in the suburbs. Lawyer Lin began to talk after getting Gu Chen's authorization. Oh? There? Lawyer Lin, that place is very remote. Section Chief Xiang had naturally heard about it as well, so upon hearing it, he gave some advice. I know. Lawyer Lin smiled bitterly. He knew it, of course. The key point was that he was the boss. This time our boss is probably buying several hundred acres. Lawyer Lin then said directly. How many? Section Chief Xiang almost slipped to the ground, wondering if he had heard it wrong. At least several hundred acres. How many acres exactly depends on how much discount Section Chief Xiang can give us. Looking at the other party's shocked expression, Lawyer Lin felt very comfortable for some reason. Lawyer Lin, this joke is not funny at all. Although it is very remote, the price is also very high. Section Chief Xiang said calmly. At the same time, I was a little angry inside. Of course. If Chief Xiang doesn't believe me, you can check the strength of Taiyu Group. Lawyer Lin said. Then Section Chief Xiang quickly checked on the internet and found that Taiyu Group currently has a market value of more than 50 billion yuan and its chairman is Gu Chen. Seeing this, he was already half convinced. I'm so sorry. I have to inform our director about this. I can't handle such a big deal. Section Chief Xiang then dialed an internal number. A few minutes later, an old man with a bit of official authority hurried over. Hello? I'm the director of the Land and Resources Bureau. I wonder which one of you is Mr. Gu Chenggu. I am. Gu Chen smiled and stood up. Hello, hello. Is what you said before true? Nature. Gu Chen confirmed. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director immediately smiled like a flower. After chatting for a long time and confirming that Gu Chen really wanted to buy a large amount of land, everyone prepared to go on a field trip. Looking at Gu Chen's sports car, the people from the Resources Bureau felt a little relieved. Although they didn't know why Gu Chen bought so much land, it had nothing to do with them. They were already excited about such a large sum of money, especially the director who was about to retire. This was a political achievement. Maybe your level can be raised further when you retire. The same goes for Section Chief Xiang, who is in his 40s, still considered young in the system. With such great political achievements, it can be said that the position of director has already been reserved for him. Of course, this has to be based on a premise, that is, Gu Chen really bought so much land. After field investigation, it was found that the piece of abandoned land selected by Gu Chen was exactly more than 900 acres. Gu Chen was very satisfied, and the people from the Resources Bureau were even more satisfied. Director Du, can we talk about the price now? Gu Chen came to the director and asked. Of course. According to the quotation here, the price per square meter is 32,000. Director Du, this is boring. I have purchased more than 900 acres here, and you are still giving me the market price? How about this? How about I give you a discount of 500 per square meter? 3,000. For a moment, several people started a verbal battle. You come and go, and all kinds of excuses come up casually. It's really like one person takes the stage after another. Okay. Then let's go with the price of 31,000 yuan per square meter. I didn't expect that Mr. Gu was so young, but he lives up to his reputation. In the end, the two of them set the price here. No, I have to thank Director Du for his care. For a while, the two of them talked happily, as if the previous quarrel had never existed. Finally, under the witness of lawyers from both sides, Gu Chen slowly signed his name. Instantly, both parties felt relieved. More than 900 acres, 31,000 yuan per square meter, Gu Chen paid a total of more than 19 billion. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Congratulations. At this time, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was Chu Sini calling. Gu Chen was in a very good mood and answered the call quickly. Hello? Gu Chen, did you use the group's shares to borrow 20 billion in cash? An anxious voice came from inside. Hearing the other party's anxious voice, Gu Chen was stunned, thinking that something had gone wrong. Yes. Then he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he didn't need to hide it. After hearing Gu Chen's admission, the other side fell silent. Did something happen to you? Do you need money? Shu Sini asked again with concern. It's okay. I'll tell you when I get back. Gu Chen was a little moved when he heard this, and then he explained and hung up the phone. Excuse me, everyone. Since the matter has been completed, I will not stay any longer. Gu Chen returned to the office and said to everyone. Oh? You're too polite, Mr. Gu. I'll treat you tonight. I'll treat you to a drink. After all, today is a day worth celebrating. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director tried to persuade him to stay. I'm so sorry, I still have some things to deal with in the group, so I can only apologize. Next time I will personally apologize to you all. Gu Chen said apologetically. That's fine. Since Director Gu is busy with his work, we won't bother you. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director also expressed his understanding. Then Gu Chen left amid the enthusiasm of everyone. On the way. Thank you, Lawyer Lin, for these days. Boss, you're joking. I'm just doing my job. Lin Mo quickly replied. I really learned a lot today. Over 10 billion was spent just like that. Moreover, the person involved was extremely calm. He looked at Gu Chen, the professional driver, with a complicated expression. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. Gu Chen didn't know about Lin Mo's psychological changes. After sending him home, he also returned to his own home. Although it was a busy day today, he didn't feel any soreness in his hands and feet at all. At most he was a little tired. I couldn't help but sigh at the power of that bottle of body enhancer I took yesterday. Just before he sat down in his but was warm, Gu Chen heard the sound of the door opening. As Gu Chen expected, two figures appeared in front of him. It was Su Shishir and Shu Sini. You came back so early today. Gu Chen greeted with a smile. Brother, I heard from Sister Sini that you borrowed 20 billion from the bank? Su Shishir saw Gu Chen was stunned, then her expression became complicated and she spoke tremblingly. 20 billion. It was a number that made her breathless. Yes. Gu Chen smiled and nodded. You're still laughing, Gu Chen, what do you want so much money for? Shu Sini also asked worriedly. Of course it's for investment. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the two of them showed inexplicable expressions. What did you invest in? Finally, Shu Sini spoke first. Afterwards, Gu Chen gave a brief account of what happened today. The two women opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock. You. Su Shishir had never seen such a grand scene before and was speechless for a moment. Shu Sini was not much better. Even though she was well informed, she was still shocked by Gu Chen's handwriting. The living room was quiet for a while. Gu Chen knew that the two of them needed time to digest what was going on, so he didn't make any noise to disturb them. Have you really spent all your money? Finally, Shu Sini came back to her senses and said with a complicated expression. Of course. Well, the contract is in the briefcase. Gu Chen nodded and pointed to the black briefcase on the coffee table. Hearing this, Shu Sini naturally opened the bag, picked up the document inside, and sure enough, she saw Gu Chen's signature below. The suburbs? Seeing the land purchased by Gu Chen, Shu Sini read it out subconsciously. Gu Chen, why did you buy the land there? You know, it's very remote. Then he asked directly. Maybe it's developed there. Gu Chen said with a smile. How is that possible? Shu Sini retorted directly. Then there was a deep worry. No sane person would buy land there. Why are you so impulsive? How are you going to pay such a large sum of money? Won't your shares then be? Shu Sini's anxious expression was as if she herself owed 20 billion. Rest assured. Gu Chen remained calm and confident throughout the whole process. By the way, how was the lawsuit yesterday? Seeing that the two of them still looked worried, Gu Chen changed the subject. These days, all his thoughts were focused on that piece of land, and naturally he didn't know anything else. Lawyer Bai Yensong is indeed one of the top lawyers in China. He is so amazing. Hearing what Gu Chen said, Xu Xini knew that Gu Chen didn't want to say more, so she followed suit, but her tone was full of admiration. Oh? Gu Chen became interested after hearing this. Yesterday in court, Lawyer Bai explained everything from domestic law to international law from beginning to end, leaving the other lawyers speechless. You didn't go, everyone was stunned at the time. Xu Xini said with a smile. She was naturally in a very happy mood, if she hadn't known about Gu Chen's affairs. After all, Tianhe Group can no longer make big waves now. She also avenged the sniper attack. Okay. Then starting from tomorrow, we will do our best to suppress Tianhe Group. Don't they rely on imported raw materials? Let's start from there. As long as there are suppliers cooperating with them, we will do our best to win them over. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this. He was originally in the right in this matter, so it would be strange if he didn't win. It just made him feel a little disgusted. Chapter 43 official website released, major banks shocked. Xu Xini nodded in agreement when she heard this. Su Shishir watched her brother and Xu Xini deal with issues regarding Tianhe Group. Looking at the serious Gu Chen, she felt that this might be the truest appearance of her brother Gu Chen. For a moment, I let go of the uneasiness and worry in my heart. After that, Gu Chen chatted with them for a few words and went upstairs to sleep. On the other hand, the offices of the four major banks all received accurate information almost at the same time. After obtaining a total loan of 20 billion yuan from major banks, Gu Chen, chairman of Taiyu Group, immediately invested in purchasing a piece of land, spending a total of more than 19 billion yuan. When the news came out, they were almost stunned. If they hadn't seen the actual transfer records, they wouldn't have believed that Gu Chen, who looked smart and capable, was so stupid. What does he want to do by spending a lot of money in such a remote place? Spendthrift? Is he showing off his wealth, or does he simply not care? They simply couldn't believe that the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group would do such a losing business. You know, he doubled the group's assets after taking office. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't see any difference there, at most the area was a little larger. So they had to admit that the young chairman seemed to have made a mistake, and they were all very excited for a moment. If this continued, Gu Chen would not be able to repay the loan, and then the shares in his hands would be used to pay off the debt. According to the current trend of Taiyu Group, it is reaching new heights every day, and the value of its shares will increase greatly. Just a few days after they were happy, a bulletin board on the city government completely stunned them. Because the municipal government wants the healthy development of the economy, and Huahai City has already reached saturation, if it wants to continue to develop, it has to expand the area. As a result, the southern part of the city, which no one cared about, immediately came into the attention of the authorities. South of the city, located at the border between Huahai Special Economic Zone and the outside world, it is very remote, but the area is flat and vast, making it the only choice for the officials. So today the authorities announced on their official website that they will build a new economic development zone, which will be located in the urban-rural fringe in the southern part of the city, which is where Gu Chen spent more than 19 billion to buy. When this news came out, it was said that the presidents of the four major banks had gloomy faces that day. They were extremely shocked. You know, this news was only announced today. That meant that Gu Chen had already purchased such a large piece of land before. He was really foresight. Of course, there is another piece of news, that is, Gu Chen, who was well informed, had known the news a long time ago, so he started to make plans before the official took action. Thinking of this, Gu Chen had become extremely mysterious in their eyes, and at the same time, he also gave the signal that he should not be provoked. Of course, Gu Chen didn't know all this. He has been exercising at home these days. With the help of the potion, he is now a real athlete. On this day, he did not exercise as usual. Instead, he sat on the sofa holding his mobile phone. His face was calm, but his slightly twitching muscles exposed his forced calmness. Suddenly, a message popped up on the phone interface. When Gu Chen opened it, a relieved expression finally appeared on his face. It's worthy of being called a treasure. I made the right bet this time. At this time, his cell phone rang, and Gu Chen saw that it was the cell phone number he had exchanged at a bank before. Hello? Mr. Gu. I'm here to congratulate you. As soon as the call was connected, the voice from the other end came over. President Gu is joking. Why should I be happy about this? Gu Chen couldn't help but secretly sigh at the other party's well-informed information. The price of the land that Mr. Gu bought a few days ago has skyrocketed. Could it be that Mr. Gu doesn't know about this? The person on the other side laughed when he heard this. Really? That's great. I was just wondering how I was going to pay back President Gu. Gu Chen pretended to be surprised. Ah, Mr. Gu, don't worry. We are not in a hurry. If you are still short of money, I can give you some. The other party was stunned for a moment, then said generously. Thank you, President Gu. Then the two chatted for a few more sentences and hung up. Gu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even banks have become so mercenary these days. He now has a lot of money in his hands, and the banks are not worried at all that he may not be able to repay the loans. The other three banks also called one after another, all of them congratulating Gu Chen and asking whether he needed to continue the loan. Gu Chen smiled and refused one by one. Now that their status has changed, Gu Chen is the boss, so they naturally have to be careful in serving him. As soon as the news was announced, many real estate companies were like sharks smelling blood, rubbing their hands in anticipation. I want to show my talents in this project. The official bidding will also be launched, and all major real estate companies in Huahai City are looking forward to it. Even 3 of the top 10 real estate groups in the country have come, so the competition is really fierce. After all, this represents interests. Whoever wins the bid will be the biggest beneficiary of this project. However, there are only 3 companies that have the most hope, namely the top 10 real estate groups in the country, which are very powerful. They are EU Group, Bandai Group, and Evergrande Group. Just when they were full of confidence in themselves, the news from the officials suddenly made them stunned. That means there is no winning bidder in this bidding. When they heard the news, their first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" After that, they all knew that a buyer had purchased the land in that development zone a few days ago, and he bought more than 900 acres at one time. It was located in the center and was commonly known as the winner of the bid. They were all stunned. What a coincidence! So everyone thought there was an inside story, and even the officials thought someone had leaked the news. This is a serious matter. The top leader has given the order to conduct a thorough investigation. I thought that a corrupt official would be caught, but unexpectedly, the truth was revealed after a few hours. The content of their meeting was only confirmed yesterday, but the buyer had already started purchasing 4 or 5 days ago, so there was no inside information. It can only be said that the person was very lucky. After understanding the situation, the 3 major real estate groups could only secretly curse that guy for being so lucky. There is nothing we can do, the top bidder is gone, but there are still others. As a result, all major real estate companies rushed to try to get a piece of the pie. After a fierce battle, naturally some were happy while others were sad. Official bidding entrance. The representatives of Bandai and EU happened to meet each other. It is true that competitors are enemies. In addition, they had been a little at odds with each other before, so it was natural that they were full of sarcasm and ridicule when they met. Hey, why is Mr. Lu not in good shape today? How come he didn't get any good land? The manager of Bandai's Huahai branch immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone. Snort! Hearing this, the happy Huahai branch manager could not help but snort coldly and turned away. There's nothing I can do. I was telling the truth and I miscalculated this time. If Gu Chen could be here, he would definitely know someone. That person is Lu Shanglong, whom he had met once before. Go check who bought the land before? Lu Shanglong instructed the secretary beside him. Then he got into the car with a gloomy face. If he fails to win over the mysterious buyer this time, the punishment from headquarters will come. Gu Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was talking on the phone with Chu Sini. Such a big thing was naturally reported in various news reports in Huahai City. Even aunties in their 70s and 80s knew about it, and Chu Sini naturally knew about it as well. Gu Chen, did you know this a long time ago? At this time, Chu Sini was sitting in the chair in the office and asked with a look of surprise. At the same time, she felt a little angry inside. Thinking back to before, she felt like a fool for worrying about others, but what was the result? Ahem, Mr. Chu, please address me by my position. Gu Chen looked helpless, and he didn't know since when the other party started calling him by his name directly. Gu Chen. My name is Gu Chen. Don't try to change the subject, you haven't said anything yet. Chu Sini felt shy when she heard that, but unfortunately no one saw it, so she pretended to be angry. After that misunderstanding, she finally realized that if she didn't take the initiative, she would regret it. Do you believe me if I tell you it was an accident? Gu Chen was helpless. He had known that this trouble would come, but he had no good solution. What do you think? All right. Gu Chen had no choice but to not be able to deceive the shrewd female CEO. If it was his sister, she would probably believe whatever he said. Oh. My sister is still the best. Actually, I think Huahai City's economy. So Gu Chen repeated the same trick he used to fool Lawyer Lin. After listening to Gu Chen's words, Chu Sini remained silent for a long time. She was thinking about Gu Chen's words, and at the same time, she saw the news on the official website on the computer, and then she suddenly realized it. Gu Chen, you are making faster and faster progress. Then he said something inexplicable and quickly hung up. Gu Chen was confused by what he heard, but he managed to trick the girl. In fact, the news Chu Sini saw just now was similar to that of Gu Chen, but it was more detailed and specific than that of Gu Chen. This was also something he didn't expect. Then I started thinking about my next move, whether to sell the land directly or start a real estate company. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. The former is not that troublesome, he can just cash out directly, and Gu Chen instantly became the youngest billionaire in the country. The latter continued to develop and maximize profits, but it was very troublesome and took up a lot of his time. For a moment, Gu Chen was unable to make a decision. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Gu Chen thought it was another real estate company calling, but when he looked, it was his dad. Gu Chen picked up the phone directly. After the accident at home, his father never called him again. Hello. Chapter 44, Buying a Car. Hello, Dad? Yeah. How are you doing lately? Dad Gu hummed. I'm fine. How about you? Fine. So there was no follow-up. So the father and son remained silent on the phone for several minutes. It is said that fatherly love is like a mountain and is always silent. This is absolutely true. There are always thousands of words in his heart, but when it comes to his lips, there is only one sentence: how are you recently? You called, is there something? In the end, Gu Chen finally couldn't bear the heavy burden anymore and asked. Yeah. I heard from your aunt that you were the one who solved Sher's problem, and you still let her work in your company? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu paused. Yeah. Sher is quite good. Gu Chen didn't know what his father meant, but he still replied honestly. At the same time, I was quite satisfied with my move. That's good. Your aunt was very kind to you when you were a child. I know. Okay, I called this time just to ask how you were doing. You seem to be doing well. If you're fine, I'll hang up now. When Gu Chen heard his father say this, he felt very strange. Based on his understanding of his father, he knew that there must be something he didn't tell him, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, father's love is not only like a mountain, but also like the stick he gave us when we were little. Wait. Dad. Then Gu Chen thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he spoke. Anything else? After hearing what Gu Chen said, Gu's father asked in confusion. Oh, right. Dad, where are those workers in our family? Although his company went bankrupt, the workers who used to work with his father are still there. He wanted to start a real estate company, but the biggest problem was that he had no one to work for him. Why do you ask that? Dad Gu didn't answer, but asked curiously. Ahem. Dad, I have a piece of land, but I don't want to sell it. I want to start my own real estate company. Gu Chen coughed embarrassedly, and then said. Don't you have a company? Now you want to start another one? Father Gu frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, I know you have your own ideas, but you have to take it step by step and don't be too ambitious. He didn't want to say anything at first, but seeing his son going back to his old ways, as an old father he naturally had to remind him. At the beginning, he was too ambitious and took on several projects at once without much financial resources, which eventually led to his bankruptcy. I know. Dad. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. He remembered that this was how his father went bankrupt. Well. If you want to do it, just do it. The old people in the company are now trying to make a living in the city. I'll go talk to them. Father Gu naturally knew Gu Chen's character, so he just let him be. That was all he could say. Well. I'll come back once in the next 2 days and tell them in person. Gu Chen nodded and said happily. Then on your side. Father Gu was a little hesitant. His son hasn't been home for a year, so of course he misses him a lot, but as a man, he is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It's okay. The company is operating normally now, so it's okay if I don't go for a few days. Great. Your mother would be very happy if she knew. Dad Gu was very happy. So the father and son chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Gu Chen listened to his father's last voice, as if he had made a decision. Lying on the sofa, thinking about a few questions. This time when I go back, my assets might be exposed. I don't care, but I'm afraid my mother won't be able to bear it. My dad has been in the business world for decades, so he has some ability to withstand pressure. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Thinking of this, Gu Chen rubbed his temples. On the other hand, many real estate companies have already obtained Gu Chen's information. Wow, people in this line of work are really well informed. Inside the general manager's office of the EUA Group branch, two figures sat opposite each other. Mr. Liu, we have obtained the information of the person who purchased the highest bid, but you will never guess it, said one of the older men. Oh? Who is it? Hearing this, Mr. Liu asked curiously. You know him? I know him? Yes. I know him too. The older man sighed. Mr. Liu thought about it for a long time but still had no idea, so he signaled the other party to speak quickly. Mr. Gu Chen Gu. It's him! Mr. Liu exclaimed. That's right. He was manager Ma from EUA Plaza who had handled the formalities for Gu Chen before. This Mr. Gu always gives us surprises every time we meet. After hearing that it was Gu Chen, Mr. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew Gu Chen, which gave him a slight advantage over the others. Yeah. It seems fortunate that I didn't offend him in the first place. Manager Ma is the latest to know Gu Chen. I wonder if Mr. Gu will sell it to us. With such a large piece of land, even if Mr. Gu had his own real estate company, he couldn't develop it, so he definitely needs help. Manager Ma analyzed. That's right. I'll call Mr. Gu right now to find out what he has to say. So Mr. Liu carefully dialed Gu Chen's number. Seeing that no one answered after a few seconds, Mr. Liu's heart sank. Fortunately, the call was connected after a few seconds. Hello? Gu Chen frowned slightly. He was thinking about a problem when he suddenly received a phone call. Hello Mr. Gu, I'm Liu Shanglong from EUA. Mr. Liu? Hello. I wonder what Mr. Liu wants to talk to me about. I never come to see you for no reason. I heard that Mr. Gu bought a piece of land not long ago. I wonder if Mr. Gu plans to sell it or keep it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Liu held his breath and his heartbeat slowed down, for fear that he had not heard clearly. Boss Liu is well informed and even knows this. I do have a piece of land, so naturally I plan to keep a part of it. Gu Chen thought about it for a long time. Even if he gathered his father's team together, he could not develop all the land, so he planned to sell part of it to ease the financial pressure. Then I wonder if Mr. Gu can sell it to us? Mr. Liu was happy to hear that Gu Chen wanted to sell part of it. Why not? I just don't know what price Mr. Liu will offer. Gu Chen laughed. At the current market price? Mr. Liu asked gently. Mr. Liu is not sincere. If I spread the word directly, there will be many people who want it. Gu Chen said lightly. After the official news came out, the housing prices there have been getting higher and higher, and now have reached nearly 60,000. Remember, this is only the first day. According to economic experts, the housing price there can be as high as 150,000 yuan per square meter. This is equivalent to Gu Chen earning nearly 100 billion in less than a week. What is the concept? 150,000 per flat. Gu Chen directly stated his bottom line. Forehead. Mr. Liu was stunned when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he could accept it. Can't this Mr. Gu be cheaper? Although Mr. Liu can accept this price, it does not mean that he agrees directly. If Mr. Liu thinks it's too expensive, that's okay. Even if the deal doesn't go through, we still have a friendship. Gu Chen said with a smile. Please be patient, Mr. Gu, I have to report to the headquarters. Hearing this, he knew that this was Gu Chen's bottom line. Okay. But I can't wait for Mr. Liu forever. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen naturally agreed. After all, he was familiar with the other party and was willing to give him face. Okay. Thank you Mr. Gu for your understanding. Then the two hung up the phone. After that, he went straight to the group company. I want to get things done and then go home. So he spent the whole day dealing with things, either at Taiyu Group or at Huatian Hotel. As for the office building, Gu Chen almost forgot about it. Although their rent could reach tens of millions a year, this money was no longer taken seriously by Gu Chen. In the evening, at Gu Chen's house. On the dining table. Xu Sini followed Su Shishir in again. Now she almost regards this place as her own home. By the way, I might go home for a few days after tomorrow, let me tell you. Go ahead. Xu Sini said in a familiar manner. I didn't tell you. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, then looked at Shishir and said, Shishir, do you want me to bring you anything? No need. Su Shishir thought about it and then shook her head. Okay. Gu Chen nodded and continued eating. After everyone had dinner, Xu Sini washed the dishes consciously and then sat in the living room. By the way, aren't you from Huahai? Is there anyone who can pick up the car quickly? Gu Chen looked at Xu Sini, who had just sat down, and said, You want to buy a car? Well, you can't drive a sports car back home, right? That's true, but I don't know if it will catch the eye of the billionaire boss. Xu Sini said sourly. With her knowledge, she definitely knows how much the land is worth. Ahem, overthinking it. By the way, the company also happens to be picking up a car. I wanted to report to you, but you were away these few days. Pick up the car? Yes, didn't you say you wanted to target Tianhe Group? Well, those international suppliers want to see the strength of our group before making a decision. So they plan to come and inspect the group in 2 days. In order to let others feel the strength of our group, we naturally need some cars to serve as a facade. I looked and found that the last car the group bought was 6 years ago, and they are all antiques. Xu Sini reported. Well, that's fine. Then bring it up. And everyone above the level of group director can get a car. Gu Chen agreed directly, thought about it and waved his hand. Since they want to test my strength, let them see it. Then I would like to thank the chairman for his kindness on their behalf. Xu Sini said with a smile after hearing this. After chatting for a few more words, Gu Chen went upstairs. Chapter 45 Gu Family Trouble. The night was as black as ink, stretching across the endless sky like a giant beast that devoured everything. As the golden rooster crows at dawn, the first ray of light between heaven and earth gradually dispels the black fog. Dawn was approaching and the sky was beginning to turn pale. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Gu Chen's face through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gu Chen rolled over and stood up quickly. Started morning fitness exercises. This is the interest he has developed in the past few days. Half an hour later, I returned home, washed up, and started preparing breakfast. As a single man, isn't it inevitable for me to learn how to cook? After eating, he planned to find Xu Sini to pick up the car at the 4S store. Since they were going to buy a car, the two did not drive. I hailed a taxi at random on the road. Xu Sini reported a location and kept silent. This place is opened by a friend of my dad. Xu Sini introduced it when they were almost there. So you are using your power for personal gain? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen said seriously. Yes. If I bring a customer to buy a car, he will give me a red envelope. Xu Sini blinked and said cutely. Ahem. Gu Chen immediately glared at Xu Sini. She walked into the store first, and Xu Sini, who was left behind, looked around. She seemed to have discovered a weakness of Gu Chen. Then he followed in. Hello sir, are you here to look at the car? At this time, a salesperson saw that Gu Chen was very elegant and looked like a rich man, so he ran up to Gu Chen and said enthusiastically. The other salespeople could only sigh in despair when they saw this. We are here to see your manager Wang. When Gu Chen was about to speak, Xu Sini came in and took over. Manager Wang? Yes, I have already called him. I see. The salesperson looked depressed after hearing this and then left the place. What car do you want to see? Any car? Xu Sini looked at Gu Chen and said proudly. When the people who didn't know the situation heard it, they looked at Gu Chen and were stunned. How handsome. Then I realized that he was a pretty boy. I suddenly felt disgusted, but in my heart I was extremely envious. It's hard to find such a beautiful girl who is also rich. Are you paying? Gu Chen naturally noticed the gazes of others, glared at them and said in a low voice. Xu Sini found all this very interesting, but suddenly her face froze when she heard Gu Chen's words. How could she have the money? All her money was used up during the last merger. So I could only lower my temper and shut up. Gu Chen ignored her and slowly walked around the 4S store. It must be said that Chu Sini's father's friend is quite powerful. There are Audi A8, BMW X7, and other mid-range sedans, as well as high-end cars like Bentley and Ferrari. Sini? Sorry for the long wait. At this time, a middle-aged man with a kind face came over. Uncle Wang, it looks like business is good. Chu Sini greeted him with a smile, then looked around and congratulated him. Hey, most of them are just here to look, not to buy. Manager Wang shook his head. If he really came to buy a car, he would probably sleep with a grin on his face. Who is this? Then he saw Gu Chen standing aside and felt that this man had an extraordinary temperament, so he couldn't help but ask. Hello? Gu Chen. Gu Chen took the lead in extending his hand to introduce. Hello? I'm the manager and owner of this restaurant. My last name is Wang. You can just call me Uncle Wang. Manager Wang took one look at Chu Sini and felt that the two were a perfect match, so he spoke very casually. Chu Sini blushed when she heard this. Uncle Wang. Gu Chen was stunned, thinking that someone had misunderstood him, but he did not explain anything. After all, the more you explain this thing, the harder it becomes to explain. Well, I wonder what kind of car you want to buy. Manager Wang said with a smile. Him. It must be one of those fancy cars. Chu Sini spoke first. Oh? Manager Wang looked at it in confusion. Uncle Wang, is there anything more comfortable? Gu Chen had already ignored Chu Sini. He felt that the aloof and cold Chu Sini he had seen before was gone. I wonder what Mr. Gu's budget is. Price is not a problem, as long as I like it. Gu Chen said lightly. His tone was very low-key, but Manager Wang felt that he was pretending to be impressive. Uncle Wang, you've made a fortune this time. Hurry up and take out your treasure. Give the landlord a good beating. However, Chu Sini knew that what Gu Chen said was the truth, and she couldn't help but said to Uncle Wang with a smile. In that case, let's go to the back. When Manager Wang saw Chu Sini doing the same, he knew that Gu Chen was not pretending, but was really financially capable, and he was very happy for a moment. So the two of them were taken to the back by Manager Wang. If you want to talk about the most comfortable car, it must be Maybach. Manager Wang talked as he walked along the way until they came to a relatively large room where a gray sedan was parked quietly. Gu Chen saw it at a glance. It was like a sleeping extraordinary king. The overall body of the car was long, with elegant and majestic lines. This one is the latest model. Although it looks no different from a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan, it's a whole different world inside. The spacious space is very satisfying to the senses. I spent a lot of effort to get this one. Seeing Gu Chen's non-committal expression, Manager Wang said without saying much, Mr. Gu can go in and feel it, and then you will know. Okay. Gu Chen opened the car door directly and looked at the exquisite decorations, revealing a hint of interest. The scientifically designed seats made Gu Chen feel comfortable. Looking at the high-end electronic products and pleasing design in the car, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. It's undeniable that sedans are more comfortable than sports cars. How is it, Mr. Gu? Looking at Gu Chen's expression, Manager Wang looked proud. It's okay. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang's smile froze. Is this okay? Uncle Wang, Gu Chen's garages all start at tens of millions. Chu Sini also followed suit to finish off the enemy. Manager Wang felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. It turns out that people are just telling the truth. My car worth several million is really nothing. Let's take this one. Uncle Wang, is it okay for me to pick up the car today? Gu Chen walked down and said to Manager Wang with a smile. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Manager Wang didn't know what to say at this time. Generally, when buying a car, don't you look at several cars? And then decide after a long discussion? But he reacted quickly and said, no problem, we can get the formalities done in an hour. After all, Gu Chen is not an ordinary person. So this car can help him recover some of his funds. Afterwards, Chu Sini generously selected several cars, which made Manager Wang smile so much that his smile reached the back of his head, and he said that the effort was not in vain. Then Gu Chen swiped the card and left. This Maybach is a top-of-the-line sedan, and it is sold in limited quantities, so the interior decoration is all top-notch, and it cost Guchen nearly 5 million yuan in total. It's quite comfortable to drive on the road. Then he used his mobile phone to navigate the route to his hometown. Guchen's hometown is in the province, not far from Huahai City. It only takes 4 hours to drive home, so Guchen chose to drive back by himself. Map continues to guide you. The destination of this trip is Yuan City, a total of 430 kilometers, and a total of 3 hours and 46 minutes. Listening to the voice from the phone, Guchen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the highway. Driving for a long time will make your body uncomfortable. Fortunately, Guchen had anticipated this problem and bought a very comfortable car. The high-tech seats will automatically adjust according to the actual situation. Guchen said that it was not unfair for the flowers. 4 hours passed in a flash. As soon as he got off the highway, Guchen felt a sense of emotion when he saw the familiar environment. A sense of security arises from the bottom of my heart. Guchen turned off the navigation and returned to his home street with ease. Suddenly I saw that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in front of my house. I was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly found a place to stop and trotted over. After pushing through the crowd, I saw a dozen men who looked like workers in the courtyard. Guchen's family has always lived in an ancestral house with a courtyard in the old city. Even after Gu's father became famous, they remained like this and did not move. Brother Gu, I know you are unwilling to accept this. Now that your son has made a good career, you want to make a comeback, but face the reality. Yuan City is no longer your world, Gu Jiangyan. And we are already working for the Bandai Group, so don't look for us again in the future. One of them, who was about the same age as Gu's father, spoke loudly. That's right, Mr. Gu, we also have families and we need to eat. We know you were very nice to us in the past and we are very grateful to you, but let's forget about it now. The others echoed. Father Gu did not expect this result and stood there in a daze for a moment. He just saw that the old people who had followed him before were all doing part-time jobs, so he wanted to help. I really didn't expect that they have all joined Bandai Group. The man in the lead was once his best confidant, but he didn't expect him to say that. Okay. It was me, Gu Jiangyan, who overestimated my own abilities. Father Gu looked depressed and seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Brother Gu, we won't eat anymore. We're leaving first. So a group of people said something and turned to leave. The neighbors who were watching the show made way for them, and only Guchen stood straight in the middle. You are Guchen? At this time, someone had already recognized Guchen. Really, she's really the old Gu family's kid. I didn't expect it to change so much, I almost didn't recognize it. Isn't it? There was a lot of discussion for a while. A dozen workers also stopped. Uncle Gon, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a year, you've become even tougher. Guchen looked at the person in front of him calmly. Xiao Chen, when did you come back? The middle-aged man in the lead looked very embarrassed. Chapter 46. Find out the reason why the Gu family went bankrupt. Just got back. Guchen said lightly. That's good. We still have things to do, so let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, he walked past Guchen and walked out. Guchen looked at their backs with flickering eyes. Then he quickly entered the yard and saw his father still standing there in a daze, so he went forward and supported him. Dad. Father Gu finally reacted and trembled as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Xiao Chen? Yes. I'm back. Guchen said with a smile. Good, I'm glad you're back. It seems like you're doing pretty well in Huahai. Then Father Gu pushed Guchen away, took a look at him, and patted Guchen on the shoulder. Good. By the way, Dad, where's my mom? Guchen looked around and finally asked that classic quote. She's cooking in the house. Lao Gu, who is that? As soon as Guchen entered, he heard a familiar voice. Mom, it's me. Guchen's eyes were slightly red, and he said softly. Bang! I saw something fell in the kitchen. Then a figure hurried out, looking excited. Xiao Chen, when did you come back? You didn't even call me in advance. Mother Gu hugged Guchen directly and said happily. I just came back, and I wanted to give you a surprise. Guchen also patted his mother on the back. Okay, you haven't eaten yet. I'm making it right now. Then Mother Gu took a good look at Guchen and went back to the kitchen to cook. After Gu Chen went outside to bring back the things in the car, he sat in the living room with his father. "Dad, Uncle gone just now." After thinking for a while, he asked. "You saw it too?" "I thought Lao Gong was still doing odd jobs outside. I wanted to ask him about his work, but I didn't expect him to join Bandai." Upon hearing this, Father Gu said with a dejected look. He couldn't figure out why he joined Bandai. Gu Chen felt awkward after hearing this. Old Gong? Husband? In fact, there is another reason for the company's bankruptcy, and that is Bandai's doing something behind the scenes. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Father Gu hesitated for a moment and then told the truth. "Huh? Dad, why didn't you tell me before?" Gu Chen was stunned. "Before, I didn't want you to know because I was afraid you would act impulsively. Also, there was no evidence." Father Gu shook his head. "Does Uncle Gong know about this?" Gu Chen asked with a change of expression. "No." Hearing this, Gu Chen gradually had an idea in his mind. "Okay, since it has already happened, let it go. You don't need my company now anyway." Father Gu looked at Gu Chen thoughtfully and interrupted him immediately. Looking at his father's expression, Gu Chen knew that he also had some guesses in his heart, but he just didn't want to think about it that way. However, Gu Chen did not have these concerns. No matter who it is, he will make him pay the price. "It's time to eat. What are you two talking about?" At this moment, a voice pulled Gu Chen back into reality, and then Gu Chen smiled again. Smelling the familiar fragrance and tasting the familiar taste, Gu Chen felt a sense of peace in his heart. "Eat more. The food outside is not as delicious as the food at home." Mother Gu looked at Gu Chen with a doting face. For Gu Chen, this meal is so good that even the chef of Huatian Hotel cannot compare to it. "By the way, Mom, I'm going out for a walk this afternoon." After Gu Chen finished his meal, he chatted with his parents for a long time and then said, "Yeah, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen walked out of the room. Looking at the flowers and trees, Gu Chen's memories also appeared. The small city cannot compare to the big cities outside, but Gu Chen feels extremely familiar with it. The pedestrians on the street are always in a leisurely manner, and there is not much pressure on their faces, appearing to be very calm. Gu Chen, who was used to the fast pace, couldn't help but calm down. But this is just a corner of the city, and it can only be seen in the old town. Walking out of the old city, Yongchure's new city area has also become modernized, with rows of high-rise buildings standing in the distance. It seems that the economy of my hometown has been booming in recent years. No wonder the Bandai Group has come here. Gu Chen murmured as he looked at the vehicles coming and going. "But this is no reason for you to take over my house." Then Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Gu Chen took it out and saw that it was President Gon, so he took it. "Hello?" Although he didn't know why the other party suddenly called him. "Mr. Gu, long time no see. I wonder if you have forgotten me." There was a burst of laughter from the other end of the phone. "Boss Gon, you must be joking. How could I forget you?" Gu Chen also replied with a smile. "I would like to congratulate Mr. Gu for his insight and promotion to the boss of hundreds of billions of assets. It was just good luck. I didn't expect that even Mr. Gon knew about it." "Mr. Gu, don't be modest. This matter has spread all over our Jiang province. Someone named Gu Chen made hundreds of billions in 1 week. He became famous overnight. Boss Gon, please stop harassing me. Is there something wrong?" Gu Chen didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact, so he can only change the subject. Maybe he doesn't know what it means to make 100 billion in a week? This is not about market value assets, stocks, and shares. But it is real money and bills. He got a return on his investment in just 1 week, and it was a 500% profit, which was really scary. Therefore, Gu Chen became a little cautious in his heart, fearing that some people would take risks. "I almost forgot, Mr. Gu, where are you now? I want to treat you to a meal as a way of repaying your help last time, and I also have something good to tell you." Gan Yuan was in a tall building, looking into the distance, and said to Gu Chen with a smile. He was grateful to Gu Chen from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't helped, he would probably be spending his days in jail now. "I'm so sorry, I'm not in Huahai right now, I've returned to my hometown," Gu Chen said regretfully after hearing this. After all, Gu Chen is still happy to make friends with people who can afford a 5-star hotel. "That's such a pity. But we'll treat you next time when Mr. Gu comes back." Gan Yuan also felt regretful when he heard this. By the way, Mr. Gan, do you have anything good to tell me? Ah, that's really good news. You should have heard of the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, right? Mr. Gu, they want to invite you to join. Gan Yuan's voice became even more excited when he heard this. You know, not everyone can enter this place. Huahai Chamber of Commerce? Right. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Who hasn't heard of the famous Huahai Chamber of Commerce? I heard that everyone who went in was a big shot in the industry, and only people from Jiang province were qualified to enter. This is the legendary ticket to the top floor. Boss Gan, why did you invite me? I don't think I meet the requirements to enter? Gu Chen was naturally very happy. He also wanted to see the real upper class, but he quickly reacted. Forehead? Gan Yuan was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's question. He did not expect that Gu Chen was not as excited as he imagined. Instead, he was extremely calm and saw the problem directly. Suddenly, my opinion of Gu Chen rose sharply. Compared with him, looking at myself, I was so excited for a week when I received this invitation letter. Although Mr. Gu has not met the requirements, he has achieved this at the age of 20-something, which is already remarkable. Gan Yuan said with admiration. Okay. After hearing this, Gu Chen felt that he was really amazing, and then he agreed. Okay. I'll tell them later. By the way, when will Mr. Gu be back? Gan Yuan said happily. I don't know either. Gu Chen shook his head. I have a friend in Yong City. If Mr. Gu has any questions, he can ask him for help. Hearing this, Gan Yuan immediately understood that he must have encountered some problem. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party even had friends here, so he was slightly moved in his heart. Thank you, President Gan. It's just a piece of cake. Mr. Gu, please give me a call when you return to Huahai. Of course. Then Gu Chen politely hung up the phone. Not long after, the other party sent a text message. At first glance, it was a name and number. But Gu Chen was a little surprised. Because that name is exactly Yu Xiangui, the richest man in their city. This is the person he couldn't see before his father went bankrupt. He is also a well-known figure in Yong City, and it is said that he is even involved in the underworld. But in his eyes, that's it. So he called directly, and the other party answered the phone immediately. It must be Gan Yuan's instruction. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Gu Chen? A respectful voice came from the other end. Yes, it's Mr. Yu. Yes. Mr. Gan has already told me just now. If you have anything to say, Mr. Gu, just tell me directly. Hearing this, Gu Chen knew that Gan Yuan's identity must be extraordinary. At least the status of the two of them was definitely not just friends. Mr. Yu, do you remember the Gu family's bankruptcy that happened a year ago? You mean the Gu family in the real estate industry? Right. I've heard a little bit about it. Hearing this, the other party immediately associated the identities of both parties. Well, since Mr. Yu knows about this, I'll tell you straight away. Someone used illegal means here, and I need Mr. Yu to find the evidence for me. Gu Chen got straight to the point. He believed that with the other party's status in Yong City, he would be able to find it as long as it happened. Mr. Gu, a year has passed. Even if there is evidence, it has almost disappeared. The other party showed an embarrassed expression when he heard this. I can provide you with a mastermind. He was the supervisor of the Gu family at that time and now works for the Bandai Group. Gu Chen said lightly. Don't worry. You don't have to bear any consequences. Gu Chen knew that the other party was an old fox, so he made a direct promise. Chapter 47 The Girl Next Door. Okay, in that case, Mr. Gu, just wait for the news. There will definitely be news within 3 days. After listening to Gu Chen's words, the other party readily agreed after considering it for a moment. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. After some polite words, Gu Chen hung up the phone. So Gu Chen's mood became smoother afterwards. He didn't expect that a boss he met at the beginning would have such power. So he continued walking around for a few more rounds and then went home. At night, lying on the bed he had slept in since he was a child, Gu Chen did not expect things to turn out like this. At this time, his friends sent him a message. Gu Xiao, I heard you came back today? Gu Chen, yes. Gu Xiao, then you are really not nice. You didn't even say hello when you came back. If my mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Gu Chen, there's a lot going on today. Let's get together tomorrow? Gu Xiao, okay, but you have to wait until I get off work. I heard that you have opened a company now? Gu Chen, small company, let's talk about it tomorrow. Gu Xiao, okay. So Gu Chen ended the conversation. Thinking of his childhood friend's job, he burst into laughter. How could a naughty kid become a teacher in the blink of an eye? Life is unpredictable. The next day, Gu Chen woke up early in the morning and changed into sportswear, ready to go out for morning exercise. Xiao Chen, why are you up so early? Mother Gu also got up early, and was surprised when she saw Gu Chen. Mom, I'm going for a morning run. Gu Chen said with a smile. Morning jogging is good. It's a good way to exercise your body. Go ahead. I'll make breakfast later, said Mother Gu with a smile. Good. So Gu Chen left the house and jogged along the community road. Although this is an old town, the environment has always been very good. However, it was not only Gu Chen who got up for a morning run. Along the way, Gu Chen saw many people who got up earlier than him. Gu Chen didn't care about others and continued at his own pace. It has to be said that Gu Chen's current physical fitness has definitely reached the level of a soldier king. Not long after, Gu Chen saw a graceful figure appear in front of him, and it seemed that she was out for a morning run. However, Gu Chen only admired it for a while before surpassing the other party. However, the other party was a little surprised to see Gu Chen surpass her. She jogs here every morning and knows almost everyone here, except Gu Chen. I thought it was another attempt to pursue myself and attract attention. Suddenly, he lost his good impression of Gu Chen. After all, she had often encountered this before, which made her very disgusted. However, the men who pursued her were generally hollowed-out men. After a while, they couldn't stand it and would leave on their own. Unexpectedly, another one appeared. She wanted to see how long Gu Chen could hold on. Soon she discovered that the person in front of him was not a human being. His speed had not changed at all after running for such a long time, and he had left her far behind. It disappeared after turning a corner, causing her to stop and stare blankly. It turned out that she was just being too sentimental. The guy was not pursuing her at all, but was just going for a morning jog. She couldn't help but feel shy when she thought of this. Gu Chen in front did not notice the other party's thoughts and continued his morning jog. Gu Chen ran directly around the community in a big circle, at least more than 10 kilometers. His breathing was just a little disordered and his face was slightly pale. Comfortable. The air in my hometown is still better. Gu Chen then walked down slowly. When passing by a nearby house, I suddenly saw the woman I met on the road before and was slightly surprised. The other party also noticed him, and the two looked at each other, but there was no love at first sight as the legend said. Gu Chen quickly retracted his gaze and nodded. He felt a little strange inside. There had never been a girl of his age in this family before. How come I don't know there's a little sister next door? Then he walked forward and the house in front was his. The woman looked in the direction of Gu Chen and found that he lived next to her. She opened her mouth slightly. What a coincidence. Why didn't I know there was a little brother next door? Then, without caring about anything else, everyone went back home and looked for their own mothers. I'm back. Gu's mother was watering the flowers in the courtyard. When she saw the sweaty sportswear, she smiled and said, Then Gu Chen went straight back to the bedroom and took a shower. By the way, how long do you plan to stay this time? While eating breakfast, Gu's father finally got up, looked at his son who was eating, and asked. Look. Gu Chen said, then finished the rice in the bowl and said, By the way, Dad, do you want to continue working? Didn't I say before that I plan to open another real estate company? Seeing Father Gu nod, Gu Chen continued, But I haven't found a suitable manager. Look, I see you are bored at home, why not give it a try? This is the purpose of his return this time. Ahem. You kid, you're exploiting your father. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Father Gu coughed for a while and then said unhappily. But he was moved by Gu Chen's words. He is not even 50 yet and is now retired at home. He is almost dying of comfort during this period. Xiao Chen, don't you have a company? Why are you starting another one? At this time, Gu's mother asked curiously. I bought a piece of land some time ago and was planning to invest in it. I didn't expect that the day before yesterday, the Huahai city government suddenly said that it wanted to develop the land. Dad, you should know why I want to start a company, right? Guchen perked up after hearing this and spoke out the speech he had prepared long ago. It's just making a fortune. After hearing what Guchen said, Father Gu instantly said in a bad mood. At the same time, he was happy about Guchen's vision. He was in this industry, and the land was in Huahai City, so he felt excited just thinking about it. Tell me, how much did you buy? Then he asked Guchen. Guchen directly stretched out his palm. He didn't say it explicitly, because he was afraid that his father would get too excited. 500 square meters? Wrong. 5 acres? When he said this, Father Gu's breathing became rapid. You'll know when you go there. Guchen quickly laughed. You're still keeping me in suspense. Not bad, not bad. You have some of the style I had back then. Then he looked proud. You haven't said whether you're going or not. Guchen continued to ask. This. Father Gu was naturally very excited, but he turned his gaze to Mother Gu. That's enough. Go if you want to. Working for your son? It won't embarrass me if you tell others about it. Mother Gu rolled her eyes. During this year, she discovered that her husband was not happy at all. Father Gu was very embarrassed when he heard this, but he was also very happy. What shame! I'm working for my son and those old guys can't go even if they want to. What about you, Mom? Then Guchen asked his mother. Both you and your son have left, and you want to keep me? Mother Gu asked directly. Guchen and Gu's father were very happy to hear this. Finally, Father Gu went to contact the old man. And Guchen also went out. Today is Friday and the school is closed. So Guchen went to school early. Yongzhou No. 1 People's Middle School, Guchen's high school alma mater. Looking at the tall school gate, what comes into view are the memories of youth. It was just after school, and looking at the young man's smiling face, Guchen was filled with memories. Suddenly he found that many female students were secretly looking at him. He felt very satisfied, but he quickly disappeared at the door. Walk inside. After walking around, he returned to the playground and saw someone playing ball, so Guchen just walked over. He hasn't played basketball for a long time. Looking at them sweating on the court, Guchen seemed to see his former self. Brother, do you want to play ball? At this time, a junior student suddenly said to him. Sure. Didn't he expect that children nowadays are so mature? So they chatted while playing. At the beginning, Guchen was still a little unfamiliar, but after one game, he regained his sense of the ball and immediately became invincible. They looked so admiring of themselves. Senior, you are so awesome? Are you a professional player? They had introduced themselves to each other before, but they didn't expect that this handsome brother was actually their senior. No, I fight a lot in college. College is great. Hearing Guchen's words, several people instantly showed longing. Yes. University is great. But you still have to study hard and try to get into a good university next year. Guchen said recallingly. Then they started chatting, mostly with Guchen talking and them listening. At this moment, a voice broke this beautiful scene. Xiang Yang, Zhu Hong, Lu Zitao. What are you doing? Go and review. I heard a beautiful voice coming from behind. Hearing this voice, several senior high school students next to Guchen trembled instantly. Upon hearing this, Guchen looked back and was stunned. What a coincidence! It was the girl next door whom he met while jogging in the morning. So the students left in a flash, and the woman also came over. Is it you? The woman exclaimed when she saw Guchen's appearance clearly. Yes. Are you a teacher here? Guchen frowned. Yes. The woman smiled slightly. Why are you here? Meet a friend and visit my alma mater. Guchen said. Is your friend also a teacher here? Gu Xiao. Do you know him? Guchen said with a smile. Him. My English teacher. The woman's eyes lit up and she felt that the two of them were destined to be together. At this moment, Guchen's cell phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Then Guchen walked aside and answered the phone. It was his childhood friend, Gu Xiao. Hey, where are you, kid? A young voice came from the other end of the phone. On the playground? Hurry up, kid. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Chen complained. Okay, I'll be there soon. Then the call was hung up. Then I'll be leaving first. Bye. At this time, Gu Chen had just returned and heard the woman say goodbye. Okay. Bye. Gu Chen would not be unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Chapter 48, Using My Things to Help the Enemy? The sunshine in October is just right and the breeze is not dry. Gu Chen leaned against the basketball hoop and looked at the receding figure. At this time, an uninvited guest came in front of him and blocked his view. You're really good, kid. You've only been here for a short time, but you've already hooked up with the beautiful teacher in our school? A mean voice came out. That's right. Don't you see who I am? After Gu Chen said this, he stood up and punched each other. Not bad, not bad. It's different being a teacher. Then Gu Chen looked around and said with a smile. Nonsense. Is there anything that brought you back this time? Gu Xiao asked. Yeah. I want to ask my parents to go to Huahai. That's fine. It's time for Uncle and Aunt to enjoy their life. Hearing this, Gu Xiao was very happy for his childhood friend. Well, are you going to be a teacher in the future? Gu Chen asked. Let's wait and see. My grandfather is very happy to see me become a teacher, so I can only be one for now. Gu Xiao shrugged. Okay. Come to me if you don't want to be one. Gu Chen waved his hand. Ha ha. Good. So the two of them walked around the school together again, and the marks they left were still there. I also tried lunch, it tasted the same as it did back then. After that, I was about to leave, and when I reached the door, I was suddenly surrounded by many students and parents. The two looked at each other and hurried over. Xian Xian, be my girlfriend? Only one voice was heard. Gu Chen and the other person saw a formally dressed man holding a bouquet of bright roses, leaning against a white BMW, looking affectionately at a woman in front of him. Those who were watching the fun did not mind the trouble and shouted to agree with him. The scene was extremely lively for a while. Since this is outside the school, the security guard at the gate will not chase you away. Is it her? Gu Chen and the other man immediately recognized the heroine. She was the woman who had met Gu Chen twice before and was also Gu Xiao's colleague, Xin Xianxian. Zhang Hong, how long have I told you that I don't like you? Can you please stop being so annoying? The woman looked unhappy and refused directly. At this time, Gu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He thought that his good brother Gu Chen also had a crush on him. So he stood up and yelled at the students next to him, "What are you doing? What are you doing here? Are you free if you don't go home during the holidays? If you don't want to have a holiday, I will report it to the school and cancel the holiday." The students around were watching with great interest, but suddenly a teacher came and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts and left in a hurry. Xin Xianxian immediately showed a look of gratitude. The BMW man opposite had an unhappy expression on his face. He had chosen this moment specifically to force the other party to agree. Who are you, kid? How dare you meddle in other people's business? He stared at Gu Xiao viciously and said with gritted teeth. I'm a teacher at this school, what's wrong? Gu Xiao is not afraid of the other party. Okay. Very good. Just wait for me, kid. He glanced at Gu Chen, felt that he had no chance of winning against two people at once, and said something harsh and got into the car and left. Teacher Gu, thank you so much for what happened just now. Qin Xianxian immediately thanked the BMW man when she saw him leaving. It's okay, he's causing traffic congestion here. Gu Xiao waved his hand. But did I cause you trouble? His family is very powerful. You better be careful. Qin Xianxian immediately apologized. It's okay. My brother is here. But Gu Xiao didn't care at all and said casually. This caused Gu Chen to vomit blood. You are a hero who saves the damsel in distress, but now you ask me to clean up your mess. Only then did Qin Xianxian look at Gu Chen, feeling a little embarrassed. Where does that kid come from? But Gu Chen didn't care at all and asked. That man is called Zhang Hong. His family runs a materials company that is well known locally. Backed by the Taiyu Group, they supply goods to the local Bandai Group. His father is a retired education department leader, and the principal of our school is his student. Qin Xianxian then told everyone the news she knew. Taiyu Group is not well known in Yuan City, but Bandai Group is very famous. However, it has no control over the school. Gu Xiao is not worried. The only thing he is worried about is that the principal of the school is someone else's student. As soon as these words came out, Gu Chen's eyes flashed. So you are using my things to help the enemy? Don't worry. Leave it to me. Gu Chen said directly. Chen Ziyu. Gu Xiao was a little bit unconvinced when he heard that, as he was just joking before. Don't worry. Let's go. Does Miss Qin need us to come together? Gu Chen gave a reassuring look and said. Are you going home? Right. Qin Xianxian hesitated for a moment and then agreed. So a few people came to Gu Chen's car. Ha! Shenzi, don't tell me this is your car? Looking at the handsome car body in front of him, Gu Xiao was suddenly excited. Gu Chen smiled slightly, took out the key and pressed it lightly, and the car emitted a beautiful double flash. TSK, it seems like you're doing pretty well in Huahai. Let me give you a try. Then he didn't care about Gu Chen and sat directly in the driver's seat. Miss Qin, let's go. Then he opened the car door. Thanks. Qin Xianxian also looked at Gu Chen with curiosity. She didn't expect that Gu Chen could drive such a good car at such a young age. Her family is also extraordinary, so her vision is certainly not bad. She knows that this car is many times more expensive than the BMW that the man had bought before. Gu Xiao excitedly turned around for a few times before returning to the old city. It is worth mentioning that the three of them all lived in the old city. Gu Chen went directly to Gu Xiao's house. The two families had been friends for generations, so he had dinner at his house before returning. When I got home, Father Gu had already returned and was sitting in the living room watching TV. I went to visit specifically today. Only a few people have joined Bandai, and most of them are doing odd jobs in the surrounding areas. As soon as I mentioned it, many people expressed interest. They are just waiting for me to open the company. Father Gu said excitedly. Okay. I'll go register tomorrow. Dad, you can set up the framework first. Once we get to Huahai, we can start working right away. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen said with a smile. Good. So after chatting with his parents for a while, Gu Chen returned to his room. He first called Chu Sini and asked her to rent a store in the south of the city and help him prepare the materials so that he could set up the company directly after returning. Then he asked her to thoroughly check the suppliers under each branch of the group and make sure to find out where the raw materials went. He also asked his branch to directly choose new partners. After talking for about an hour, he hung up. During this period, a total of 3 calls came in. Gu Chen took a look and found that it was Mr. Liu from EUA Group. Gu Chen thought about it, and when he was about to hit back, the other party hit him directly. Hello? Mr. Gu, I'm so sorry to call you so late. The other party came up and apologized directly, being extremely humble. Ha, Mr. Liu, you are too serious. As soon as Gu Chen heard it, he knew that the other party agreed to the previous conditions. Sure enough, what Mr. Liu said next was confirmed. It's like this. I just received an order from the headquarters. I have agreed to Mr. Gu's conditions. I wonder when Mr. Gu will be free so that we can finalize the cooperation. Mr. Liu was afraid of accidents and his tone was very anxious. No problem, but I'm not in Huahai right now. When I get back, we can sign the contract right away. How about that? Gu Chen said with a smile. Okay. Then I'll wait for Mr. Gu's news. Mr. Liu was silent for a while after hearing this, as if he was trying to confirm whether Gu Chen was refusing, but after thinking for a while, he found that he could not change anything and could only choose to believe Gu Chen. Good. So Gu Chen hung up the phone. After thinking about it, I opened Taobao, but today's event hasn't he started yet? No matter how busy he is, he will take time to open Taobao every day, but he didn't find anything good in the past few days. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the high-quality industry, Remote Group, a transportation company facing bankruptcy. But it has great potential. Suddenly, 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession. When Gu Chen saw that there was actually an introduction, he felt that Taobao was becoming more and more user-friendly. But what? Why do you give me a company that is about to go bankrupt and call it a high-quality industry? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the word high-quality. After muttering a few words, he saw the share certificate on the bedside table. 100% holding? That's not bad. Seeing this, Gu Chen was still a little satisfied. Then I started to check the company's news. Yuan Group, the earliest transportation company in China, once controlled the development of the transportation industry. Unfortunately, the later leaders lacked vision. It issued wrong orders several times, which led to it losing its leading position and being overtaken by 3 other companies. Finally, they failed to adapt to the development of the times and were complacent, which led to their further decline. Finally, they couldn't even afford the group's transportation costs and had to sell all of their large trucks. Therefore, the once glorious Yuan Group has come to an end and can only survive in this province. It is now facing a credibility crisis. When transporting goods for a company, a traffic accident occurred on the way, causing all the transported goods to be damaged. This has put the company at risk of huge compensation and lawsuits, and it won't be long before it files for bankruptcy. After reading this, Gu Chen didn't expect that this company would face bankruptcy from the leading position. Such good cards can be played like this. Gu Chen wants to see which talent is leading this. However, seeing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Isn't this just right for you? Yuan Group just made up for the last shortcoming of Taiyu Group. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how declining Remote Group is, at least the foundation is there. As long as there is an opportunity, it will shine brightly. Moreover, the headquarters is in Huahai, so I will be busy when I return. Chapter 49 10 Points of Embarrassing Scene. The next morning, Gu Chen saw Qin Xianxian again while jogging. After the two greeted each other, Gu Chen continued to run forward. When I returned home, Mother Gu was still taking care of the flowers and plants. Mom, I remember that the family in front of us didn't seem to have children of my age, right? Gu Chen asked after taking a shower. You also saw that girl. Isn't she pretty? After hearing this, Mother Gu glanced at Gu Chen and joked. That girl is someone's relative and is staying here temporarily. By the way, are you interested in her? Mom will go and talk to you. I heard that her family is from Huahai. That's perfect. It's time for you to find a girlfriend. Mother Gu continued. Ahem, I'm just curious. I'm not in a hurry. Then Gu Chen went straight into the house. A phone call came in. When Gu Chen saw that it was a local number, he knew who it was. Hello? Mr. Yu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Fortunately, I have completed my mission and obtained the evidence. Do you want me to give it to you or send it directly to the authorities? The voice from the other end of the phone came over. This made Gu Chen satisfied. Leave it to the police. Gu Chen thought about it and said. Okay. Mr. Gu, don't worry. This is a commercial crime, and Bandai Group cannot be separated from it. Yu Xiangui said generously. Well. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I wonder if Mr. Yu would like to be a supplier of raw materials for Yong City. Gu Chen thanked him. Oh. Mr. Gu is talking about the Taiyu Group. That's right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gu. Yu Xiangui was also very happy when he heard this. This was an opportunity to make money, so he agreed without thinking. Then Mr. Yu, just wait. Gu Chen then mentioned an incident in which a friend of his had offended a retired leader. The other party directly assured him that there was no problem, and only then did Gu Chen hang up the phone in satisfaction. Phew. Everything is done. I can go back tomorrow. Gu Chen felt free and at ease. So he told the two elders the news that he would leave tomorrow. The two had no objections. After the 3 of them packed up their things, they invited a few neighbors with whom they had a good relationship to have dinner. Gu Zhao's family was among them. Several people congratulated Gu Chen on his promising future and then left. Gu Chen simply suggested that they leave now. So he drove away from his hometown in the memory of his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Gu are still in good health, so the 4-hour journey is not a problem at all. It was already dark when we arrived at Huahai. Since Gu Chen only had one house, he went directly back to Thompson first floor. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard and the surprised parents, the car was parked directly in the underground parking lot. Xiaochen, you live here now? Mother Gu said in surprise as she looked at the beautifully green garden outside. She liked these flowers and plants and thought she would not be able to see them after coming here. Yes. Gu Chen replied with a smile. It's too late now. You can look around freely tomorrow. Shurshur lives here too. Then, several people entered the hall under the leadership of Gu Chen. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Do you need any help? Looking at Gu Chen's large and small bags, the staff in the hall said respectfully. Hello. You can help my parents get a free pass. No problem, I'll handle it for Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu later. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the staff immediately agreed. He looked at Mr. and Mrs. Gu with a respectful expression. Thanks. So Gu Chen got on the elevator directly. It seems like they respect you very much. Father Gu has seen countless people and can tell at a glance whether someone is sincere or not. That's right, I'm the first owner here. Gu Chen said with a smile. Then they arrived at the door of their house, and Gu Chen unlocked the door directly with his face. The three of them walked straight into the hall. Brother, you are finally back, uncle, aunt? Shurshur was surprised and went straight forward to hug Gu's mother. When Shurshur was in high school, she lived in Gu Chen's house, so she has a very good relationship with Gu's mother. Shurshur. It's been such a long time. Mother Gu was also very happy. Is Gu Chen back? At this moment, a pleasant voice came from the bathroom, and Gu Chen was instantly petrified. Gu's father and mother directly signaled to Gu Chen with their eyes, and Shurshur also forgot about this matter. Gu Chen, how are you? Chu Sini had just finished taking a shower and walked out in her pajamas. She was still talking, but before she finished speaking, she was stunned. The situation seemed to be stuck, and the five people just remained silent. Ahem, well, Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to my college classmate, Chu Sini. Gu Chen was the first to react. He didn't know why Chu Sini appeared here in pajamas, but he could only bite the bullet and introduce her. Ah. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt. I didn't know you two would come. Chu Sini also reacted, her face turned red instantly, her legs went weak, and her speech became intermittent. Hello? Hello? I'll call you Sini. Mother Gu hurried forward and looked at Chu Sini, becoming more and more satisfied. It was true that the mother-in-law was getting more and more happy when she saw her daughter-in-law. Sure. Auntie, you can call me anything you want. Chu Sini didn't look like a strong businesswoman at all at this moment. Living room. Several people were sitting on the sofa. Uncle, aunt, I was a little scared to see someone living here alone, so I asked Sister Sini to come and keep me company. I didn't know you would be back so soon. Shurshur explained at this time. Chu Sini instantly revealed an expression of gratitude. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Gu Chen's parents. It's okay. Sini can come often in the future. Mother Gu knew very well that this was the shy look of the little girl, and she understood immediately. She saw that the girl was obviously interested in her son, and since no one knows a son better than his mother, she would not have let him in if he had no interest in her. Really? Thank you, Auntie. Chu Sini was very happy to hear that. Of course, I want you to come and talk more often. Don't worry, Auntie. I live next door. You can come to me if you get bored in the future. Chu Sini smiled brightly. What could make her happier than having her mother-in-law's approval? So they chatted for a long time, and finally Chu Sini went back at the strong invitation of Gu's mother. Although she really wanted to sleep here, she didn't want her mother to look down on her. Xiao Chen. Why haven't I heard you say this before? If we hadn't happened to come here today, you would have kept it from us. So the meaning to criticize Gu Chen began. Only after Gu Chen repeatedly assured him did he let him go, so he glared at the culprit Shurshur before returning to his room. The next day, Gu Chen went directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a real estate company with an initial capital of 1 billion. It was completed quickly and the name was Tianchen Real Estate Company. Afterwards, he and Gu's father went directly to the new district in the south of the city that was about to be developed. The relocation work here has just begun, but many materials and machines have already been transported here in full swing. It's worthy of being Huahai City. Father Gu was deeply impressed by what he saw. Both the mechanical equipment and the manpower were many times stronger than those of his company. Of course, don't worry, Dad. As long as you have no problem, it's only a matter of time before you surpass them. Gu Chen said with a smile. Sure. As long as you have enough funds, there's no problem on my end. Father Gu is very heroic. So Gu Chen first took her to the site that he had rented before, which was an extremely large warehouse, just right for a local production warehouse. Great, I can call them over. Father Gu looked around and was extremely satisfied. In order to do something big, he recruited many odd jobs from the surrounding area, all of whom were experienced workers. The number of people was several times more than his previous real estate company in Yong City. Okay, Dad. I'll leave the company to you. You're more familiar with the real estate industry, so I won't get involved. But I'll send a financial officer over. Gu Chen said directly. No problem. But now you have to tell me how much land you have, right? More than 900 acres. What? How much more? When Father Gu heard this, he was stunned. Dad, it's more than 900 acres. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would get too excited. Gu Chen said with a smile. Tell me the truth, kid. Where did you get so much money? Father Gu was stunned for more than 10 minutes before he came to his senses and looked at Gu Chen with complicated eyes. He is not a fool. In Huahai, which ranks first in the country for land, even the price in the suburban area is more expensive than that in the general urban area. Of course I'll go get a loan from the bank. Gu Chen said with a smile. Seeing that her father didn't believe her, Gu Chen sighed. She knew that her father was extremely shrewd and couldn't be fooled. I also have a company with a market value of tens of billions, so the banks are eager for me to lend them money. Gu Chen hesitated for a while and then said. Don't worry, it's not all the shares. I only own a portion of it. And don't worry, it's absolutely legal. Seeing his father's expression of doubt about life, Gu Chen quickly added a sentence. So the father and son sat in silence under the sun. At this time, Gu Chen's phone rang directly. Gu Chen took a look and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Gu, I heard that you are back. I wonder what you think of our cooperation. There was an excited sound from the other end of the line. No problem, Mr. Liu, tell me a place and I'll be there right away. Okay. Then we'll wait for you at Wangjiang Pavilion and chat while we eat. How do you think? Hearing Gu Chen's agreement, Mr. Liu couldn't suppress his joy. Okay, no problem. Then the two of them hung up the phone. Dad, there is no way our newly opened real estate company can develop such a large piece of land, so I plan to sell half of it. Seeing Gu's father nod, Gu Chen continued, the person who just called me is the general manager of the Huahai branch of the Yue Group, one of the top 10 real estate groups in the country. I plan to sell the land to him and then cooperate with him. Can. Father Gu understood it immediately. Their Tianqian had no fame, so it was a good opportunity for them to borrow the other party's fame, which would be very important for Tianqian's future development. Then the two of them rushed to Wangjiang Pavilion. Chapter 50 Cooperation with the Yue Group. Wangjiang Pavilion, in an exquisite box. The EU Group represented by General Manager Liu sat on the left, but he was not the protagonist this time. The protagonist was a deputy general manager sent by the headquarters, whose surname was Du. Manager Liu, I heard that you met with Mr. Gu? At this time, Gu Chen had not arrived yet, and President Du asked Manager Liu curiously. Yes, one of our group's office buildings was bought by Mr. Gu, and I have known Mr. Gu since then. Manager Liu said with a smile. I don't know about this either. It seems to be decided by the board of directors. President Du said with a look of surprise. This Mr. Gu is really mysterious. There is a chaebol group behind him, so we must not offend him if we can make friends with him. Another purpose of my visit this time is to establish a cooperative relationship with him. President Du looked at Manager Liu and said seriously. Don't worry. Mr. Du, we have always been on good terms with Mr. Gu. Manager Liu assured. After waiting for a while, there was some noise coming from the box. It was Gu Chen, who had not been seen for a long time, and a strange middle-aged man. Hello? Mr. Gu, seeing you in person is worse than hearing about you. President Du took a look at him and was very surprised at how young Gu Chen was. Although he had seen the photo many times, he looked younger in person. Hello, who are you? Gu Chen greeted with a smile, but there was confusion in his eyes. Hello, Mr. Gu. This is Mr. Du, who was sent by our group to work with you. At this time, Manager Liu on the side began to introduce. Hello, Mr. Du, I'm so sorry. Gu Chen was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted and extended his hand to be polite. Ha, Mr. Gu, you're too polite. I wonder who this person is. This is the general manager of my newly established company. Gu Jiangyan, he is also my father. Oh? It's Mr. Gu. Hello? Mr. Du was stunned when he heard this. What's going on? Your father works for you? But he still said it with a smile. Hello, hello. Mr. Du. Father Gu also greeted him with a smile. He knew that if he wasn't Gu Chen's father, people wouldn't pay attention to him at all. Then take a seat first, and we'll talk while we sit. Okay. So they sat down and started chatting about other things with laughter. The custom in China is to discuss business over a drink. After some toasts, Mr. Du felt that the time was right and decided to get down to business. Mr. Gu, there shouldn't be any problem with the contract we discussed before, right? Of course, no problem. Gu Chen said with a smile. I just wonder how much Mr. Gu is willing to pay. Mr. Du nodded and got to the point. That depends on how much you can afford. Oh? Does Mr. Gu intend to use all of them? Hearing Gu Chen's words, President Du's eyes lit up. I'll take them all, but I don't know if you can afford so much cash. Gu Chen looked at Mr. Du with a smile. Mr. Du was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I wonder if Mr. Gu accepts installment payment? Mr. Du's joke is really not funny at all. President Du was not disappointed when he heard this, because he knew that Gu Chen would definitely not accept this plan. Okay, Mr. Du, I'm willing to give you more than 500 acres. I wonder if you can afford it. Gu Chen then said directly. Of course you can. I have a condition. Mr. Du's eyes flashed when he heard this, and then he said. When he arrived, the think tank at headquarters had already analyzed this result. Oh? Mr. Du, please go on? Gu Chen asked doubtfully. Just want to deepen cooperation with Mr. Gu? How to cooperate? Gu Chen was stunned and asked in confusion. In terms of material cooperation, all construction materials of our group will be provided by Taiyu Group in the future. However, the price needs to be cheaper, and the payment method needs to be the same as outside. President Du said with a smile. No problem. Gu Chen agreed directly. This is an opportunity for him to develop. Okay. Mr. Gu, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Du was overjoyed when he heard that. She was busy, probably because Gu Chen agreed so readily, and she looked at Gu Chen's performance even more highly. It's a pleasure to work with you. So the two of them stretched out their hands and shook hands for a few seconds. But I have another request that I hope President Du can agree to? Gu Chen then said. Please speak. I have also registered a real estate company and would like to cooperate with you. How about it? Gu Chen said with a smile. No problem. Mr. Du agreed directly. He immediately knew what Gu Chen was thinking. After that, everyone's goal was achieved and they drank even more happily. The meal lasted more than 3 hours, and we agreed to sign the contract the next day. Walking outside, a gentle breeze blew, instantly sobering Gu Chen up a little. Due to his extremely strong physique, his body breaks down alcohol very quickly, causing his alcohol tolerance to increase significantly. Dad, can you relax now? Gu's father was also a focus of attention, but he had been on the battlefield for decades and could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Good. Father Gu showed a long-lost smile, and the father and son walked around outside, saying many things they had never said before, and gave Gu Chen a lot of business experience. Taiyu Group, meeting room. Witnessed by lawyers from both sides, Gu Chen and the other party signed a land transfer agreement. Afterwards, it signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Taiyu Group and a development cooperation agreement with Tianjin Group. Mr. Gu, happy cooperation. Mr. Du, happy cooperation. The two of them held hands tightly together. This wonderful moment was captured by the reporter's camera. After that, President Du immediately rushed back to the headquarters. Manager Lu, you should contact Manager Gu from now on. Then Gu Chen looked at Manager Lu and said. No problem. Manager Lu wished for it. Then several people left. Congratulations to Director Gu for the huge increase in assets. At this time, Mr. Jiang, the general manager of the group, immediately congratulated. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. This time, Mr. Jiang will do the same. It's all thanks to the chairman. I didn't expect to be able to cooperate with such a big company. This will greatly increase the reputation of our group. After that we chatted for a few minutes and left. As for President Chusini, she naturally asked for leave. Accompanying my future mother-in-law is much more important than going to work. Dad, you can visit here as you like, Gu Chen said to his father beside him. Okay. I'll go take a look. Father Gu is also very interested in his son's business. Just like inspecting your own company. Soon, the inside of the group spread like wildfire. The emperor was coming to inspect? Director Gu's father was going to take over. Gu Chen returned to the office to deal with the matters that he had been dealing with over the past few days. As soon as I sat down, my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone call, and I answered it after thinking about it. Hello? How are you? Who is this? Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Chen? Yes. I am. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am He Fan, the general manager of Long Distance Transportation Group. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Gu Chen reacted. Hello? Manager He, what can I do for you? Boss Gu, when do you have time to inspect the work? People in the company are in a state of panic right now. After he finished speaking, the other party listened carefully. He only knew the other party's name and contact information, and nothing else. He was afraid of offending the new boss, although he didn't understand why he would buy a company that was about to go bankrupt. Well, how many people are there in the company now? Gu Chen thought for a while and asked. There are more than 200 people in the company right now, including 45 drivers. He Fan replied honestly. So little? Gu Chen was stunned. It seemed that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Yes. Wait for me. I'll come over and take a look right away, Gu Chen said directly after hearing this. If all the drivers were gone, the remote group would be ruined. Good. Then Gu Chen got up and rushed to Yuancheng Group. Remote Group. General Manager's office. One of the short and fat middle-aged men hung up the phone and smiled bitterly. He knew from the voice that the new boss was a young man. It is quite sad to see this transportation group about to exit the stage of history. He is an old man here and has witnessed the glory and demise of Yuan Tong. Now it is facing bankruptcy, so naturally he is very reluctant to let it go. Unless a miracle happens, the new boss has money in shipping orders. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. He Fan came back to his senses and said in a deep voice. Manager He, there are a few people outside who claim to be from Dongfeng Transportation Company. They said they want to talk to you? A petite woman hurriedly reported. Oh? Did they tell me what they were here for? He Fan frowned when he heard this. No. Then let them in. He Fan thought for a moment and said. Yes. So the woman walked out. A few minutes later, led by a delicate woman, several men in suits walked in. I wonder what you guys want from me. Hello? Manager He, I am Zhu Changhai, the head of the purchasing department of Dongfeng Transportation Group. A middle-aged man of about his age in the center began to introduce himself. Hello? Minister Zhu. He Fan nodded. It's like this. I heard that your company is involved in a lawsuit and urgently needs compensation, so I came here to give you some money. Zhu Changhai said with a smile. Oh? He Fanka didn't believe what the other party said. I heard that your company has more than a dozen heavy trucks parked on the site, but they are useless. How about selling them to us, Dongfeng? Zhu Changhai then stated the purpose of this trip. Minister Zhu, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. I have no right to sell the company's property. He Fan frowned when he heard that was their last remaining fortune. He didn't expect someone would covet it, so he refused directly. Oh? I heard that Manager He has been the sole leader of the company for a long time? Zhu Changhai shook his head and smiled knowingly. Don't worry. Manager He, you won't be disappointed with the price. He Fang didn't expect that the other party knew so much about it, and it was obvious that it had been planned for a long time. Chapter 51 The Dilemma of Remote Group. I didn't expect Minister Zhu to be so well informed. What does Manager He think? Zhu Changhai smiled confidently and looked at He Fan. Doesn't Minister Zhu know that the company's boss has changed? What? Zhu Changhai was stunned when he heard He Fan's words. Manager He, stop joking. How about this? As long as Manager He agrees, I will give you this amount separately. how about that? Xu Changhai then reacted and thought that Ifan didn't want to sell it, so he stretched out his hand and tempted him. Not so good, Minister Zhu can leave if there is nothing else. Ifan took a glance at it, didn't take it seriously at all, and sent the guest away directly. Humph. Manager He, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Do you really want the career you have worked for your whole life to go bankrupt? Seeing that Ifan refused to listen, Zhu Changhai also became angry. Xiao Feng, show him out. Ifan shouted directly to the assistant outside. Okay. Manager He, prepare to go bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Zhu Changhai laughed angrily, said something harsh and left the office. Ifan shook his head in disdain. Too many lice 1th. Anyway, the company is already like this. Why should he be afraid of threats? At this time, Gu Chen had just driven to the destination. When I got off the car, I saw that it was a huge parking lot, blocked by a high wall outside, and a building over 10 stories high could be seen inside. After taking just 2 steps, he noticed several people walking towards him. I could vaguely hear a conversation between several people. Minister Zhu, that guy refused to accept our toast. We can buy him again when he goes bankrupt. We can humiliate him then. One of the young men said with an indignant look on his face. That's right. The price will probably be even cheaper by then. Several people followed. Gu Chen frowned and moved aside to let them pass. Combined with the previous information, he probably has figured out the cause and effect. It is simply because they know that Yuancheng Group is about to go bankrupt, so those transportation companies have set their sights on the group's transportation tools, such as heavy trucks. So he walked straight through the parking lot and came to the building, only to see people working in groups of 3 or 4 with a listless look on their faces. At this time, a woman saw Gu Chen. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? Well, I'm looking for your manager He Fangha. Okay, I'll let you know right away. After waiting for a few minutes, a delicate woman walked over from the elevator entrance. Assistant Fong, this gentleman wants to see manager He. The girl at the front desk quickly said to the visitor. Well, let's go. Assistant Fong nodded, then looked at Gu Chen and said. Assistant Fong, your company seems so lifeless. Doesn't your manager He care about it? Gu Chen took a look at the girl in front of him and found that she was good looking, but there was a trace of worry between her brows, so he immediately asked. If it weren't for our manager He, this company would have closed down long ago. Sir. It's not us, but everyone is worried about the future of the company, so naturally they have no intention of working. Assistant Fong glanced at Gu Chen and explained. It seems that your manager He is also very capable? Of course. If the chairman hadn't listened to his advice before, our company wouldn't have become like this. When Assistant Fong said this, he was quite dissatisfied with the previous chairman. Then he rolled his eyes at Gu Chen, and the elevator arrived just in time. Manager He, this gentleman wants to see you. Assistant Fong said to Manager He. Yeah. Then Manager He stood up from his chair and looked at Gu Chen. Hello, this gentleman is looking for me. Manager He looked at Gu Chen puzzledly. Hello, Manager He, I'm Gu Chen. Manager He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. He apologized to Gu Chen. Fine. Assistant Fong, who was standing aside, was stunned. What did she just hear? She heard Manager He calling the young man Mr. Gu. Assistant Fong, what are you still standing there for? This is our new boss, why don't you go and pour some tea? Manager He saw Assistant Fong standing there in a daze and immediately shouted. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Gu. Assistant Fong then reacted, apologized quickly, and went to pour tea. Manager He, when I came here just now, I saw a group of people leaving. They came here. They want to come here to buy the company's dozen heavy trucks and trailer trucks. So that's how it is. Gu Chen had an expression that said, as expected. Manager He then told him everything about the company. The company's finance department explained the difficulties faced by the company and the outcome of the lawsuit. So, the company no longer has any business now? After hearing this, Gu Chen thought for a while and asked. Yes. Manager He nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, many people still approached us. But in the end, they all changed their minds. After investigation, we found that most of them were destroyed by other transportation companies. Manager He's face looked very ugly when he said this. Oh? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Those customers heard that our company was involved in lawsuits and had no security awareness, so. By the way, has the lawsuit not been resolved yet? Hearing this, Gu Chen asked. Boss Gu, as long as we pay the compensation to the other party, it will be fine. But where is the money left as the new chairman? Manager He smiled bitterly. I will transfer 100 million to the company's finance department later, and you need to clear up all the bad debts for me. Gu Chen tapped his fingers and looked at Manager He. As long as Mr. Gu has the funds in place, I can solve it right away. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Manager He made a promise happily. Okay. Then Manager He will give me a development plan for the future. Okay, take me to visit the company. Gu Chen then stood up and said. No problem. This way, Mr. Gu. Manager He nodded and walked outside with Gu Chen. Many employees met along the way and greeted him, and Manager He responded with a smile. Boss Gu, the company currently has 48 ordinary large trucks, 14 heavy trucks, 6 trailer trucks, and more than 100 other vehicles. Walking to the equipment department at the back, Manager He introduced. Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that this company still had a strong foundation. Even though it had fallen into decline, it still had so many cars left. Why are there so few drivers? Well, it's not the fault of those drivers. After all, the company hasn't had a car run for a long time. Most of them get commissions based on the frequency of driving. That's why there are still so many drivers left, and they are all veterans of the company. Manager He sighed. Then hire more people. Get all the company running first. And you also need to solve the company's morale problem as soon as possible. Gu Chen nodded and gave the order. Yeah. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. As long as everyone knows that the company will not go bankrupt, everything will recover. Okay. I'll leave it to you then. As for the orders, I'll always have them as long as you recover. Manager He was slightly surprised when he heard this and was curious about Gu Chen's identity, but since Gu Chen didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask. Manager He then went downstairs to arrange things, and now he had something to do. But he was very happy. He had never had the chance to be busy before, but now Gu Chen directly gave him the power, which moved him very much. For a moment, the middle-aged man's body burst out with hot energy. In the next few days, Remote Group showed work efficiency far beyond the average. All departments were operating in an orderly manner within 3 days, which surprised Gu Chen, who came to inspect. It was as if he had not seen the same company before. Hello, Mr. Gu. All the people from Yuan Group were standing at the door, speaking respectfully to Gu Chen. Hello everyone. Gu Chen nodded. Mr. Gu, everything in the company has returned to normal now, and the Human Resources Department is still recruiting people. Mr. Gu is welcome to come and inspect. Manager He at the front said with a smile on his face. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Chen nodded, walked in, and began to inspect each floor. He found that everyone's mental outlook had indeed changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but look at Manager He with admiration. It seems that what the assistant said that day was right. Okay, let's get back to work. After walking around, Gu Chen said to the large group of management behind him. Yes. Mr. Gu. Then everyone returned to their respective posts. Manager He, let's start restoring branches across the province tomorrow. I will find someone to connect with you and prepare for transportation. At the same time, speed up the recruitment of drivers, and you can also purchase more transport vehicles. Gu Chen said to Manager He. Yes. Manager He then continued to make arrangements. Back to the office and just sat down. Boss Gu, these are the documents that need your review and decision. At this time, a petite woman in a business suit walked in carrying a pile of documents. It was the same assistant Fong from before. Now he is Gu Chen's secretary and reception director. Okay. Gu Chen nodded. Started to handle official business. On the other side is the general manager's office of Dongfeng Transport Company. A man in his 50s was sitting on a chair, and a middle-aged man was standing opposite him. General manager, this is really strange. I clearly saw that day that the people at Yuan Group were already in a state of panic, which was clearly a sign of bankruptcy. Why is it that they are now back from the dead? The standing man looked strange. He was Zhu Changhai, who had previously gone to Yuancheng Group. Chapter 52. Am I that capable? Humph. How can you be such a minister? The news is so delayed? You didn't even know that they have changed their boss? The general manager looked grim and slammed the documents in his hand heavily on the table, which scared Zhu Changhai. What? Zhang Changhai was stunned when he heard that. You idiot! You are more likely to cause trouble than to help. The general manager got angry when he saw him. General manager, what should we do now? Zhu Changhai shrank his neck and asked in a low voice. Humph. Do your best to destroy their shipping orders. As long as no one is willing to hire them to deliver goods, I don't believe that the new boss will continue to be willing to suffer losses. But in that case our costs will increase greatly, and we may even lose money. Zhu Changhai couldn't help but say when he heard that. Humph. As long as we acquire Yuancheng Group, Dongfeng will become the leader in the transportation industry in Jiang Province. This loss is worth it, said the general manager. He had been coveting long distance for a long time, but he didn't expect that Gu Chen would suddenly appear. Although the current remote group may not seem to have anything noteworthy, the word remote alone is priceless. Although it is in decline now, its influence, reputation, and channels across the country are intangible wealth. He is very clear about all this. Yes. I'll do it right away. Gu Chen didn't know these, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take them seriously. At the moment, he has no intention of looking for orders at all. It is more than enough for him to supply Taiyu Group. There are also new areas that are about to be developed, which will allow Remote Group to take off directly. At this time his phone rang. When I opened it, it was Gu's father. Hello, Dad? Where are you? I'm at the company. It's just right. I have something to talk to you about. Now everyone has arrived and can start work at any time. But the things I purchased for the construction site have not arrived yet, so I need them to be delivered to me. Father Gu said directly. Oh, so what about the EU group? Gu Chen asked. He had been remotely working during this period and had not paid attention to other things. They have already started construction, and the heavy machinery I bought has also arrived, but they can't deliver it. I contacted several transportation companies, but they all said they couldn't transport my stuff and needed special vehicles. I'll give you a number, you can contact him. Okay. Father Gu agreed. If he wasn't unfamiliar with the place, he wouldn't have looked for Gu Chen. Then Gu Chen sent He Fan's phone number to keep the benefits within the family. After finishing his official business, Gu Chen saw that the two companies were gradually getting back on track, and he immediately felt relieved. After thinking about it, he called Gan Yuan. After all, someone helped him. Hey, Mr. Gu, you finally decided to call me? As soon as the phone was connected, a melancholy voice came from the other end. Just like a jealous woman in the deep palace, Gu Chen shuddered instantly. Ahem, Mr. Gan, you must be joking. I just finished my work and called you. I understand. After all, Mr. Gu is not like us idle people. Gan Yuan said with a big laugh. If even Mr. Gan is an idle person, then there are probably no busy people in this world. Mr. Gu, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal? Gan Yuan asked with a smile. Of course. But it's also my turn to invite. After all, I still have to thank Mr. Gan for what happened last time. Gu Chen thanked him when he heard that. He had heard that the person in charge of Bandai Group in Yong City had violated commercial laws. Although he had Bandai's endorsement, he went straight to jail. The Bandai Group in Yong City had already lost its reputation and had no choice but to give up the market there. For such a small matter, even if I don't help Mr. Gu, I believe Mr. Gu can solve it, so Mr. Gu doesn't need to take it to heart. Gan Yuan said nonchalantly. He had also heard Yu Xiangui's report a long time ago. Forehead. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. He really didn't know how to solve it, but in the eyes of the other party, did he have such great ability? He didn't know why the other party respected him so much, which was something he couldn't understand. Okay, Mr. Gu, don't argue with me. I have something to discuss with you tonight. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Gan Yuan made the decision directly. Okay then. See you tonight. Good. So the two of them made an agreement. Gu Chen looked at the time on his wrist. I went straight home and found that my mother was not at home. I didn't care, changed into casual clothes, and left. Tiang Sinuan, as one of the famous private restaurants in Huahai, is definitely very famous among the upper class. I heard that the chef was a royal chef in the Qing dynasty, and it is always difficult to get a table here. All reservations are required. Gu Chen had heard all of this, and when he heard that Gong Yuan was going to invite him to dinner here, Gu Chen was also somewhat looking forward to it. After all, the hotel's chef was also a royal chef. He wanted to see whether the Tiang Sinuan, which was famous throughout China, was really that delicious. Following the navigation, he made many turns along the way and finally drove into a quiet road. The lush flowers and plants around make people feel like they are in a sea of flowers. TSK, this environment is really worthy of its reputation. Gu Chen exclaimed. Finally we arrived at the parking lot, but there were luxury cars everywhere, and many things that are rarely seen outside. Of course, the Koenigsegg driven by Gu Chen is still the best here. The waiter outside had seen Gu Chen's car a long time ago. When he saw Gu Chen coming, he immediately asked respectfully, "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" Gu Chen nodded when he heard this and said, "Gong Yuan." The waiter was startled when he heard this and became even more enthusiastic. "Sir, please follow me. Mr. Gong has already arrived." So Gu Chen followed the guide and walked inside. At this time, on the other side of Tian Xinhuan, two exquisite women were standing outside a room, and a man was following them opposite them. "Remember, Master Wang and Master Peng are in there, you must accompany them well. Then it will be no problem for you to make your debut," the man immediately warned. "Manager Hu, didn't you say we were just having a meal?" One of the most beautiful women bit her red lips lightly, looking a little flustered. If Gu Chen saw this, he would definitely recognize this woman. "Yes. Just eat." Manager Hu nodded. "Manager Hu, I don't want to go anymore. You should find someone else." The woman wanted to leave after saying this. "As long as you leave today, you don't have to show up again, and you will have to pay 10 times the penalty for breach of contract. Think it over carefully." Manager Hu threatened the woman as he looked at her back. Sure enough, the woman stopped walking after hearing this, turned around with a pale face and asked, "Manager Hu, I didn't breach the contract, why should I pay you?" "Humph. I don't care about that. If you don't go in and entertain the two gentlemen today, you'll get a sky-high contract," Manager Hu said coldly. The woman shuddered when she heard that. She understood that today, she would never be able to leave. "What are you afraid of? Let me tell you, the two people inside have strong backgrounds. If you serve them well, you can get whatever you want." When Manager Hu saw that the woman was not leaving, he smiled and then comforted her. Seeing that the two women didn't say anything, Manager Hu didn't care anymore. "Okay, get ready to go in." Then he urged the two to go in. The two women smiled sadly upon hearing this and could only follow him in. Just as they entered, Gu Chen came over from the corner. The waiter who led the way stopped opposite the box. "Sir, Mr. Gong is waiting for you inside." "I'll leave first." Then the waiter said respectfully to Gu Chen. "Okay, thanks." Gu Chen thanked him. Then he turned around and opened the box. The interior is truly pleasing to the eye, like a true paradise on earth. "Mr. Gu, long time no see." Gu Chen, who was looking at the others, heard the voice and saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes shouting at him with a smile. "Boss Gong, long time no see." Gu Chen hurried over and smiled at Gong Yuan. "Ha ha." Gong Yuan stood up and gave Gu Chen a hug. "By the way, let's eat first." Then the two of them sat down. "Mr. Gu, when are you free to visit our Huahai Chamber of Commerce?" "Oh? Is there a special location for the Chamber of Commerce?" Gu Chen asked in surprise. "Of course. Our Huahai Chamber of Commerce has its own Chamber of Commerce building. We hold a gathering every month to keep in touch with each other. By the way, I should have had the help of Mr. Gong to join the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, right?" "Ha, Mr. Gu must be famous himself, otherwise even the president's recommendation would be useless. I still have to thank Mr. Gong." Gu Chen raised the glass in his hand and toasted Gong Yuan. "I still have to thank Mr. Gu. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's rescue, I would have been bankrupt and imprisoned by now." Gong Yuan sighed. "What?" Gu Chen was puzzled. "It was that time when I was framed by a friend. If it weren't for Mr. Gu buying my hotel directly, I would have been able to turn the funds around." So, Mr. Gu, thank you for your help back then. Gan Yuan raised his glass and thanked him sincerely. After hearing Gan Yuan's words, Gu Chen finally understood why Gan Yuan had helped him so much before. He immediately realized that it must be Ta Ba who did it. Chapter 53. Do you know who my young master is? Gu Chen, who understood, didn't say much. So the two of them began to clink glasses and had a very pleasant conversation for a while. It was not until the end that Gan Yuan said another thing. Mr. Gu, there will be a charity gala in Huahai in 5 days. People from all walks of life will attend. Do you have time to go and see it? Of course. Gu Chen agreed with a smile. Good. I am very happy to hear this. So they talked about many interesting business stories. Gan Yuan talked and Gu Chen listened. Just when the atmosphere was getting very tense, the door of the box outside was suddenly opened. Gan Yuan frowned immediately, thinking that it was done by the ignorant waiter. When he was about to scold him, a girl with delicate features and panicked expression ran in. After seeing the woman's face, an expression of surprise flashed across his eyes, but his face was full of panic and fear, and he frowned immediately. At this time, 2 strong men followed in and grabbed the woman directly. His face suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that he was not taken seriously. When he was about to scold, Gu Chen next to him made a surprised sound. Is it you? Gu Chen was also stunned when he heard the noise. As his back was facing the door, he turned around and saw the woman's face. He was immediately surprised and couldn't help blurting out. The woman was none other than a host he had met several times before. He remembered her name seemed to be Yen Qing. Help me! Help me! Yen Cheng was originally an anchor of Who You Live. With her star-like appearance, she quickly attracted the attention of a guild, which invited her to join. She knew the importance of a guild to a newcomer like her, and with the other party's assurance, she agreed. At the beginning, the resources provided by the guild were quite good, and she soon became a well-known anchor. Unexpectedly, the other party began to show his fangs and asked her to attend a dinner party and dine with a few distinguished guests. After hearing the manager's assurance that it was just a meal, she hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived here, she felt something was wrong and wanted to leave. The manager then began to tear off the mask of disguise and threatened her directly. She had no choice but to agree and went in to eat. Unexpectedly, there were only 2 dissolute young men inside. When they saw her coming, they immediately showed lustful eyes, and then they started to touch her and even asked her to sleep with them. How could she be such a person? So she took advantage of their inattention and ran out of the box. But how could the man let the meat that was already in his mouth get away, so he directly ordered his bodyguards to chase her back. There was no way, she was not familiar with the place and the situation was urgent, so she just opened a private room and ran in. Then the previous scene happened. Yen Shang was so flustered that she didn't recognize Gu Chen. When she saw the 2 men following in, she was immediately frightened and turned pale, so she begged directly to Gu Chen. Why are you here? Gu Chen frowned. After hearing this, Yen Sheng was stunned, then looked at Gu Chen, suddenly realized, and then was overjoyed. It's you! Yen Sheng didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here and was very happy. Although she didn't know Gu Chen's identity, how could someone who could afford a luxury car be a simple person, so she felt saved. Excuse me, this is my son's girlfriend. She is drunk. The 2 sturdy men looked at each other when they heard this. They didn't expect that this woman actually knew the owner of this place. They immediately thought it was not good, but they still spoke. No, I'm not, I don't even know them. Yen Sheng retorted immediately after hearing this. She was afraid that Gu Chen would misunderstand. Ms. Yen, you'd better think it over carefully. If the young master is unhappy later, you will bear the consequences yourself. Hearing Yen Sheng's words, the strong man immediately threatened. Sure enough, Yen Sheng was stunned when she heard this. She knew the consequences of breach of contract, but she didn't want to go back. After thinking for a while, he said with a firm look in his eyes, "Humph. At worst, I will pay the penalty for breach of contract." When the 2 strong men heard this, they didn't know what to do. They thought that by saying this, Yen Sheng would be scared and follow them back obediently, but they didn't expect this result. If the young master knew the result, the 2 of them would be in trouble. It seems they have no choice but to take action. That's not up to you. After saying that, he planned to capture Yen Sheng back directly. What are you doing? At this time, Gan Yuan, the owner of the room, could no longer sit still. Humph. Old man, stop meddling in other people's business if you know what's best for you. Do you know who my young master is? When the sturdy man saw Gan Yuan speaking out to stop him, he immediately spoke viciously. Although he knew that those who came here to eat were either rich or noble, he believed that his son was the young master here and was definitely the best. Oh? I'd like to know who your young master is. How could he be so presumptuous? Hearing this, Gan Yuan laughed in anger. He even pressed the alarm bell directly. Ha, this Tianqing pavilion belongs to my master. Who do you think my master is? Said the burly man arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Gan Yuan's mouth twitched suddenly, and anger rose in his eyes. Afterwards, the sturdy man ignored Gan Yuan. He thought Gan Yuan was frightened by his words, and looked at him with disdain. Then he wanted to come over and take Yin Cheng away. Gu Chen's face suddenly changed, and when he was about to stand up and attack, he heard close footsteps outside. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen security guards rushed in. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit with an anxious and nervous look on his face. Several people in the box also stopped what they were doing and looked at the person who came. Mr. Gan, what's wrong? What happened? The leading man in a suit came up to Gan Yuan and asked respectfully. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan in surprise, and the two sturdy men showed expressions of disbelief. Catch them both. Gan Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. He turned around and apologized to Gu Chen, then pointed at the two strong men. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards who came from behind rushed forward and directly grabbed the burly man. The sturdy man, who had originally looked ferocious, didn't even say a word. Go! Call that rebellious son over to me. Then he said to the manager. The manager was stunned when he heard this. What are you still standing there for? Seeing that the manager didn't move, Gan Yuan slammed the table. Yes. After doing all this, Gan Yuan looked at Gu Chen with apology. I'm so sorry. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Apologize directly. I'm fine, it's just that. Gu Chen shook his head, then showed curiosity. Yan Shang, who was standing next to him, had twinkling eyes as he secretly guessed Gu Chen's identity. She thought Gan Yuan's status was high enough, but she didn't expect that he was still so respectful to Gu Chen. Well, I'm ashamed to say that this Tianqing pavilion is opened by me, and the young man those two people just mentioned is my unfilial and rebellious son. Gan Yuan smiled bitterly. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't know what to say. He just thought this scene was quite a joke. When the two strong men heard Gan Yuan's words, their legs suddenly went weak. If it weren't for the security guards supporting them, they would have fallen to the ground. But even so, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were sweating coldly. I'm sorry, young lady, I frightened you. Don't worry, when that rebellious son comes over later, I will ask him to apologize to you in person. Then Gan Yuan looked at Yan Cheng and apologized. Based on his understanding of his son, he naturally knew what his son was going to do to the girl. Yan Cheng nodded without saying anything. She knew that people did this simply because she knew Gu Chen. It's a pity that I don't even know the person's name. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. Everyone looked and saw that the leader was the manager who had left earlier, followed by two unruly but panic-stricken young men, and behind them was a pretty woman who looked pale and frightened. Dad! Uncle Gan! When they saw Gan Yuan, the two young men suddenly became nervous and shouted awkwardly. Humph! Rebellious son! What were you doing just now? When Gan Yuan saw the two people coming in, his face immediately became stern. The young man didn't know what to say, so he could only glare at Yan Cheng fiercely, and the latter's face changed. You bastard! Seeing this scene, Gan Yuan picked up the wineglass on the table and smashed it at the man. Then he stood up and kicked him twice. It seems that I haven't paid enough attention to you. You actually did something so overbearing. Seeing the man, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect his father would be so angry. Dad, The young man didn't know what to say. Hurry up and apologize to the girl. Gan Yuan glared at his son fiercely. The young man pursed his lips, knowing that his father was really angry. He was silent for a moment and then looked at Yan Cheng. Sorry, I was Meng Lang before. Just apologize to Yan Cheng. Seeing this, Yan Cheng really didn't know what to do, and could only look to Gu Chen for help. At this moment, Gan Yuan saw this, looked at Gu Chun with a wry smile, and said, "Mr. Gu, don't worry, I will strictly manage my son in the future, and I will double the compensation for the harm suffered by these two young ladies." As soon as these words were spoken, the young man was immediately surprised. He did not expect that his father would be so polite to a man of the same age as him. "It's inconvenient for me to get involved in Mr. Gan's family affairs." Gu Chun shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, ladies. I promise you won't be harassed again. I'm deeply sorry for everything that happened today." Then Gan Yuan bowed slightly to the two beauties. Gu Chun didn't expect Gan Yuan to be able to do this. He was slightly surprised, but he soon figured it out. At the same time, he shook his head at Gan Yuanhu, the father and son. Chapter 54, The Dandy Disciple Becomes a Driver in Seconds. "Xiao Luo, go back. I can't control your affairs, but I will tell your father everything about today." Then Gan Yuan looked at another young man named Xiao Luo. "Yes." Xiao Luo's face turned pale when he heard that and he turned and left. "Okay, you guys go down too." Then he said to the others. "Yes." Then the manager and others left. Everything is embarrassing for Mr. Gu. Seeing everyone leaving, Gan Yuan said to Gu Chen with a lonely expression. Gu Chen didn't say anything. "I have been busy with work these years and have not disciplined Gan Lu enough, which is why he has become like this." Gan Yuan continued. Gan Lo, the young man, also lowered his head when he heard this. Mr. Gan also wants to give him a share of the family business. Looking at Gan Yuan's expression, Gu Chen advised. "Yes." Gan Yuan said with emotion, "I wonder if I can ask Mr. Gu for a favor?" Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan's puzzled expression. "I just want Gan Lo to follow Mr. Gu for a while and see if he can change anything," Gan Yuan requested. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he directly refused. "Mr. Gan, you are joking. I can't even figure it out myself, let alone Mr. Gan Lu. Dad, why should I follow him?" Gan Lu also refused directly. "What a joke. If this gets out, they laugh at me to death? Do you have the right to speak? I tell you, from today on, I will freeze all your bank cards. Go out and make money on your own." Gan Yuan said angrily. "Mr. Gu, let me be your driver. I've spoiled him so much. If he continues to be like this, how can I hand over this family business to him in the future?" Then Gan Yuan said to Gu Chen with a wry smile. "Don't worry. My son has been playing with cars since he was young and has even participated in competitions. He will definitely reassure Mr. Gu." Looking at Gu Chen's surprised expression, Gan Yuan continued. Forehead. Looking at Gan Yuan's originally shrewd face, which was now begging for his son, just like an ordinary father to his son, Gu Chen thought about it and nodded. "Sure, but Mr. Gan, let me be frank with you. If you want to be my driver, you have to be on standby 24 hours a day, and whatever I say goes." "No problem. I'm your driver now, you can scold me however you want." Gan Yuan was delighted when he heard this and made the promise directly. "Dad, what are you doing?" Gan Li's face changed drastically. "Shut up, from now on you are Mr. Gu's driver, and what he says is what I say. I tell you, if Mr. Gu fires you, then you don't have to come back home in the future. After I die, you won't get a penny of my property. I will make a will and donate all of it." Gan Yuan immediately glared at Gan Lo with an extremely serious expression. When Gan Lo heard this, he took a few steps back in shock. He looked at his father's expression and knew that his father was serious this time. Yes. So he had no choice but to agree. Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan in surprise and nodded. "Why don't you call me Mr. Gu?" "Hello, Mr. Gu." After hearing his father's words, Gan Lo could only shout out in a depressed tone. "Well. Hello, my name is Gu Chen, just call me Brother Chen from now on." "Brother Chen." Gan Lo shouted under his father's happy eyes. Yan Shang, who was standing aside, relaxed her brows. "So his name is Gu Chen. I thought to myself. Thank you, Mr. Gu. If you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know." After Gan Yuan solved his son's problem, he was very happy. "Mr. Gan, you're joking. Since it's getting late, I'll take my leave first." Gu Chen stood up and said goodbye. "Okay. I'll treat Mr. Gu to dinner next time." Gan Yuan nodded when he heard that. "What are you still standing there for?" Go and be a driver. Don Yuan sent Gu Chen out the door, and when he saw his son lying motionless, he cursed. No need. Not today, come to long-distance transportation group to find me tomorrow. Gu Chen waved his hand and refused. He had already smelled the alcohol on the other person, and he didn't dare to joke with his own life. So Gu Chen and Yen Shang and the other two girls walked forward. Thank you for today. Yen Shang looked at Gu Chen in front of her, she gritted her teeth and thanked him softly. Yes, thank you very much, handsome guy. A cute girl next to Yen Shang also thanked him. It's a small matter. But why are you there? Gu Chen waved his hand and then asked. Although he is not a good person, he will still take action when he sees this situation. We came here today because the guild arranged for us to do so. He said we were just going to have a meal, so we came, but we didn't expect. Yen Shang quickly explained. So that is how it is. Gu Chen understood it as soon as he heard it. He had heard of this kind of thing often before. It was a common tactic used by Playboy disciples. At the intersection. Mr. Gu, thank you so much today. We'll be leaving first. At this time, Yen Shang and another woman held hands, stopped, and said to Gu Chen. Ha? You have a car? Gu Chen asked doubtfully. This doesn't exist. Yen Shang shook his head upon hearing this. Originally they came here in the manager's car, but now, the manager had already left, so they could only walk back. As for taxis? Have you ever seen anyone eating here who couldn't afford a car? That's all. Come with me. I'll give you a ride. Gu Chen looked like he didn't want to talk nonsense. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Yen Shang and the other person looked at each other, then showed expressions of gratitude. When we arrived at the underground parking lot and looked at the rows of luxury cars, the two girls behind me also showed envious expressions. Suddenly Gu Chen found his car. Yen Shang and the other person looked at the silver car body in front of them, and the light in their eyes was as if they had seen a peerlessly handsome man. Then he watched Gu Chen take out the key and open the car door. He was surprised for a moment, but felt it was natural. And Yen Shang didn't expect that Gu Chen actually had a cool sports car. By the way, who among you can drive? Gu Chen originally wanted to go up directly, but suddenly he discovered something, he was drunk. So he stopped. He attaches great importance to his own life safety. Yen Shang and the other person looked at each other, not understanding what he meant, but Yen Shang still raised his hand. I can. Okay. You drive this time. Then he sat directly on the passenger seat. Ah. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, Yen Shang was surprised. What? Hurry up. I'm drunk. I can't drive. Gu Chen rubbed his eyebrows and said. He was actually also worried about Yen Shang's driving skills. After all, the title of road killer was a respectful title for them. But he doesn't drink and drive, so he is a good citizen. Good. Yen Shang reacted quickly and was overjoyed. It was already very nice to be able to ride in such an expensive sports car, let alone drive it himself. The other girl was also very envious, but unfortunately she didn't know how to drive. At the same time, I made a decision in my heart that I must get a driver's license when I return. However, when she got in a sports car again one day in the future, she thought that the rich second generation who drank alcohol would let her drive, but she didn't expect that the other person was not afraid of drunk driving at all. She was disappointed for a long time and couldn't figure out where the problem lay. So Yen Shang drove on the road with an excited look on his face, which was really hard to describe in words. Huahai is known as the city that never sleeps. It is more popular at night than during the day, and the same is true for the number of cars on the road. However, you may not know the word Koenigsegg, but you still know the sports car. So everyone kept a distance of hundreds of meters, for fear of being scratched. However, when everyone saw that the driver was a female, they suddenly became panic-stricken and no longer cared about traffic rules, and they all stayed away from the car. There were even many people who ran red lights, driving to the sidewalk and waiting for Yen Shang to pass before they dared to get off the car. As for the deduction of points? What a joke, am I the kind of person who is short of those few points? Yen Shang naturally didn't know this. He was so excited as if he had taken stimulants. He was quite scared at the beginning, but after driving carefully for a while, he saw that there was no car for hundreds of meters ahead and behind, and the violent feeling in his heart was attracted out. Seeing this, Gu Chen's mouth twitched. As expected, female drivers and supercars are definitely the nemesis on the road. First he sent the other woman home, and then returned to Thompson Epine. Thank you Mr. Gu for today. Yanqing expressed his gratitude and happiness from the bottom of his heart. Fine. Gu Chen waved his hand and was about to leave. Mr. Gu, can you add me on WeChat? After saying that, she blushed and lowered her head expectantly, fearing that Gu Chen would refuse. Forehead. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed, okay. As soon as the voice fell, Yanqing raised her head in surprise, and that seductive smile made Gu Chen slightly stunned. After that, the two exchanged contact information, and Yanqing happily jumped away like a little child. Gu Chen sat in the car, watching her leaving, without saying a word. When Yanqing raised her head just now, Gu Chen saw it and his heart was shaken. Then he shook his head and went straight home. At this time, Gu's mother had not gone to bed yet and was watching TV with Shirshir. Brother, you're back. Su Shirshir said with a smile. Yeah. Where's my dad? Gu Chen smiled and nodded, then asked. My uncle said he won't come back to live here. He wants to live at the construction site. Gu's mother didn't say anything, so Su Shirshir continued. Oh? Has the construction started? Gu Chen asked in surprise. He remembered that he had just given him He-Fan's phone number today and had delivered it directly to him. It seemed that the efficiency of our transportation group was really high. Chapter 55, Discipline the Dandy. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Gu Chen went back to his room to wash up. Sitting on the bed, I turned on my phone, found a message, and clicked it. It was Yanqing, who had separated not long ago. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The company just sent me a message saying that they have fired the manager and offered me the best contract. The message displayed is from 5 minutes ago. It's okay. You deserve it. Gu Chen smiled and replied. I didn't expect the other party to reply immediately. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time. I want to have dinner with you. Opposite, in a cozy rental house, a woman in pajamas and casual clothes was lying on the bed, staring at her mobile phone. Suddenly there was a noise. She quickly picked up her phone, unlocked it and saw that it was a message from Gu Chen. He stared at it and smiled foolishly for a long time, hesitated for a second, and then sent it directly. Then he rolled aside with a nervous look on his face. Doesn't it look a lot like you in front of the screen? I've been busy lately. Seeing this, the smile on Yanqing's face gradually faded, and his expression could not be concealed. Although she kept saying in her heart that it was okay, he said he was just busy and did not reject her, but she couldn't help but let the tears fall slowly. At this moment, her cell phone vibrated again. She opened it and immediately burst into laughter. Wait a few days. It turned out that Gu Chen hesitated for a moment and then sent another message. Good. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled and closed the chat interface. After opening the mutated taobao, the familiar interface slowly emerged. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a message from the future. Suddenly a prompt sounded. Gu Chen looked at it, was stunned, and suddenly delighted. The last time he obtained information about the future, it brought him hundreds of billions in rewards, so what about this time? Then another voice sounded. ZTE Chip Manufacturing Group will invent a brand new chip technology in the next month, shocking the world. Seeing this, what does this mean? Then the introduction of the chip followed. Chip technology is a brand new technology. It breaks through the current chips and makes graphene truly applicable to chip manufacturing. It directly breaks through the conventional two-dimensional chip technology to three-dimensional chip technology, which can at least improve the comprehensive capabilities of current chips by more than 1,000 times. Imaginary parallel world, do not pursue this kind of realistic logic. Seeing this, Gu Chen finally understood, but what does this have to do with me? I can't figure it out. Then Gu Chen searched Baidu for the importance and function of chips. Oh my goodness! Isn't Zhongxing Group going to become famous in one fell swoop? After figuring this out, Gu Chen felt envious and jealous. Should I buy ZTE Group first? Gu Chen murmured. He then looked up information about ZTE and immediately gave up his unrealistic idea. They don't need to and won't hold it against themselves. Gu Chen gave up. Although he didn't know what the use of this information was, it seemed like useless news at the moment. After a while of envy, Gu Chen put down his phone and went to sleep. No words were spoken that night. After breakfast, Gu Chen asked Shishir to investigate ZTE Group to see if it could be acquired. After all, he really didn't want to give up, so he might as well give himself a reason. Although Shishir didn't know what Gu Chen was thinking, she still agreed. It seems I have to find a secretary, Gu Chen thought to himself. After all, I have too many things to do, and it is impossible to ask others to do them all the time, but it is extremely difficult to find a suitable and loyal person. Let's talk about it later. Abandoning the thoughts in his mind, Gu Chen quickly finished his breakfast. After Gu's mother came over, he no longer had to do anything at home, which made Gu Chen very comfortable, although he was also a little embarrassed. After all, he brought his mother over to enjoy her, so how could he be taking care of her instead? Then he went directly to the long-distance transportation group. The journey was smooth and unimpeded to the remote destination. From a distance, Gu Chen saw Gan Lo, who was wearing a suit and tie and looked like an elite. After seeing Gu Chen's car, he was excited, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. It was not until Gu Chen came down that he retracted his gaze and complained, "Why are you here just now?" "When I come is my own idea," Gu Chen replied indifferently. Then he walked forward. Gan Lo paused, clenched his fists and then unclenched them. Then he followed Gu Chen without saying a word. Gu Chen smiled. He has a lot of experience in dealing with this kind of playboy. "Hello, Mr. Gu." The employees greeted us respectfully along the way. "Hello." Gu Chen also responded with a smile. Many single girls in the group were instantly moved. Boss Gu was so handsome and gentle. He had a face full of infatuation, which made Gan Lo behind him look disdainful. But deep down, he was very envious of Gu Chen. "Go, deliver this document to the general manager of Taiyu Group." Arriving at his office, Gu Chen dealt with some official business, glanced at Gan Lo who was idly playing with his phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but unfortunately Gan Lo didn't see it. Then he said to him, "What?" Gan Lo, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard what Gu Chen said. "I'm just your driver, not your employee, and certainly not your tool." He then refused. But Gu Chen did not listen to Gan Li's explanation, but just kept looking at Gan Lu. This put Gan Lu under a lot of pressure, just like when he met the principal at school. Half a minute later, Gan Lu was defeated and had to accept his fate and take it. "But I thought differently in my heart. Don't you want me to deliver it? This document looks urgent. Then I will deliver it slowly." Having made up his mind, Gan Lu took the document without saying a word and planned to leave. "Half an hour. If you haven't delivered it in half an hour, then you don't have to come. I will call Mr. Gan." Gu Chen knew what he was thinking and said calmly, "What?" Gan Lo, who was walking to the door, changed his expression when he heard this and cursed inwardly, "You old fox." Then he took out his mobile phone and searched for Taiyu Group. He thought Taiyu Group was nearby. But when I took a closer look, I didn't expect that it was more than 10 kilometers away from here. "Are you kidding me? This journey should take more than 40 minutes, and you only gave me half an hour?" He immediately came in front of Gu Chen and questioned. "That's none of my business," Gu Chen said nonchalantly. "You." Gan Lo even wanted to use his fist to punch the face that he both envied and hated. "Yesterday, Mr. Gan said that your driving skills are very good. I don't believe it and want to test it myself. But I am very afraid of death, so I can only try it this way. If you are really good, then I think this will definitely not be a problem for you." Then Gu Chen continued to speak in a dignified manner. Snort. Gan Lu was still very angry. "If I were you, I would go there quickly instead of wasting time here." Seeing Gan Li's look, Gu Chen reminded. Gan Lu wanted to beat him up at this time, then yelled that he would not serve him anymore and left, but he held back, looked at Gu Chen deeply, and ran down quickly. Hearing the loud sound of the door slamming, Gu Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed. To deal with this kind of dandy boy, you have to temper his proud character. "Boss Gu, what happened?" At this time, Secretary Fong heard the noise and rushed over, asking worriedly. "It's okay. Go and get busy." "Okay." Secretary Fong nodded and then closed the door. Then Gu Chen looked at the time and continued to handle his official business. Time also fell silent. Suddenly, the phone on Gu Chen's desk rang. "It's General Manager Jiang Dongxiang Jiang calling." Gu Chen looked at the time and calculated, 28 minutes. This is a recognition of Gan Li's ability. "Hello? Mr. Jiang? Boss Gu, What document did you send me? It's okay, it's just an ordinary document, just give it back to him. Then he hung up the phone without waiting for Mr. Jiang to explain. The other side. The magnificent office of the general manager of Taiyu Group. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Jiang was stunned for a moment, then returned the document in his hand to Ganlu. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Ganlu also put away his usual unruly behavior at this time and looked at President Jiang with a puzzled expression. Naturally, he had heard of the recently rising reputation of the Taiyu Group, so he remained humble. His father did not tell him about Gu Chen's identity and let him find out by himself, so he did not know that Taiyu Group also belonged to Gu Chen. I thought it was just business dealings. That is to say, Director Gu asked you to take the documents back. Although Mr. Jiang was puzzled, he still did as he was told. What? Ganlu raised his voice when he heard this, and even Mr. Gu mentioned by Mr. Jiang was not heard. Gu Chen is playing tricks on me? Ganlu's face suddenly changed, and he took back the documents and walked out angrily. President Jiang was stunned. He thought this person was an employee of Gu Chen, but it seems not. Half an hour later, Ganlu, feeling angry, returned to the long-distance transport group. Gu Chen, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? He threw the documents in his hand onto the table and questioned Gu Chen. The curse that had been prepared in my heart was suppressed after seeing Gu Chen's eyes. What do you mean? Also, remember to call me by my full name? Gu Chen said indifferently. Why are you playing tricks on me? Ganlu paused for a moment and continued to ask questions. But the sound is much smaller than before. First, I'm not kidding you. I'm just testing you. Second, remember your current status. You should do whatever I tell you to do. Don't question me. Got it? Gu Chen continued to look at his documents and said without raising his head. You. Ganlu was stunned when he heard this. He clenched and unclenched his fingers, then clenched and unclenched them again. Finally, he sat back on the sofa next to him without saying a word. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Gu Chen stretched out his body and finally finished the work. Let's go. It's time to get off work. Gu Chen looked at the silent Ganlu and said calmly. Ganlu stood up upon hearing this and followed Gu Chen. Chapter 56, I don't know how to spend the 1010,000,000 in my card. Walking to the parking lot, Gu Chen threw the keys directly to Ganlu. Seeing Ganlu like a puppet, Gu Chen said directly, why are you standing there? Drive. When Ganlu heard this, his expression suddenly brightened. Looking at this domineering and majestic supercar, the excitement in Ganlu's eyes was beyond words. Just like touching your wife, caress her gently. Gu Chen's mouth twitched when he saw this. It seemed that this guy really liked supercars. Then Ganlu started the car skillfully and started on the road. Gu Chen glanced at Ganlu and found that he was extremely serious when driving, like a devout believer. This was completely different from his previous appearance, which surprised Gu Chen a little. It seemed that this kid was not hopeless. The smooth movements at traffic lights, intersections, and overtaking opened Gu Chen's eyes. We reached Thompson first class very smoothly along the way. Ganlu touched the steering wheel reluctantly and was about to get out of the car. What are you doing? Come pick me up tomorrow morning at 9. Then he stood up and closed the car door, leaving Ganlu puzzled. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. Looking at Gu Chen's back, he felt that Gu Chen was not so annoying. Then he started the car with even greater joy. Before, because Gu Chen was there, he drove very steadily. Now, he went directly to the outer ring and drove a few laps before returning to his home. Yuan was already at home. How is it? What do you think today? Seeing his son come back, he immediately smiled and asked. Nothing. Hearing his father's question, he couldn't help but think of Gu Chen's words before, which made him ponder for a long time. After all, no one had ever said these words to him before, but he said it directly with a stubborn mouth. Finally, I returned to the room. And who is Yuan? No one knows his son better than his father. He saw his son change on the first day and was immediately grateful to Gu Chen. It seems that the decision I made yesterday was the right one. Afterwards, he ignored his son and went back to work. The next day, Ganlu went to Thompson Epine early to wait. Looking at the design inside, Ganlu was also moved. He didn't expect Gu Chen to live here. You know, real rich people live here. As I was thinking about it, I saw Guchen walking out slowly. Are we going to the same place as yesterday? Gonlo asked after Guchen got in the car. No. Go to Taiyu Group. Guchen shook his head. Gonla naturally had no objection and drove on the road. An hour later, we arrived at Taiyu Group. Hello, Chairman? Along the way, just like yesterday, the employees passing by greeted Guchen respectfully when they saw him, which made Gonla feel incredible. What did I hear? Chairman? Taiyu Group is his? Many questions flashed through my mind. He didn't expect that the famous Taiyu Group would belong to him. It was not until he arrived at Guchen's office and saw Guchen sitting skillfully in the seat that belonged to only one person, with people coming to report on matters from time to time, that he believed that Guchen was really the chairman of Taiyu Group. Are you still the chairman of Taiyu? Finally, seeing a senior executive leave, Gonlo couldn't help but ask. Do you think I'm the same as you, only good at eating, drinking and having fun? Guchen rolled his eyes at Gonlu. Gonlu blushed and then fell silent. Afterwards, he benefited a lot from listening to Guchen's skillful arrangements for various tasks and his unique insights. For a moment, my inner feelings towards Guchen were also quietly changing. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Let's go. Guchen's voice rang in his ears, reminding him that he had gotten off work. He felt a little regretful. Why did he leave work so early? He had thought carefully about what Guchen had said before, and there were many things he didn't understand. In the car, he finally asked. Guchen was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to change so quickly, but he still explained it in detail. So the relationship between the two gradually became harmonious. On the third day, Guchen went to Huatian Hotel, which surprised Gonlu again. They all guessed how many industries Guchen had. Long-distance transport group. In the office, General Manager He Fan stood aside and reported on his work. Mr. Gu, I just got the news that Ocean Shipping Company is preparing to sell their company's cargo ships. Manager Han said. Oh? Boat? Guchen was stunned. Yes. We had our own cargo ships in the past, but we sold them in the end. Cargo ships are the largest mode of transportation today. I think if we can get a few more cargo ships, our transportation capacity will be greatly increased. Manager He explained. Can. Guchen nodded, and he thought more. At that time, it will be more convenient for me to cooperate with those raw material suppliers myself, and I can also go global faster. However, with our company's financial resources, we can only buy one ship at most. Manager He was very happy to hear that Guchen agreed, but he looked embarrassed in the end. No problem. If you're going to do it, make it big. You don't have to be responsible for the funding. Guchen said proudly. Since the money from EUA Group arrived, he directly paid off the bank loan. Currently, there is still more than 30 billion in the card. He is worried about how to spend it. Manager He was overjoyed when he heard this. He already knew that the now prosperous Taiyu Group belonged to the boss, which made him even more enthusiastic. Taiyu Group has taken over all the raw material transportation channels within the province. Unfortunately, its long-distance development is currently limited, and it can only sigh in despair for transportation across the country. So now he is seizing any opportunity to develop remotely. One more thing. Thinking of another thing, Manager He's face suddenly darkened. What's up? I just found out that someone has been targeting us remotely recently. Manager He reported. What? Did you find out? Upon hearing this, Guchen frowned. According to my investigation, it was the Dongfeng Transportation Group that did it, but there is no evidence. Don't alert the enemy about this matter for now. After thinking about it, Guchen narrowed his eyes. Yes. Let's go. Let's develop ourselves first. Go to Sino-Ocean Group. Afterwards, Guchen and his group went straight to the headquarters of Sino-Ocean Group. Today's world situation is gradually easing, and the world economy is also accelerating its integration, which has brought huge impacts to many domestic companies. Some people soar straight up, while others are knocked down by huge waves. One such case is COSCO Shipping Group. After experiencing the impact of the world economy, its development gradually slowed down and it was even on the verge of bankruptcy. It had to sell its cargo ships to recover funds. This time, Guchen did not drive his own car, but took the company car. Manager He, which forces will compete with us? Gu Chan asked on the way. The three major transportation groups in Jiang province will all come out, and many large and small companies will also go there. The Dongfeng Transportation Company that has a grudge against us is definitely going to be captured. Manager he showed a serious expression when he heard this. Oh. It looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Gu Chen also put away his relaxed expression. Yes. If manager he didn't know that his boss was the chairman of Taiyu Group, he wouldn't have the courage to compete. Then the car fell into silence. Only Gonla seemed to be hesitant to speak. Forget it, just buy as many as you can. Gu Chen shrugged in the end. Brother Chen. At this time, Gonla couldn't help but scream. After a few days, Gonla had already regarded Gu Chen as the person he admired the most, and he could even say the words Brother Chen fluently and skillfully. Ha? What's wrong? Gu Chen also looked at him with a smile. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. It is no exaggeration to say that Gon Lu is now completely transformed compared to before. Those playboys who used to hang out with him probably wouldn't recognize Gon Lu if they saw him again. I know the young master of Sino-Ocean Group. Gon Lu said after hesitating for a moment. We've played together before and we have a pretty good relationship. Maybe we can ask him for help? Oh. It seems you weren't such a fool before. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Gon Lu to have this kind of relationship, and immediately laughed. Ahem. Gon Lu blushed and coughed when he heard this. Okay, then you can contact him. Maybe we can buy the boat directly from him. Then Gu Chen said seriously. Manager he also showed an expectant expression. He didn't expect that the person following Gu Chen all day long was actually a rich second generation. Good. Then Gon Lu took out his cell phone, flipped to the previous number and called. Hello? Lianzi. Hello? Lizzie, why did you bother to call me? A young voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha, of course I have something to ask you, the boss. How are you doing recently? What do you want to talk to me about? I'm so worried lately. A company at home is about to go bankrupt. I didn't expect that our Great Du family's eldest young master would also care about his own business. How rare. Gon Lu immediately joked when he heard this. Fuck you. Come on, what's the matter? I heard that your ocean group is going to sell the ship? Gon Lu went straight to the point. Yes, how did you know? How come your famous Gon Lu has also started to turn over a new leaf? After hearing Gon Li's words, the other party admitted it directly. I have a big brother here, and he wants to buy all your boats. How about it? After saying this, he was actually a little nervous. After all, these playboys had the least regard for loyalty. What? You actually have an older brother? I didn't expect that both parties' focus was not on the same thing at all. Gonla touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Nonsense. Can you give me a definite answer? The price will be based on the market price. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone, of course. But I would like to meet the big brother you mentioned. Okay. We're heading to your dock now, you can come over if you want. Chapter 57. I want to see why I can't set foot here. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Brother Chen, fortunately I have fulfilled my mission. He agreed. Gonlo looked at Gu Chen and said happily. Hearing this, the haze in Gu Chen's heart disappeared, and he looked at Gonlu and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Thank you very much this time. What are you talking about, Brother Chen? Gonlu was delighted for a moment, then his face turned stern. Thus, the tense atmosphere in the car disappeared, and several people started chatting in a relaxed manner, especially He Fan, who smiled like Maitreya Buddha. Everyone followed the navigation and soon arrived at the Sino-Ocean Group's company. However, due to company affairs, the company was located near a pier. Boss Gu, we're here. Manager He saw the car stopped, turned his head to look outside, and then looked at Gu Chen and said. Gu Chen nodded and said with a smile, let's go. So he went down first, and manager Gon Lihi followed him down. Standing here, there is a scent of the sea in the air. Sir, are you here to attend our company's merchant ship sale? As I walked into the hall, a staff member asked kindly with a smile on his face. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't speak, manager He on the side immediately smiled and replied politely, yes. Please come this way. The sale has not started yet. You can take a seat and wait for a while. Upon hearing this, the staff became more enthusiastic and started introducing things while leading the way. Well, thank you. Manager, he nodded and thanked him. You're welcome. I saw the staff open a door that looked like a conference room and bowed to a few people. Gu Chen walked in directly and found that there were already quite a few people inside, and they all seemed to be competitors. Everyone in the conference room was also looking at the person who came in. When they saw Gu Chen, they were stunned at first, and found that it was a stranger. When they were about to inquire secretly, they saw He Fan following behind. Hey, isn't this Mr. He, the manager of Yuancheng Group? Why, you want to join in the fun too? At this time, a group of people who were nearby spoke to He Fan in a sarcastic manner. Gu Chen was stunned and looked at He Fan. Boss Gu and his people are from Hongyun Group, one of the 3 major transportation groups in Jiang Province. They have always been at odds with us. He Fan lowered his head and explained to Gu Chen. Boss Wang doesn't know it now, but Yuancheng Group has a new boss, so manager he is naturally very confident. Seeing that He Fan ignored him, another voice sounded. Gu Chen looked again, and he recognized the person who was speaking this time. It was the person he met when he went to Yuancheng Group, Zhu Changhai from Dongfeng Transport Company. So that's how it is. Hongyun Group was annoyed when they saw He Fan ignored him, but when they heard the other person reply, the two of them started to sing a duet. A bunch of clowns. Gu Chen glanced at him disdainfully and sat down in the seat next to him. Seeing this, He Fan stopped paying attention and sat down. You. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he immediately felt humiliated and said angrily, I just don't know how many ships you can take down remotely later. I wonder what Mr. He's expression would be if he didn't buy a boat at the sale. Zhu Changhai also followed suit in mocking. He was determined not to let the other party get a boat. He was not sure at first, but when he saw Hongyun also took action, he immediately felt relieved. Don't bother worrying about it. You should just worry about whether you can get it later. He Fan, who was sitting, naturally did not have Gu Chen's concentration. He said with disdain on his face. He was naturally very confident and was already looking forward to being slapped in the face by the other party. Ha ha. Does manager he really think that he can do whatever he wants with a new boss? Zhu Changhai glanced at Gu Chen, who was calm, and said with a sneer on his face. The transportation industry is not something that anyone can enter. Be careful not to fall into the abyss. The people from Hongyun Group looked at him with a warning. The threat is self-evident, and other transportation companies watching found it hilarious. Gu Chen opened his eyes at this time, looked at the other party and said calmly, Oh? I want to see why I can't set foot in this line. Gu Chen's calm eyes made the other person tremble all over, and he felt an overwhelming momentum rushing towards him. Even his boss didn't have this feeling. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. It wasn't until Gu Chen withdrew his gaze that he breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to speak again. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was going on? They were scared away by the other party's eyes. They all looked at the Hongyun Group with contempt. They naturally didn't know the feeling because they hadn't been there in person. The people from Hongyun Group ignored it and waited quietly for the sale to begin. During this period, Dongfeng Transport Company stopped talking when they saw this. When everyone saw that there was no excitement, they all withdrew their gazes and prepared for the next fierce battle. Time passed slowly, and people came in from time to time. Just as everyone was waiting in a commotion, the small door of the conference room in front opened. A middle-aged man walked out from inside. Everyone became excited when they saw him. They all knew him. He was the general manager of Sino-Ocean Group and the host of this sale. When they saw the real owner appear, everyone looked forward to it, but they didn't notice the apologetic look in the middle-aged man's eyes. He walked to the front of the stage, paused, and began to speak, Welcome everyone to our Sino-Ocean Group. The bustling hall suddenly became quiet. Let me first offer you my sincere apology. The middle-aged man looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. Although he looked embarrassed, he finally spoke out, Regarding the sale of our Ocean Shipping Group's merchant ships, the company has decided to suspend the sale. Everyone has made a wasted trip, so I would like to bring you a sincere apology on behalf of Ocean Shipping Group. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge conference room was so crowded that one could see a pin drop. Everyone was surprised by the news. Afterwards, Gu Chen and his group who were sitting in the back were not surprised at all, but looked excited instead. Manager Luo, what do you guys at Yuanyang mean? Are you kidding us? At this time, someone finally couldn't help it and stood up to question. That's right. We came all this way and you just send us off with just one sentence? Yes, isn't this a waste of our time and energy? At once, everyone asked. The middle-aged man quickly replied, No, please forgive me, this is a mistake made by our Sino-Ocean group. He didn't dare to offend the people below. After all, this represented 2/3 of the transportation industry in the entire Jiang province. The people from Dongfeng Transport Company in particular looked particularly unhappy, and they took the lead in demanding an explanation from Costco Group. Humph! What does your coming here have to do with our Sino-Ocean group? We only announced the sale to the outside world, and didn't ask you to come. Now I declare that the sale is cancelled, and please leave immediately. At this time, a young man walked out from behind. When he heard the voices of the crowd, he frowned and replied directly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be so rude. It turned out to be a young man. Boss Du. The middle-aged man, Manager Luo, called out respectfully. The young man nodded when he heard this, and glanced down until he saw Guchan and others behind him, and then he smiled slightly. Is this how you at Costco Group do things? Xu Changhai from Dongfeng Group said unwillingly. It's not your turn to say how we do things in Yuanyang. The young man glanced at it with disdain. Manager Luo was afraid of offending the other party before, but he is not afraid now. After all, his family does not intend to get involved in the transportation industry, so naturally he does not need to care about the bigwigs in the transportation industry present. Then he walked straight down and went to the back. Lizzie. Long time no see. He immediately hugged Gonlu. Haven't seen you for a long time. After they separated, Gonlu introduced to Gu Chen, Brother Chen, this is Du Liang mentioned earlier, my good friend. Hello. Gu Chen greeted him with a smile, after all, he helped a lot this time. Liangzi, this is my eldest brother, Gu Chen. Then Gonlu looked at Du Liang and introduced him with a smile. Du Liang looked at Gu Chen after hearing this. Seeing his calm demeanor, he knew that he was not an ordinary person, so he smiled and extended his hand. Hello. Mr. Gu. Afterwards, Gonlu introduced Yifan and his group to Du Liang, but they just nodded in response. I heard from Lizzie that he had found a big brother before, and we were all curious about who could conquer Lizzie. After meeting Mr. Gu, I understood. Du Liang said with a smile. Excuse me, it was Lizzie who was willing to change. I just played a guiding role. Gu Chen shook his head, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. The other people in the conference room were surprised to see the head of Sino-Ocean Group talking and laughing with Gu Chen and others. Thinking of what had happened before, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts, especially Dongfeng Transport Company and Hongyun Group. Both groups had unusually gloomy faces. By the way, Liangzi, how many merchant ships does your family have? After chatting for a while, under the gaze of Manager Gonlu finally remembered the purpose of this trip and asked about it. Du Liang heard this and said directly, my family has always been engaged in international transportation, so the ships are relatively large, 100,000 ton class. There are 2 in total, about 7 of 50,000 ton and 10,000 ton, and about a dozen below 10,000 tons. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there were so many ships. He thought there were only a dozen ships under 10,000 tons at most. Unexpectedly. What a big surprise. Great. I didn't expect Mr. Du to be such a secretive person. Gu Chen said lightly with a smile on his face. These words made Du Liang's heart move. He originally thought that Gu Chen would be embarrassed when he said them. You have to know that the price of a cargo ship is $200 to $300 per ton, and the total value of these ships is nearly 10 billion. How could an average person come up with so much cash at once? Even his family is in considerable difficulty. But I didn't expect that Gu Chen in front of me didn't care at all. Chapter 58 News from ZTE Group. Everyone in the conference room is very concerned about Gu Chen. Before, they all breathed quickly when they heard Du Liang's words. They didn't expect Sino-Ocean Group to be so powerful. Then they all laughed at Gu Chen's joke. After all, not everyone can come up with so much money at once. Assets are nothing. These days, the one who takes out cash is the boss. Okay. I want them all. Gu Chen just waved his hand and said heroically. Among the crowd, only Gonlu knew how much Gu Chen was worth. What? Not only Du Liang was surprised, but everyone else in the conference room also gasped. I didn't expect that they would buy it directly. It was Du Liang who reacted first and suppressed his surprise. Okay. Since Mr. Gu is so generous, I will make the decision. All the cargo ships of our ocean group will be sold to Yuan Group. Happy cooperation. Gu Chen directly stretched out his right hand and smiled slightly. The same went for the measure. Just as he was about to stretch out his right hand, a voice came over. Wait a minute. When everyone looked over, it was the Han Yuan group from before. Mr. Du, why did you sell all the ships to the other party when everyone came here, and even said you were canceling the sale? Please give us a reasonable explanation from Sino Ocean Group. The man who was the head of Han Yun Group asked with a straight face. Seeing someone taking the lead, Dongfeng Transport Company also asked, yes. Is Sino Ocean Group making fun of us? Then others followed suit. Du Liang's face darkened upon hearing this. He looked around and said, "Ha! Explanation? What explanation do you need? I can sell my boat to whoever I want. Can you control me? I'm sorry to make a fool of myself, Mr. Gu. Please come over here and let's go to the office to talk." Then, regardless of everyone's reactions, he smiled and said to Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, okay. So the group left the meeting room, and only manager he looked at the people from Dongfeng Transport Company and Han Yun Group with disdain when he left. The latter felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. Gu Chen directly handed the matter over to manager He, and half an hour later the two sides finalized the details. For so many ships and the 3-year use rights of the dock, Gu Chen paid the other party a total of 800 million yuan. Just wait for Gu Chen to send someone to check the condition of the ship before you can transfer the money. Gu Chen handed all of this over to manager He, which made the latter very happy. Thank you Mr. Du for what happened today. We have offended the transportation industry in Jiang province, but in the future, whenever Mr. Du needs transportation, we will be the one to do it. Gu Chen walked to the door and thanked Du Liang. Du Liang was also very happy to see that the contract was discussed, and then waved his hands. No, I have been unhappy with them for a long time, and I also want to thank Mr. Gu for giving me this opportunity. Gu Chen shook his head and said nothing more. Then we'll take our leave. Gu Chen then said goodbye to Du Liang. Okay, I'll contact you later. Du Liang also happened to have a lot of things to do, so he didn't try to keep him. Originally, they didn't want him to get involved in this matter, but he came over because he was curious about the big brother that Gonla mentioned. However, the trip was worthwhile for him. He felt that Gu Chen was definitely not an ordinary person, and there would be no harm in having a good relationship with him. On the way, Gu Chen looked at Gonla who was driving at ease, and said with a smile, "Thank you for this, Lizzie. Brother Chen, I didn't help much, I just introduced you too." Gonla shook his head upon hearing this and said indifferently, "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Gu Chen looked at the other person's raised mouth corners and did not expose him. What happened next had nothing to do with Gu Chen. Manager He took care of everything, and he was happy with it. To check the safety hazards of the cargo ship, professionals were naturally needed. At Gonli's suggestion, they went directly to a ship-related school and invited several teachers over. The other party happened to be taking his classmates to practice, and the two sides hit it off. Return home in the evening. Mother Gu went out for a walk, and Father Gu was still working enthusiastically on the construction site, so only Gu Chen and Su Shishir were left at home. By the way, brother, didn't you ask me to investigate ZTE Group a few days ago? Suddenly, Shishir, who was playing with her phone, remembered something and looked up at Gu Chen. Gu Chen was also stunned when he heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly signaled the other party to continue. I actually found out. According to someone I asked, it seems that ZTE Corporation is in financial crisis. Shishir nodded and continued. Gu Chen's face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, "Do you know what happened specifically?" I heard that they were researching a technology, but it was very expensive and seriously dragged down the finances of ZTE Group. So I heard that they were planning to sell the experimental laboratory. Su Shishir didn't know why Gu Chen was so anxious, but she still told him the news she had heard. Gu Chen naturally knew about the other party's project, which was probably a chip research project. It's just that the other party didn't seem to have figured it out, and it's still a bottomless pit, so I wanted to sell it and make some money back. But this is just right for Gu Chen. He knows clearly that the project will have results in another month, and it will be a result that will shock the world. Gu Chen can't help but be excited. Gu Chen asked excitedly, "When did this happen?" "1 day ago." Su Shishir replied honestly. What? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then he became worried. He was afraid that he would be sold out by ZTE today. It seems that I should find a secretary. Otherwise, many things will be delayed if my efficiency is so slow in the future. Su Shishir looked at Gu Chen, whose expression was changing constantly. She knew what he was thinking, and said with a smile, "Brother, don't worry. Although Zhongxing Group has announced that it wants to sell it, not many people are interested." Oh? Gu Chen looked puzzled. In his opinion, this should be a hot topic, and many companies should come to compete with each other. One of them is that ZTE Group has not yet announced what the research project is, so many companies are hesitant to invest. Another is that ZTE Group is asking for too much, trying to make everyone a sucker. The price is scary. Su Shishir explained with a smile. Is that so? I wonder how much ZTE Group offered. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then asked curiously. At least 5 billion. Su Shishir spoke in a tone of watching the fun. She just didn't believe that there would be anyone stupid enough to buy it directly. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that ZTE Group was asking for too much and was trying to get some money back from the next buyer. I heard that nearly 30 billion yuan has been invested in this project, but nothing has been discovered yet. I don't know how much more will be invested in the future. This is simply a money-eating beast. Even the huge and powerful ZTE Group can't withstand it. There were some groups that were interested, such as Tencent, Yuri, and Zhongkong, but after hearing the news, they all expressed no interest. Gu Chen's eyelids jumped when he heard the price. No wonder no one dared to take it over. He thought the tens of billions in his card were a lot, but when he met a real giant like that, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Scientific and technological research is a well-known money-burning pit. I estimate that the amount of money I invest won't even make a dent. However, everyone is still worried about the subsequent expenses. No one knows whether the research can be completed in the future, but I am not worried at all. After figuring this out, Gu Chen quickly made a decision, which was to get it as soon as possible while everyone was still waiting and watching, so as to avoid any more trouble. Oh, right. Sure, tomorrow you have to recruit a secretary position for me in the name of the company. After Gu Chen figured it out, he felt relieved, but there was no need to tell Sure about this. Instead, he talked about another thing. Yeah. Okay. Sure agreed directly. She knew that Gu Chen had other companies outside, and sometimes delayed information transmission would affect major events. Then Gu Chen thought of something and added, female only. Just kidding, how does the saying go? If there is something to do, the secretary will do it, if there is nothing to do. Although he didn't have this idea, who doesn't want to find a young, beautiful, and capable female secretary? It's very face-saving to carry it with you. Bro, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Su Shishir became alert. In this world, the relationship between bosses and secretaries is mostly unclear. And she is a firm supporter of Chu Sini. Gu Chen felt guilty for a moment, then put on the airs of a brother. What are you thinking? Female secretaries are more careful in their work. Su Shishir had no choice but to agree, but in his heart he was thinking that he should tell Chu Sini tomorrow. If she didn't take the initiative, someone else would take advantage of her situation. After the interview, I have to meet the employee in person before I can be considered to have officially joined the company. Gu Chen then glanced at Su Shishir, knowing what she was thinking. How could Monkey King possibly defeat Buddha? Looking at Su Shishir's embarrassed expression, Gu Chen laughed and went back to the room. However, he did not notice the flicker in Su Shishir's eyes, otherwise he would have been very alert. The night passed in a flash, and the morning sun gradually set along with the busy figures in the city. The workers also started a new day of work. Gonla parked at the gate of the community as usual. The security guards had been in close contact with him in the past few days. Mr. Gon is here to pick up Mr. Gu again? The security guard greeted him kindly. Gonlin naturally responded with a smile, yes. After that, they chatted for a while, all of which were some gossips that the security guard had heard here, but they also made Gonlu very interested. Until Gu Chen came over. Mr. Gu is here. The security guard said kindly. Then Gu Chen got in the car, and the car quickly merged into the traffic flow. Oh right. Lizzie, does your dad know any leaders of ZTE Corporation? In the car, Gu Chen asked. After thinking about it, he felt that Gonla should be able to give him some help. After all, he was a homegrown rich second generation. Chapter 59 Gu Chen inspired by ambition. Gan Lo, who was concentrating on driving, was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled. What a coincidence, a shareholder of ZTE Group had dinner at my house yesterday. Oh? Gu Chen became interested after hearing this. Uncle Zhang and my family are old friends. Is there anything wrong, Brother Chen? No need to use my dad, I know him. Gan Lu replied with a smile. Yes. I want to discuss business with ZTE Group. Gu Chen nodded, and then expressed his idea of acquiring the research laboratory released by ZTE Group. Brother Chen, you are also paying attention to this, but this is something that costs a lot of money and has no visible results. When Ganla heard that Gu Chen was interested in that project, he suddenly became anxious. Seeing Gu Chen nod, he quickly told him the news he knew. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Yesterday I heard Uncle Zhang say that the project was a bottomless pit. They invested more than 30 billion yuan in it without any results, so they wanted to throw this hot thing out. He truly admired Gu Chen, so naturally he had to persuade him. Gu Chen was very moved when he heard this. He knew Gan Li's kindness, but he couldn't say that he knew the truth. I know, thank you for reminding me, but I am still very interested. Brother Chen. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Gan Li had no other choice. He knew that once Gu Chen made a decision, he would not change it. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll help you contact the other party, but you should think about it carefully. Even ZTE Group can't afford it. Gan Lu agreed. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Gu Chen smiled with confidence. Seeing this, Gan Lu stopped talking, but the expression on his face revealed his worry. He didn't believe that no matter how rich Gu Chen was, he could be as rich as ZTE Group. Afterwards, Gu Chen went to Taiyu Group to handle affairs. At noon, while eating, Gan Lu gave Gu Chen a message. Brother Chen, I contacted my uncle before, and he said he has time in the afternoon and can agree to meet you. Gan Lu said to Gu Chen after sitting down. Hearing this, Gu Chen was delighted and said sincerely, well. Thank you for your fun, you can reply and tell him that I can find him in the afternoon. It's okay. Gan Lu waved his hands, seeming to want to say something but stopped talking in the end. ZTE Corporation, one of the top 100 electronics companies in China, is also the largest and most technologically advanced integrated circuit chip manufacturer in the country, a true behemoth. Its headquarters is located in Jiangjiazui, Huahai City, a veritable international enterprise. The headquarters building has more than 100 floors, and its strength is many times stronger than that of Taiyu Group. Looking at the huge building that reached into the sky, Gu Chen sighed repeatedly, saying that it was much more magnificent than his own company. However, he was full of enthusiasm at the moment and was not affected by this at all. Instead, it aroused his inner ambition. In the future, my group will definitely be more impressive and larger than this one. Gan Lu on the side naturally felt the changes in Gu Chen, and felt that Gu Chen at this moment was the one who had the real vigor of a young man. Before, he felt that although Gu Chen was extremely steady, he did not look like a young man in his 20s. Brother Chen, let's go. Having come this far, they naturally cannot give up halfway, and Gan Lu stopped trying to persuade them. Let's go. Gu Chen, whose fantasy was interrupted by Gan Lu, blushed and took the lead. Hello sir, how can I help you? The professional front desk asked. Gu Chen responded with a smile. Shall we look for Mr. Zhang? Do you have an appointment? Have. Gu Chen nodded. So the front desk checked and let us go directly, and naturally there was someone to lead the way. By the way, does your uncle have a say in the company? In the elevator, Gu Chen remembered something and asked Gan Li Dao, who was familiar with the route. Of course. Gan La had a proud expression. The guide in the elevator looked at Gan Lu in surprise. He didn't expect that the general manager of the group was his uncle. Then he became more respectful and enthusiastic. The elevator arrived with a ding, and Gu Chen looked and saw that it stopped on the 88th floor. Gentlemen, Mr. Zhang is inside. I will go down first. The staff took the two people to a door and spoke respectfully. Thank you. Gu Chen nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, Gan Lu walked straight in without even knocking. Uncle Zhang! Gan Lu shouted enthusiastically. Gu Chen looked over and saw a solemn-looking middle-aged man sitting there handling official business. When he heard Gan Li's voice, his frown instantly melted away. The aura on his body dissipated. You kid, why didn't you knock when you came in? The authentic Hua Haiyan voice came over. Gu Chen, who had lived here for nearly 5 years, naturally had no pressure to listen to it. Then the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chen with a scrutinizing look. However, Gu Chen was not at all inferior to the other party's momentum, but was even more coercive. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. What a joke! Now that Gu Chen has grown stronger and is the boss of several companies, his aura is even greater than before. Then Gu Chen gathered his momentum and took 2 steps forward. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Gu Chen, the chairman of Taiyu Group. It's an honor to meet you. He introduced himself to the other party with a smile. Ganlu on the side naturally wanted to help his eldest brother. Yes. Uncle Zhang, this is my eldest brother, Gu Chen. Hello. Mr. Gu. The middle-aged man also smiled. He had known about Gu Chen's identity before, and also about what Yuan said to him last night, so he was naturally extremely curious about Gu Chen. Not bad. However, the more he looked at Gu Chen, the more extraordinary he felt, and his aura overwhelmed him. Mr. Zhang should know why I'm here, right? Sitting in the reception area, Gu Chen got straight to the point. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. Yeah, Shola told me about it on the phone before. At this point, he looked at Gu Chen with some surprise. You know, this is not a small project, but a large project worth tens of billions. Those giants dare not take it over. Unexpectedly, an outsider would have the courage to come. If things go wrong, the result will be bankruptcy and liquidation. He didn't know where this young man got his confidence from. So I'll get straight to the point with Mr. Zhang. I wonder if your company is really interested in selling that laboratory? Gu Chen said with a smile. Of course. The middle-aged man nodded. And the price your company offered is 5 billion? That's right. Okay then. I'll take it right away. Hearing this, Gu Chen didn't waste any words and made a decision directly. Forehead. Hearing Gu Chen's words, not only the middle-aged man was stunned, but Ganlo who followed him was also the same, and his whole body was petrified. How do you negotiate business? Mr. Gu, are you kidding? The middle-aged man came back to his senses and looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen said seriously, of course. If Mr. Zhang can make the decision, we can sign the contract now. Are you kidding? Gu Chen doesn't have so much time to talk. It's better to cut the Gordian knot and get it sooner and feel at ease sooner. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Ganlu also advised. Don't worry. I know my limits. Gu Chen spoke calmly and gave Ganlu a reassuring look. Ahem, please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. I can't make such a big decision alone. The middle-aged man looked a little unnatural, then smiled bitterly. Gu Chen said calmly, as if he understood, it's okay, Mr. Zhang can give me the answer as soon as possible, I am very sincere. Then the middle-aged man went to report, and Gu Chen was the only one who was happy in the huge office. Brother Chen, there's no need to be so anxious. If we continue the discussion, they will probably lower the price. Ganlu couldn't wait to persuade him. I know. But it's better to do it as quickly as possible. Even if I continue to negotiate, the price won't be reduced. I might as well just order directly. This way I can leave a good impression in their eyes. Gu Chen said with confidence in his eyes. This. After hearing this, what else could Ganlu say? He didn't even care about hundreds of millions. He was now a little curious about where Gu Chen could get so much cash. Although Taiyu's market value was hundreds of billions, it didn't have much cash. He knew this. Not to mention that he took out 800 million in cash in one go yesterday. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man walked in with a happy look on his face. Mr. Gu, let's have a pleasant cooperation? He came directly in front of Gu Chen and said generously. You have to know that he was the one who negotiated this deal, so the benefits to him are self-evident. Happy cooperation. Gu Chen was overjoyed when he heard this, but he suppressed it. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and reminded, would you like to go and see the research laboratory, Mr. Gu? After all, this was brought by my nephew. Oh? Is it okay? Gu Chen was stunned. I can still make the decision on this. The middle-aged man said generously. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was overjoyed. So they went directly to the research laboratory. The laboratory is naturally not here, but in the high-tech park not far away. In the car. Mr. Gu, I won't hide it from you. We didn't plan to start this project at the beginning, but the director who led the experiment was an international master who was nominated for the Nobel Prize. So we just started the project. But we didn't expect this to be such a money-spending place. We spent nearly 40 billion in total, but didn't even find a penny. So, everyone was getting impatient and wanted to give up the project, but we didn't expect that Director Lin, the person in charge of the experiment, would never agree. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man also looked very sad. So we can only sell it. But don't worry, Mr. Gu. We signed a 20-year contract with him. With his ability, as long as he gives up this project and studies other projects, you will not suffer any loss. In the end, feeling that he had let Gu Chen down, the middle-aged man gratefully made amends. Then why doesn't Mr. Zhang keep it for himself? If Gu Chen hadn't known the truth a month later, he would have been really shocked by this news. Alas, these scientists are all a bunch of stubborn lunatics. He said that he would never research this project unless he could figure it out, cough cough. Hearing Gu Chen's words, he complained bitterly, and finally remembered something and suddenly felt embarrassed. Chapter 60 Research Laboratory, Director Lin. Time passed slowly as the few people talked, and soon the car stopped safely in an open space. Mr. Gu, we're here, said the middle-aged man with a smile. Then a few people walked down directly. Gu Chen looked around and found that the place was basically blocked by various high walls. He could only see the building in front of him, which was a protruding semicircular building. Mr. Gu, don't be fooled by the fact that these are made of glass. They are actually very strong and are no worse than concrete buildings. In addition, most important laboratories are basically underground, so their safety is beyond doubt. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't speak, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. Oh? Are the laboratories here our own or official? Gu Chen asked curiously. The middle-aged man knew what Gu Chen was worried about, and he did not hide it. The land belongs to the government, but these buildings were built by ourselves, so this laboratory is also ours. No, it will soon belong to Mr. Gu. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this, and followed the middle-aged man in. First, there were several security guards standing outside, all of them were strong and muscular men. Mr. Zhang. They are. The leader was obviously a familiar middle-aged man. They will be the new owners of this institute. I'll bring them over to have a look. After the middle-aged man explained, the security guard was obviously relieved, but he was still very vigilant. After checking under the instrument and placing the phone there, the security guard opened the door of the laboratory. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, but we have to do this every time we come here. After all, safety comes first. The middle-aged man explained. Gu Chen knew it, of course. Mr. Zhang is too serious, I understand. Then we walked to the circular building, where there was an elevator leading to the underground, but the elevator could only be opened after fingerprints, pupils, and password unlocking. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. Although this was extremely troublesome, it was very safe. After getting off the elevator, there is a protective door that you need to communicate with the person inside to confirm your identity before it can be opened. So Gu Chen went through all these things before finally arriving at the laboratory. Gu Chen was dazzled by the various sophisticated instruments, and the researchers did not show any curiosity about the visitors. Mr. Zhang, Director Lin is still in the materials laboratory. Please go to the office and wait for a while. A young man wearing glasses said this when he saw the middle-aged man and his group. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this, okay. Then he walked through a series of laboratories and came to a remote corner. The office was not big, and it could only accommodate a desk and a sofa, and nothing else. It was a bit messy inside, with all kinds of books and materials scattered everywhere, and the various papers looked like Taoist talismans. Gu Chen didn't understand anything at all. Director Lin and his colleagues are too busy with work and have no time to clean the house. The middle-aged man explained to Gu Chen awkwardly. Gu Chen nodded to show his understanding. Not long after, the office door was hurriedly opened, and a middle-aged man in a lab coat walked in. He was wearing a pair of glasses and his hair was messy like a chicken coop. Director Lin? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man called out respectfully. There's nothing he can do. Although he's the general manager of the group, no one respects him at all. Even when the chairman of the group comes, he still acts like this. Director Lin's heavy voice came out, and then he looked at Gu Chen and others. He already knew that a new boss would come before he came. Gu Chen was also sizing up this great scientist. He knew that in a month, the other party would become famous throughout the world. But now? He is just a sloppy man, his eyes are extremely pure. The middle-aged man quickly introduced, "Come on, Mr. Gu, Director Lin, let me introduce you. This is the new boss of this research institute, Gu Chen." Pointing to Gu Chen beside him. He pointed to Director Lin opposite him, looked at Gu Chen, and said, "This is Director Lin Yanglin, who is also the project leader of the laboratory." Gu Chen was the first to come out and say hello, Director Lin, happy cooperation in the future. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, especially since he is his next boss. Director Lin also smiled, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Although he doesn't like the ways of the world, he is not without emotional intelligence. He just hopes that the new boss can support him to continue the experiment. Alas, it's his fault that he hasn't produced any results yet, otherwise ZTE Group would not have cut off this project. Looking at Gu Chen's young face, he was full of anxiety about the future. After that, they talked for a few more words, and Director Lin left them and returned to the laboratory. "Mr. Gu, don't be surprised. Director Lin has always been like this," the middle-aged man quickly explained to Lin Yang. Gu Chen smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. What a joke, this will be his cash cow, he can't wait to curry favor with her. Then Director Lin's assistant, a postdoctoral fellow who followed him, took everyone on a detailed tour of the laboratory. All the test personnel knew that this person would be their future boss, and they were all worried about their future. It was not until Director Lin got angry that everyone gradually put their thoughts to rest. After going out, Gu Chen didn't waste any time and directly called Lawyer Lin to come over, and the two parties quickly signed the contract. If I tell others about it, I'm afraid no one would believe it, but a negotiation worth billions was finalized in less than a day. It was simply the fastest signing in history. Afterwards, Gu Chen directly transferred 5 billion yuan, causing the middle-aged man to exclaim that Mr. Gu was a young and promising man. Finally, the chairman of ZTE Corporation came out in person, and everyone had a meal and then left. "Brother Chen, are you dreaming? You just bought it in one day?" On the way, Gonlo hadn't reacted yet and asked Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen smiled, "Nonsense." In the next few days, the middle-aged man took Gu Chen to take over the entire laboratory, running around various official departments non-stop every day. After all, a research laboratory is not something you can just buy casually. ZTE Group also leaked the news that its chip research laboratory had officially changed hands. As soon as the news came out, it instantly attracted most of the internet companies. They were extremely curious that they dared to act so quickly at this time, and many groups secretly felt regretful. I am extremely curious about the mysterious person who took over this project. Several major leading groups even secretly speculated that it was their rivals who secretly bought it, until ZTE Group revealed the news, which surprised them greatly. For a moment, the name Gu Chen instantly came into everyone's sight. Everyone was wondering who this Gu Chen was and why they had never heard of him before. There are no secrets in the information age, not to mention that it would be very easy for the big bosses of the information age to know. What surprised them even more was what happened next. It turned out that this Gu Chen was not even in their field. All we know is that he is the chairman of Taiyu Group, chairman of Remote Transportation Group, owner of a 5-star hotel, and chairman of the newly emerging Tianquan real estate in Huahai City. There is almost no other private information about him. Of course, this information has already made them extremely curious and amazed. At such a young age, he is actually in charge of several groups, and his personal assets are estimated to have reached hundreds of billions. This is what shocked them. However, they couldn't find out anything about other aspects, which shocked them greatly. They realized that Gu Chen must have an extraordinary identity and it was not something they could find out. Gu Chen didn't know all this. At this time, he had just finished all the formalities, so he directly founded a Longting company and transferred the laboratory to the company. Before he had time to rest, he received a call from Director Lin, asking him to report his work. Gu Chen had no choice but to return to the laboratory again. This time, the security guards let him in directly. "Nonsense, have you ever seen a company boss trying to harm his own company? Mr. Gu, most of the research in the laboratory has been stopped. These are all the data for this project." Director Lin directly handed a large piece of information in his hand to Gu Chen and said. Gu Chen took it and read it carefully. After Director Lin's explanation, he knew why ZTE Group still wanted to sell the laboratory after investing so much money. This is not only a gold-burning cave, but also a gold-burning cave with no future to be seen. The losses are millions every day. Even if you have a mine at home, you can't afford such a toss. Gu Chen frowned repeatedly when he saw this. If he didn't know the result, he would have started cursing. After Director Lin finished speaking, he saw that Gu Chen did not speak, but frowned. He was not surprised at all, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Mr. Gu, this is the current situation. Just tell me whether to continue. Okay. All experiments cannot be stopped for a moment. Keep researching. Gu Chen reacted, saw Director Lin's expression, and said firmly. Are you kidding? If we don't continue, won't the billions we just spent be wasted? Huh? Now it was Director Lin's turn to question. He thought that Gu Chen would definitely stop the project after knowing the situation. Director Lin, don't worry about your research. I will inject another 10 billion into the Longting Group's account, so don't worry. Gu Chen waved his hand and said heroically. Director Lin already knew that this laboratory now belonged to Gu Chen, and he also knew that Gu Chen had put it in the hands of his company. Hearing this, Director Lin didn't react at first, but when he saw that Gu Chen didn't seem to be joking, he was moved. People are like this. They will take it for granted that someone is helping you when you don't need it, but when you are in desperate situation, even a small help will make you deeply touched. Director Lin is in this situation now. After he was nominated for the Nobel Prize, his fame rose instantly. He knew how many big companies and groups wanted him. So he joined a big group with full confidence, and they welcomed him warmly at first. But after so long without any results, he was naturally abandoned. This is the nature of capital. How could he, a pure academic, know this? Chapter 61. Aren't you the anchor? But this did not prevent him from being greatly disappointed. And now, in his disappointed heart, Gu Chen suddenly understood him and believed in him very much, which made him feel like finally finding sweet rain after a long drought and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Boss Gu, don't worry, I will never let you down. Director Lin decided on the spot. This kind of determination is what Gu Chen wants, okay? I believe Director Lin will definitely figure it out. So Director Lin, who was full of energy, continued to work hard with full enthusiasm, and Gu Chen was completely relieved. Everything is ready, just 1 month to wait. So Gu Chen spent the next few days relaxing, and his daily workload was naturally pitifully small. He had just finished inspecting the construction site in the new district and was chatting with his father in the dust. Dad, if you don't go back, Mom will really kill you. Gu Chen said with a wry smile. But Father Gu didn't care at all and just waved his hand. Don't worry, she's just talking. I'll be back after I finish this period. The company has just opened and there are still many problems to solve. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Gu Chen had no choice but to do it. At this time, his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Shir calling. Hello? Hello? Chairman, the secretary you asked me to interview has already been interviewed these days. I have 3 in total, and it's up to you to choose. Shir's voice rang out. Huh? So soon? Gu Chen was stunned. If Shir hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten it. After hearing this, Shir no longer wanted to complain about Gu Chen, and said unhappily, of course. There are so many people who want to work at Taiyu now. As soon as I sent out this message, I received dozens of job applications that day. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hearing this, Gu Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Laozi, he headed straight for Taiyu Group. A few hours later, the car was parked safely in the underground parking lot. Gu Chen didn't have time to wipe off the dust on his body. When he returned to the office and was about to call Shir over, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Shu Xini walked in with her long legs. Huh? Gu Chen was surprised when he saw who it was. Because he had to carry out comprehensive cooperation with international suppliers, he hadn't seen Shu Xini for a long time. Why? You don't welcome me? Shu Xini saw Gu Chen's expression and immediately pretended to be sad. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen quickly apologized with a smile. Ahem, no, have you finished discussing things with Mr. Chu? Of course. Shu Xini looked proud. Thanks to the communication during this period, she has signed cooperation agreements with 2/3 of the suppliers. Congratulations! Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chu. Gu Chen was also very happy. He didn't expect that she would really take him down. That's right. But I heard that Mr. Gu seems to be recruiting a secretary? When Shu Xini heard Gu Chen's praise, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and then her face changed, and she asked casually. Not bad. Gu Chen was stunned, but still admitted it. Mr. Gu should have found a secretary a long time ago. Now it happens that I also want to hire a secretary. Why don't we do it together? How about it? Xu Xini said to Gu Chen with a smile. If Shishir hadn't told her about this, she would have never known that after what happened before, she became more proactive. Ahem, Mr. Chu should naturally have a secretary. I have no problem with that. After hearing what Xu Xini said, he had no objection at all, but rather felt guilty. So Xu Xini arranged the interview directly. Gu Chen glanced at Su Shishir and instantly understood that it was the report written by this girl. In a bright meeting room, Gu Chen and Xu Xini were sitting on one side, when three job-seeking women walked in from outside the door. For a secretary, the first impression is naturally the most important, so the looks of the three are all within the good-looking range, except that one is more handsome than the two of them put together. Hello, everyone. Please take a seat first. Xu Xini looked at the three people who came in, glanced at them casually, and her gaze stayed on the third person for a long time. There was also great amazement in her eyes. He was not much different from herself. At this time, Gu Chen also raised his head and looked over, and was stunned for a moment. It's you! It's you! They both said in surprise. Xu Xini and the other two women were stunned. Did they know each other? The two job-seeking women had lost hope at this point. They couldn't compete with the other party in terms of looks, nor in terms of academic qualifications. In addition, the other party knew the interviewer, so they both wanted to leave. Xu Xini's heart was filled with alarm. Did they know each other before? How come I didn't know? What is their relationship like now? Do you know each other? Xu Xini asked, suppressing the doubts in her heart. Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. Aren't you an anchor? Why are you here for a secretary interview? Gu Chen turned and looked at Yen Chang, who was also surprised. That is right, this woman is Yen Chang, who had met Gu Chen several times before. The story goes back a few days ago. After Yen Chang separated from Gu Chen, she thought about the danger of today and decided to leave the live broadcast industry. So she planned to resign the next day. Since Mr. Gon had spoken, her company naturally did not dare to use the contract as an excuse and simply let her leave. But after leaving, she didn't know what kind of job to do. She majored in language and literature in college, which is not easy to find a job in today's society. Only high-level secretarial talents who work in state-owned enterprises or social institutions and assist leaders in their work in organizations are referred to as secretaries. At the beginning, she naturally submitted her resume to the campus recruitment. With her status as a graduate of a prestigious university and her good looks that were good enough to make her debut, she had no shortage of companies recruiting her. But when she first joined the company, the boss was very kind to her. But after a while, disgusting thoughts emerged, hinting at what she was going to do, so she simply resigned. But I didn't expect that I would still have to find a secretarial job in the end. But this time she was extremely cautious. After many days of review, Taiyu Group came into her sight. In addition, Xu Xini was the idol of all the women in their Huahai city. So she submitted her resume, and without a doubt, she passed all the hurdles and reached the final stage, but she did not expect that the interviewer was someone she knew. My university major matched secretary, so I came here. I don't want to be a host anymore. Yen Qing explained. Gu Chen nodded after hearing this. After that, the two of them stopped talking and went straight into the normal interview process. Xu Xini naturally targeted Yen Chang and asked many pointed questions sharply. However, Yen Chang himself was quite capable, and he answered all the questions in an orderly and calm manner. Even Xu Xini, who likes to find fault, thinks Yen Chang is a rare talent. The balance in her heart naturally tilted towards her, but she was very hesitant in her heart whether she should invite this love rival in and spend time with him day and night. Okay. Today's interview ends here. Thank you all for your cooperation. If anyone is selected, we will call you to inform you. Xu Xini looked at Gu Chen, who nodded, and she ended the interview. The three women quickly stood up to thank him and left. But Yen Chang's face was full of confusion and inexplicable disappointment. She was sensitive in her heart and knew that Gu Chen and her idol had a special relationship, and after knowing that Gu Chen and she knew each other, she developed a sense of hostility. This made her very disappointed. Tell me about it. Mr. Gu, I didn't realize you knew such a pretty girl. After they left, Xu Xini looked at Gu Chen with a half smile. We've met a few times, right? You know Gan Lo, right? Seeing Chusini nod, he continued, I was having dinner with his father at the time, and suddenly she ran in and said someone was trying to force her, so I rescued her. So simple? A hero saving a beauty? Chusini said sourly at this time. What's even more coincidental is that the one who forced her was Gon Lu. At this point, Guchen just laughed. It was such a coincidence that night. Then Guchen told Chusini what happened that night. Chusini smiled and then lost her good impression of Gon Lu. He sympathized with Yin Chang's situation and admired her talent, but she was also very worried. With a woman's sixth sense, she knew that Yin Chang must have a good impression of Guchen. Thinking of this, she felt very hesitant. How is it? Mr. Chu, which secretary do you want to find? Guchen didn't think so much and asked with a smile. Of course I'm going to find Miss Yin Qingyan. Hearing Guchen's words, Chusini's eyes turned and she said with a smile. Guchen had good vision. When he saw Yin Qing's ability, he knew that she was also a good secretary. Coupled with her good looks, it was a definite plus. Naturally, he was moved. Unexpectedly, Chusini robbed Hu. He also understood Chusini's thoughts and concerns, so he was naturally very hesitant, otherwise he, as the chairman, would have just given an order. So for a moment, both of them were worried about something and didn't notice until Su Shishir came in. Chusini saw Su Shishir as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She quickly pulled her aside and told her everything. Su Shishir exclaimed that she had missed a big show, and she was very embarrassed in the end. She naturally supported Chusini to be her sister, and even her aunt agreed. Sister Sini, we can't let her stay with my brother, otherwise I'm afraid my brother will make mistakes. Su Shishir thought for a while and said. Chusini naturally knew this truth. Su Shishir looked at Guchen next to her and continued, Sister Sini, I think you might as well accept her as your secretary. There will be no problem between the two of them under your nose. Besides, she is out in the open, so it is even more impossible for her to have any intersection with my brother. Hearing this, Chusini was stunned. Yes. If it weren't for this time, she wouldn't have known that there was a woman out there who was no worse than her and liked Guchen. If there really was something going on, it would be too late for her by then. After figuring it out, Chusini's eyes gradually regained their former brilliance. She was just worried out of her mind. Chapter 62 What bad intentions could I have? Boss Gu, since you don't have any ideas, then Miss Yen is my secretary. Is there anything wrong with that? Chusini blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Guchen with a pitiful expression. Su Shishir also stared at Guchen, trying to put pressure on him. Guchen sighed and could only agree, okay then. Chusini was relieved, because she was afraid that Guchen would not agree. So Chusini went to handle the affairs. Brother, I think you should confess your feelings to Sister Sini as soon as possible. She is almost like a frightened bird now. Look at her smart mind in the past. Why does she still need me to remind her? It's because she cares about you too much. Su Shishir looked at Guchen and whispered. I know. Guchen nodded. How come I ended up looking like a heartless man? I just wanted to find his secretary. What bad intentions could I have? Guchen was very depressed, but he also felt that what Su Shishir said made sense. He and Chusini both had feelings for each other, but neither of them had broken that last bit of membrane. Finally, he returned to the office and saw the man sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone before he realized what was going on. How could I have forgotten him? He naturally knew about the conflict between Gon Lu and Yin Chang. Lizzie, can I tell you something? What's up, Brother Chen? Gon Lu raised his head and asked in confusion. Guchen smiled bitterly, that girl you wanted to force is about to become an employee of our group. Ah? Gon Lu looked a little embarrassed when he heard that. Don't worry, you won't see her often. She is now Mr. Chu's secretary. Guchen comforted. Unexpectedly, Gon Lu looked at Guchen for a few seconds and then showed a playful smile. He naturally knew the relationship between Guchen and Chusini, and Yin Chang was not bad either. He looked like he was enjoying the show, which caused Guchen to punch him a few times. How could he explain that he and Yin Chang had no relationship so that everyone would believe him? In the next few days, apart from signing work documents, Guchen basically did not come to Taiyu and stayed remotely. Since no one believes it, he will try to avoid it. On this day, Guchen was in the remote group office again. Suddenly his phone rang. Hello? Mr. Chu, what's wrong? Something happened. Shu Sini stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, her pretty face showing a hint of worry. What's wrong? Gu Chen was stunned. Haven't we negotiated a cooperation agreement with an international supplier before? They had already prepared the raw materials and were waiting for us to ship them, but how could the previous transportation company transport so much? So I quickly contacted several other transportation companies, and they all clearly rejected us. Shu Sini spoke incoherently. She had been in charge of this matter all along. Now that such a big thing had happened, she panicked instantly when she found no way to solve it. Oh? Haven't you already negotiated with a few of them? Gu Chen asked with a frown. Perhaps after hearing Gu Chen's voice, Shu Sini's nervous expression eased. Not bad. But they all said that something happened suddenly, either the crew asked for leave, or the cargo ship was under maintenance. Looks like someone is secretly messing with me? Gu Chen understood after hearing this. Yes. There are shadows of the Bai group and the Zhou group. Hearing this, news about the two families appeared in Gu Chen's mind. The Bai group and the Zhou group are both well-known companies in the manufacturing industry. Taiyu Group was originally just a material supplier and had a cooperative relationship with them. But this year, Taiyu officially entered the manufacturing industry and formed a competitive relationship with them. In addition, the market has already formed a stable situation. Once Taiyu arrives, it will impact their industry and seize their market share. How can they tolerate this? But they were holding someone's weak spot, so they dared not act openly and could only do it secretly. The most urgent task now is to find a cargo ship to transport the cargo materials back. Shu Sini didn't hear Gu Chen's words and continued to speak anxiously. Although she knew that Gu Chen had a transportation group, it only had land transportation and no sea transportation. Don't worry. Gu Chen then said with a smile. After that, Gu Chen comforted her for a long time before hanging up the phone. Humph. You're really looking for death. Gu Chen's face was gloomy. Manager please come to my office. He said this on the phone on the desk and then said no more. A few minutes later, Manager was already standing in front of Gu Chen. Is the cargo ship I bought some time ago ready to go out to sea? Yes. Sure. Upon hearing this, Manager nodded in confirmation. Gu Chen was relieved. Okay. You go to Taiyu later and contact President Chu, she will explain it to you. Yes. I'll be there right away. Manager didn't dare to hesitate and rushed to Taiyu without stopping. The president's office of Taiyu Group is next to the chairman's office. At this time, Shu Sini still looked very worried, although Gu Chen said he had a way. Next to her, there was also a desk, which was the desk of the secretary who had been recruited before. Yan Sheng had given up hope, but not long after she returned, she received a call from Taiyu Group's Human Resources Department, telling her that she could start working. This surprised her for a moment, but she hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Unexpectedly, it was Shu Sini's secretary. She had known for some time that Gu Chen was the chairman of Taiyu. He was shocked but also took it for granted. However, she soon devoted all her energy to her work, and Shu Sini did the same, so their work efficiency increased several times. We did develop a bit of tacit understanding. Yan Sheng admires his idol very much, and Shu Sini is also very satisfied with Yan Sheng. However, a phone call she received that morning had left her stunned for a moment. After learning the whole story, she couldn't help but worry. I looked at Shu Sini and really didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, a call from the front desk came directly to her. Hello? Hello? Assistant Yan, it's like this. The general manager of Yuancheng Group said he wants to meet with President Chu. I wonder if President Chu has time. The voice from the front desk rang out. Have. Yan Sheng hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Originally Yan Sheng's position was secretary, but Shu Sini felt that it was a waste of her talent, so she changed it to assistant. Mr. Chu, the general manager of Yuancheng Group wants to see you for something important and will be there soon. Yan Sheng reminded in a soft voice. Sure enough, Shu Sini recovered quickly and waited for the other party to arrive. Manager I wonder why you are here this time. Mr. Chu, I was sent by Mr. Gu. He said you need my help. Manager didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Forehead? Shu Sini was stunned. He did need the help of the transportation group, but he only needed sea transportation. Does manager have a cargo ship? Shu Sini thought for a moment and asked. She believed that Gu Chen would know it. Have. After hearing what manager he said, Shu Sini instantly rose from the bottom of the valley to the top of the mountain. Shu Sini, who had regained her spirits, immediately negotiated cooperation with manager he. I remember there were no cargo ships before the long-distance ones? After signing the contract, Shu Sini asked curiously. That's right, Mr. Chu, but you also said it was before. Manager he also replied with a smile. Then he told Gu Chen about purchasing the cargo ship. So that's how it is. Shu Sini suddenly realized. No wonder Gu Chen was so calm before. Okay. I'll go back and make the arrangements first. Mr. Chu, please arrange for someone to come over as soon as possible. We can go out to sea soon. Upon seeing this, manager he said goodbye. Good. Shu Sini was very happy at this moment as she had solved the problem. Boss Chu, Mr. Gu, does the chairman have other companies? Yan Shang, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. That's right. Manager his remote group also belongs to Gu Chen. Hearing Chu Sini's words, Yan Xing opened his mouth wide and his face became even more bitter. At this time, it is the office of the chairman of Bai Group. Two radiant middle-aged men sat opposite each other. Looks very excited. Old White, you did a great job of cutting off the source of the trouble. The other person said with a laugh. This time they're going to suffer a huge loss. Lao Bai was very proud when he heard this, as this was the trick he came up with. They suffered heavy losses this time, but it won't happen again in the future. After the two laughed for a while, the other one said worriedly. That's right. The damn Tianhe group is so useless that it can't even protect its suppliers. Old White is also powerless. After all, as the boss of a big company, he has a good vision. This time, Taiyu can only suffer heavy losses, but he is far from being seriously injured. He will be able to react soon. It seems we have to make plans early. Otherwise, once Taiyu finds out, our two families will face a raw material crisis. Another person said worriedly. Lao Bai smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Lao Zhou, I have already contacted the supplier, but the shipping fee is a bit more expensive. It's a bit expensive, alright. Lao Zhou said with a little relief, but what can they probably deliver? About half a month. But our reserves can only last for 3 days. Old Zhou became anxious when he heard this. It's okay. Aren't we still together with Taiyu? They definitely can't take care of us during this period. Lao Bai looked as if he had everything under control. Only these words made Lao Zhou feel relieved. For a moment, the two of them were even happier. The two people are the chairman of Bai Group and Zhou Group. At this time, Lao Bai's cell phone rang. Hello? Oh no. Chairman. Taiyu Group has found Yuancheng Group, and now they have gone out to sea. At this time, an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Hearing this, the smile on Lao Bai's face froze and he asked in disbelief. Chapter 63, The Chip is Born, Gu Chen is excited. There was so much space in the office that you could see a pin drop. The two of them were silent for a long time. What should Old White do now? Finally, Lao Zhou couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lao Bai also laughed bitterly. How would I know that this remote group actually has cargo ships? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Then Taiyu Group shouldn't know that we were the ones behind this, right? Old Zhou looked pale and said bitterly. Lao Bai shook his head and said he didn't know either. For a moment, both of them could see panic in each other's eyes. In the meeting room of Taiyu Group, Gu Chen directly convened a high-level meeting. Gu Chen sat in the first seat without any doubt. Everyone, I believe everyone has heard about what happened yesterday? After taking a look around, he asked everyone in a deep voice. For a while, all the executives were whispering to each other, and they all knew that someone had dealt with the group yesterday. After checking, we found out that it was the Bai Group and Zhou Group that were dissatisfied with our Taiyu entering the manufacturing field. Shu Sini, who was the first on the left, spoke slowly at this time. Zhang Dongxiang, the general manager on the right, also said, yes, we must go back and let them know that we, Taiyu, cannot be bullied. Then other senior executives also spoke. After careful discussion, everyone decided to cancel the cooperation with Bai Group and Zhou Group, and to do everything possible to prevent raw materials from entering Huahai. While the executives were discussing the detailed plan, Yan Xing couldn't help but secretly look at Gu Chen, who was talking eloquently, with a strange look in his eyes. As the assistant to the group president, she could naturally attend the meeting. This was the first time she had seen Gu Chen after the interview. She didn't expect that Gu Chen at work was so charming. After the meeting, the group's operating machines started to move at once, and various orders targeting the two major groups were passed down one after another. The most direct consequence is that the two companies will not receive any raw materials. At the beginning, the two companies could still survive by relying on their existing stock. But as time went by, and Gu Chen had asked Gan Lo to place a large number of orders with both companies from the beginning. So the two groups' board of directors held 3 or 4 meetings a day. They are losing money every day. There is no material, workers are off work, machines are out of production, and the losses are huge every day, but they have no solution. Everyone, hold on for another week, and the raw materials will come in. At the Bai Group's board meeting, Old Bai said comfortingly with a tired look on his face. He is under the greatest pressure these days. At the same time, I feel very regretful in my heart. Chairman Bai, don't forget that our group has received many orders, and these must be completed on time. Otherwise, you will have to pay the huge compensation, and our group's reputation will be ruined. Who will bear this responsibility? One of the middle-aged men, who was about his age, questioned. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several shareholders on the board of directors suddenly changed, and they all looked at Chairman Bai. Lao Bai's face also changed, he forgot the consequence. Humph. I remember that it was Chairman Bai who provoked Taiyu Group first. Now they are fighting back. Chairman Bai, please give us shareholders an explanation? The middle-aged man continued to press the issue without giving in. He sneered in his heart at this moment, and waited to see how Lao Bai would deal with it. He is the second largest shareholder of the group and had failed in his previous bid for the chairmanship, so this incident gave him a glimmer of opportunity. It's his own fault. Now the other directors probably don't believe him anymore. This is an opportunity for him. As long as we hold on for a few more days, we won't be threatened by Taiyu. I believe that if we work overtime in the next few days, we should have no problem with the order. Lao Bai explained with a pale face. He had indeed forgotten this question before. Humph. Our group has always been known for its quality and punctuality. If we lose all of these because of a few orders, our group will suffer a huge loss. The chairman must be aware of this, right? The middle-aged man retorted. The other directors also nodded repeatedly. Since the incident has happened, we must naturally solve it from the source. I believe that as long as we give Taiyu an explanation, the problem will naturally be solved. The middle-aged man struck while the iron was hot. Several shareholders thought it made sense. They didn't care about face, as long as they could make money, it was no problem for them. Old Bai's face was gloomy. He also felt the middle-aged man's ill intentions. When he was about to say something, several shareholders nodded. Yes, what Mr. Ho said makes sense, so we will now vote to reconcile with Taiyu Group and revoke Bai Yuan's position as chairman, and replace him with Ho Mingho. One of the older men stood up and spoke without paying attention to Chairman Bai's expression. Second. It was passed unanimously at once, and the middle-aged man looked at Chairman Dian Bai with great pride. In Gu Chen's office, Mr. Jiang reported to Gu Chen. So, the Bai Group wants to reconcile with us now? After listening, Gu Chen asked in surprise. President Jiang nodded, that's right. Their board of directors has removed the chairman who was dealing with us. Gu Chen tapped the table with his fingers without saying a word, and President Jiang also looked at Gu Chen without saying anything. This matter cannot be resolved by simply changing the chairman. Tell them that the price of raw materials will increase by 10% in the future. Gu Chen thought about it, looked at Mr. Jiang and gave the order. Yes. President Jiang agreed immediately and went downstairs to talk to the other party. The next 2 weeks passed in a dull manner. Gu Chen's several major companies are developing in an orderly manner, especially Taiyu Group, which is developing rapidly. It is nationwide and has established branches in major provincial capitals. According to the channels left by Yuancheng Group, the two helped each other and made Taiyu Group famous in one fell swoop. It's November now and the weather has turned cooler. On this day, Gu Chen came to the company early and held a meeting. Suddenly I received a call from Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin? Gu Chen was quite curious at first sight. Ever since he transferred 10 billion to him last time, he hadn't contacted him again. Boss Gu, we figured it out. There was an enthusiastic and excited voice on the other end of the phone. What? Hearing this, Gu Chen stood up directly. This scene attracted several executives nearby, all of whom were curious about what their boss had heard that made him so shocked. Boss Gu, chips. We have finally developed the chips. Director Lin's hoarse voice came again. Okay. I'll be there right away. Gu Chen suppressed the doubts and excitement in his heart and said into the phone. He hung up the phone, and only then did Gu Chen realize that he was still in a meeting. Everyone, this meeting will be chaired by President Chu. I have something to take care of. After saying that, he nodded to Chu Sini and quickly left the meeting room. Let's go, fun. Let's go to the research lab. He said something to Gonlo outside and walked towards the parking lot. The two of them finally rushed to the laboratory. After walking in, I saw that everyone had very happy faces. Hello, Mr. Gu. The researchers shouted excitedly after seeing Gu Chen. Okay. Thank you all for your hard work. Gu Chen also looked happy. Then we found Director Lin, who was organizing the information. Director Lin. Gu Chen shouted. Director Lin quickly stood up and was also very excited. Boss Gu, thank you for fulfilling your mission. We have figured it out. Congratulations to Director Lin for becoming world famous. Gu Chen congratulated. He knew that these researchers cared nothing about other things but reputation. Like the scholars in ancient times, they all hoped to be famous through the ages. Then Gu Chen asked out of his inner curiosity why he had figured it out now when he had found nothing before. You have to know that the mutated Taba was said to be released in a month, and now it has been at most half a month. I really appreciate Mr. Gu's full support, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to come up with this research so quickly. Director Lin looked at Gu Chen and was very grateful. Then the two of them talked a lot and came to the hall. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Go and have a night's rest. I will celebrate your success tomorrow. Gu Chen looked at everyone and said cheerfully. Great. Everyone was excited when they heard this. They really hadn't had a good rest in the past 6 months, and now they can finally rest. Just in case, Gu Chen took Director Lin to register a patent for the research results. On the way, Gonlu was so shocked that he was dazed. He never expected that the project had been developed in less than a month in Gu Chen's hands. This was truly a fortune dropped from the sky. He naturally understood that once this news spread, it would really shock the whole world. He knew that China did not have its own chips. Once the news gets out, it is estimated that Gu Chen may be given special attention by the country, and then Gu Chen will really become famous. However, he also felt sorry for ZTE Group. If they had held on for another month, this achievement would probably have been theirs. What a pity. All I can say is that Gu Chen's luck is really terrifying, and Gonlu admires his vision very much. At that time, he didn't understand why Gu Chen took over the laboratory so quickly, but now he really understood. He is now looking forward to whether ZTE Corporation will vomit blood after knowing this news. Director Lin, rest assured that we will hold a press conference in 3 days. You will become famous instantly. This is a groundbreaking technology. In the car, Gu Chen said to Director Lin. I saw that we don't have our own chips in China, and foreign chip companies have monopolized us many times, so I have always vowed to research our own chips and break the foreign monopoly. Director Lin's eyes were determined when he heard this, but the smile on his face never stopped. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and couldn't help but admire Director Lin. He was deeply moved by his patriotism. Then Gu Chen sent Director Lin to his home and left. Chapter 64 Celebration Banquet, Reporter Fan Yushi. The next day, Huatian Hotel closed for 3 days. Gu Chen directly invited those researchers here, including their families, for a 3-day crazy journey. Let's raise a glass together to celebrate the successful development of our own chips. Gu Chen spoke first. After drinking a glass of wine, Gu Chen looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said proudly, regarding everyone's bonus this time, I promise that everyone will not be less than 10 million. Maybe Director Lin doesn't care. But the team that follows him naturally cares a lot about it. Hearing Gu Chen say what they were most looking forward to, they were instantly excited. 10 million. I didn't expect the new boss to be so generous. Although the chip was developed by them. But without Gu Chen's support, how could they have researched it on their own? So he was very excited about Gu Chen's 10 million bonus. Even Director Lin had a faint smile on his face, and he was very moved by Gu Chen's willingness to give. You have to know that their team has 60 or 70 people, and the total bonus is several hundred million. Gu Chen is spending a fortune to buy people's hearts. Once the news gets out, there will probably be a lot of people trying to poach the researchers, and those scientific researchers who participated in the project will become popular. Although it is impossible to leak the technology, Director Lin cannot do the subsequent research alone. In addition, it is no exaggeration to say that this technology can enable it to leap into the top 10 of the electronics group, which is not comparable to just a few hundred million. Maybe everyone was just too pent up, so everyone had a crazy time at the celebration party, as if they wanted to release all the stress from the past 6 months. Manager Lu, who was watching from the side, was extremely curious. Boss Gu and the others are. Seeing Gu Chen on the side, he couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about them. They have been suppressed for too long. Just relax. By the way, the day after tomorrow, please help me invite all the reporters from Huahai City to the hotel. I want to hold a press conference. Gu Chen seemed to remember something and said to Manager Lu next to him. Mr. Gu, can you tell us some information? Manager Lu was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, just promise that you won't let them down. He knew that with the reputation of the Huatian Hotel, as long as the news was sent out, many reporters would naturally come to show their respect. Yes. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Manager Lu could only agree. At the same time, she was also aroused by Gu Chen's curiosity. She heard Gu Chen talking before, and it was probably about some project. Huahai TV station, in the office of an editor-in-chief. Xiao Fan, the spotlight has been stolen by other news outlets recently. You must seize the opportunity and quickly cover some hot news. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing for the station. A middle-aged, plump man with white hair looked at the woman standing in front of him earnestly and spoke. Editor-in-chief, you know that their funding is several times ours. They will know about hot news before us. The woman said aggrievedly after hearing this. Yes, I know your job is not easy, but you have to pay attention. An ace position has been vacated in the station recently. As long as there is a big news in the future, I can help you get it. The editor nodded after hearing this and seduced the woman. Sure enough, after hearing this, the woman's face showed an excited look. Don't worry, I'll ask the finance department to increase your funding. How do you think? Seeing that the woman was moved, the editor suggested one more thing, which made the woman agree directly. Okay. Editor-in-chief, don't worry, I will definitely find some big news next. The woman promised firmly after hearing this. Then, under the expectant gaze of the editor-in-chief, he left the office and returned to his desk. Her name is Fan Yushi. She is a reporter for the Huahai channel. She has been working there for 4 or 5 years and is still an ordinary reporter. She was transferred to a frontline position a few months ago, but due to limited funding, she is always the last to know about every hot news. So the station couldn't afford to lose face, so the editor-in-chief who was in charge of him gave her a warning. At this moment, her cell phone rang and she raised her head from the table. I found out that it was a phone number with the note Manager Lu. Pick up the phone quickly. She couldn't afford to offend Manager Lu. This was the phone number she had to beg and plead for when she went to Huatian Hotel for an interview. After all, in the journalist industry, one has to have extensive network resources to be popular. Hey, Manager Lu, why did you feel like calling me today? Is there something important? The call was connected instantly, and Fan Yushi said with a smile. Is Mr. Fan's nose so sharp? Manager Lu was stunned, then joked. Hearing this, Fan Yushi instantly perked up. She heard from the tone that this was really a big deal. Manager Lu, do you really have some big news? Great. My boss will hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Fan is interested? Manager Lu said with a smile. Fan Yushi was stunned when she heard this. She thought something big happened. It turned out that the owner of Huatian Hotel was going to hold a press conference. Just as I was about to refuse, I suddenly thought, what if I can get an exclusive interview with the owner of Huatian Hotel? Wouldn't that be big news? Thinking of this, she nodded happily and said, of course I'm interested, but I wonder if Manager Lu can recommend someone for me so that I can meet your boss? Manager Lu was in a better mood when he heard the other party agreed, no problem. Then the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. Manager Lu contacted several other large TV stations, and they all planned to send people over. Naturally, other small reporters don't need her to contact them. Time passed quickly and it was the third day. Since Gu Chen attached great importance to it, Manager Lu directly prepared a large conference room and everything inside was arranged. Time slowly came to 8 o'clock, and at this time most of the journalists in Huahai had sent people over. The conference room was packed with all kinds of cameras and it was extremely lively. Among them, Fan Yushi was prominently listed. She looked at the reporters next to her and found that none of her former competitors were there, and only some newcomers were sent. She didn't care. After all, it wasn't big news. If she hadn't come to see if there was a chance to get an exclusive interview, she wouldn't have come. At this moment, her cell phone rang. She looked and saw that it was her immediate superior, the editor-in-chief. "Hello? Fan Yushi, what are you doing? Where are you?" As soon as she answered the phone, she heard an angry voice, which puzzled her. "I'm out here at a press conference," she said, but she answered truthfully. "What press conference? What are you doing? Do you know that today is a new song release conference for a certain star? If you are not interviewing there, where are you interviewing?" The editor-in-chief's roaring voice suddenly rang out. "What?" Fan Yushi was stunned. She had not received this message, otherwise she would not have come here. "You won't tell me you don't know?" the editor-in-chief said coldly. Fan Yushi remained silent. "Okay, I'll send someone else to do this." The editor then said something and hung up the phone. Fan Yushi smiled bitterly without saying anything. It seemed that she was really unlucky. "Sister Fan, how about we rush over now?" Her partner behind her, a man carrying a machine, asked in a low voice. At this time, Gu Chen and others also began to enter the venue, instantly attracting her attention. "Forget it. Since we're here, let's finish the interview first," Fan Yushi said, shaking her head. "First of all, welcome everyone to my press conference." Gu Chen looked at the reporters below without any stage fright and greeted them with a smile. For a moment, the sounds of various flashes and cameras taking pictures were heard continuously. "Believe me, today's press conference will definitely satisfy you all." Hearing this, Fan Yushi instantly became interested. "This is my first time appearing in front of the public. I guess no one knows me, so let me introduce myself first." Gu Chen had a smile on his face, and he was naturally wearing formal clothes for this occasion. Hearing that this was Gu Chen's first appearance, all the reporters were very curious about Gu Chen's identity. "My name is Gu Chen, and I'm the owner of this hotel. But my topic today is not this hotel." As Gu Chen finished speaking, a whisper suddenly broke out from below. "After all, he is so young and is already the owner of a 5-star hotel. This news can be considered quite popular. The man next to me, Lin Yang, probably isn't known to anyone, but after today, he will be world famous." Hearing Gu Chen's big talk, Director Lin couldn't help blushing. The reporters below became even more curious. Lin Yang, a famous scientist in our country and a nominee for last year's Nobel Prize. As Gu Chen introduced, the reporters below pressed the shutter buttons more enthusiastically. Fan Yushi was also excited. This was big news. What I said before is just an appetizer. Next is the main point of the press conference I'm going to hold. Everyone, don't be distracted, okay? Gu Chen still said with a smile. The reporters below laughed and thought Mr. Gu was very interesting. After 6 months of research and experimentation, Director Lin successfully developed a new generation of chips, breaking the monopoly of imported chips in my country. The performance of this chip is 1,000 times that of foreign chips. I can proudly say that in the future, my country will no longer need to import chips. This is an epoch-making change, and it is also a day worth remembering. Today's honor belongs to Director Lin. Gu Chen said it in one breath. The first one applauded, and then warm applause broke out from below. The reporters below seemed to have heard a myth. They were all in disbelief and their faces turned red. What did they hear? Chapter 65. The whole network is boiling. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot, and only Fan Yushi reacted first. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, that is, I am going to get rich. "Excuse me, Mr. Gu, Director Lin, are what you said true?" she asked first. "Of course. This is the purpose of my holding the press conference today," Gu Chen replied with a smile. At this time, Fan Yushi's question instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and they asked questions one after another, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. If this was news that shocked the world, how could they miss this question? At the same time, they were extremely excited. They wanted to thank their predecessors for not wanting to come, so it was their turn. So Gu Chen answered many questions and ended the press conference. All the reporters rushed outside at once. They wanted to publish the news as soon as possible, which would instantly make them famous. The same goes for Fan Yushi. She had long forgotten about asking Gu Chen any questions. Is there anything more important now than editing the interviews you have and releasing them into news? Director Lin, you may receive a lot of attention after today. Gu Chen looked at Director Lin and joked. Boss Gu, the same goes for you. After today, you will enter the world of the big guys. The two of them burst into laughter when they heard this and praised each other. Editor-in-Chief, I have a huge piece of news. After Fan Yushi returned to the station, she quickly edited the film, then took the finished film to the editor-in-chief's office. Xiao Fan. How long have you been here? Why are you so impatient? The editor-in-chief glanced at Fan Yushi indifferently and criticized her. Editor-in-chief, please take a look. This is the interview I went to today. This will be a news that will shock the world. Fan Yushi then handed the manuscript to the editor-in-chief and explained. The editor-in-chief glanced at it calmly at first, then his face changed drastically and he stood up from his chair in shock. Seeing the editor-in-chief lose his composure, Fan Yushi felt very relieved. This, Xiao Fan, is this true? The editor-in-chief asked quickly. Fan Yushi was very sure when she heard this, it's true. I even looked up Director Lin. He was the Nobel Prize nominee who caused a sensation last year. Okay. Quick, send it out. This is news that will shock the world. You have done a great job this time. Xiao Fan, you did a great job this time. The editor-in-chief praised with a smile on his face. Yes. Fan Yushi nodded and went to announce it. She knew the impact of this news. In the outside world, all of Huahai's channel websites had a pinned news item at the top of their head. Congratulations to our scientist Lin Yang for overcoming the chip challenge and resolving the problem of my country having no more chips. A peerless talent. It's him. He actually developed a groundbreaking chip. Congratulations to our country for breaking the foreign chip blockade and finally having our own chips. The titles are all very catchy, but the content is all pretty much the same. It instantly attracted many netizens. What the hell? Is this true? Awesome. Boss, you're awesome. A true peerless warrior. Many netizens were also shocked, followed by a stream of praise. Soon, all major electronics groups were shocked and held important meetings. This is a game changer. ZTE Group naturally also knew the news, and a high-level meeting was held at this time. There was silence, and everyone had different expressions. As Director Lin's former boss, he naturally did not hide the fact that he had indeed developed the chip. Tell me. What do you want to say? At this time, the chairman of ZTE Group was very depressed. Chairman, I told you long ago not to sell it. What happened? The head of one of the departments spoke first. That is. As soon as these words were spoken, several people echoed them. Put. Manager Liu, I didn't see you insist at that time. One of the executives who advocated selling retorted with embarrassment. So for a moment the conference room was like a large quarrel scene. That's enough. Now that it's all sold, there's no point in saying anything more. The chairman's face became even uglier. He left the meeting room directly, his heart was bleeding. It's not like he hadn't thought about getting the chip technology back through some means, but he didn't expect that the young man was so cunning that he actually held a press conference before announcing it, causing many domestic forces that were ready to make moves to stop their efforts. The matter became more and more serious online, with the top 10 hot searches all about chips. Many netizens do not know the impact of this incident on the country, and some scientific leaders have explained it. Chips have always been a weak link in our country, and we can only rely on imports. Now it's good. Our chips have stood up, which is of great significance. Many authoritative officials of the country also forwarded the message and expressed praise for this national treasure. The role of chips is undoubtedly very important, especially in the military, where they are widely used. For a time, the whole network knew about this matter. In general, the Longting Group founded by Gu Chenxian became famous instantly. Gu Chen's phone was also bombarded with calls. Mr. Zhang, that's right. Okay. We'll have a chance to cooperate in the future. This happened even though Gu Chen had just hung up a phone call. Before he put it down, the phone rang again, giving him a headache. These bosses were really powerful. He had no idea where they got his phone number. Hello? Who is this? Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, I am. Gu Chen admitted it directly. Hello, I'm from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? He didn't expect that this great god would look for him. It's like this. We have also paid attention to Mr. Gu's press conference and would like to invite Mr. Gu and Director Lin to meet. Just get straight to the point there. Gu Chen had long known that he would have dealings with the country, but he had not expected it to happen so soon. He thought about it and agreed, okay, what is this person's name? Okay. My name is Deng Xianming. A happy voice came from the other end. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Gu Chen smiled bitterly and told Director Lin about it. He didn't expect that the other party knew him. Back in the office, Gu Chen thought about the future development direction. There is no doubt that now that we have chip technology, we will naturally have the door to the electronic products industry. I believe that no electronic product company will reject itself. But now he has to recruit people, but unfortunately he hasn't drawn a single company related to electronic products in these days. Lizzie, do you know of any electronics factories that want to be sold? Gu Chen looked at Ganlu and asked. Ganlu heard this and knew what Gu Chen was planning at once. He thought about it and shook his head. Brother Chen, my family has not been involved in this industry, so I don't know. Hearing this, Gu Chen was very disappointed. It seemed that he had to find a way himself. Don't worry, Brother Chen will tell you if I have any news. Ganlu thought for a moment and said to Gu Chen. Good. Then Gu Chen saw that there was another call coming, so he turned off his phone. He never thought that one day he would have the troubles of a star. In the evening, return home. As expected, Chu Sini also followed. Gu Chen, when did you have another research laboratory under you? As soon as Chu Sini came in, she stared at Gu Chen. I know. Su Shishir, who was standing by, spoke first after hearing this. Apparently, she had seen the news, too. Just half a month ago, my brother asked me about ZTE Group. Seeing everyone looking at her, she smiled and told them everything she knew. That's right. When I heard about the project from Ganlu, I had a plan. Gu Chen could only use Ganlu as an excuse. After all, he had no connection with this industry before, so he had to be careful. So you want to go into electronics? Chu Sini nodded after hearing this, and saw through Gu Chen's plan. That's right. But I don't have an electronics factory right now? Don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. Chu Sini explained spontaneously without being asked. Brother, you are very famous on the internet now. Everyone is praising your handsomeness. If you debut, you will probably be very famous. Su Shishir teased Gu Chen with a smile. That's right. Gu Chen was unceremoniously polite. Chu Sini couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Chen. After chatting for a few minutes, they went their separate ways. The next day, the sky cleared up and we had a day off on Sunday. Gu Chen planned to go out for a walk. Driving his own supercar, Ganlu has been driving for some time. He hasn't touched the steering wheel for a long time. I drove on the outer ring for half an hour and had a great time. It's almost noon and I'm going to a restaurant for lunch. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure. Teacher Qin? To Gu Chen's great surprise, he actually ran into Qin Xianxian, his neighbor whom he met when he returned to his hometown. When the woman heard this, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Mr. Gu? What a coincidence. When did you come back? He heard from his mother that she was from Huahai. I was transferred back a few days ago. Qin Xianxian explained with a smile. Xianxian, who is he? Seeing Gu Chen and Qin Xianxian talking, the man next to them frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Ha! Only then did Gu Chen realize that there was another person on the opposite side. What does it matter to you who he is? And please call me by my name. Qin Xianxian looked disgusted when she heard that. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Gu Chen shrugged and sat at the table next to them. When the man opposite heard Qin Xuanxuan's words, his face instantly darkened and he glared at Gu Chen fiercely, but Gu Chen ignored him. Xianxian, don't worry, I will definitely help your uncle's factory. Seeing that Guchen did not sit down, he hummed and then smiled brightly at Qin Xianxian again. Well, thank you very much. Qin Xianxian frowned when she heard this, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. No need. After all, our two families are old friends. I will help you just for your sake. The man was not affected at all, but became even more enthusiastic. Guchen laughed a lot when he saw this. He is such an affectionate person. Chapter 66. Who do you think you are? After that, Guchen didn't pay any more attention to it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But he saw that it was the bootlicker who was talking the whole time. After eating for a while, Guchen suddenly saw a figure in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Qin Xianxian. Mr. Gu, I'm leaving now. Enjoy your meal. Qin Xianxian smiled, said hello, and then left. Okay, goodbye. Guchen nodded. Then he continued to finish the food in his hand, but perhaps he was not suitable to be a foodie today. Boy, I'm warning you. Stay away from Xianxian from now on. The dog-licking man came to Guchen and warned him with gritted teeth. Guchen didn't even raise his head, and said calmly, only the most useless people will get angry out of shame. Sure enough, after hearing Guchen's words, the dog-licking man instantly became angry and put his hands on the dining table. What did you say? Only then did Guchen slowly look up at the man. I say, who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? At this time, the dog-licking man's face turned the color of liver, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He raised his arm and swung his fist to hit Guchen. However, how could Guchen's physical fitness like a soldier king be compared to this kind of waste? He took immediate action, grabbed the outstretched hand, twisted it with force, and heard a sound like slaughtering a pig. Ah! The dog-licking man's gloomy face turned pale in an instant. Waste! Guchen shook his head in disdain and pushed him to the ground. Okay. Just wait for me, kid. The dog-licking man stared at Guchen viciously, but he didn't dare to attack him again, so he could only threaten him. He took out his cell phone and started calling someone. Hello, brother Hu, I'm Huang Yun. Yes, I've encountered some problems here, yes. More people, right here on North Street. Then the dog-licking man sneered, boy, you have the guts to wait for me. Guchen was stunned when he heard this and called him an idiot. He never thought that one day he would actually meet such a piece of trash. What did you say? Seeing the man trying to come over again, Guchen glared at him fiercely, scaring him so much that he took several steps back. Seeing that Guchen did not leave, the dog-licking man was extremely angry. He wanted to wait for the people to come down and then teach Guchen a lesson. Until Guchen finished eating, the person the other party called had not arrived yet. I say, where is the person you called? If he doesn't come, I'm leaving. After eating and drinking, Guchen saw the dog-licking man sitting in his previous position and said lazily, Humph. As expected, the man snorted coldly when he saw Guchen was about to leave. He was also extremely nervous inside. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Afterwards, Guchen was too lazy to play with this kind of person, so he wanted to pay the bill and leave. You can't leave. Seeing Guchen was about to leave, the dog-licking man quickly stopped Guchen. After coming out, Guchen saw that the man was still following him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He drove away in the sports car in the shocked eyes of the dog-licking man. He was very clear about this kind of spoiled rich second generation. The dog licker didn't expect that the person he threatened was actually driving a supercar, and he was stunned. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that Guchen is not simple. How can he afford to offend someone who drives a car that even he can't afford? He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the person he called hadn't arrived, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself again. At the same time, I felt extremely melancholy. What should I do if he wants to pursue Xianxian? Thinking of this, his heart became sinister again. You can't get what I can't get. He took out his cell phone and showed that he had called Brother Hu and told him that he didn't need to come. Then he called a man with the note Long Xiao. Hello? Young Master Long, it's me, Huang Yun. I have a very pretty girl here. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. What, let's chat in the evening? Okay, I will definitely be there. Huang Yun's flattering tone disappeared as the phone beeped. Humph. Qin Xianxian, since I can't get you, I will destroy you. Looking at the direction where Guchen left, the dog-licking man said viciously. Guchen had no idea what was happening, and he didn't take this little episode to heart at all. At this time, he was driving a sports car and received a call from Gonlu. "Hey, Brother Chen, where are you?" "Drive. Do you have anything to do tonight? Let's go out and have some fun tonight." The voice that Gonlu was expecting came out. Hearing this, Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Where are we going to play?" "Hey, bar." Gonlu suddenly smiled. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. "Okay, pick me up in the evening." "No problem." Gonlu was instantly excited when he heard it and quickly assured him. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. He drove towards home and stayed at home without moving the whole afternoon. It was not until the evening when Gonlu came to pick him up that he changed into casual clothes and went out. "Mom, I have something to do tonight, so I may not be back." He said something to Gu's mother, who was watching TV in the living room, then turned and left. The colorful neon lights of the city at night illuminate the land eroded by darkness. The streets are busy with cars and people. At the crossroads, inside a flamboyant and handsome sports car. "Brother Chen, this time I called all my good friends and I hear most of their families are from all walks of life, so maybe they can find what you need. And they are curious about you." In the car, Gonlu and Gu Chen explained. Gu Chen looked at the traffic light in front of him, heard the words, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the fun." "It's okay. It's a good opportunity for me to have some fun. I haven't been there for a long time. If I hadn't used you as an excuse this time, the old man wouldn't have let me go out and fool around." Gonlu smiled, quite proud. Gu Chen shook his head and said nothing. "Oh, right. My dad praised you highly this time and asked when you are free. He wanted to have a meal with you." The light turned green, Gonlu released the clutch, switched cars, and started directly. On the way, he asked without looking back. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, I have time." "Then tomorrow night." "Not tomorrow night." "Eh?" Upon hearing this, Gonlu's eyes darkened. Gu Chen didn't expect that the other party would directly mention the only time when he didn't have time, and said embarrassedly, "I have a distinguished guest to meet tomorrow." "Then let's do it the day after tomorrow night." Gonlu didn't hesitate and changed the time. "Okay." This time, Gu Chen agreed without even thinking about it. Then the car fell into silence again, but fortunately we arrived not long after. Gu Chen looked over and saw that the bar covered a large area and the decoration outside was also very luxurious. "This is the largest bar in Huahai. I heard that the boss behind it is very powerful, but we have never seen him." Seeing Gu Chen stop moving, Gonlu, who had parked the car, came to his side to explain. Gu Chen looked around and saw all kinds of sports cars and luxury cars everywhere. It was really a gathering place for rich people. "Huh? No way, even a playboy like you doesn't know the owner of this bar?" Gu Chen was slightly surprised after hearing Gonlu's words. "Brother Chen, our group is not the top circle of rich second generations in Huahai City," Gonlu said with a wry smile. This was the first time that Gu Chen heard Gonlu say this. He immediately became interested, but he was not in a hurry to go in. "Oh? Then what level are you at? How do you divide the circles?" "I'm at the second level at best. The rules of each circle are different. The only difference is the influence of the family business. I don't know much about the circles above. After all, I rarely come into contact with them. But in my circle, you can't get in without a family worth hundreds of billions, and it's mainly based on industry," Gonlu explained honestly. "Oh? Then can I enter the first step?" Gu Chen said jokingly after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Gonlu nodded and shook his head. "Brother Chen, based on wealth, you can squeeze into the first tier, but it's not just about having money that will get you in. It also depends on influence and status." "Is that so?" Gu Chen suddenly realized. "Isn't it just the difference between aristocrats and nouveau riche?" Then Gu Chen didn't care and followed Gonlu in. When you first enter, there is a long, dark corridor, followed by a large door, and you can faintly hear the sound of a lively DJ. Pushing open the door, Gu Chen vaguely saw that this was a huge dance hall, with an exciting DJ, a dark scene, and a lively atmosphere. All of a sudden, Gu Chen's blood began to beat faster. Then he felt Gonlu pat him on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. Then he realized that he was to follow him. Gu Chen understood and nodded, then walked through the crowd at the bar and went up to the box on the second floor. "It's not as noisy here as down there and it's more comfortable," but you can see the best results. When I walked in, I saw about 7 or 8 young men of similar age, all of them were unruly and dissolute. Lizzie? Is it really you? We all thought you had turned over a new leaf? Seeing Gonlu, several people started to joke. Ha, that's right. Although I've changed my ways, it's still okay to do it once in a while. Gonlu said with a smile. Gu Chen looked around, and except for Du Liang, whom he had met once before, he didn't recognize the others. He saw Du Liang smiling and nodding at him, so he nodded back. By the way, let me introduce you to my eldest brother, Gu Chen. Then he pointed at Gu Chen and introduced him. At this time, everyone looked at Gu Chen, and they were all extremely curious. Which kind of immortal could make Gonlu submit so directly and acknowledge him as his big brother? No one knows except Du Liang. Hello, Brother Gu. But everyone was also very considerate and shouted in unison. Hello? Gu Chen nodded with a smile. There is no such thing as looking down upon and being slapped in the face as in novels. Nowadays, no one who can become a rich second generation is a fool. Maybe they are arrogant and domineering, but they will never beat people without thinking. Then he called a group of girls over. They all stood in front of each other, and several of them skillfully pulled a girl each and played with their own. Gu Chen was also one of them, but this time she took a look and really couldn't muster up any interest. After all, I see Chu Sini's level of beauty every day. Looking at these now, they are like fluorescent lights and the bright moon. Chapter 67. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. He simply refused with a smile. No one forced them. The other girls who were not chosen had a hint of disappointment in their eyes, and then left sadly. They are the kind of people specially hired by bars to serve drinks, and they all look pretty good. It didn't take long for Gu Chen to get along well with them. What could the rich second generation talk about when they got together? It was nothing more than eating, drinking, and having fun. What Gu Chen heard was also very interesting. He drank too much, so he got up and went to the toilet. As soon as he left, the second generation became interested. Lizzie, where does this brother Chen come from? One of them asked. That brother Chen. He is really capable. Du Liang said at this time. Oh? Liangzi, you know him too? Hearing Du Liang's tone, they all looked at him in surprise. Du Liang said, we dealt with each other once. Didn't my family's transportation company go bankrupt last month? He bought all of it. Several rich second generations nodded, and several drinking companions were also very curious about the news about these rich second generations. They pricked up their ears and held their breath. After all, they could use it as a capital for bragging when they went out. You may not be very clear about this, so let me tell you that the recently famous Taiyu group is also his. Seeing that no one reacted, Du Liang continued to reveal. What? The faces of the rich second generations changed instantly. No matter how indifferent they are, they know the name of Taiyu Group. Unexpectedly, this rapidly rising company was the young people who had just been drinking with them. Several hostesses had never heard of the Taiyu Group, but seeing that the financial sponsors they served were so out of control, they secretly memorized the name and would check it out carefully when they returned. Lizzie, it seems you have really found a good brother. The other people congratulated Gonlu one after another. Gonlu waved his hands and pretended to be nonchalant and said, No, by the way, I called you here today for something. Having said this, he became serious. Oh? What do you want to talk to us about? Du Liang asked. He also didn't know that Gu Chen was the boss of the most popular chip company today. After all, different industries are like different worlds. It's not me, it's my eldest brother. He wants to find an electronics factory, preferably one that produces its own electronic products. Gonlu looked at everyone expectantly. When everyone heard this, they thought about it and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have the answer or that they didn't know. Gonlu was very disappointed. On the other side, Gu Chen, who had already come out, walked to the bathroom at the end of the second floor. He walked to the innermost compartment and started to pee. Suddenly, 2 footsteps were heard outside. Don't worry, young Master Long. I've prepared the medicine. I promise I won't let you down. A low voice came over. Gu Chen frowned when he heard this. This was the rhythm of drugging. But why did this voice sound so familiar? That's good. You did a good job this time. I didn't expect there is such a beautiful girl in Huahai, and she's still a virgin? Then Gu Chen heard another person speaking, but he didn't recognize this person. Of course. Young Master Long. If her family's business hadn't gone wrong, she would still be a rich girl. A voice that was familiar to Gu Chen rang out. Okay, I'll definitely benefit from you in the future. Then the two of them said a few more words and left. Gu Chen then came out, looked at the other person's back, and immediately remembered. Dog-licking man. Gu Chen frowned and followed, and found that the other party's box was just to his right. Is the one who was drugged Mr. Qin? Thinking of this, Gu Chen hesitated for a moment. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to meddle in it. After all, since you came to the bar to play, it meant that you were not a good person. However, he had met Qin Xianxian several times and knew that she was not that kind of girl. There is only one reason: her family encountered difficulties, so she was deceived and came here. Combining the previous information, Gu Chen guessed it was almost right. He was not a good man, but he couldn't bear to see a good woman being drugged. At the same time, I felt disgusted with that dog-licking man. After thinking about it, he walked straight up and pushed open the door. The box was similar to his, with only 3 or 4 men inside and the rest were women. Seeing the noise, several people looked over immediately. Gu Chen's pupils shrank. Sure enough, it was Qin Xianxian. And the other party also discovered Gu Chen. It's you! Qin Xianxian and the dog-licking man exclaimed at the same time. Mr. Gu, why are you here? There was an obvious flash of surprise in Qin Xuanxuan's eyes. I was just about to ask, Teacher Qin, why are you here? Gu Chen asked with a smile when he heard it. Your Excellency is. The young man sitting in the middle had a cold look on his face. When he saw Gu Chen and Qin Xianxian talking, his face suddenly darkened. He has already regarded Qin Xianxian as his exclusive concubine. Mr. Long, he is the one I mentioned to you before. The dog-licking man quickly replied after hearing this. At the same time, his face looked unusually excited. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Oh? That's him. Hearing the dog-licking man's words, Long Xiao's face suddenly brightened. He had heard the bootlicker man say that if he helped him deal with someone, he would give him a girl. He was not interested at first, but after seeing Qin Xianxian, he changed his mind instantly. Now that he saw Gu Chen coming to him himself, he was very happy. Teacher Qin, what are you doing here? Gu Chen didn't even look at the two of them. Qin Xianxian blushed when she heard that, not knowing what to say. After all, decent girls wouldn't come here. Then she looked embarrassed. As a good girl, this was her first time here. If she hadn't heard the bootlicker say that there was someone who could help her father, she wouldn't have come here. But she regretted it after she came here. She could clearly feel that the man named Long Xiao looked at her with a look that made her extremely disgusted. But she didn't dare to leave. She was in great pain and was extremely happy to see Gu Chen. Boy, let me ask you, who asked you to come in? Seeing that Gu Chen ignored him, he was completely angry. Gu Chen's face changed when he heard the words, and a powerful aura came over him, which stunned Long Xiao for a moment. You dare to use force on my friend, are you looking for death? Gu Chen said calmly. Ha! I don't understand what you are saying. Also, this is my box, my friend, who asked you to come in. Long Xiao then reacted and found that he was frightened by Gu Chen's eyes, and instantly became angry and embarrassed. Mr. Gu, what did you say? Qin Xianxian also reacted at this time. Teacher Qin, your friend set a trap for you. The drink you drank was drugged. Gu Chen looked at the dog-licking man and spoke calmly. What? Qin Xianxian was stunned when she heard that, and turned to look at the dog-licking man in disbelief. Xianxian, don't listen to him, he is slandering me. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the dog-licking man panicked instantly. He didn't know how Gu Chen knew it, but he could not admit it at this moment. Huang Yun, you beast. Seeing the dog-licking man's expression, Qin Xianxian understood and cursed. She never expected that the two families, who were old friends, would drug her? If Gu Chen hadn't come, wouldn't she be? She couldn't imagine. Xianxian, listen to my explanation, it's not like that. The dog-licking man panicked and wanted to pull Qin Xianxian away, but she dodged him. Seeing that his explanation was useless, he stared at the culprit, Gu Chen, fiercely, wishing he could kill him. How dare you ruin my good deeds? You are really courting death. At this time, young Master Long was also extremely angry and winked at the two bodyguards next to him. The latter reacted and rushed to both sides of Gu Chen. Xin Xuanxuan's face turned pale. She had never seen such a scene before and was stunned for a moment. However, Gu Chen was disdainful. He turned sideways to avoid the bodyguard on the right, then raised his right foot and kicked directly at the bodyguard on the left. Because Gu Chen was moving too fast and had no leverage in the air, the bodyguard on the left flew out directly. Then a grappler also took down the other bodyguard. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Then Gu Chen directly knocked the dog-licking man to the ground. Young Master Long was already terrified. He didn't expect Gu Chen to be so cruel. The other hostesses in the box screamed instantly and even pressed the alarm device in the box. Not long after, the door of the box was opened and 5 or 6 security guards rushed in, led by a man dressed like a manager. Who's causing trouble? After the manager came in, he took a look at the scene first and asked calmly. Manager, it's him. One of the hostesses pointed at Gu Chen. Then he quickly gave a brief account of what had happened. Gu Chen didn't say anything. Okay. You guys go down first. The manager said to the hostesses with a blank expression. Wait. When several hostesses were about to leave, Gu Chen spoke. Shouldn't you give my friend an explanation for this matter? Seeing everyone looking at him, Gu Chen asked indifferently. Forehead? The manager was stunned when he heard this, and then he sneered. Sir, it seems like you have been causing trouble in this matter? In that case, then call the police. Gu Chen didn't waste any words. Hearing this, young Master Long trembled, and the manager's mouth twitched. Sir, there's no need to call the police, said the manager. He didn't expect Gu Chen to be so weird. Gu Chen questioned, why not? My friend was drugged in your bar, which is illegal. Who drugged me? Stop slandering me here. Manager Ma, I don't even know this guy, and he just barged in. Is your bar's security awareness so poor? Young Master Long also became tough at this time. Sir, you broke into someone else's box without permission. How did you know that someone would drug you? Besides, isn't your friend here safe and sound? The manager helped Long Xiao and said, how about this? Forget it this time, this gentleman, please leave our bar. What if I don't? Gu Chen was also angered by the bar. Humph. Our bar isn't a place where anyone can act wild. The manager threatened calmly. Chapter 68 Gu Chen, who will take revenge for any flaws. After the manager finished speaking, the 5 security guards next to him also stepped forward and suppressed him. Brother Chen, why are you here? Have I been looking for you for a long time? Such a loud noise was naturally heard by the boxes next to them. The box where Gu Chen was sitting before also looked over and found that it was Gu Chen in the middle, so Gonlu walked in. Mr. Gon? The manager's face changed. He thought that Gu Chen had no background, so he was unscrupulous, but now it seems that he was wrong. Brother Chen. At this time, a few young people squeezed in from outside and shouted at Gu Chen. Master Du, Master Lu, Master Wang. At this time, the manager broke out in a cold sweat. The people he called were people he couldn't afford to offend, but he heard them calling Gu Chen brother. Manager Ma, what's going on? Gonlu looked around and knew what was going on, and asked with a gloomy face. This is a misunderstanding, Master Gon, this is all a misunderstanding. Manager Ma quickly apologized with a smile. Okay, call the police. Gu Chen was too lazy to say anything at this time and gave the order directly. Gonlu took out his cell phone and dialed 110 without saying a word. Manager Ma wanted to say something else, but found that it was useless. He knew that his career as a manager had come to an end. But there are people who are more afraid than him, that is young Master Long and the dog-licking man. Immediately, young Master Long knocked over the glass of wine on the table. The commotion caused naturally attracted everyone. Hey, isn't this Ruji? What are you doing? Du Liang recognized it instantly. Brother Chen, is this the guy who offended you? He is really looking for death. Several other people also said. Just as they were about to go up and teach them a lesson, Gu stopped them. Forget it, let's wait for the police to come. Only then did several people stop. Time passed as they chatted. At this time, the music in the bar was turned off, and Gonlu brought several policemen up. What's going on? The police asked as soon as they arrived. Officer, I'm reporting a case. Those 2 guys drugged my friend and tried to destroy the evidence. You can take the wine on the ground back and have it tested to find out. Gu Chen stood up and pointed at the dog-licking man on the ground and Long Xiao on the sofa. Upon hearing this, young Master Long's face turned pale. You guys come back with me. The policeman's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He reported to his superiors and sent people to collect evidence and information. Then a large group of people followed the police and left, leaving people in the hall to speculate what had happened. At this time, the general manager of the bar ran over. Officer, this is... He obviously didn't know what was going on. He just knew that the police had come and scared him. We received a call from the police saying someone drugged your bar, so please suspend business for now. The policeman said something and left. What? The general manager's face turned very ugly when he heard it. Looking at the policeman's back, he coldly ordered an assistant behind him, find out what happened. I want specific information. Street police station. Name? Gu Chen. Age? 24. In the examination room, Gu Chen answered all the questions honestly. I heard that you were the first to break in? Yes. Then how did you know that the wine was drugged? The policeman asked curiously. At this time, the ingredients of the glass of wine had already been detected, and it contained a large amount of strong aphrodisiac. I heard it in the bathroom. Those two idiots didn't even check if there was anyone inside. Gu Chen replied with contempt. The two police officers smiled. By the way, let me ask, will those two people go to jail for this matter? After asking, Gu Chen asked. Yes. But this time it was an attempted drugging, which is a minor offense. As long as the person involved forgives and compensates, then it is highly likely that he will not do it. The policeman smiled and replied. Thank you, officer. Gu Chen has a bottom line. Okay, you've done a great job this time. You can go back now, but I'll keep you in touch 24 hours a day. Okay, thanks. At this time, Xin Xianxian had already come out outside. She was the victim, so naturally she was fine. Brother Chen, are you okay? Seeing Gu Chen coming out, Gong Lu and others surrounded him. It's okay. Gu Chen shook his head. Mr. Gu, thank you for this time. Otherwise. Xin Xianxian was very scared and grateful at this time. Gu Chen smiled and reminded, it's okay. I just happened to hear it, but don't go to the bar again in the future. Aha! By the way, how are you going to deal with this matter? After thinking about it, Gu Chen asked. Xin Xianxian didn't know what to do after hearing this. Forget it, leave it to me. I'm going to sue them anyway, so it's okay for me to sue them to the end, right? Xin Xianxian was very grateful when she heard Gu Chen's words and immediately shook her head. Okay, it's so late, you go back first. I'll look for you tomorrow. Gu Chen looked at the time and said to her. The latter nodded upon hearing this and disappeared here. Thank you all brothers today. I'll treat you all to a meal next time. Looking at the 7 or 8 people next to him, Gu Chen felt slightly apologetic. Brother Chen is being too polite. That is. Several people were talking at once, not caring. All right. It's so late now, brothers, forget it. I'll thank you after this matter is over. Okay. Let's go first. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the others didn't hesitate to say a few words and then left. Only Gong Lu was left. Let's go back. Gu Chen took the lead and walked outside. By the way, I saw you all knew that person before? Where did he come from? Gu Chen asked on the way. You mean Long Air? His family, yes, Brother Chen, his family makes electronic products. Gong Lu suddenly remembered and looked at Gu Chen excitedly. Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Is his family in the mobile phone industry? That's not the case, his family makes home appliances. Then why are you so excited? Gu Chen rolled his eyes, speechless. Then he sent Gu Chen back. Of course, he didn't tell his family what happened tonight. The next day, Gu Chen went out early in the morning. Brother Chen, where are we going today? To the police station? Gong Lu asked after seeing Gu Chen get in the car. Gu Chen shook his head, no, go to Shanghai office. So Gong Lu turned the steering wheel, changed direction, and headed straight for the destination. An hour later. The office of Lin, an attorney at Kai Hai law firm. That's probably what happened. Lawyer Lin, how long will those two be sentenced to? Gu Chen sat on the chair and finished telling what happened last night. Well, this situation has violated the law and constituted a criminal offense. He also attempted to destroy evidence, etc. He can be put in prison for 2 to 3 years. After listening to this, Lawyer Lin thought carefully and replied to Gu Chen. Okay. Lawyer Lin, I'll leave this matter to you. Gu Chen was very satisfied after hearing this. Mr. Gu, don't worry. I handle cases like this all the time. Lawyer Lin assured confidently. Good. Then Gu Chen left directly. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you knew Lawyer Lin from Sunhai Law Firm. Long Air is in trouble this time. Gan Lu was very surprised. He knew how powerful Sunhai Law Firm was and that they had basically never lost a case. Yeah. Gu Chen nodded, but did not say that Sunhai was his. At this time his phone rang. Hello? It was an unfamiliar number. He thought about it and finally answered it. Hello, Mr. Gu, it's me? Qin Xian. Teacher Qin? Is there something wrong? My dad wants to treat you to a meal, thank you for saving me. Qin Xian said in a low voice embarrassedly. It's okay, Teacher Qin is too polite. Gu Chen said indifferently. Qin Xian was anxious and begged, Mr. Gu, my dad really thanks you for saving me, will you agree to it? Okay. Stay there, I'll be there right away. After hearing that, Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, he still needed Qin Xuanxuan's authorization. Okay. Just at. Okay, I'll be there right away. Gu Chen understood as soon as he heard it, and then told Gan Lu. Half an hour later, a low-key but artistic restaurant. Gu Chen sat on one side, with a young woman and a middle-aged couple sitting opposite him. It was Qin Xian and her parents. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so young and promising. Father Qin looked at Gu Chen, very surprised, and then laughed. Gu Chen smiled and said nothing. Thank you Mr. Gu for what happened last night, otherwise I really don't know what would have happened. Father Qin raised his glass and thanked Gu Chen. There was still a hint of fear on his face. Uncle Qin is in serious condition. I think anyone would stop him, not to mention I know Mr. Qin. Gu Chen waved his hand. Yes. This girl is really too brave. She actually went to that kind of place without telling us. Sigh, it's all because of me as a father who was incompetent and makes my daughter worry for nothing. Upon hearing this, Qin's father glared at Qin Xian fiercely, and then said self-deprecatingly. Qin Xian shrank her neck. Gu Chen was very curious when he heard this. Oh? I wonder what difficulties Uncle Qin encountered. Maybe I can help? Oh, don't mention it. I'm not suitable for doing business. I'm only suitable for research in the factory. Uncle Qin smiled bitterly when he heard this, took a sip of wine and said depressedly. He was originally the top technician in the factory. After he inherited the old man's factory, he started a business and invested all the funds in the factory to produce a batch of mobile phones. Unexpectedly, he didn't sell any of them. Seeing that Qin's father didn't say anything, Qin's mother directly exposed his past. The words were spoken bluntly, causing Qin's father to blush. Didn't I think it would be a big hit? Qin's father retorted. What's the result? Humph, that's because current technology doesn't support it. Otherwise, my phone is definitely better than any other phone. Father Qin said indignantly. Gu Chen was greatly excited when he heard this. Uncle Qin runs a mobile phone factory? It turns out that he had been searching for so long, and finally there was one right in front of him. Chapter 69 Acquisition of a Factory. Well, that's good. But since I don't know how to do business, the factory's business has plummeted, and you must not have heard of my brand. Father Qin nodded when he heard this, and then said with a bitter mouth. Gu Chen was delighted when he heard this. I was afraid that your business would be good. Although he felt a little guilty about this, he was still happy. Ahem, I wonder if Uncle Qin has ever thought about selling the factory? Unexpectedly, Father Qin shook his head like a mechanical cat when he heard this. I won't sell it even if I go bankrupt. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt disappointed. Humph. What are you still planning to do with the factory? Do you want to drag the whole family into this? Now, in addition to the house, the car and the savings have all been given to you. Do you really have to let us mother and daughter stay in the wild before you are satisfied? Unexpectedly, when Sheen's mother heard this, she became furious and started scolding him without caring about the outsiders. Sheen's father felt extremely guilty, and Sheen Xianxian just lowered her head and said nothing. The atmosphere froze for a moment, causing Gu Chen to touch his nose awkwardly. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. I shouldn't have come if I had known. By the way, I heard Uncle Qin say that current technology doesn't support it. What technology is that? There was no other way. In order to ease the situation, Gu Chen thought about it and found a topic to ask. Chip technology, Mr. Gu, let me tell you, the performance of this mobile phone I researched exceeds any other mobile phone on the market. I'm not exaggerating. If it has a powerful enough chip support, then this phone of mine can really beat any other mobile phone. When Father Qin heard Gu Chen talk about the field he was interested in, the smile on his face never stopped, and he talked non-stop. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Could it be such a coincidence? Suddenly, Gu Chen showed a strange expression on his face, which made Qin's father think that Gu Chen didn't believe it, and he immediately became anxious. Mr. Gu, don't disbelieve it. It's because my phone is missing a chip that caused the fatal problem of the phone and made it unsellable. Gu Chen came back to his senses and quickly explained, No, Uncle Qin, you misunderstood. I don't know if you have paid attention to the recent news. I heard that the domestic Longting Group has developed an epoch-making chip technology. The chip technology they have researched exceeds the current chip performance by more than 1,000 times. What? Qin's father stood up in shock upon hearing this. Then he showed ecstasy, looked at Gu Chen and said excitedly, Is what Mr. Gu said true? Gu Chen wanted to laugh when he saw Qin's father acting like a child, but he held it back and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Qin's father quickly took out his mobile phone to search, and found that it was true, and there was a detailed introduction. He was immediately addicted to it, which made Qin Xianxian feel embarrassed. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, my dad is like this. Qin Xianxian immediately looked at Gu Chen embarrassedly and said. Gu Chen shook his head and said it was okay. A few minutes later, after reading the message, Qin's father put down his phone and was suddenly very excited. Ha, wife, the factory is saved. As long as we have these chips, my factory will not only be able to come back to life, but it may even sell well. Qin's father said happily while looking at Qin's mother. You are too happy too early. Although the information about the chip has been leaked, they haven't produced it for sale yet? Even if Aki produces it for sale, can your factory last until then? Mother Qin poured a few buckets of cold water on Father Qin, which instantly sobered him up. Yes. Qin's father immediately wilted. Gu Chen exclaimed that it was interesting. Ahem, Uncle Qin, to be honest, I am the chairman of Longtung Group. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said truthfully. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Qin's father and the other two all looked up at Gu Chen, with disbelief on their faces. Mr. Gu? Are you really the boss of that chip company? After dozens of seconds, Qin's father still asked in disbelief. Gu Chen nodded slightly, that's right. Suddenly, Qin's father's breathing became rapid, and he looked at Gu Chen expectantly and said, I wonder if Mr. Gu can cooperate with me and provide me with chips. Don't worry, the price will not disappoint Mr. Gu. Gu Chen shook his head, which disappointed Qin's father. When Qin Xianxian was about to ask Gu Chen for help, Gu Chen spoke. Uncle Qin, I haven't finished speaking yet. Gu Chen said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Father Qin immediately looked at Gu Chen. Could it be? Although I have developed the chip, my company is newly established, so apart from the chip, I don't have any factories at present. I am still looking for a suitable factory. Seeing that Father Qin still didn't understand, Gu Chen was depressed. No wonder Father Qin couldn't run the business anymore, so he could only continue, so, I want to buy Uncle Qin's factory. When Qin's father was about to say something, he was stopped by Qin's mother. Of course I also know that Uncle Qin is reluctant to sell, so my acquisition method is that I will give Uncle Qin 2% of the shares of Longting Group. Gu Chen just saw Qin's mother's actions and continued. During their previous chat, he had a rough idea of the scale of Qin's father's factory. Although it was on the verge of bankruptcy, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. From mobile phones to computers, there are various production workshops, and from parts to finished products, there are mature production lines. This is what Gu Chen values, so he gave this share after careful calculation. Although it sounds like Father Qin lost money, in fact, Father Qin made money. After all, Gu Chen doesn't have to be him, but he has to be Gu Chen. Moreover, Longtung Group's future development potential is endless, which cannot be compared with a factory. Okay. I agree. Qin's father's face turned awkward, but Qin's mother agreed directly. Wife, this. Qin's father suddenly became anxious. However, Qin's mother showed her authority as the head of the family, and Qin's father finally had to agree. Okay. I agree. Qin's father could only agree gloomily. Gu Chen shook his head. No wonder the huge factory was now heavily in debt. It was obvious from Qin's father's vision. However, he still looked up to Qin's mother. What do you know? The performance of that chip is so strong now. The future chip market will probably be occupied by Longtung. By then, how can Longting Group compare to your bankrupt factory? Mother Qin rolled her eyes at Father Qin and said with regret. Father Qin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay. Believe me, Uncle Qin, you will be glad for your decision today. Gu Chen promised with a smile. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gu. Since he had agreed, Father Qin stopped twisting his head and shouted directly. For a moment, everyone was laughing, especially Qin Xianxian. She didn't expect that in the end it was Gu Chen who helped her father. Suddenly, a wonderful emotion filled her heart. At this moment, Qin's father's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it and looked at it. The smile on his face disappeared immediately, replaced by a look of anger. Huang Hai, you still have the nerve to call me? I really didn't expect your son to do such a beastly thing. From now on, our two families will not have any contact. I saw Qin's father yelling angrily into the phone. Ahem, Lao Qin, I'm also very sorry about this. I didn't expect that bastard to do such a thing. I will definitely teach him a lesson later. Let him come over and kowtow and apologize. No need. Let the law handle it. Qin's father had finished venting his anger at this time and replied expressionlessly. This. Lao Qin, that bastard was wrong in this matter, but can you withdraw the lawsuit? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a lot of compensation. Isn't your factory short of money? I will invest 30-50 million, how about it? Hearing what Qin's father said, the other end suddenly panicked and begged. Father Qin was unmoved. Humph. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Huang Hai, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I will fight this case to the end. There was silence on the phone for a moment, as if the caller knew that Qin's father was determined but was unmoved. Just when Qin's father was about to hang up the phone. Okay, Qin Zhao, if that's the case, then let's meet in court. I forgot to tell you that the Long family will also take action, so don't regret it then. I won't regret it. Father Qin hung up the phone angrily. What's wrong? Qin's mother asked. Qin's father explained, it was Huang Hai who called and wanted to plead for her son. I didn't agree, so she started threatening me. Uncle Qin, don't worry, I won't let go of this matter. Gu Chen whispered after hearing this. Okay. Mr. Gu, I'll leave this to you. Mother Qin said gratefully. Don't worry. Afterwards, they chatted for a long time, and during the conversation, Qin's father expressed his gratitude to them. After dinner, Lawyer Lin, whom Gu Chen had called, also came over. Not only did he bring yesterday's case authorization, he also brought a share agreement. Naturally, Qin's family had no problems and signed the contract readily. Okay then. Mr. Qin, I need detailed information about the factory tomorrow. I will also send a financial officer over. Please arrange the work. After signing, Gu Chen was not polite and gave instructions directly. Father Qin nodded and agreed, no problem, I have long wanted to find someone to manage the affairs of the factory. Next, accompanied by Qin's father, Gu Chen visited the factory, while Lawyer Lin went to the police station with the plaintiff's confession. Boss Gu, in fact, the factory was very famous before. Unfortunately, I don't know how to manage it and I don't have any business talent. I can only watch the factory gradually decline and even go bankrupt in the end. But I have all the equipment that a big factory should have. Father Qin introduced the situation in the factory and even spoke with pride at the end. The factory has nearly 10,000 workers and occupies dozens of acres of land. There are many lathes and machines of all kinds, but the factory is filled with a gloomy atmosphere, which made Gu Chen frown. Boss Qin, how much debt does the factory owe right now? Gu Chen asked Qin's father, who was following him. Ahem, the factory currently owes a total of more than 80 million to various raw material suppliers, and a bank loan of more than 90 million, plus 2 months' wages for the workers, nearly 200 million. Qin's father replied awkwardly after hearing this. Gu Chen couldn't deny it. After knowing Qin's father's leadership talent, he was no longer surprised. He thought for a while and said, "Let's hold a management meeting." Chapter 70: The General Manager's Revenge? Half an hour later, inside the workshop. Gu Chen stood in front, looking at the huge crowd of people. He didn't expect there were so many people in the management. Quiet. I came here today to explain one thing. Looking at the chaotic noise below, Father Qin blushed, and then he showed his authority. Father Qin had great authority in the factory, but after hearing this, he soon became quiet. From today on, I am no longer the boss of our factory. As soon as the words fell, the quiet underground suddenly boiled over. Silence. Silence. Father Qin shouted several times before they calmed down. Don't worry, the factory will not be disbanded, and there will be no layoffs. However, if everyone doesn't work hard in the future, it will be hard to say. Now everyone warmly welcomes the new boss. Suddenly, the sparse applause from the audience quickly spread to everyone. Regardless of whether it was genuine or fake, at least Gu Chen was quite satisfied. Hello everyone. I am Gu Chen, the chairman of Longteng Group. Today I acquired Mr. Qin's factory, which means you all have become employees of Longteng Group. I am very happy, so the wages owed to you will be paid to you in full today and tomorrow. Gu Chen didn't waste any words, he knew what these people underground were worried about. As expected, as soon as the words fell, the people below suddenly became enthusiastic. Money is the best method of communication for all mankind, and this statement applies everywhere. However, from now on, you will need to strictly follow the group's rules and regulations. If you don't like it, you are welcome to leave. Gu Chen continued. The whole talk lasted nearly an hour before the meeting ended. By the way, Mr. Qin, I will send a financial officer to settle the wages tomorrow. Please arrange for someone to cooperate with us. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. Qin's father took it directly. Then Gu Chen left. He is thinking about finding someone to be his secretary. After all, at present, Longteng Group is just a shell. Apart from the laboratory, it only has the factory acquired today. There isn't even a group headquarters. So he needed to put up the scaffolding as soon as possible. Thinking all the way, he arrived at Taiyu Group. On the other side, in the bar that Gu Chen went to last night, the general manager's office. So you offended another customer yesterday in order to curry favor with him? The general manager asked with a gloomy expression. Standing in front of him was a manager, the same one who threatened Gu Chen yesterday. He was only released after giving his statement, but he was called to the general manager's office. This general manager, it was because that customer didn't follow the rules That's enough. When the general manager heard that he wanted to explain, he immediately became angry. In fact, he was also very angry in his heart. It had been a long time since they had given their bar any face. But what made him even angrier was that this manager actually used the power of the bar to deal with other people just to curry favor with the customers. This happens all the time, but it's not brought to the surface. Hearing that the general manager was angry, the manager also felt uneasy. Okay, manager, please don't do it for now. If you let me know about it again, you'll be in big trouble. The general manager waved his hand and said with a grim expression. Yes. The manager replied with a frustrated look on his face. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The general manager frowned. Didn't he tell me not to disturb him unless necessary? A front desk customer service representative came in. Just as he was about to curse, 2 policemen followed him in. He immediately swallowed back the curse words. Hello, officers. I wonder if there is any. His face suddenly changed and he quickly stood up and asked with a smile. Who is Ma Tao? One of the officers asked after taking a quick look. Me. The manager stood up when he heard this, although he didn't know what it meant. The 2 police officers looked at each other and came to him. Sorry. According to the report, someone has accused you of covering up what happened last night, so come back with us. After showing the subpoena, they took Manager Ma away. Wait. Officers, can I ask who reported it? The general manager's face immediately turned pale. This was a slap in the face. Mr. Guchun from last night. One of the police officers may have known that the bar had a strong background, so he thought about it and told it out. After all, it was not a secret. After saying that, he left. Gu Chen. It's this Gu Chen again. The general manager suddenly shouted gloomily. Although he didn't know Gu Chen's background, he knew the people who were with Gu Chen yesterday. Although his identity was not simple, he was not afraid at all. After all, the person behind him was more complicated than them. After saying that, he planned to ask someone to find trouble with Gu Chen. If they didn't do anything, others would think that their bar was afraid of Gu Chen. At this time his phone rang. When he opened it, his expression suddenly changed and his whole body exuded an air of respect. Hello, boss? Even though he is considered superior to others in the eyes of outsiders, he knows that without the support of his boss, he would probably be hit to death when he goes out. I heard that the police came to the bar last night? The general manager was so frightened by this simple sentence that he broke out in a cold sweat. Boss, this is an accident, it's... All right. The general manager wanted to explain further, but was interrupted. I heard that there are problems with the service at the bar. We have received many complaints from people saying that we are using our power to bully people? Boss, it was Gu Chun who broke the rules. The general manager argued. Asshole. I tell you, even I have to treat that Gu Chun with caution, and you actually offended me. I'll give you one day. If Mr. Gu doesn't forgive you, you know the consequences of my anger. Then there was a beeping sound from the phone. The general manager was so scared that he never expected that Gu Chen had such a great background that even the boss didn't dare to provoke him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of existence have I offended? After hanging up the phone, the general manager slumped in his chair, feeling frightened. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything yet, otherwise the grass on his grave would have grown taller by next year. Someone come! Shouted outside. Suddenly, several fierce men came in from outside. General manager, are we going to deal with the guy who called the police? Fuck you. Don't drag me into this if you want to die. The general manager immediately started to curse at him. That Ma Tao has a dirty bottom, send him to jail. He's killing me. After he thought about it, he gave an order to one of them. Afterwards, he didn't explain and took a group of people to apologize to Gu Chen. Gu Chen naturally didn't know all this, and he was a little hesitant in the office at this moment. He was wondering whether to recruit people or find someone from Taiyu Group to go to Longtung. At this time, the door of his office was opened. What's wrong? Chu Sini looked at Gu Chun, who looked hesitant, and asked curiously. Didn't I establish the Longtung Group? But there is no one. I was wondering whether I should recruit new people or transfer some people from Taiyu over there. Gu Chen thought about it and raised the question. Chu Sini rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, of course you have to recruit new people from outside. I know your group is an electronic high-tech company, and it must have professionals. How can we at Taiyu compare to them? Plus, if you don't want any gangs to appear in the company, it's best not to recruit people from the same company. Hearing this, Gu Chen suddenly realized and immediately understood, that's right. Afterwards, he stopped hesitating and decided to post the recruitment information directly on the internet. As his company had the killer weapon of chips, he would not be afraid of not being able to recruit talents. However, you have to send your own people to be in charge of finance. I think Shirshir is a good candidate. Let her be in charge of finance. Chu Sini continued to give advice. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Then he called Shirshir over, told her about the appointment, and asked her to recruit people online and leave it to her. After dealing with the news, Gu Chen looked relieved. He didn't forget that he had an appointment tonight. So I left work early and went straight to my destination. 6 o'clock in the evening, in a private club. In a quiet box. 3 men sat opposite each other. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to look younger than he does online. At this time, the oldest middle-aged man said with a smile. That's right. But when I first met Mr. Gu, I felt gloomy about the future. Director Lin, what are you saying? I clearly gave you a smooth road. The young man's face twitched, and then he was speechless. I didn't expect that such a handsome guy like him would be so unbearable in the eyes of others. That's right, the 3 people were Gu Chun, Director Lin, and someone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That's right. So now I admire Mr. Gu very much. Director Lin said seriously after hearing this. By the way, Academician Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? A few of them joked with each other, and looking at the dining table where the atmosphere was pretty good, Gu Chen thought about it and decided to ask the question. Academician Chen's smile faded when he heard this, and he looked at Gu Chen very seriously. Mr. Gu, Director Lin, I came here this time for a few things. First, we need to make sure that the chip you have is really as reported. Second, if it is true, I will cooperate with you on behalf of the country. After saying that, he looked at Gu Chen and Director Lin expectantly. Gu Chen was stunned after hearing this. Although he had already guessed that this would be the result, what he heard with his own ears was definitely different from what he thought in his mind. I was so excited in my heart. I never thought that one day I would be able to cooperate with the country. Just based on this, no evil spirits in the country will be able to touch me in the future. Of course, the premise is that it does not violate any laws. Don't worry, Academician Chen. Since we dare to say it, it must be true. He and Director Lin looked at each other, and Gu Chen said firmly. Academician Chen was also delighted when he heard this. I wonder what Academician Chen means by cooperation. Then Gu Chen continued to ask with curiosity on his face. Chapter 71 Shenzhou Chip, Special Conference. We need Mr. Gu to share our technology. Of course, we will not use technology to make a profit. Academician Chen was silent for a while after hearing this, and then spoke out. Impossible. Gu Chen refused without even thinking about it. The same goes for Director Lin. Although he developed the technology because the country has no chips, it is impossible for him to transfer the technology abroad with just a few words from the country. Ahem, I knew Mr. Gu wouldn't agree. So I took the second approach. That is, to cooperate with Mr. Gu. You produce and we buy. Of course, the performance must be better than what's on the market. Academician Chen smiled awkwardly, and then suggested the second method. The first method was just a test. It would have been better if you agreed, but it was obviously a failure. When Gu Chen heard this, he felt that the other party was sincere, otherwise there would be no need to talk tonight. Then the few of them engaged in a heated debate and discussed for several hours before finally finalizing the contract. No one feels that they have suffered any loss. After all, Academician Chen is alone, while Gu Chen has two people, so he definitely has an advantage. However, with the country behind Academician Chen, Gu Chen does not dare to go too far. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Gu Chen happily stretched out his right hand and clasped it tightly. From now on, Gu Chen has a golden ticket to immunity from death, as long as he doesn't commit suicide. After that, they drank happily for several hours before slowly dispersing. As soon as Gu Chen left, Academician Chen's drunken appearance instantly recovered, and at this time the door of the box was opened again. How about it? This guy is as cunning as a fox. But fortunately, we finally reached an agreement. I can go to him tomorrow to ask for a chip sample. Academician Chen immediately shook his head. Okay. But this Mr. Gu is really mysterious. It seems like he suddenly appeared, but also like he has been around for a long time. Anyway, I can't understand him. The people who came in also sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about this chip. I just talked to Director Lin, and according to his inference. Then the two began to discuss. The news early the next morning instantly set off the entire electronics market. Longting Group has officially reached a strategic cooperation with the government. This piece of news instantly made all the bigwigs realize one thing, that is, the Longting Group cannot be suppressed. These group bosses have extremely keen political senses, and seeing this, they seem to be witnessing the birth of a behemoth. All the group's plans against Longting Group were cancelled, allowing Gu Chen to escape without even realizing it. Everyone related to Gu Chen sent him messages of congratulations. Gu Chen also responded with a smile. After meeting Yuan in the evening, Gu Chen was busy from morning to night for the next few days. He personally took care of everything from the group's position to personnel matters, but he finally established the general framework of the group. The general manager of Longting Group was hired from a certain technology group at a huge expense. His name is Wang Wei. He has been working in this industry for nearly 20 years, so his strength is naturally needless to say. Help Gu Chen manage everything in an orderly manner. It also recruited many small factories and integrated them with Qinfu's factories in dispersed locations, making the group's operations smoother and more convenient. At the same time, the production of chips has officially begun. Sheen's father took the lead and started slow production under the guidance of director Lin. Gradually, a month passed. Except for half of the chips produced by Longting Group that were shipped to the official, the rest were used to replace all the mobile phone chips previously produced by Sheen's father. No chip has been officially sold to the outside world. Mr. Gu, we can currently produce 10,000 Shenzhou chips every day. Father Qin reported his work seriously to Gu Chen. The chip was named Shenzhou series by Gu Chen. Good. Is the performance really 1,000 times faster than before? After taking the information, Gu Chen looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Yes. After hundreds of tests, we found that the phone with different chips in the same model has the best performance. Father Qin said excitedly. There is another reason why he is so happy, that is, the mobile phone he developed before is better than other mobile phones after being equipped with Shenzhou chips. Okay. Mr. Qin, you can vigorously produce the mobile phones you developed before, and then install Shenzhou chips on them. After hearing this, Gu Chen was full of enthusiasm, and a hint of ambition burst out in his eyes. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qin's father immediately walked towards the factory with great enthusiasm. In fact, this was what he liked, not being a manager. Half a month later, at the Longting Group's special press conference, hundreds of reporters were excitedly holding their cameras and pointing them at the figure on the stage. Today is the first electronic product launch event of Longting Group, which naturally attracted a large number of reporters. Among them was Fan Yushi, who had been interviewed before. The first-hand news she had reported previously made her famous in the industry, so she naturally would not miss this opportunity. The other reporters immediately bowed their heads in regret after learning that they had missed such a big news. However, when they found out that Longting Group was going to hold another press conference, they swarmed in like sharks smelling blood without being invited. Gu Chen did not appear at this product launch conference, but handed it over to Wang Wei, general manager of Longting Group. Seeing Wang Wei standing calmly on the stage and handling the reporters with ease, Gu Chen felt relieved. Today's press conference mainly introduces the first product of Longting Group, the Shenzhou series of mobile phones. This phone is better than any other phone on the market in terms of performance, appearance, and comfort. Especially its performance, it is far superior to other phones. Half an hour later, the press conference ended and all the reporters returned home with great success. They had received big news that would change the landscape of the electronics industry. Mr. Gu, when do we start pre-sale? Wang Wei later came to Gu Chen's office and asked respectfully. Gu Chen thought about it and looked at Qin's father next to him. Boss Qin, how many units are in stock in the factory at present? Mr. Gu, currently the factory can produce 100,000 chips every day, 50,000 of which are supplied to the government. So now the factory has 1.3 million mobile phones, plus it can produce 50,000 every day. Qin's father reported truthfully. Although our products are better than those on the market, this is our first time selling them and we probably won't have many users. So, Manager Wang, do you have any ideas? Gu Chen tapped the table and said truthfully. Manager Wang nodded and said, yes, our group is not well known in the market, so we need to increase publicity so that everyone can know us, understand us, and eventually buy our products. How to promote it? Have celebrities endorse products and use a slew of advertising campaigns. Wang Wei said confidently. Okay. I'll leave this matter to you and put you in full charge. Gu Chen ordered with a smile. Yes. Then he went downstairs to make arrangements. Boss Qin, please research other products. Our group cannot just have mobile phones as its only product. Gu Chen said to Father Qin with a smile. Okay. Qin's father smiled when he heard this. He just liked research. He didn't have money before and couldn't afford it, but now that he knew Gu Chen was a rich man, he started researching. Seeing that everyone was busy, Gu Chen, who had nothing to do, could finally relax. Then I started looking at the financial reports. He found that the group's expenses during this period were enormous, acquiring other factories and other small research laboratories, spending a lot of money to build research laboratories and rewarding high-tech talents, which cost the group nearly 3 billion in total. However, these expenses are very worthwhile. It's just that he doesn't have his own headquarters building and it is too far from the factory. Gu Chen decided to build his own commercial park in the new district. Anyway, I have more than 400 acres of land there, which is completely enough. It is also close to the factory, so it is very convenient for office work. But I guess I have to wait until next year to go there. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He looked and saw that it was a call from Taiyu Group. Hello? Chairman, someone is looking for you? A clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. It was Chu Sini's assistant Yen Cheng. Who? Gu Chen was stunned. Looking for me? He said he is the general manager of M2 and wants to meet you? Yen Shang was also very surprised, but still conveyed the message. After hearing this, Gu Chen suddenly understood that it was the bar he had been to before. But didn't I tell you that he was gone? Why did you find him again? It turned out that the general manager had already contacted Gu Chen before, but he was busy dealing with the group's affairs at the time and ignored him. He didn't expect that the other party would contact him every day. Now we have found Taiyu Group. You asked him to come to the financial center? After thinking about it, Gu Chen said he wanted to see what he was going to do. Yes. However, there are 5 or 6 of them, and none of them look like good people. Should we call the police? Yen Shang nodded upon hearing this, but still said a few words with concern. It's okay. Gu Chen shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. Yen Shang then hesitated for a moment, but still listened to Gu Chen's words and told the general manager of M2 truthfully. That look was really very alert. Unexpectedly, the general manager smiled bitterly when he heard this. He just noticed Yen Shang's gaze, but couldn't say anything. He could only thank him and quickly went there with his men. Over the past 10 days, he has been living in fear every day and has lost dozens of pounds. He didn't see Gu Chen that day, so his boss was furious. He scolded him and told him not to come back until he saw Gu Chen. That's why he wanted to see Gu Chen every day, but he didn't dare to force his way in. Fortunately, this time Gu Chen finally agreed to meet him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, he finally met Gu Chen in a tea house. Mr. Gu, I finally see you. The general manager shouted with great emotion. I wonder what you want from me. Gu Chen smiled and asked curiously. He was indeed very curious. It had been so long since the incident, so why were they still looking for him? Mr. Gu, I'm here specifically to apologize. Our bar is extremely sorry for what happened that day. The general manager said sincerely. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy, fearing that Gu Chen was resentful in his heart. Chapter 72 Huahai Chamber of Commerce Invitation. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. You spent most of a month looking for me just to apologize to me? Suddenly, a pair of eyes kept looking at the general manager carefully. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, he thought he didn't accept it, so the general manager was anxious. Mr. Gu, this is our bar's fault. Don't worry, we have fired the leader who offended you before. Okay, if the general manager is just here to apologize, then you can leave. Gu Chen thought that he was here to cause trouble for him, but unexpectedly he came to apologize, and he immediately lost interest. Now it was the general manager's turn to be stunned. Is he so easy to talk to? So, Mr. Gu has forgiven us? But he still couldn't feel at ease, so he asked another question. Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I will definitely give you a warm welcome when you come to M2 next time. The general manager flattered him and then continued, Does Mr. Gu have time? Our boss wants to meet Mr. Gu? When Gu Chen heard this, he became interested. He heard Gonla say that the owner of this bar was very mysterious, and he didn't expect that he wanted to meet him? Who is your boss? Our boss Yang Tian. The general manager hesitated for a moment and finally said it. After listening to this, Gu Chen found that he didn't know him. He must be some top-rich second generation. Let's talk about it later. So Gu Chen lost interest and said lightly. This. The general manager was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he still didn't dare to offend Gu Chen. He waited for a few words and then left. At this time Gon Lu walked in. He had naturally heard what had happened before, so without Gu Chen asking, he told him the news about Yang Tian. Brother Chen, I've heard of this Yang Tian, but I didn't expect that he is actually the boss behind the bar. His family is in the energy business, and I heard that he has a deep background. I don't know much about him. Gon Lu smiled and told what he knew. Oh? Energy? This is a very complicated topic. Gu Chen was surprised. But what does he want from me? Then he asked again out of curiosity. I guess he wants to befriend you. Brother Chen, you don't know how famous you are now. Gon Lu explained with a smile upon hearing this. Many people have called him these days, just wanting to meet Gu Chen. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew that since the advent of the new chip, this industry will usher in tremendous changes, so many people want to meet him and cooperate with him. Just as the two of them finished talking, Gu Chen's phone rang again. When he opened it, he saw that it was Gan Li's father Gan Yuan calling. "It's your dad calling." He smiled and said something to Gan Lu before answering the call. "Hello? What instructions does Mr. Gan have?" "Mr. Gu, you are joking. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time recently." Gan Yuan laughed loudly upon hearing this, and then went straight to the point. Gu Chen knew something was wrong when he heard it. "Boss Gan called, even if there is nothing, there must be something." It's like this. Mr. Gu has joined the Chamber of Commerce for almost 2 months and hasn't seen everyone, so the president and the others asked me to ask you, do you have time to meet everyone and get to know each other? Gan Yuan told the truth directly. Oh? Gu Chen understood as soon as he heard it. When? But after thinking about it, he agreed. He was still very curious about this Chamber of Commerce. Gan Yuan naturally knew what those people were planning, tonight. Okay. I'll be there then. Gu Chen readily agreed. My dad invited you to the Huahai Chamber of Commerce? Gan Lu asked curiously after hanging up the phone. Gu Chen nodded. I guess that group of people wanted to get to know you through the Chamber of Commerce. After all, Brother Chen, you are so rare to see. Gan Lu analyzed with a smile. Gu Chen smiled and did not deny it. So Gu Chen sat in the tea house for an entire afternoon. At this time, on the other side of the ocean. In a meeting room. The faces of several white uncles looked very ugly. Oh my God. This is incredible. I never thought that backward China could develop such an advanced chip. I really can't understand it. One of the white men sitting on the left was very shocked. Yes. According to the information we received, it was developed by a group called Long Tang. Another person also spoke based on the information he received. I heard that its performance is more than 1,000 times better than what is on the market. If it is true, once it is released, it will have a huge impact on us. The middle-aged white boss in the lead said in a low voice. It shouldn't be fake. This incident caused a huge stir in China. It would be great if we had a sample. Then we could infer whether it's true or not? Everyone spoke. Okay, let's send someone to contact them first. See if we can get a sample. I have a feeling that this will be very disadvantageous to us. You know, the largest production of our chips is in China. Once that kind of chip is released, it will be a disaster for us. The leading white boss finally decided. Gu Chen naturally didn't know about this. At this time, he had arrived at the place Gan Yuan mentioned. This is a private club. The magnificent building, coupled with the fountain in front of the square, looks full of artistic sense. There were several strong men standing in front of the gate, one of whom was a middle-aged man looking around anxiously. Zhang Hai saw a sports car parked in front of the fountain and a young and handsome man got out. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly trotted over. Mr. Gu, I thought you weren't coming? Greet with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled and said, Boss Gan, I don't think I'm late. No, I was too impatient. Please, the president and the others are already here. Gan Yuan shook his head, glanced at his son, and said to Gu Chen's handrail. Gu Chen naturally walked forward without hesitation, looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. By the way, Mr. Gan, this is the Chamber of Commerce's hall, right? Gu Chen asked curiously. Gan Yuan nodded, yes. This is the Chamber of Commerce's hall. We usually get together here. Afterwards, Gan Yuan led Gu Chen all the way inside without any obstruction and went directly to the chat room on the second floor. There were already about a dozen people sitting inside, most of them middle-aged men. Gan Yuan came in first and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Following behind was Gu Chen. As soon as he came in, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him. Gu Chen felt no pressure at all. He just scanned the area and found that most of them were bigwigs he had seen on TV or in newspapers. This must be Mr. Gu Chen. He is really young and promising. The oldest and most powerful middle-aged man spoke first, with a big smile on his face as he spoke. Gan Yuan quickly introduced Gu Chen. This is our Chamber of Commerce's president, Zhou Yuanding. Hello? President Zhou. Gu Chen nodded and replied politely. I've heard of Mr. Gu's name for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Today I finally met him, and he really lives up to his reputation. That's right. That's right. Suddenly, voices rang out from the chat room, and everyone's huge enthusiasm made Guchen a little unable to adapt. There was no way to avoid hitting someone who smiled at him, so Guchen could only greet everyone one by one. After a round, Guchen almost understood the background of everyone. It really covers all walks of life. It is worthy of being the most famous chamber of commerce in Zhejiang province. However, Guchen probably had some understanding of their enthusiasm. Sure enough, next, some bigwigs couldn't sit still anymore. Mr. Gu, I heard that your Shenzhou series chips have been put into production? A middle-aged man wearing glasses who was sitting not far to the left of Guchen asked. When Guchen looked at him, he immediately remembered his identity. His surname was Liu, and he was the president of a domestic electronics group. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears. That's right. Guchen naturally had nothing to hide and admitted it directly. Hiss. It's actually true. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at Guchen with even more enthusiasm. I wonder if Mr. Gu has any thoughts on selling it? Mr. Liu continued to ask with fiery eyes. Nature. Guchen nodded. After all, another purpose of his coming here today was to find sales channels. Wow. As soon as Guchen finished speaking, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. People who have ideas about chips are naturally very excited. They had watched the news about the Longteng Group's press conference and seen Wang Wei's demonstration at the time. The performance of this phone was many times better than that of ordinary mobile phones. Then I wonder when Mr. Gu plans to make his move. Can we establish a cooperative relationship? At this time, another electronics industry boss asked first. When everyone heard this, they immediately cursed in their hearts that he was despicable and shameless. Of course. Guchen nodded with a smile. Mr. Gu and me. Can we establish a cooperative relationship? Huawei can also establish a cooperative relationship with Longteng. For a moment, the chat room was like a vegetable market, and everyone spoke to Guchen enthusiastically. As the CEOs of billion-dollar groups, they all have sharper vision than each other. Naturally, they know that once the chip in Guchen's hand comes out, it will have a huge impact on the entire industry. It may reshuffle the cards, and then they will be able to make a fortune. Okay, if you want to work with me, I have a few conditions. You must help me promote Longteng's products. Guchen said with a smile upon hearing this. These people's businesses are spread across various industries, and the crowd naturally covers men, women, young and old, which is definitely a huge help to Longteng's development. As soon as Guchen finished speaking, the others cursed the old fox inwardly. They also saw what Guchen was planning. But they had no choice but to agree. At one time, Guchen verbally signed cooperation agreements with about 7 or 8 companies. Chapter 73. They opened Pandora's box with their own hands. I didn't expect Mr. Gu's methods are so admirable. After seeing that everyone had finished their discussion, President Zhou said with a smile. He fully supports the cooperative relationship among members of the Chamber of Commerce, which was also one of the original intentions of establishing the Chamber of Commerce. No. I still need to learn from your seniors. Guchen said modestly. For a moment, everyone was even happier. Guchen's current net worth was higher than most of them, but they didn't expect that he was so low-key and unobtrusive in doing things. Their evaluation of Guchen became even higher. So everyone had a meal together and chatted for several hours before dispersing. It really made us feel at home. Guchen also left with great joy and willingness. On the way, Yuan also enjoyed the treatment of his son driving him for the first time, which really made him very happy. Mr. Gu. Congratulations. Yuan then congratulated Guchen with a smile. Guchen squinted his eyes and opened the window a little. The cold wind outside instantly sobered up the slightly drunk Guchen. Before at the dinner table, Guchen drank the most. Boss Gon, what's the good news? Of course, congratulations to Mr. Gu for selling his mobile phone so well and making Longteng famous. Yuan looked at Guchen and said with a big laugh. Congratulations, I wonder if Mr. Gon has any plans to get involved in this business? Guchen asked with a smile. Forget it, this business is too complicated, I won't get involved. After all, my business is enough for Xiola to live on for several lifetimes. I thought Yuan would agree, but he refused without even thinking about it. Gong Lo, who was driving in front, felt a pang in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Indeed. I didn't expect that Mr. Gong saw it so clearly. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Gong Yuan to see it so clearly. That's it. But they don't know that they opened Pandora's box with their own hands and brought a giant in. Finally, Gong Yuan looked deeply and said with a sigh, "Mr. Gong, you're joking. I'm just a nobody at best." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen didn't expect that Gong Yuan thought so highly of him. Gong Yuan just smiled and said nothing. Finally, after sending Gu Chen home, the father and son took the same car back. There was no conversation that night and time passed quickly. While Gu Chen was still at home, he received a call from Wang Wei, the general manager of Longting Group. "Mr. Gu, I just received calls from several groups, saying they want to cooperate with us. Did you agree to this personally? What's going on?" Before Gu Chen could speak, an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Gu Chen was stunned. "Are they so fast?" "Huh? Mr. Gu? What did you say?" Wang Wei obviously didn't know what it meant and asked confusedly. "Nothing. I found them all as partners. Wait till I come to the company." Gu Chen replied and hung up the phone. He went out directly without waiting for Gong Lu and took a taxi straight to the company. An hour later. In Gu Chen's office. "So Mr. Gu wants them to help us promote our business, and we can cooperate with each other?" After listening to Gu Chen's general meaning, Wang Wei thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "That's right." Gu Chen nodded. "In this way, our fame will cover all kinds of people, and the brand's reputation will be greatly enhanced." Wang Wei's eyes sparkled when he heard this. With so many large groups promoting them, their popularity would skyrocket. "Then I'll give them a reply now?" Wang Wei said excitedly after figuring it out. Gu Chen nodded. "Yes, I'll leave it to you. Tell President Qin to expand production. Also, we can't stop our own publicity. You must give me all-round, no dead-angle bombardment advertising coverage." "Yes." Finally, Wang Wei went to work with great enthusiasm. He felt that he had come to the right place. Mr. Gu looked very young, but he was very decisive in doing things and was also good at delegating power, which made him experience a feeling he had never experienced before. Next, China entered the world of Longting. No matter where you go, you can see the four big words Longting Group and the Shenzhou brand mobile phones that they are about to sell. Several major groups have made efforts, and Longting's advertising at all costs has allowed Longting Group to enter the world of Chinese people in an instant. Countless netizens are looking forward to this phone. They are very curious as they learned from the introduction that this phone will be better than any other phone on the market. A week later. "Mr. Gu, there are currently over 100 million page views on the official website. Longting is already popular enough. It all depends on whether we can retain it." General Manager Wang Weihui reported. "Mr. Gu, we currently have 300,000 Shenzhou mobile phones in stock. Shenzhou Chip has added 10 production lines according to your requirements. We are now producing 50,000 chips a day, and currently have 120,000 in stock." Father Qin also began to report. "Boss Gu, due to time constraints, we have only opened 2 more direct sale stores in cities in Jiang Province. In other provinces, only 3 direct sale stores have been established in the provincial capitals." The head of the marketing department also began to report. After learning the news, Gu Chen nodded. Based on the summary of the news, he was thinking about when to start selling. Based on his previous layout, plus his long-distance group, his transportation system can currently reach all parts of the country. Of course, it cannot deliver to rural and remote areas. So he can open his own courier company. Thinking of this, he suddenly became energetic. With the background of the transportation group, he could definitely build a framework quickly. Yes. The phone will be on sale in 7 days. We can release it now. We will increase the number of direct sales stores in the next few days. Gu Chen looked at his senior executives and issued orders. Yes. Although everyone didn't understand why Gu Chen had to wait for a week, you have to know that according to the current level of advertising, the daily expenditure is real money. But I still agreed. After the meeting, Gu Chen went straight to Yuancheng Group. Today's remote group has undergone a complete transformation. He simply bought all the surrounding land and used it as his headquarters. Manager He, how is the current development of the group? Gu Chen looked at the recent business situation and found it was quite good, so he immediately asked with satisfaction. Mr. Gu, the group is currently developing steadily. The group has restored the previous transportation channels. I plan to go deeper and expand the transportation range directly to the county level. After hearing this, manager he introduced some of the situation and then stated the goals for the next stage. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, so how are the preparations going now? Although manager he didn't know why Gu Chen was so interested, he still answered honestly, it's ready, I just need to report to you. Good. Manager you did a great job. Gu Chen praised directly. Oh, right. Manager I plan to build a courier company based on the group's transportation channels and set up stations across the country. This will not only facilitate the development of transportation, but also achieve multiple goals at one stroke. What do you think? Upon hearing this, manager he pondered for a long time, and then his face became excited. Mr. Gu, sure. With our transportation group as the foundation, we can really quickly build a nationwide express delivery company, and we can also make better use of the group. This is really a very good idea. Looking at Gu Chen with admiration. Okay. Since manager he also thinks it's a good idea, I'll leave this to you. I want you to set up everything in 7 days, and then I hope we can deliver it to all parts of the country by long-distance express delivery. Gu Chen also ordered excitedly. Yes. Manager he then began to make arrangements. Brother Chen, if this continues, I feel like your company will soon become an industrial park. Gan Lo, who was sitting silently on the sofa, looked at Gu Chen and sighed. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart moved. Yes, if I draw a few more companies, then my business empire will have no weaknesses, and no one will be able to threaten me. After that, Gu Chen secretly inquired about the industries that his business empire lacked, and prepared to start secretly laying out. By then, even if the country wants to take action against me, they will have to be wary of my identity. A week passed in a flash. This day is the day when Gu Chen Longting Group sells mobile phones. So, he looked at the background data very nervously. As the hands spin to the time, the company opens its official website for online sales. After all, the Longting Group has been in business for too short a time this time, and its direct sales stores cannot be spread all over the country, so it can only sell online. Suddenly the official website crashed. What's going on? Gu Chen was startled. Boss Gu, there must be too many people, so the server couldn't handle it and crashed. I'll arrange for a technician to fix it right away. Wang Wei, who was next to Gu Chen, was suddenly delighted. He guessed the reason and then explained. Really? Gu Chen was also happy, which meant that many people visited their official website. After dozens of seconds, the website returned to normal. Gu Chen nodded secretly. Wang Wei was still fully prepared. He watched the interface refresh, his eyes suddenly fixed, and then he was overjoyed. It turned out that he saw nearly 100,000 people placing orders. Remember, this was just 1 minute later. Boss Gu, it's settled. This time our Longting will be famous. Wang Wei was also very happy. Although 100,000 was not a lot, they had no new products before Longting. They only achieved such success thanks to the overwhelming advertising in the past few days. Gu Chen's anxious mood calmed down instantly. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. The next day, everyone in the conference room was anxious and full of anticipation. Gu Chen looked at everyone with a smile. He found everyone's expressions very interesting. Mr. Gu, how are your grades? Father Qin was the first to be unable to wait any longer and asked directly. Yes. Mr. Gu, just tell me now. The others looked at Gu Chen eagerly. Only Gu Chen and Wang Wei knew about last night's sales. Okay. I won't hide it from you. Yesterday we purchased over 5 million units online. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, excited voices rang out in the conference room. Gu Chen did not stop him. After all, he had seen everyone's hard work over the past few days. Due to lack of time, the direct sales store only covers the province, so a total of 15,362 units were sold. After everyone quieted down, Gu Chen talked about the situation in the physical store. Everyone was excited again. Chapter 74. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery. Many online electronics groups, especially several major mobile phone brands, were extremely curious about Longting's first day data. It was not until Longting Group's management was improved and updated that all major groups began to look over. They all gasped immediately. Hiss! How terrifying! The story of the boy who cried wolf instantly rang in their minds. The Longting Group is more than just a wolf, it's a dragon crossing the river. All major groups were greatly shocked by Gu Chen's chip. They all wanted to cooperate with Longting Group, but it was too late. The several major groups cooperating with Huahai Chamber of Commerce and Longting Group are even more excited. After all, the more popular the chips are, the greater the profits they will make. 3 days after Longting Group's Shenzhou brand mobile phone went on sale, their respective electronic products also came out with the power of chips. For a time, the Shenzhou series of chips became a hot topic in China. After everyone used Longting Group's mobile phones, they felt that the performance was better than what was advertised, and they immediately began to promote it spontaneously. This resulted in a sharp increase in Longting Group's sales. You know, the price of the mobile phone ordered by Gu Chen is 6,888. This price exceeds 80% of the mobile phones on the market, but it is still popular, which is enough to show the excellence of Shenzhou brand mobile phones. In addition, mobile phones are not consumables. Some people only replace them once a year or even every few years. The result is that the sales of other mobile phone brands have plummeted during this period. For a moment, a cloud of gloom gathered in the heart of the CEO of the mobile phone group. They also bought a Shenzhou brand mobile phone. This is not aiding the enemy, but knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. I found that the performance and appearance are indeed much better than theirs. At one time, they all made up their minds to cooperate with Longting Group, otherwise if they continued like this, there would be no place for them in the mobile phone market. Compared with the mobile phone industry, the pressure in other industries is much smaller than that in the mobile phone industry. However, as Gu Chen sells chips, their pressure has doubled. As a result, many electronics groups began to look for Longting Group for cooperation. Therefore, a reform will begin in domestic chips. For a while, the official phone number of Longting Group was bombarded with calls. Boss Gu, now domestic electronics groups are looking for us to cooperate. Wang Wei reported excitedly. It really made him secretly happy. Let's wait a little longer. Gu Chen was not very excited. He had known that this day would come. But many managers of various groups have said they want to come over in person for a meeting. Especially the CEOs of several major mobile phone companies, they are really anxious and have said they want to come over in person to visit you, Mr. Gu. Wang Wei was very happy, but he still said worriedly. If this continues, it will probably lead to boycotts and suppression from the entire industry, and then even if they have brand new chips it will be useless. Oh? Then you can talk to them. As for those mobile phone groups, just tell them that I don't want to talk to them within a month. I want to stabilize the market first. Gu Chen thought about it and said with a smile. Yes. Wang Wei was excited when he saw that Gu Chen had handed the negotiation over to him. He smiled and went downstairs to convey the message. On the other side, it was still the same conference room. The atmosphere at this moment was very solemn. Oh my God! Our chip orders in China have recently decreased by 30%. And they are still decreasing. If this continues, we will lose the huge piece of the pie in China. One of the white men said in shock. We have obtained the chip, and its performance is indeed more than 1,000 times better than ours. And we can't even copy it. Its protection technology is very strict, and our technicians are helpless. That's right. It seems that Chinese chips are going to rise, and they may even threaten our position. Yes. The mission given to us by the political circles has also failed. It's all because of that damn Longting Group. The people we sent were kicked out before they even met the other party's chairman. It seems that we have to take some measures. Others also spoke up. The white boss at the head also had a gloomy look on his face. As the overlord of the chip industry, they had never encountered such a thing. It was simply a shame. Don't be anxious. China is not here. Let's first use the name of the company to talk to them and see if we can buy the technology. If not, we can use other means. In China, it's about courtesy before force. The white boss said directly. Upon hearing this, the other people agreed. As time went by, Longting Group managed to carve out a piece of cake in the mobile phone market, but several other mobile phone groups were suffering. They can only watch as Longting Group squeezes out their interests. On this day, Gu Chen was still handling affairs in the office. Until the assistant came over. Mr. Gu, I just received an email from abroad. Microsoft Group said they want to talk to us about cooperation. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, put down the documents in his hand and looked at the assistant. He certainly knew about Microsoft's news. Microsoft, once the world's #1 electronics group, is world famous for its chips and mobile phone systems. What kind of cooperation does he want to discuss with us? Gu Chen asked. Well, they didn't say that. The assistant shook his head awkwardly. When will they come? It's 7 days later. Okay. I got it. Just reply to them. Gu Chen wanted to see why they were looking for him. Yes. The assistant then left, and Gu Chen no longer had the heart to deal with the affairs. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they had bad intentions, not to mention that Gu Chen had snatched away their market. But Gu Chen had nothing to worry about. Although they were giants, it was impossible for foreign capital to deal with them in the country. Then I stopped paying attention. I got up and went directly to Remote Group. During this period, not only has the Longteng Group developed rapidly, but Yuancheng Express, a subsidiary of the Yuancheng Group, has also grown a lot. Mr. Gu. Currently, our group's business consists of many old customers, plus the bundled sales of your Longteng Group. The rest of the business is pitifully small. Manager, he said with a worried look on his face. Before, he only thought that it would be very fast to build an express delivery station, but he did not expect that there would be no orders after it was built, which would be very embarrassing. No rush. Take your time. We are not famous at all. The current results are already pretty good. At least we won't lose money. Gu Chen didn't care at all. After all, other express delivery companies have been established for so long, netizens naturally trust them more, but Gu Chen is confident that long-distance express will definitely not be worse than other express delivery companies in the future. Manager, he was very moved when he heard this. He thought Gu Chen said this to comfort him. After finishing the business, it was already late, and Gu Chen went back without saying anything. When I entered the room, I saw that the hall was full of people. Hey! What day is today? Dad, why are you back? When Gu Chen saw Father Gu, he immediately joked. Go away. Can't I come back? Father Gu immediately retorted upon hearing this. He sat directly in an empty seat. I don't know if they did it on purpose, but Shu Sini was sitting next to Gu Chen. By the way, I heard your phone is selling well. Congratulations. Shu Sini congratulated with a smile. Gu Chen glanced at the phone she put on the table and said disdainfully, I didn't see you support me at all. What's there to support? Mobile phones are so expensive, who would be willing to buy one? Before Chu Sini could say anything, Gu's mother spoke bluntly. Gu Chen was speechless because he was the one who set this price. Mom, it's meaningless if you say that. My phone is so expensive, of course there is a reason why it's expensive. Besides, which phone doesn't cost thousands nowadays? Gu Chen then began to fight back. Auntie, what Gu Chen said is right. His Shenzhou brand mobile phone is indeed better than the current mobile phones. The price-performance ratio is very good. The higher price is naturally justified. Shu Sini also looked at Gu's mother and explained with a smile. Humph. Seni. Now you are speaking up for that brat. Mother Gu immediately smiled and joked. Shu Sini's face instantly turned as red as a persimmon, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. Gu Chen felt helpless when he heard that and couldn't help rolling his eyes. If it's so good, why don't you give us one to use? I see. You are just trying to get away with it. All you can do is take in and give out. Mother Gu said with strong fighting power. That's right. If we don't ask you, you really won't give it to us. Naturally, Father Gu had to follow Mother Gu's steps at this time and criticize Gu Chen together. Chu Sini burst into laughter. This made Gu Chen very depressed. What did I say? Where was I? You were clearly talking about buying a mobile phone, but now you want me to give it to you? Okay. I'll deliver one to each of you tomorrow, that should be okay. There was no other way, Gu Chen could only agree reluctantly. That's more like it. Mother Gu said proudly, looking at her son's expression. Afterwards, several people listened to Gu Chen talk about many things about the Longteng Group. After knowing that Gu Chen had directly stirred up the electronics industry, they became very interested. Even Chu Sini was the same, and the admiration in her eyes overflowed. Gu Chen's mouth was dry after hearing what he said, but looking at his relatives, especially Chu Sini's admiring eyes, he felt so sour and refreshing. Finally, I took a shower and went back to the room. After taking out his phone and watching some videos, Gu Chen turned into LSP and watched it for a while before turning it off reluctantly. Open Taobao and click around with ease. He didn't know if he had bad luck or something during this period, but he didn't win anything good. He almost went to the temple to pray to the Buddha. Looking at the familiar interface, a sense of familiarity comes naturally. Byte. Congratulations to the host for winning. Chapter 75 Weird Conversation. Byte. Congratulations to the host for winning an operating system from the future. Two voices sounded in succession, making Gu Chen confused. System? What system? Soon a text message came with an explanation of the system. This system is an application operating system that will be used at some point in the future, mainly for mobile devices. Seeing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Isn't this equivalent to the current Android and Apple systems? Does this mean I now have the third system in the world? Thinking of this, Gu Chen's heart moved. This would be of great use. Not only can it make Longting Group's products more popular, but by bundling them together, it will make Longting Group a leader in the domestic mobile phone industry. It will really have far-reaching influence and great significance. Then he saw a USB flash drive quietly placed on the cabinet. Gu Chen studied it for a long time before putting it down and going to sleep. The next day, Gu Chen went to a research laboratory under Longting Group early in the morning. After finding the person in charge of the laboratory and giving him the USB drive, he secretly told him to study it and not to make it public, and then left quietly. Gu Chen was not afraid of the other party being exposed. After all, it was also good for him, not to mention that he had signed a 30-year contract with him. In the next few days, Gu Chen kept moving around various groups to handle company affairs. He currently owns Taiyu Group, Yuancheng Group, Tianjin Group, Longtung Group, a 5-star hotel and an office building. He believes that as time goes by, there will be more and more, so he will have less time and energy to deal with affairs. He has been thinking about how to solve this problem during this period, and now he has a general idea. That is, he can directly set up an offshore company and put all the groups he owns under this offshore company. Then he only needs to control the overall situation. He won't have to disperse his energy and waste time. He can also coordinate and balance all the groups, and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. It is equivalent to the major groups being the various departments of a company, which can maximize the utilization and use of resources. He did what he said and started applying with the documents in the past few days. Looking at the company information in his hand, he immediately smiled like an auntie, and then called the heads of each group together to meet and get to know each other. As for some shareholders of those groups, their shares will remain unchanged and just stay the same. At this time, his cell phone rang. Hello? Bosku, I finally got through. After hearing this, Gu Chen realized that he had several missed calls. He must have muted the phone before and didn't hear them. What's up? Mr. Gu, people from Microsoft have arrived. They want to see you? The assistant's voice came from the other end of the line. Gu Chen was stunned. Are they here? He has been so busy these days that he has forgotten the time. That's right. He said he wanted to meet you right away. The assistant explained quickly. Okay. Tell them to wait, I'll be there soon. Gu Chen thought about it. Now that the work has been done, he might as well go and see what they want to do. After saying that, Gu Chen hung up the phone, got in the car and asked Gon Lo to drive back to the company. An hour later, in the group's reception room, the two sides were clearly separated. Hello, Mr. Gu. Nice to meet you. The representative of Microsoft was a middle-aged white man who served as the company's vice president. Hearing this, Gu Chen's translator was about to translate. Really? Mr. Pitt, I'm glad to see you too. Gu Chen's fluent English surprised the other party. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few sentences, and the other party stated the purpose of this trip. Mr. Gu, the purpose of my visit this time is to cooperate with your company. Mr. Pitt then revealed his fox's tail. Gu Chen smiled slightly. Oh? I wonder how to cooperate. Mr. Peter said with pride, of course it was Mr. Gu who joined Microsoft. I think Mr. Gu must have heard of us. Of course. But what are the conditions for me to join you? I heard that Mr. Gu has researched a new generation of chips. As long as he can bring out this technology, I can propose to the board of directors to make Mr. Gu the president of the Huaxia region. Mr. Pitt said confidently. In his opinion, Gu Chen would definitely agree. You know, there are so many people in the world who want to join Microsoft. Hearing the other party's words, several group executives on Gu Chen's side immediately sneered. Mr. Pete's joke is not funny at all. Gu Chen was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party would send this weirdo. The smile on Pete's face froze immediately. He didn't expect Gu Chen to refuse without even thinking about it. Mr. Gu, please think carefully. He spoke out immediately. He had been working in other regions before, and those companies all treated him as a guest of honor, so after receiving the order from the head office, he came directly to China. Unexpectedly, I was defeated. Of course. If you don't have anything to do, Mr. Pitt, I won't accompany you. After saying that, Gu Chen was too lazy to say anything else and left the reception room directly, leaving behind Mr. Peter with an ugly expression. When the Longting group saw that Gu Chen had left, they also left one after another, leaving only Microsoft and his group in the huge reception room. Sir, what should we do now? Pete's assistant looked at Pete at a loss and asked. The muscles on Pete's face were trembling at this time, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Shit. They really don't take Microsoft seriously. I will make them pay the price. Pete immediately cursed a few words, but there was nothing they could do and they could only leave in disappointment. Gu Chen's office. Mr. Gu, now that they've left, I wonder if this will lead to their revenge? Wang Wei looked at Gu Chen with a little worry. Gu Chen shook his head and said nonchalantly, since we developed the Shenzhou chip, we have become a thorn in their eyes, so no matter how I treat them, they will take action. But our current business is all in China, and they can't do anything to us in the short term. Gu Chen pointed out the core of the problem incisively and accurately, which made Wang Wei suddenly realize it. After all, the giant Microsoft has left a profound impression on him, so he was naturally afraid of the consequences of offending the other party. I see. So we should work hard to develop the domestic market now, accumulate strength, and then enter the international market after 100 years of development and expansion? Wang Wei then replied. That's right. Gu Chen nodded. In the following days, as the Shenzhou chip developed, it has been accepted and loved by more and more people. The consequence is that the domestic chip market has been gradually eroded by the Longting Group, and major foreign chip groups have suffered Waterloo one after another. For a time, the stock market of their group was gloomy, and Longting Group became more and more well known to everyone. The Emperor Hall of Huatian Hotel, as the hotel's most distinguished and luxurious private room, has never been open to the public. At this time, there was a table full of people. Gu Chen sat in the first seat, and next to him were the heads of the major groups under him, as well as some shareholders. People like Chu Sini and Jiang Dongxiang from Taiyu Group were on the list, as were Gu's father, Bai Yanson, Jin's father, Wang Wei, He Fan, Lu Ying, and others. Everyone, I called you all here today for no other reason than to get to know each other and to tell you something. Gu Chen said to everyone with a smile. Everyone looked over, some had already guessed it, while others just didn't understand what it meant. Everyone here is a shareholder or principal of my company, so I'll be frank. I plan to bring all my companies under one umbrella. This way, we can effectively utilize various resources and achieve better development. So everyone should get to know each other today. We will all be colleagues in the future. Gu Chen finished speaking with a smile, and everyone on the ground immediately had different expressions. Mr. Gu, are these all your companies? After several minutes, manager He still asked in disbelief. He only knew that Taiyu Group belonged to Gu Chen, but he did not expect that the current Hot Search Longting Group was also owned by Gu Chen. In addition, the other companies were no worse than Yuanchang, so one can imagine the shock in his heart. Most people who own one can be considered a child of destiny. That's right. Gu Chen smiled and nodded. Brother Chen. I didn't expect that Shanghai office and Huatian Hotel are also yours. You hit it too well, didn't you? At this time, Gan Lu on the side also opened his eyes wide in shock. You didn't ask. Gu Chen glanced at it and replied indifferently. Chu Sini's eyes were naturally on Lu Ying. She didn't expect that Gu Chen had such a beautiful woman under his command. Lu Ying also noticed it at this time. She looked into Chu Sini's eyes and then smiled and nodded as a greeting. After that, everyone got to know each other through Gu Chen's introduction and added each other's contact information. As a result, the atmosphere at the table was very lively. After all, those present were all top students or top talents in a certain industry, so they naturally had a great time talking to each other. Gu Chen was very satisfied with all of this. The leaders of each group were familiar with each other, and the various businesses would probably be more convenient to integrate. After it was over, Gu Chen, Gu's father, and Chu Sini went together. Boy, I never thought you already have so many companies in Huahai. Father Gu looked very happy, and he cursed with a smile while sitting in the passenger seat. Not bad. Gu Chen smiled. But Manager Lu is quite pretty? Chu Sini suddenly said resentfully. Suddenly the atmosphere in the car became cold. Really? Gu Chen pretended to be stupid. Father Gu naturally helped Chu Sini. I'm telling you. Boy, if you dare to mess around outside, I'll skin you alive when I come back. Gu Chen immediately kept silent, while Chu Sini beside him smiled happily without saying anything. So they arrived home quickly, and after talking for a while, Gu Chen went back to his room. Congratulations to the host for winning 100% control of Xingjia Group. Suddenly the cell phone notification sound rang. Xingjia Group is one of the top 10 shopping mall owners in China. It owns Xingjia Plaza. Its assets once reached nearly 100 billion yuan. It owns nearly 100 plazas and more than 100 shopping malls in China. Gu Chen's eyes flickered when he saw it. Chapter 76 embarrassed Gu Chen. Such good luck. Gu Chen was immediately delighted, as he had added another industry to his business empire. Due to the wrong strategies of the command level in recent years, the market value of Xingjia Group has been declining year by year, and the popularity of Xingjia Plaza has also declined, so it is not very famous in the public eye. But it is still a giant group. Gu Chen put the share ownership certificate into the safe and fell asleep in a comfortable mood. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye the sky has turned pale. The weather is good today and the sun has already shown its tip. When Gu Chen came back from his morning run and was about to go out after washing up, Su Shishir followed him out. Brother, New Year's Day is in 2 days, won't the company have a holiday? Su Shishir asked expectantly. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Is New Year's Day coming soon? Why didn't I notice it? However, Gu Chen did not show his emotion and glanced at him. Whether you take a holiday or not, I will arrange it when the time comes. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiaoyi and I have made an appointment to go out and play. Su Shishir blinked. Are your two best friends still working there? Gu Chen just remembered it and asked casually. Su Shishir complained immediately after hearing this. They haven't worked there for a long time. Didn't you say that they could come to work in your company? So they went to Taiyu for an interview with great joy, but they were told that they were not hiring. They were very disappointed and thought you were lying to them. Gu Chen walked into the elevator at this time, turned around and asked, is there? Yes. Just a few days ago. I had been transferred to Longting at that time, so there was nothing I could do. Su Shishir said helplessly. Ahem, can't you go find your sister Sini? Gu Chen was naturally a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he had promised it at that time. However, he was so busy that he couldn't even remember the time. How could he have the heart to care about these things? I'm so sorry. Anyway, I don't care, brother, you are responsible for what you say. Su Shishir rolled her eyes and said coquettishly. Okay. Ask them to come find you and be your assistants. The company is undergoing restructuring, and I will hand over the finances of all major companies to you. You need someone you can trust. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. Real? Real. Thank you, brother. But I'm afraid I can't manage it well. Su Shishir was of course very happy with what she wrote, but her face showed a hint of hesitation. After all, this is not a small amount of money, it is hundreds of billions of wealth. She still has self-awareness. Don't worry. The group will recruit professional financial personnel, you just need to be responsible for managing people. Gu Chen comforted. He doesn't feel comfortable entrusting his finances to others, and only people close to him can make him feel at ease. The elevator arrived with a ding. Do you want me to take you there? Gu Chen asked. No need, I'm with Sister Sini. She'll be down soon. Su Shishir shook her head and said while looking at the elevator in another building. Okay. I'll be leaving first then. Then Gu Chen left directly. After all, Gonlu was still waiting for him outside. But he miscalculated. In the past, Gonlu would wait for him at the gate at this time. But today, Gu Chen waited for several minutes but didn't come. Helplessly, Gu Chen could only call and ask what happened. The phone rang for a full half-minute before the other end picked up. Hello? Who is this? A confused voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Gu Chen knew that this kid must not have woken up yet and was probably still sleepwalking. Lizzie, are you still not up? Gu Chen could only ask one question. Chen, brother Chen. Gonlu instantly woke up from his half-asleep state after hearing this, and his face turned green when he looked at the time. I'll be there right away. Sorry, brother Chen, I drank too much last night. Gonlu said embarrassedly while looking for clothes. It's okay, don't worry, I'll take a taxi to the company myself. Hearing Gonlu's words, Gu Chen remembered the boys' drinking contest with a few others last night. He couldn't help but laugh and gave a warning. Then he said a few words and hung up the phone. Oh, looks like I have to take a taxi again. After saying that, he planned to walk outside. At this moment, several horns honked behind him. Turning around, it was Chu Sini and Su Shishir. Brother, you haven't left yet? Su Shishir asked with a smile while leaning against the car window. Gu Chen was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he had said before that he would send her to the company. Fortunately, she didn't agree, otherwise he would probably be embarrassed. Mr. Gu, what's wrong? No car? Do you want me to give you a ride? At this time, Chu Sini's voice also came. Gu Chen was not polite at all. He opened the car door and got in. Suddenly a faint fragrance was inhaled into the nose. This seemed to be his second time riding in Chu Sini's car. He had ridden in it once before when he was drunk, but he had no memory of it at that time. This time he took a good look at the interior decoration of the car. The girlish pink decorations occupy most of the space, but they don't look childish. Chu Sini, who was in the driver's seat, looked through the rearview mirror and saw Gu Chen's gaze, and her face suddenly turned red. Why? Your personal driver didn't come today? Chu Sini quickly changed the subject and asked. Yeah. That kid got drunk last night. He hasn't gotten up yet. Gu Chen replied helplessly. Watching the scenery outside the window rapidly receding, Gu Chen discovered that Chu Sini's driving skills were also quite good. A few of them were chatting idly. At this time, Gu Chen's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was Yuan. The call was connected directly. Hello? Mr. Gon? Gu Chen greeted with a smile. Mr. Gu, sorry to bother you. Yuan's voice came over with a smile. It's okay. But is there something wrong that you called so early? Gu Chen didn't care and asked curiously. Well, isn't New Year's Day coming soon? The presidents of the major chambers of commerce in Huahai City have discussed with the government and are preparing to hold a charity party. Now, the job of inviting people has fallen to me. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time to attend. After Yuan finished speaking, he quietly waited for Gu Chen's answer. Charity gala? Right. I don't know when. It will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night at the Huahai venue. Okay. I'll ask Shella to send you the invitation. When Yuan heard Gu Chen agree, he immediately said happily. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. Boss Chu, I wonder if you have heard of the charity gala in Huahai City. After thinking about it, Gu Chen still looked at Chu Sini and asked curiously. Why, did Yuan just invite you to a charity party? I don't know much about charity parties. I heard from my dad that only rich people go in. On the surface, it's a charity party, but in fact, it's just a large social party. Chu Sini smiled and told Gu Chen everything she knew. Gu Chen frowned when he heard this. Of course. There are naturally many real philanthropists there, and they all go there for charity. Seeing that Gu Chen remained silent for a long time, Chu Sini also added a sentence. Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded. No matter what, he could just go and take a look at it himself tomorrow. There was no conversation along the way. Gu Chen went directly to the company, and Gonlu arrived not long after. Brother Chen. Sorry, the alarm didn't ring today. Looking at Gu Chen, he apologized for a while. It's okay. Didn't I tell you not to rush? Gu Chen waved his hand to show that he didn't care. My dad told me to give this to you. Then Gonla smiled and said nothing, then handed the invitation letter in his hand to Gu Chen. After Gu Chen took it, he found that it was a red notebook with a few large red characters printed on it. Looks noble and elegant. Brother Chen, are you going to the charity party tomorrow as well? Good. That's good. Otherwise I would be bored to death. The old man asks me to go every year, but it's really too boring. Gonlo was overjoyed and then complained. How many people can go with the invitation? Gu Chen smiled, knowing the other person's character, and then thought of something and asked. Gonlo answered honestly, one invitation letter can bring 3 people in. I see. Gu Chen seemed to be thinking about something. After that, he stopped talking and started dealing with company affairs. In the evening, after get off work, Shu Sini went directly to Gu Chen's office. Let's go back together? Looking at Gu Chen, he asked naturally. Alright, let's go together. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. After that, he sent a message to Gon Lu and went straight to the underground parking lot. By the way, do you want to go and have a look tomorrow? On the way, Gu Chen said something casually. Where? Charity Gala? Su Shishir asked curiously. Gu Chen nodded. Wow. I want to go and see the legendary charity gala. Su Shishir immediately pretended to be surprised. Okay. I'll go with Shishir to take a look. Then Shu Sini glanced at Gu Chen and said lightly. Gu Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw it. If you want to go, just go. What a tsundere. When I got home that night and told my parents about it, they both agreed with me. No words were spoken that night. Gu Chen arrived at the company early and found that everyone was listless. He smiled carefully and understood. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and he hasn't announced the holiday date yet, so everyone is naturally distracted. After thinking about it, he sent a message in the chat group. Announced that we will have 3 days off for New Year's Day. Starting tomorrow. Less than 3 seconds after Gu Chen sent the message, the deserted group became lively. Wow. The boss is generous. Thank you, boss. Mr. Gu is a real man. Boss Gu is so handsome. The screen was flooded with comments in an instant, and Gu Chen laughed a lot. If their employees knew that their aloof boss suddenly turned into a flatterer, they would definitely look very funny. This was the group he created that day, and the heads of all major groups were in it. Now everyone knows how rich their boss is. It's unimaginable. Then Gu Chen heard a loud noise. I guess they sent the holiday announcement to all company groups. Chapter 77 The focus of the audience. Then Gu Chen took care of the company's affairs. There is no other way. At present, his business empire has no headquarters, so he uses Taiyu Group as a temporary point. All major groups have branches in the Taiyu Group building. Halfway through the process, Gu Chen couldn't calm down anymore. After all, tomorrow is New Year's Day holiday, who would have the heart to work? So, as a boss, he simply skipped work, but the employees could only pray secretly that time would pass faster and faster. After a walk outside, I went straight back home and lay down for the whole afternoon until almost evening. Gu Chen wore a suit that was rewarded by the system. It was purely handmade and a masterpiece by a top designer. It could no longer be considered a piece of clothing, it could be called a work of art. Looking at the introverted, mature, unique and generous self in the mirror, Gu Chen was very satisfied. When she walked into the hall, Gu's mother's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! Xiao Chen! You look so good in formal wear. He came to Gu Chen, looked at him carefully, and then said with pride. That's right. Don't you see who gave birth to the child? Gu Chen made Mother Gu laugh with just one sentence. Not bad, not bad. The whole party today is overshadowed by my son's brilliance. Mother Gu was also very blunt and spoke with great force. By the way, where's Shishir? Gu Chen was also boastful for a while before he remembered to ask. She went to Sini's house. Gu's mother withdrew her gaze and said casually. Gu Chen nodded, then took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Sini. Gu Chen, can I go out now? Chu Sini, almost there. Gu Chen looked at the time for a while, it was 5:20. So I lay on the sofa and played with my phone for a while. 5:55. Gu Chen, where are the people? Chu Sini, it will be ready soon. 6:10. Gu Chen. Chu Sini, here it comes. 6:20. Gu Chen, smile GPJ. Chu Sini, come out right away. Pitiful expression. When Gu Chen saw this, he was speechless. He had been waiting for an hour. 10 minutes later, when he was about to make a phone call, the door outside opened and two figures in formal attire walked in. They wore light makeup, especially Chu Sini, who was wearing a purple cross-style dress with her long hair piled high on her head. She looked as dazzling as a star in the sky. Mother Gu was very shocked, and then she laughed like a child. Not bad, not bad. Seni. You look really pretty in what you wear today. And my shirshir is also very cute. Mother Gu quickly took the hands of the two and looked at them enthusiastically. Chu Sini's face flushed slightly. Okay, Mom, let's go first. We're running out of time. Gu Chen stood at the door and urged silently. Chu Sini glanced at Gu Chen embarrassedly when she heard that, and found that his eyes fell on her from time to time. She was immediately very happy in her heart, thinking that the more than 1 hour of makeup was not in vain. Women dress up to please themselves. After stopping and walking along the way, we finally arrived at the party before 8 o'clock. I found many luxury cars parked outside. Let's go. Gu Chen glanced at it and said lightly. So the three of them walked straight to the door and handed the invitation to the waiter at the door. Hello, Mr. Gu, please come in. Well, thank you. Walking through the corridor, what comes into view is a spacious living room, which is surrounded by dining tables and filled with all kinds of delicious food. The soft light makes people feel happy, and the unknown light music makes the atmosphere even more relaxed. There was a large stage in front, and there were nearly 100 people inside, each standing on one side and chatting quietly. Whether it is 1 or 2 people, or 4 or 5 people, they all have their own circle. The men are generous and the women are elegant. It looks like an upper-class communication circle. At this time, Gu Chen and the other two just walked in and immediately attracted the attention of most people. The men looked at Chu Sini and Su Shirshir. After all, one was noble and cold, and the other was petite and cute. The ladies looked at Gu Chen with eyes as fierce as those of tigers and wolves. Whose young master is this? However, no one knew Gu Chen and Chu Sini, and everyone was guessing. Especially Gu Chen, no one had any impression of him, so all the men present were very jealous of Gu Chen, wondering why he had two beauties surrounding him. But everyone is not a fool. Those who can come here are either rich or noble, so no one came forward, but just took a sneak peek from time to time. Well, it looks like it hasn't started yet, let's sit aside and eat something first. At this time, Gu Chen naturally saw everyone's gazes, frowned slightly, and said to the two of them. Good. The two of them naturally had no objections, especially Su Shirshir. Her palms were slightly sweating from nervousness, but she was looking around with great curiosity. Brother, so this is a charity party. After walking to the side, Su Shirshir spoke in a low voice. Nonsense. Gu Chen took some dessert and rolled his eyes. He. As expected of the upper class, everyone is wearing top-notch luxury goods. Su Shirshir chuckled. You observe very carefully. Gu Chen looked around, but he didn't recognize many of them, so he lost interest. At this time, it was on the second floor of Huahai Conference Hall. It is much smaller than the first floor, but more luxurious, and of course, there are fewer people. If the first floor represents socialites and the upper class, then the second floor represents the aristocrats of the upper class, the richest of the rich. Of course, they have to be divided into groups, according to regions, chambers of commerce, etc. For example, there are more than 10 people now, and they are together. If Gu Chen comes here, he will definitely recognize that they are a group of people from the Huahai Chamber of Commerce. Lao Gon, have you notified Mr. Gu? The party is about to start, why hasn't Mr. Gu come yet? One of the middle-aged men who had worked with Gu Chen before looked at the time and asked Gon Yuan beside him worriedly. Yes. Lao Gon, didn't you fail to inform them? Another person also asked. Gon Yuan retorted, of course I have informed him. As for Mr. Gu not coming yet, how would I know? Xiao Lo, when you gave Mr. Gu the invitation letter yesterday, did Mr. Gu say anything? At this time, Gon Yuan turned his head and looked at Gon Lo, who was sitting listlessly next to him. No, Brother Chen just asked me how many people I could send over with the invitation letter, and then I didn't ask any more questions. Gon Lo said weakly. He really had no interest in such occasions. If he hadn't known that Gu Chen would come yesterday, he wouldn't have come this time. Brother Chen, please don't cheat me. Gon Lo couldn't help but pray in his heart. How about, log on, you make a phone call and ask? One of them thought for a moment and asked. Why don't you fight? Don Yuan replied unhappily. Ahem, among all of us, you are the only one who is more familiar with Mr. Gu. Hearing this, Gan Yuankai laughed and cursed, then took out his cell phone to call Gu Chen. At the same time, in the lobby on the first floor, as the time approached 8 o'clock, more and more people came in. At this time, a flamboyant rich second generation came to the door, and the female companion next to him was extremely sexy and charming. As soon as he came in, he caused a huge commotion, and Gu Chen clearly saw that many people were excited. At this time, several young second generation people rushed over. Brother Feng, why are you here? One of the second generation asked respectfully. Yeah. Brother Feng, you should go to the second floor. Another second generation person also echoed. Ha, the second floor is too stuffy, and there's an old man there. I'm not comfortable there, so I came down. The man named Feng Gu immediately said with disgust. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the envy of the people around them. They wanted to go to the second floor, but they were not qualified, while others were qualified but did not want it, which made everyone jealous. After all, those who can go to the second floor basically won't come to the first floor. Except for the dissolute disciples like Brother Feng, only Gu Chen didn't know that the second floor existed. Brother Feng is still a man of character. That's right. Brother Feng on the second floor, who is envied by others, doesn't care about him. Several second generations hurriedly flattered him. That's it. Brother Feng was extremely proud when he heard this. He just liked the feeling of being praised by everyone. At this moment, he glanced and suddenly saw Gu Chen here. His eyes suddenly lit up and he walked straight over. Several second generation people naturally noticed something unusual and looked over. It turned out that they saw Gu Chen and the two beauties. They had seen Gu Chen's movements before and were extremely envious of him. Now that they were discovered by this hungry sex maniac, they immediately showed sympathetic eyes towards Gu Chen. The female companion who had followed Brother Feng before naturally saw Chu Sini, and a strong look of jealousy appeared in her eyes. Gu Chen naturally saw the other person's eyes, and his face suddenly darkened. May I meet this beautiful lady? Brother Feng thought he had shown the most gentlemanly and handsome gesture, and asked with a smile while holding Chu Sini. Unexpectedly, Chu Sini didn't even look at him, which made him very embarrassed. After all, this is the entire upper-class society of Huahai. If he loses face here, then he will lose face in the whole Huahai. Suddenly there was a flash of anger. This. Just as he was about to say it again, he was interrupted. All right. Buddy, are you blind? Don't you see there's someone next to you? Gu Chen's face was very calm, and his tone was also light. But everyone who knows Gu Chen knows that Gu Chen is angry. As we all know, everyone brings a female companion to a party. It can be said that the other half they bring is someone they have a close relationship with. Now, Brother Feng ignored Gu Chen and chatted up his female companion, which was undoubtedly a slap in Gu Chen's face. Brother Feng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone on the first floor would dare to talk to him like this. I didn't react for a moment. Chapter 78, Large-Scale Fight. Then his face turned gloomy. What did you say? He immediately growled coldly at Gu Chen. I say, are you blind or mentally retarded? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and revealed a fierce look. Wow! The people nearby heard Gu Chen's words clearly and were stunned. They knew the family background of this Brother Feng, but they didn't expect Gu Chen to be so stubborn. They immediately became spectators. They have already thought of tomorrow's headlines. Two rich second generations are actually fighting over a woman. The modern Daji, someone is fighting for her. However, they generally favored Brother Feng. After all, he was one of the top second-generation rich people in Huahai City. As for Gu Chen, they had no impression of him at all and thought he was just some rich second-generation kid. You're looking for death. Brother Feng was immediately furious when he heard that. When he was about to take action, several rich second generations behind him quickly grabbed Brother Feng. You have to know that this is not any other place. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, even Brother Feng will be skinned alive. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Don't be impulsive, this is the Huahai venue. Yeah. Brother Feng, it's not worth it for this kid. They hurried to persuade him, but they didn't expect Gu Chen to be so tough, and they were stunned. All right. If you have the guts, leave your name behind. I won't destroy you. I'll take your last name. Brother Feng immediately shook off the people on both sides and said to Guchen with a sinister look. When Guchen was about to speak, a voice came from behind. Ha, Yifeng, let me tell you, you really can't destroy him. At this time, a teasing voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw another young man walking over, looking at Yifeng with a pitiful look in his eyes. What? Yang Tian, you want to help him? It was obvious that Yifeng, also known as Brother Feng, had misunderstood the other party's meaning and immediately asked in a deep voice. Ha, they don't need my help at all. Yang Tian suddenly laughed and said disdainfully. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng's pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean? Yifeng, if your father knew that you offended Mr. Gu, he would probably be so angry that he would beat you to death. After Yang Tian said this, he didn't look at the other person, but looked at Guchen with a serious face. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm Yang Tian, nice to meet you. Then Yang Tian greeted Guchen with a smile. Hello. Guchen replied indifferently. Yang Tian then said solemnly, I am very sorry for what happened in the bar before. I hope Mr. Gu doesn't mind. It's a small matter. Mr. Yang, don't worry about it. Guchen didn't know what the other party meant, but he still answered. The people outside looked at how much Yang Tian valued Guchen, and immediately a huge question mark appeared in their hearts. Who is this Mr. Gu? Why does young Master Yang take him so seriously? They didn't know Guchen, but no matter how stupid they were, they knew that Guchen's identity was not simple. What's more, they knew that Yang Tian's identity was not lower than Yifeng, and might even be higher. Especially Yifeng, he is now in a dilemma, he can neither leave nor stay. At this time, Guchen's cell phone rang. He took it directly. Hello? Mr. Gu, where have you been? Gon Li's voice came through the phone. I'm at the party. Guchen asked in confusion. Mr. Gu, you're here? Why didn't I see you? Gon Yuan's voice suddenly became louder when he heard this. I'm on the first floor. Ha? Mr. Gu, why are you going to the first floor? If not on the first floor, where is it? Sorry, Mr. Gu, I didn't explain it to you clearly yesterday. I'll be down right away. Then Gon Yuan hung up the phone. At the same time, everyone nearby heard that this Guchen should also be on the second floor, but he also came to the first floor. Suddenly their expressions became richer and they felt that the excitement was even more exciting. Even TV dramas were not as good as this one. Two rich second generations are fighting each other. Who is the winner? Everyone is looking forward to it. A few minutes later, everyone from the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, led by Gon Yuan, came down one after another. Hello, Mr. Gon. Hello, Mr. Liu. Hello, Mr. Wang. Suddenly, the first floor became enthusiastic, and people greeted Gon Yuan and others one after another. These people were all big shots in Huahai City. They were not comparable to these second generations. Not to mention that they are affiliated with the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, which has been very popular recently. Mr. Gu. Long time no see. Mr. Gu is still as charming as ever. After a few people nodded, they came to Guchen and greeted him with a smile. Naturally, this scene was seen by everyone, and they were all in disbelief. They did not expect that Mr. Gu had such a powerful background that even these big guys came to greet him. Yang Tian had an expression as if it was the right thing to do, but Yifeng was different. He suddenly turned pale. Although these people's net worth is not as high as his father's, didn't you see that they ignored him but were so enthusiastic towards Guchen? Good evening, everyone. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, Guchen also had a faint smile. I wonder if Mr. Gu encountered any problems? Everyone present was a shrewd old fox, so they naturally noticed something was wrong. One of the CEOs, whose surname was Liu, asked first. At this time, when they turned around and looked around, they saw Yang Tian and Yifeng standing beside them. Hey, isn't this the boy from the Yang family and the boy from the Yi family? Naturally, some people recognized Yang Tian and Yifeng. Hello, Uncle Wang. Hello, Uncle Gon. Hello, Uncle Liu. Yang Tian naturally greeted politely. Yifeng's face froze, then he smiled and shouted to a few people before quickly leaving the spot. It's a small matter. By the way, Mr. Gon, what's the background of that Yi or something? Gu Chen looked at Yi Feng's back and turned to ask Gan Yuan. Gan Yuan then came to his senses and realized that Yi Feng had offended Gu Chen. He then told him all of Yi Feng's background. Mr. Gu, his name is Yi Feng, and he is the son of Yi Qinglong, one of the richest men in Huahai City. His family makes electronic products. Just now, Yi Qinglong asked me if Mr. Gu was here. I guess he wants to see you. After Gan Yuan finished speaking, he sympathized with Yi Qinglong for a few seconds. What a scumbag! He knew the purpose of Yi Qinglong's meeting Gu Chen. Who in the electronics industry doesn't rely on Gu Chen? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Gan Lu behind him. Fortunately, he was quick-witted at the time, otherwise he would have been a scumbag. Oh? After hearing this, Gu Chen understood and his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Mr. Gu, do you want to go to the second floor? Mr. Lu asked at this time. Let's go and take a look. Gu Chen looked at the awe-filled eyes around him, thought about it and decided to go up. Then everyone surrounded Gu Chen and the other two and walked towards the stairs outside the hall. Everyone on the first floor watching this scene regretted in their hearts. There was once an opportunity to soar to the sky in front of me, but I did not cherish it. Now I regret it, but it's too late. Entering the second floor, the environment changed, becoming more magnificent, and Gu Chen couldn't help but secretly complain, who designed this? It's really vulgar. At this time, everyone on the second floor also looked over. Unlike the people on the first floor, those present were all real big shots. Naturally, they were extremely well informed and recognized Gu Chen's identity at once. Suddenly, everyone's hot eyes turned to him. Of course, there were also many puzzled looks. Whose young master is this? Why does the Huahai Chamber of Commerce treat him so seriously? After all, different trades mean different worlds. Gu Chen is a big shot in the electronics industry, but he is just a newcomer in other fields, so naturally there are many big guys he doesn't know. When we arrived at the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, everyone present greeted us with smiles. Mr. Gu. Hello everyone. Gu Chen smiled and nodded in greeting. Then everyone sat together and started chatting. By the way, how is the charity gala mainly held? After chatting for a while, Gu Chen asked curiously. Of course, it will be done through an auction. The proceeds from the auction will be donated through the Huahai venue. Everyone was stunned when they heard Gu Chen's question, and then they realized that this was Gu Chen's first time participating, so they were relieved. A middle-aged man sitting diagonally opposite Gu Chen started to explain. So that's how it is. Gu Chen nodded to show that he understood. However, it is unknown how much of this amount was used for charity. Gu Chen also knew this, so he no longer had a good impression of this charity gala. At this time, a voice was heard and everyone looked over, and saw that there were already two hosts speaking on the stage on the first floor. Welcome to the 12th Huahai Charity Gala. On behalf of the Huahai government and the recipients, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all. Suddenly, there was warm applause from the audience. No matter whether it was genuine or fake, at least everyone was happy at that moment. Afterwards, the person in charge of the party, a deputy mayor and the presidents of several major chambers of commerce came on stage to give speeches, which made everyone feel drowsy. But Su Shishir looked at it very seriously, which made Gu Chen shake his head. What she said was so high-sounding, it was probably just enough to fool those who were not very worldly wise. But everyone present was an experienced person, and everyone's expression was full of seriousness. Gu Chen was amazed at what he saw. They are all great actors. Finally, the lengthy speech came to an end, and the climax, the charity auction, began. The host who spoke at the beginning also took the stage again. One man and one woman. In order to show their importance, the authorities directly called two pillars of the TV station to come and control the scene. After all, wouldn't an ordinary hostess legs tremble when seeing so many rich people? We are grateful to Mr. Huang for his philanthropy and for donating his 10 treasures. We are also grateful to Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, Ms. Wang, and 10 other philanthropists who have contributed more than 30 collections, as well as the enthusiastic support from the government. The male host directly reported the source of the charity items and the charity ambassador. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to charity. I wish you all can buy what you like next time and contribute to charity at the same time. Thank you all. Now, the 12th charity auction officially begins. Chapter 79 Charity Auction, my head is buzzing. One treasure after another was presented, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sword worn by generals in the Han Dynasty. Handwritten letters by Tang Dynasty poets. 1 Wally-wood furniture among the royal family. Top quality jade. Each piece is a rare treasure that is rarely seen outside. Moreover, they have all been authenticated by several experts, definitely not those so-called experts out there on the internet. No one would deliberately bring out fakes. After all, those present were all important people. If they were really discovered, it would be extremely embarrassing. Waves of bidding came one after another. Gu Chen also watched with great interest. This is almost equivalent to a small auction. Among them, he naturally also took a fancy to a few antiques that he was interested in, and he followed suit and exclaimed a few words. After all, money cannot buy joy, let alone doing charity work. So Gu Chen didn't care. After taking a look at the things at the back, Gu Chen lost interest. There was nothing worth buying. Charity itself has done almost enough. Each item was auctioned at a sky-high price. Until the last item was finished, Gu Chen did not make a move. After the charity auction, there is naturally the party that everyone looks forward to. Just getting to know someone and exchanging a few words may turn into a big deal. Therefore, most big shots are surrounded by all kinds of people, and Gu Chen is no exception. After the auction was over, not only did people from the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, but people from several other chambers of commerce also gathered around. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Hu Run from the Hellion Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Ju Fa from Jiangbei Club. For a while, Gu Chen became a hot commodity. Hello, hello. Gu Chen naturally greeted with a smile. He was aware of everyone's enthusiasm, they just wanted to cooperate with his long-term group. Everyone here is a big shot. If he can establish a cooperative relationship with everyone, it will be of great help to his other industries. So since one of them was interested and the other was willing, they naturally had a great conversation. After one night, he had confirmed cooperation with at least dozens of companies. At this time, a middle-aged man came over with a young man who looked aggrieved. Naturally, everyone recognized his identity and made way for him. Hello, Mr. Yi. They all greeted each other with smiles, and Mr. Yi naturally nodded in return. Gu Chen looked at it, and his expression suddenly changed and became calm. Gan Yuan and others who knew the inside story also looked like they were enjoying the show. The people who came were none other than Yi Feng and his father, who had previously had an argument with Gu Chen on the first floor. This is Mr. Gu, right? The middle-aged man immediately came to Gu Chen with a smile on his face. Gu Chen glanced at Yi Feng and didn't even look at him, and said this to Chu Sini with his head down. Everyone was stunned at once. Seeing Gu Chen's performance and then looking at the embarrassed expression on Mr. Yi's face, they instantly realized that the two seemed to have a conflict, and for a while they all sat on the shore and watched the tiger. You bastard, why don't you come over here and apologize to Mr. Gu? When Mr. Yi saw this, he immediately turned his head and glared at Yi Feng, growling. When Yi Feng saw so many people around him, his face turned blue and red, and he just lowered his head and said nothing. Upon seeing this, Mr. Yi's face turned green and he trembled with anger. No need, I can't bear it, I want to see how young Master Yi can destroy me. At this time, Gu Chen said lightly. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. Seeing his father bow his head like never before, blood rushed to his head. He pointed at Gu Chen and said, Gu Chen, don't go too far. Believe it or not, I will not let you leave this door. After seeing Gan Yuan and others, he realized that Gu Chen was not a simple person, so he asked someone to check it out and found out that he was just the chairman of a group, so he immediately felt relieved. As long as he is not the second generation of power, what does he have to be afraid of? But somehow, when his father Yi Qinglong found out, he immediately scolded him. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have even wanted to give him a severe punishment. This made him very confused, and in the end his father asked him to apologize, which he immediately refused to do. However, under Yi Qinglong's anger, he could only compromise, but now seeing Gu Chen like this, he had never been insulted like this and he exploded immediately. As soon as the words fell, the whole hall fell silent. Yi Qinglong's head was buzzing at this time. He saw Gu Chen's gloomy face and the stunned people around him, and his face turned red. A slap in the face instantly resounded throughout the venue. You bastard! You are so lawless. It seems that I was too indulgent towards you before. You were so outrageous. He pointed at Yi Feng and started scolding him. Yi Feng was also stunned. He never expected that one day his father would beat him in public. He suddenly became motionless like a statue. Mr. Gu is so sorry. He just said that because he was confused. I'm really sorry. After teaching that rebellious son a lesson, Yi Qinglong began to apologize in a low voice. This time he was really pissed off by this rebellious son. You know, his family is in the business of electronic products, and they occupy half of the computer industry. Under normal circumstances, how could he take Gu Chen seriously? But I didn't expect that Gu Chen actually mastered the latest chip technology, which is no less than a reform. The role of chips is now impacting the electronics industry at an unimaginable speed. Compared with traditional chips, Shenzhou chips are like heaven and earth. So during this period of time, the Yi family has faced a huge impact. Fortunately, Longting Group has not yet entered the computer industry, otherwise the losses of the Yi family will be even greater. At one time, all computer groups wanted to contact Gu Chen and wanted to cooperate. They also saw the opportunity to bring down Yi. What made him depressed was that he naturally wanted to meet Gu Chen and cooperate with him. When he heard that Gu Chen would attend the charity gala, he was extremely enthusiastic even though he had never attended before, because he wanted to be the first to attend. But he didn't expect that this time he not only didn't see it, but also offended it. If the news gets out, the directors in the group will probably take advantage of it, so he wants to do his best to make up for it. After all, if Gu Chen cooperates with other computer groups, then their Yi group will face huge challenges. I'm waiting for your move. Gu Chen didn't even look at Yi Qinglong, but said something to Yi Feng and stood up. Everyone, I'm sorry to disturb your fun. I'll leave first. So Gu Chen apologized to everyone and left with Chu Sini and Su Shishir. Mr. Gu? Yi Qinglong did not expect Gu Chen to be so disrespectful. You know, no matter where he went before, everyone was polite to him. He did not expect that today he lost face, and Gu Chen still did not say anything, but he did not dare to take action. Dad, I'm leaving first. Gan Lu immediately said to Gan Yuan and chased out. For a moment, the atmosphere on the second floor became a little awkward. After knowing the hostility between the Yi family and Gu Chen, no one dared to get close. They all knew that the Yi family's most important thing was computers, but someone had a stranglehold on him. If Gu Chen wanted to deal with him, as long as he spread the word, after tonight, his stock market would shrink by an unknown amount. After all, for today's electronic products, as long as the outside world fails to develop chips that can compete with Shenzhou chips, Gu Chen will be able to cover the sky with one hand. You rebellious son! What everyone can think of, Yi Qinglong can naturally think of as well. His face was gloomy. If this news got out, he could imagine that their stock market would probably fall all the way to the limit. He immediately kicked Yi Feng, who was still in a daze. Boss Yi, forget it. Xiaofeng is still young and doesn't understand. At this time, naturally, several old men came over and grabbed Yi Qinglong. Yes, Mr. Yi, now you have to quickly ease the relationship with Mr. Gu. If other companies get in touch with Mr. Gu, then the Yi group will be in danger. Yi Qinglong reacted instantly after hearing these words. I'm telling you. Next I'll take you to Mr. Gu to apologize. I won't say much. If you still have this expression, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Qinglong immediately said coldly to Yi Feng. He has given up on this son. Now he just needs to get through this difficult time. Then he will create a new account. This account is useless. Yi Feng pursed his lips at this time. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Gu Chen's identity was definitely not what he had checked. Seeing his father's gloomy face, he knew that his father was serious this time. On the other side, Gu Chen and the other two were just walking out of the gate and preparing to drive back. Brother Chen? Brother Chen! Gan Li's cry came over. When Gu Chen looked over, it was Gan Lu running towards him happily. So handsome, Brother Chen! You are so handsome today! Gan Lu immediately said with admiration and gave a thumbs up. Why are you running out here, kid? Gu Chen didn't care. It's so boring in there, this is a good excuse for me to come out. Gan Lu chuckled. Gu Chen shrugged and walked forward. Brother Chen, how are you going to deal with this matter? Gan Lu was now very curious and quickly asked. Golden willow on the outside, rotten cotton on the inside. Gu Chen replied indifferently, which made Gan Lu feel a little embarrassed. After all, he was also a playboy like this before, but he was not as brainless as Yi Feng. I guess tomorrow's Huahai headlines will all be about you. At this time, Chu Sini smiled and joked. She was very happy in her heart, because everything tonight was because of her. Seeing that Gu Chen cared about her so much, she was very happy. Without my consent, I don't believe anyone would dare to put my photo up there. After rolling his eyes, Guchen said domineeringly. Chapter 80, Stupid 200100000, half of them are netizens. Shu Xinyi looked at Guchen like this and was stunned for a moment. Is this still the sunny and handsome boy she met in school? How come he has become a domineering president now? But I like it, he. Guchen naturally didn't notice Shu Xinyi's infatuated look, except for Su Shishir. There was no conversation along the way, and they arrived home safely. Guchen took a few antiques from the auction and placed them at home. The family admired them for a while before returning to their rooms. Since the next day was the New Year's Day holiday, Guchen started his stay-at-home life after getting up. At this time, Shu Xinyi directly sent him a link. And sent a message. Guchen, today's news is all about you. Snickering GPJ. Guchen clicked it and saw a huge title inside. The mysterious local tycoon in our city is fighting against the young master of the E Group? Who is better? The next content roughly describes what happened on the first floor last night. Guchen read it with great interest. Not to mention that the author's writing style is quite good. At the end, the author actually guessed Guchen's identity, saying that he must be the heir of a hidden family, who just came out to gain experience, and then he encountered the story of the protagonist in the novel who pretends to be cool but gets slapped in the face. Guchen laughed loudly. This author's imagination was really amazing. Looking at the comments below, everyone agreed. Some even said that he was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. It even surpassed today's hot search for a certain celebrity. There are thousands of stupid people, and half of them are netizens. Guchen sent the message directly, which immediately made Shu Xinyi laugh. Shu Xinyi, by the way, what do you want to do on New Year's Day? Guchen, I don't know. I'm lying at home. Seeing this, Shu Xinyi, who was lying on the sofa without any image at this time in her home not far from Guchen, was suddenly moved when she saw the news from Guchen. She immediately stood up, ran into the room, changed into her favorite pink windbreaker, put on some light makeup, and hurried out the door. Guchen, who was at home, was also stunned when he saw Shu Xinyi disappearing while chatting, but then he didn't care and continued his journey as a fat house owner. Half an hour later, there was a noise at the gate. Guchen didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was his mother or Shishir coming back. Guchen, go take a look outside. Shu Xinyi immediately came to Guchen in a hurry and said playfully. What came into view was a pair of evenly slender long legs, which made Guchen's body tremble. He quickly stood up and saw Shu Xinyi, who was dressed in pink, looking at Guchen with a slightly flushed face. What for? He swallowed and asked in confusion. Isn't today New Year's Day? Everyone is out playing, why don't we go out and play too? Shu Xinyi avoided his gaze and said it out embarrassedly. Obviously, she mustered up a lot of courage to finish her words slowly, and finally looked at Guchen with anticipation. Okay. Guchen regretted what he said, but when he saw Shu Xinyi's happy expression, he swallowed his words. He's not a straight man. So she went back to her room, changed her clothes and prepared to go out, but Shu Xinyi went straight to Guchen's room, opened the closet, picked out a set of clothes herself, asked Guchen to change into them, and finally quickly fled the bedroom with a red face. She didn't know why she had such courage today. After putting it on, Guchen found that it was not as good looking as before, but since Shu Xinyi chose it, he didn't say anything. So the two of them took the elevator down directly. It was not until he saw the reflected figures in the elevator that he realized that the two of them were dressed like a couple. He saw that Shu Xinyi was still blushing, so he stopped joking. By the way, where are we going? In the underground parking lot, the two of them chose a low-key car and drove out. Guchen asked without looking away. Whatever. Shu Xinyi shook her head and said she didn't know. Guchen. Okay. Guchen thought about it and decided to go to Jingjia Plaza. It was just shopping anyway, and he could also inspect the new company. After all, he had never been there once. New Year's Day is a legal holiday, and all major companies have closed it down. As this is a hard-earned holiday, everyone naturally wants to go out and have some fun. So Guchen walked and stopped on the road, like an ant. There are so many people. Guchen sighed. Shu Xinyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, rolled her eyes and said, everyone wants to go out and relax. Do you think they are like you? You can go out and play whenever you want. Guchen pursed his lips and smiled without saying anything. Otherwise, why would everyone want to be the boss? Today is a nice day, a good day for traveling. 2 hours later, we finally arrived at our destination. Zhengjie Plaza is certainly not a remote place. It is one of the prosperous areas. Naturally, it is very popular here, just looking at the pedestrians coming and going. If you are not careful, they will be dispersed, so Guchen directly grabbed Chu Xinyi's hand. It was extremely smooth to the touch, and the fingertips felt slightly cold, which made Guchen feel a little excited. Chu Xinyi's body also froze. Don't think too much, I'm just afraid you'd get lost. Guchen quickly explained. Chu Xinyi burst out laughing. She felt that Guchen was more nervous than her, but all of a sudden she was not nervous anymore. It was really strange. The two of them went straight into the mall, and after walking around for a while they finally found a restaurant that didn't seem to be crowded and went in to eat. I guess this restaurant is expensive, so there are few people. Along the way, although Guchen saw that there were a lot of people here, there were also many closed shops. It was probably related to the New Year's Day. The popularity must not be there on weekdays, otherwise there wouldn't be so many shops that could not be rented out. What's wrong with you? After Chu Xinyi ordered the dishes, she looked at Guchen who was frowning and asked. Nothing, I noticed that many shops here are closed. If it weren't for New Year's Day, there wouldn't be so many people here. Guchen smiled and said it after hearing this. Indeed, the popularity here is fake at first glance. Chu Xinyi agreed. As the president of the group, she does have some vision. I don't think this place is remote, why is this happening? Guchen asked in confusion at this time. Guchen, why do you care about this? Chu Xinyi was stunned. Instead of answering, she asked in doubt. Guchen was stunned, and then explained as if nothing had happened, isn't this curiosity? I just looked around carefully. The prices here are quite expensive compared to other places. Everyone is here to have fun, so naturally they want to save money. They missed the point. Chu Xinyi analyzed it carefully, which made Guchen think deeply. And the most important point. Have you noticed that this is one of the large shopping malls, but there are no high-end specialty stores here? I didn't see any of those big-name luxury brands. You know, the main profit of the mall is these luxury goods. So the person in charge of this mall got the positioning and consumer groups all wrong. The fact that it hasn't closed down yet is a testament to its strength. Of course, it's also related to its location. Chu Xinyi talked eloquently, making Guchen's eyes brighter and brighter. Xinyi, I found that you have a talent for managing a shopping mall. Guchen immediately praised. That's right. Chu Xinyi's eyes narrowed into a line when she heard the smile. Not only was Guchen praising her, but it was also the first time he called her Xinyi. If you were the person in charge of this mall, what would you do? Then Guchen became curious again. As for me, I will naturally determine the positioning. After all, the most important thing for the development of a shopping mall is its popularity, so I will ask all the stores in the mall to lower their prices and make them more affordable. I will also hold some activities to allow merchants and customers to interact and make the mall more interesting. Secondly, we should strive to introduce international brands. After all, the real consumers in shopping malls are always a small group of people. As long as we capture them, the consumption will naturally be high. Although Chu Xinyi didn't know why Guchen was so concerned about this issue. But after thinking hard for a moment, he told us his own way of dealing with it. Okay. Guchen's mind worked faster and faster when he heard this. He found that Chu Xinyi's methods were indeed the best. After that, the two discussed many issues until the ordered food arrived, and Guchen reluctantly ended the topic. After eating, the two of them walked around again and bought a lot of things before leaving. Today is the happiest day for Chu Xinyi. The relationship between the two has become closer. Although they haven't made it clear, it's almost there. They hold hands all day long. Walk to the underground parking lot and prepare to drive the car out. As a bustling commercial center, there is naturally no shortage of wealthy people here. At this time, there were 4 or 5 supercars speeding towards us from a distance. The unique sound of the supercars naturally attracted the attention of countless people and made them envious. If you are born without this thing, then you will most likely never have it in your lifetime. This is not cruelty, this is reality. Everyone knows this truth, even those who drive a sports car know it. So here they are naturally unscrupulous. Just as Guchen's car drove out, the first supercar was going too fast and had no time to brake. Bang! Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously protected Chu Xinyi who was sitting in the passenger seat. Suddenly the scene became extremely chaotic, with the sounds of car horns and people shouting everywhere. Gu Qin! Gu Qin! Shu Sini, who had come back to her senses at this time, was not hurt. She quickly reacted in panic when she saw Gu Chen in front of her. Gu Qin! Don't scare me, are you okay? Gu Qin! At this time, she was incoherent, looked panicked, and tears were streaming down her face. Hiss! It's okay. I'm fine. Gu Chen moved and whispered. Ha! Shu Sini breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you so stupid? What should I do if something happens to you? Then she started crying, although the last scene moved her deeply. I'm fine. Luckily this car has good defenses. Gu Chen quickly comforted her. Then his heart quickly filled with anger, and he almost died. Okay, let's go down first. Gu Chen said gently to Chu Sini. Okay. Chu Sini also reacted and was extremely angry inside.